Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 107, Chapter 107, End of Raid. I grinned at Hagoromo Gitsune when I heard what she said. Certainly, those guys were aiming for yokai, they got what they deserved. It's strange though, I don't see the rest of their members. I looked around the area and I was greeted by a quiet landmass with a lot of broken trees. By the way, where is Tsuchigumo? Also, your spear, is Heracles dead? I don't know. You are the one who stood behind me, if you don't know, it's natural if this lady doesn't know too. Also about the guy that was impaled with my spear, I think he's still alive. Oh dash, he's still alive, huh? Let's see. I closed my eyes and spread my senjutsu aura. Because I spent so much aura in my fight, I can't cover a lot of areas at once. That was why I choose to skin the area slowly to get what I wanted. The first thing that I noticed was Valley, who flew back to my location. There was another energy right on top of Valley. I guess he's George, who was brought back by Valley. That guy, I knew that he loves fighting, but if he always left his opponent alive, what's the point of this raid? Whatever, George was not that much a fighter. He's a magician, maybe Valley wanted to have him in his team. I continued to skin the area and finally, I felt Heracles that were impaled by Hagoromo Gitsune's spear. He's not moving and his energy was decreasing at a fast speed. That was usually a sign that he was about to lose his life. He's dying. I said to Hagoromo Gitsune and she looked at me with widened eyes. Is that so? Only from one attack? Asked Hagoromo Gitsune as her lips curved downward. She was certainly displeased by what I said. That's too bad. I wanted to torture him before killing him. He seems durable, but in fact, he's so fragile that he was about to die from one attack. I shrugged my shoulder at what Hagoromo Gitsune said. They are human. Even though they have a sacred gear and a strong body from training, they still have a limit. There are only a few humans who are strong enough to fight you. Certainly, that's also the case in my world. Only that Kikane Hidemoto managed to seal me. That's also with the help of Nurarihyon. To respond to Hagoromo Gitsune, I just nodded my head and began to skin another area again. Finally, I can feel Tsuchigumo. He's located right on my left. Around 400 meters from here, huh? He's taking his fight too far. I looked at the area on my left and then I saw a burst of dirt flying in the sky with some trees amongst them. The next moment, the area where I and Hagoromo Gitsune were standing was attacked by a tremor that was big enough to be called an earthquake. Oh, that's a big fight going on. I heard a voice from above me and I looked up only to see Valley carrying unconscious George under his right arm. He looked back at me with a smile on his face and began to descend slowly to my right. It seems you are done. How is it? Was Chow Chow strong? Valley landed on my right and his wing disappeared in blue light. He's strong. Maybe you will sleep in a hospital bed if both of you have a fight. Well, you will not be able to fight him once he used his balance breaker though. He's that strong. Valley's compatibility with Chow Chow is not bad. But, Chow Chow had a lot of different abilities compared to Valley. Divine Dividing certainly is strong, but Chow Chow's truth idea, that skill is overpowered. If I didn't use Telos Karma beforehand, I will certainly be skewered in two by my own attack. That's strong, huh? I wanted to fight him. But, I can't feel his energy, so he's dead, right? Yeah, if he just wanted to fight a strong opponent like you, maybe I can still spare him. But, his ambition is making him dangerous, so I kill him. Not only that. When I said the last part, my lips curved up in a grin and my aura was spilling out of my body. He dares to target one of us. I won't forgive someone like that. I glanced at Valley and saw him having a savage smile. He looked like a predator that was ready to attack me anytime. Seeing his expression, I sighed and controlled my aura, suppressing it. Valley looked disappointed, but I had my fill of fight today, so I won't fight him even if he asked me. Anyway, why did you bring that guy with you? Are you going to make him join your team in Cow's brigade? I asked Valley while pointing my index finger at George. Valley looked down at George then turned to me with a smile. Ah, I think this guy is useful. I plan to have my friend educate him a little and make him join my team. But, you know more than I thought. How did you know that I joined Cow's brigade too? Ha. I know that you will get dissatisfied with Azazel when he wanted peace. Knowing your personality, siding with Cow's brigade will give you more freedom to fight against a strong opponent, right? Ha ha ha, I see. Well, I will be grateful if you don't tell Azazel about that. Let it be a secret until I tell him. I have no plan to tell Azazel. As I said that, I feel Tsuchigumo approached us at a fast speed alongside Siegfried. So their battle has not ended yet. I looked in their direction and saw Tsuchigumo emerge from trees while in front of him was Siegfried, who was not looked like a giant spider with 6 arms. Each of his arms was wielding swords. Because I snatched Graham from him, he used 2 normal light swords from church. Tsuchigumo's body was riddled with slash wounds, but Siegfried had sustained more injuries. Ha 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 ha, it was fun. But it seems that only you left, so I can't take this any longer. The black cloud of smoke began to appear around Tsuchigumo's body. His eyes were letting out a golden glow. Ku. I will fucking kill you, you bastard. Tsuchigumo smirked and clenched his fists. He pulled his arms and then sent a punch with his 6 hands at the same time. Even I have a hard time looking at Tsuchigumo's punch from my position. It was fast, but Siegfried seems to be able to move his swords to block Tsuchigumo's punch. That was useless though, his swords didn't even touch one of Tsuchigumo's hands. The punch connected and Siegfried was blown to the ground. As Siegfried's body crashed to the ground, it created an explosion and made a big crater in front of me. I jumped to the sky to dodge the shockwave. Hagoromo, Gitsun and Valley also jumped while looking at Tsuchigumo. Wow, that guy is strong. I am looking forward to our fight. Valley muttered while looking at Tsuchigumo. The crater was around 5 meters deep with Siegfried's body in the center of the crater. His body has returned to normal and his swords were laying around him. Tsuchigumo landed beside Siegfried and began laughing. Ha 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 ha, that was a great exercise. I landed on the ground, made my way to Siegfried, and looked at his body. He's dead, huh? Good job, Tsuchigumo. Tsuchigumo looked at me with a satisfied smile on his face. Call me again if you have something fun like this. I am certainly having fun when he transformed into a spider. I nodded my head at him and then looked up at the sky. So it's ended. We just need to deal with the aftermath that made their way here. Ah, is that so? I will take my leave first. You can teleport out of the underworld with no problem, right? Vala said to me and a magic circle appeared under his feet. I looked at Valley and said. Yeah, thanks for your help. It's nothing. I hope we can spar someday. Leaving those words, he teleported away. Well then, time to deal with the devil. Chapter 108, Visiting Gremory Territory. I had felt them when I was searching for Tsuchigumo. A group of devils was approaching us from the direction where Hagoromo Gitsun had blown Heracles. I focused my senses on that area while looking at Tsuchigumo. Are your wounds okay? I asked him while keeping my senses to feel the devils. It seems they found Heracles and were checking him. I could no longer feel Heracles' energy, so he's dead. Yeah, my wound is not something of concern. It will heal in no time at all. Tsuchigumo pulled out his pipe from his pocket beneath his cloth and lit it up by snapping his finger. He inhaled the smoke and then exhaled it towards the sky. His wounds were visibly healed after he smoked. I'm envious of your durability. I turned away after I saw Tsuchigumo fully healed already. To be honest, I really am envious of his regeneration speed. What kind of bullshit was that? I remember that the protagonist of Nurarihyon no Mago slashed Tsuchigumo's head in half. But, Tsuchigumo was still not dead and proceeded to stitch his body together. That tenacity and life force that he had was the reason why he was so strong. You are bullshit too. I can hear Tsuchigumo speak to me, but I ignored him as the devils had arrived. I saw 2 people jump out from the trees and land right in front of us. The ones who landed in front of us were a girl with black hair wearing a suit and someone that I knew, Surzex. He was wearing his Satan's outfit. We were in the underworld, so it's understandable for him to wear his formal outfit unlike the girl beside him. When he looked at me, he let out a sigh which I replied with a smile on my face. The girl was looking at me with curious eyes. Based on what I remember, the girl in front of me must be her sister. I thought you were not going to meddle in the underworld. Surzex asked me with a tired voice. If he was here when Rias's wedding was supposedly held yesterday, he must have pulled some string to cancel it, huh? Siskin. It's a coincidence that my target runs to the underworld. You can't blame me. I shrugged my shoulder as I dismissed Nenekarimura from my hand. Hagoromo Gitsun also moved beside me and Tsuchigumo was sitting right on my left. Tsuchigumo ignored Surzex and the girl, which I guessed a Seraphal Leviathan, and keep smoking while looking up to the sky. Your target? Asked Surzex as he looked around the area. The grounds were gouged, a lot of trees were pulled from the ground. And the most eye-catching was the building that the hero faction used as a base was now just a pile of rubbles. It seems there is a big battle here. And you said that you are just chasing your target. I can even feel holy energy radiating from this place. That was the reason why I bring Seraphal with me to check this place together even though this place is far from Gremory territory. He turned at me and narrowed his eyes. So the reason why he decided to come here was because of Chow Chow's true Longinus that radiated holy energy. That was understandable. Devil was weak towards holy energy. Especially, true Longinus's holy energy was massive. I can understand why two Satans themselves decided to check the source of it directly. If harmful energy appeared in my territory suddenly, I will certainly approach it by myself. There was no need to delay my action, as the harmful energy may cause damage to my territory or subordinates. I see, so that's your reason. I looked at the pile of rubbles and pointed my left thumb towards it. If that's the one that you wanted to check, then don't worry. I killed the one who radiated that holy energy. Sirzex looked at the pile of rubbles and then let out another sigh. Finally, he looked at me with a smile. Well, I will let this one slip as you have taken care of the problem. But, can you tell me about the full story? I stroked my chin as I looked at Sirzex with my right eye closed and my chin raised a little. Seraphol, who stood beside Sirzex, was still looking at me curiously. She put her index finger in front of her mouth. I don't mind telling him about what happened, as the underworld was his territory. But the news of me defeating the true Longinus wielder would spread and the attention of the supernatural will be focused on me. That is not bad. Why would I hesitate? If the attention of the supernatural world is focused on me, I can arrange a lot of things without much problem. I grinned and lowered my hand. Sure. Sirzex nodded his head, satisfied with my answer. Seraphol then could no longer hold herself and made her way towards me. She leaned closer with her hands behind her back. Hey, are you the one called Nurarihyon? Sotan said a lot of things about you. Seraphol's tone was cheerful, without a hint of authority that was contained in Sirzex's tone. Even that old crow Azazel had a hint of authority in his tone. It was strange, but Seraphol's cheerfulness put me off guard. What did you hear about me? I bet she was talking about me being handsome and managed to captive her at first sight. I grinned at Seraphol, which she replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha, you are funny. No, she complained that a yokai called Nurarihyon suddenly arrived at Kuo Academy and created one trouble after another. Seraphol stepped back and made some distance as she stood beside Sirzex. That's a praise in my ear. Right, about the chronology of what happened here. I cut myself before continuing. I wanted Sirzex to notice that I can't talk about that here. We don't know who was hearing our conversation. Since Sirzex and Seraphol arrived in this place, I keep my senjutsu to cover the area around us. As expected, a few bats were trying to hear our conversation. Sirzex understood what I wanted to say. He nodded his head and said, How about you tell me in my mansion? That way, you can tell us while having a rest. You must be exhausted. Ha ha ha, thanks for the offer. I will accept it. Tsuchigumo that hear our conversation exhaled smoke and looked at me. Are you done? I looked at Tsuchigumo and said. Yeah, we are moving to his house. Then let's go. I am starving. Tsuchigumo stood up and I looked back at Sirzex. I assume you are ready. I will teleport us to my mansion then. As he said that, a red magic circle appeared under us. The next moment, we were teleported in front of a big mansion. Sirzex stood in front of us while spreading his arms. Welcome to my mansion in Gremory territory. Chapter 109, Dining with Satan. After we teleported, Seraphol said that she was busy with work and left by teleporting away. She was so fast at teleporting away that I was amazed. There were 4 Satans, but she was still busy with work. Talk about a leader that only did paperwork. My old man never did any paperwork in the mansion. For as long as I remember, it was always Setsuna or Magari who did the paperwork in my old man's stead. When I took over his position, I also planned to have my subordinates do the paperwork in my stead. I have a lot of subordinates. If I didn't exploit it, they would be useless. Well, an important document that needed my approval still needs to be reported to me though. Yokai were an honest bunch of creatures. They never hid anything, unless necessary. That was why I could put my trust in them. Tsuchigumo can't enter the mansion of his body size. He looked at me and said. Nura, because I can't enter that small house, bring out something good for me. Technically, Tsuchigumo wasn't my subordinate. He's more like a mercenary that had ties with me. That was the reason why he didn't use polite words, not that he will act polite towards someone else. I looked back at Tsuchigumo. What? You can't shrink yourself. What do you think? If I can shrink myself, I would enjoy more fighting with my small body. Ha 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 ha, is that so? I looked at Sirzex with a smile on my face as I crossed my arms inside my kimono. Sorry to bother you, but is it possible if someone brings Tsuchigumo's meal outside? Sirzex gave me a knowing smile and raised his right hand. No problem. I will ask Grafia to prepare his meal. For now, please follow me. I will show you my mansion. He turned around and walked to the entrance of the mansion. I and Hagoromo Gitsun followed him. The mansion is not that different from the human mansion. Hagoromo Gitsun whispered to me. I glanced at her and saw her looking at the mansion with eyes full of interest. She was still holding a school bag in her right hand, but the chain that connected the bag with her arm was gone. Surzek seemed to hear Hagoromo Gitsun's whisper. He glanced at us over his shoulder, still smiling. Most of the buildings in the underworld are inspired from the buildings on Earth. That's why the underworld is no different from Earth. We have society, working place, even stalls on the street. We arrived in front of the entrance of his mansion. The doors opened themselves as if they were automatic doors. But, when the doors opened, Grafia stood on the other side of the doors while bowing her head. Welcome to Gremry Mansion, Nurasama, Hagoromo Gitsun-sama. Please come in, I have prepared the tables inside. Umo, that's nice of her. Surzek entered the mansion first and said something to Grafia. Please prepare one more meal for the guest outside. He can't enter the mansion because of his size, I hope you can prepare something that fits him. Certainly, I will prepare it right now. Surzek nodded his head and looked at Grafia with a different smile. If I need to describe it, the smile that he showed us was his business smile while right now he was smiling happily. Grafia also smiled at Surzek before she went inside the mansion. Well then, please follow me. As Surzek said that, I heard a loud girl scream from the second floor of the mansion. Ah. Issei. I instinctively looked up at the source of the scream and smiled wryly. They are here. I asked Surzek without looking at him. Ha ha ha, this is Gremry Mansion, after all, my mansion is at a different location. Not that I mind. If Issei was injured, then as expected, he managed to achieve forced balance breaker and beat the shit out of Riser. I looked at Surzek with narrowed eyes but he just smiling at me without changing his expression. That damn guy, Siskin. I said with a grin on my face and he scratched his cheek. Ha 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 ha, I can't deny that. But aren't you similar? He was laid back, similar to how Azazel acted when he's not serious. But Surzek's response was not wrong too. If he cares about his sister, then I care about yokai in common. Although my lovers held a special place in my heart. I can't deny that too. We smiled at each other after realizing our similarities. As expected of the strongest Siskin in the world, he won't let his sister be sullied by other people. Well, let's go inside. I don't want Grafia meal to turn cold because we are talking about something unnecessary. He turned around and guided us to the dining room. Maybe because he knew that my story would be important, the dining room that he guided us was located on the edge of the mansion. The table was not the long rectangle that the devil often used, but it was a small round table enough for 3 people. We sat on the chair around the table and Grafia brought the meal on the tray. She put 3 plates right in front of each of us. The meal was steak, a Western meal. I had always eaten Japanese meals because of my mansion condition, so I was looking forward to the steak's taste. I looked at Hagoromo Gitsun and saw her eating the steak in a proper table manner. As expected of her, with a lot of experience being reincarnated, she had achieved skills in almost everything. I also began to eat the steak. We finished our meals quickly, then it came to the real reason why we visited the mansion. It's delicious, thanks for the meal. I said while clapping my hand to each other. Surzek wiped his mouth with a napkin. He put the napkin down and smiled, I'm glad you like it. Well, my stomach is full now. So, from where should I start my story? I put my elbow on the chair armrest and rested my head on my hand. I would prefer to hear it from the start. But don't worry, if there is some kind of secret that you wanted to hide, I won't force you to tell me about it. I grinned at Surzek. He certainly heard about my relationship with Azazel and how I visited the church. He was implying that I don't need to tell him about it because he knows about it. What a shame, I can't make him surprised. An experienced leader which lived for more than 100 years was different. I have no secret. Well then, let me tell you about it. Chapter 110, Information Sharing. I write about Rias's scream in the last chapter. Maybe some of you misunderstand it, but that was normal scream. Not moan or something. And no, Rias didn't have sex with Issei. Issei and Rias in this fanfic is a changed individuals after getting trashed out, they will change. Don't expect him to be a pervert again, got it? Enjoy the chapter then. I straightened my sitting position, crossed my arms under my kimono, and asked. First of all, you do know about old Satan faction, right? Surzek's expression turned serious. He put his hands on top of each other on the table. Of course, I know. Was what happened earlier related to them? If you asked if the group that I destroyed related to the old Satan faction, then yes. A lot of factions with different ambitions were creating an organization called Chaos Brigade. Do you hear about them? Chaos Brigade? I heard some rumors from my subordinates. So they did exist. I nodded my head at Surzex's question. They do. I paused a little and make a barrier around us. I amplified the barrier with my fear so no one will be able to hear us. Surzex was surprised when I made the barrier. It must be because he can't sense anyone outside the barrier because it was blocked by my fear. Don't worry, the next thing that I say is confidential. I just blocked anyone who tried to listen to our conversation. Surzex looked at me and nodded his head. I see. I guess it was Zekrom Bale and the others who tried to listen to our conversation. Ah, the old devil bunch. He had greater influence compared to four Satans and was the head of the Great King faction. If Cleria Belil was driven back to the underworld by Tuji, there were two possibilities left for her. Either she managed to hide and ran away, or she was killed by Zekrom for discovering the King Piece. I didn't tell Masaomi yet because I didn't know the truth. I wanted to give him some hope. Even as a Satan, you still need to watch your back, huh? Devil's society is troublesome. I gave him a knowing smile. Ha ha ha, Devil's politic is complicated. Well, back to the topic, can you tell me now? Sure. I will give you good news. I meet Gabriel yesterday and I tell her that Devil and fallen angels wanted peace. I also met Azazel earlier before I went to the underworld. Both of them wanted peace, so you just need to contact them to finalize the peace between three factions. You. Surzex's eyes widened in surprise, then he smiled with a kind smile and bowed his head. Thank you. I didn't expect that he will bow his head to me. A Satan bowed his head in the underworld, his territory. That itself showed how much he wanted peace, and more importantly, he was a good leader. You don't need to bow your head to me. Peace between three factions, no, all factions must work together this time. Surzex raised his head and looked at me with a smile on his face. Even so, I must thank you for helping us. So stubborn. I raised my right hand and said. Fine, let's leave it like that. Chaos Brigade is strong, I don't want the three factions to fight for now. Because, if three factions were fighting, Earth will be influenced by the fight between three factions. I wanted to avoid that. I see, Earth is your home after all. But that doesn't explain why you go through the length for the three factions to have peace. Ophis. She's the leader of the Chaos Brigade. At my mention of Ophis, Surzex's body flinched and he held his head with his right hand. So that's the reason. You are not wrong then, the three factions need to stop fighting if that's the case. There was one more reason. Trihexa, the beast will be resurrected if Chaos Brigade, no, if that man succeeds in his plan. In case Trihexa was freed from its seal, I need the leaders of the faction to stop them. I'm not a hero, so I won't join the everlasting fight inside the barrier of Trihexa unless I was forced to. But, I plan to wreck their plan. I will not let that old bastard realize the existence of the end of the world. By doing that, I will be able to destroy their plan. One of the keys that were important for their plan would be that girl. I will move to stop them. For that, I need help from the three factions. My old man was on the move already with the old monkey. I will leave one of the factions that joined Chaos Brigade to Devil faction if you don't mind. I put on a serious face and leaned my back against the seat backrest. Which faction that you left to us? I smirked at Surzex and said. Old Satan faction. I bet you will be happy if I leave those guys to you. You give us a tough opponent. But, I will be happy to fight them. They had made trouble for us since the Civil War. So some of them had survived. The atmosphere was serious. Surzex was serious even though he was smiling. But, one existence that I forgot suddenly raised her voice. Hey, it seems I was unnecessary here. Can I leave? I looked at Hagoromo Gitsun in disbelief. I sent a signal by my eyes that said, you what? Surzex also looked at Hagoromo Gitsun and smiled wryly. I don't mind. Please feel free and just consider this mansion as your home. Sure. Hagoromo Gitsun stood up with a smile on her face and walked out of my barrier. Ha ha ha, she's so carefree. Surzex laughed happily as he looked at Hagoromo Gitsun who just left us. Such as yokai, they are too carefree. By the way, the group that I chased to the underworld was called Hero Faction. They planned to use Yusaka and Hagoromo Gitsun to call upon Great Red to Earth. I found out about their plan and chased them until I killed their members. So you were chasing terrorists. I will tell Seraphal to make a report accordingly. She's in charge of foreign affairs after all. Well, that's it from me. I must ask something to you though. Feel free to. I had given him important information. So, he will give me back the information that I asked for. Is Cleria Belial alive? So I will ask him directly. If Tuji only drove Cleria away, whether she was alive or dead was unknown. But, as a Satan, he definitely had that information. Surzex narrowed his eyes, but then he sighed. Yes, she's alive. And that was good news for me and Masaomi. Masaomi will be able to meet his lover, and I will get another subordinate if she was willing to go back with Masaomi. I see, thank you. By the way, can I borrow your bath? I stood up and looked at Surzex as I dispelled the barrier that surrounded us. Surzex blinked his eyes and then smiled. Sure, feel free to. Chapter 111, Spar with a Pay Dragon. I write a new novel with male MC again. The setting of the novel would be Earth that changed. The humans will get system and Earth would become bigger with a new inhabitants like monster and other race. Maybe it will be published next month or in 2 months, but I can say that the new novel is my greatest series in my opinion. That's it, enjoy the chapter. After I got the location of the bath from Surzex, I walked away from the dining room. As the pervert from Kuo had lived in this mansion, I wanted to play a little to relax. These few days were filled with me running around from Vatican, Tokyo, and even to the underworld right now. Even though I had achieved my goal, I was not able to relax for a second. Hero faction was not that strong, but a single mistake like yesterday led to them running away from me. Relaxing myself is good once in a while. I tried to sense Hagoromo Gitsun, and find out that she was outside with Tsuchigumo and Grafia. Inside the mansion, I can feel the pervert, Issei, on the second floor with familiar energy, Kiba, and another one who was not too familiar to me. I guessed it was Gasper. The direction where their energies gathered was the bath that Surzex told me. Oh, is that so? Did he think that I won't be able to feel them? I grinned and used my Kyo Shursui to erase my presence. Let's play a little, shall we? I entered the bath while my presence was erased and took off my clothes in the changing room. When I entered the bathroom, I saw a luxurious big bath. The ceiling was high, and there were even shower on the side of the room. The 3 energies that I felt earlier were as I had expected. Issei, Kiba, and Gasper were showering on the side of the room. They were washing their hair while conversing with each other. Hey, Kiba. What do you think about earlier? Suddenly, Mao rushed out at a fast speed while saying there was an emergency. So they were talking about that. I made my way to the shower and turned on one of the showers beside Kiba. Because they washed their hair and closed their eyes, they didn't see or hear the new shower that was turned on. I washed my body with the soap that was in front of me and washed my hair too with the shampoo. To be honest, washing my hair in my yokai form was troublesome. My hands had a hard time reaching the tip of my hair and it won't come down even though it was washed with water. I don't know. But it seems he had come back with some guests. He came back with guests. So that was why Grafia-san moved a lot today. Maybe. But, who are the guests? I think that the guests are important people, as Mao-sama himself was the one who greeted them. Issei and Kiba washed the shampoo on their hair with water at the same time. I glanced at Gasper who was silent all this time while imitating Issei and saw him washing his hair with water too. This was the perfect time to show me so I cancelled my technique and said. That guest in question is me. My voice seemed to surprise Kiba and Issei. They turned at me at the same time I spoke. Whoa. You surprised me. Issei's reaction was over the top. He took 2 steps back and he hit Gasper who stood beside him and they were crashed into each other. WOA. Both of them were shouting at the same time. They stumbled onto the floor and Issei was on top of Gasper somehow. Kiba took his gaze off from me and looked at Issei and Gasper. Gasper put his hands in front of him and his face turned red for some reason. Issei-senpai. If it's you then. Gasper. No, he's a boy. With a fast movement, Issei crawled back, and then he stood up. Gasper let out a gasp and then he stood up, still with a red face. What happened? Did he just get embarrassed? He's a boy, right? I was confused. It was me who was planning to surprise them, but they managed to counterattack by showing such comedy. However, I recovered faster than them and laughed. Ha, what an interesting fall. Kiba and Issei were looking at me again as I washed my hair with water. Come to think of it, why are you here? Issei pointed his index finger at me while Kiba nodded his head. I must ask too, Nurarihyon. You said you are Mao-sama's guest. That's correct. I turned off the shower and went to the bath. For some reason, Gasper was looking at me while hiding behind Issei. The 3 of them were done with their showers too, so they entered the bath too and sat a little bit away from me inside the bath. Ha, I won't do anything. Forget the thing about the school, I won't do anything if you didn't attack me. I closed my right eye and looked at them with my chin raised. Somehow I forgot to say it. I'm sorry for that. I thought you killed Kaneko-chan so I was angry. I'm sorry. Issei bowed his head at me. He was unexpectedly honest with his feeling. I'm sorry too. Also thank you. I had gotten stronger because of that experience. This time Kiba also bowed his head to me. Gasper looked at both of them with a confused gaze. He didn't know what to do and he was flailing his head around until he looked at me. I'm sorry. Gasper shouted the loudest as he bowed his head too. I blinked my eyes a few times and laughed. Ha 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 ha, just raise your head. Come to think of it, was her wedding cancelled? The three of them raised their heads and Issei scratched the back of his head with his right hand. Well. It was cancelled after I beat up that grilled chicken. I managed to use balance breaker and beat him to a pulp. I stroked my chin as I looked at Issei. Is that true, Kiba? Kiba nodded his head and smiled. Issei-kun has become strong since we left the school. He said that he wanted to beat you the next time you meet. Ho ho, interesting. So he wanted to beat me the next time we met. Now that we met again, let's test his strength. Kiba. What did you say? I never said that. I approached Issei and tapped his shoulder. So, shall we duke it out? Don't worry, I will be gentle. Issei's expression paled, but I ignored it. Ha 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 ha, let's go. I wanted to have a rest, but having a spar is not that bad. I stood up and walked out of the bath while laughing. I'm dead. I can hear Issei mutter from behind. Chapter 112, I will send you to Jesus. I exited the bathroom after I wore all my kimono. Even though I called it to spar when I asked him nicely, this was more like practice for Issei. He was eager and followed me with Kiba and Gasper with his head looked down. That was the sign that he was happy with the spar. He wouldn't follow me if he didn't want to spar. Issei, don't you think this is a good chance? We are defeated by him when in school, so this is your chance to beat him in a spar. Kiba tried to cheer Issei up. He was trying to rouse Issei's spirit by giving him the hope of beating me. Issei-senpai. I believe that you can defeat him. Gasper clenched his fist in front of his chest and looked at Issei with a smile. As if he was given new strength, Issei raised his head and looked at Kiba and then Gasper. Kiba, Gasper. Right, I will beat him. After all, I beat the grilled chicken yesterday. Right. You even defeat the high-ranked devil yesterday. I believe that you can at least land a hit on Nurarihyon today. Kiba patted Issei on his shoulder as we walked out of the mansion. Yash, I will show you. I will prove that I am different from myself a few days ago. Issei raised his right hand and Gasper looked at Issei with a gaze that seemed to worship him. Issei-senpai. I, who was glancing at them since we exited the bath, was laughing inside. Ha ha ha, well. Nenakarimaru seems to be overkill for him, let's use that traditional weapon then. This is a spar and not a duel after all. When we exited the mansion, the first thing that I saw was Tsuchigumo drinking a liquor that smelt like sake from a big cup. On his side, there were a lot of empty sake bottles scattered on the ground. He was sitting on the ground right in front of the mansion while enjoying his drink. Puha. That hit me hard. The sake from the underworld is not that bad. He laughed merrily and I noticed that Hagoromo Gitsun was standing in front of a flower in the mansion's garden, not far from Tsuchigumo. Hagoromo Gitsun had a sad smile, seemingly drowning in the memories. Well, if they enjoyed themselves, it's fine. What the fuck was that? Issei shouted while pointing his index finger at Tsuchigumo. Ah, he destroyed the atmosphere, what bad luck. Tsuchigumo and Hagoromo Gitsun noticed us and looked in our direction. When Tsuchigumo saw me, he just raised his cup and said. Oi, Nura. Let's drink together, the sake is good. Next time, I have something to do for now. I answered Tsuchigumo and he huffed before drinking his sake again. Poha. Even though the sake is good. Well, you do you. I noticed Hagoromo Gitsun stopped smiling and made her way towards us. It seemed that she noticed Issei and the others behind me and his lips curved in a grin. Oya, who is this? Is this not the devil that attacked me in the school? I turned my body and looked at Issei and Kiba in particular. Issei's expression paled while Kiba was smiling. Even though he smiled, I can feel his fighting spirit roused from his gaze that looked at Hagoromo Gitsun. I'm sorry for that time. It was our mistake. Kiba said while bowing his head slightly. Don't mind it, that was a good warm-up for me. However, I must say that you are a bit too weak for a devil. Even the human that I fought earlier was stronger than you. I noticed Kiba's smile was about to break, but his fighting spirit was aroused even more and he raised his head. Then, may I have a chance to have a spar with you? I believe that I had gotten stronger in these past few days. Hagoromo Gitsun covered her mouth with her right hand and answered. I don't mind. When shall we do it? Right now. Kiba looked at Issei and me before he looked at Hagoromo Gitsun again. That would be preferable. But, Issei and Nurarihyon will have a spar right now. How about we have a spar after they are done? Then, let's do that. Awa. Awa wah wah. Gasper let out a strange sound as he hid behind Issei. Gasper, what are you doing? Issei seems to be able to recover himself after he felt Gasper. Issei-senpai, she's scary. Don't worry Gasper. Don't be scared of her. Shouted Issei. Even so, Issei's legs were trembling hard, he was trying to act strong in front of his junior. Well, where will we be sparring? Show the way, Kiba. I spoke to Kiba and he nodded his head. Well then, please follow me. Kiba brought us to a clearing near the mansion. It was big enough to spar, and I had no problem at all. This was a perfect place with no big boulder or trees in our way. Issei stood in front of me, ready with his boosted gear in his left arm. Let's do it, partner. Oh. I was asleep at that time, but let's beat him, partner. I can hear Drake's voice from the boosted gear as the green jewel on it shines. Boost. Are both of you ready? Kiba acted as our referee and stood between me and Issei. I am ready. Shouted Issei. I bent my body down and took off the wooden sandals that I wore all this time. I held the sandal that I wore in my right foot in my right hand and pointed it at Issei. I'm ready. I thought that Nenekarimaru was a bit overkill, so I decided to play around in this spar. My goal was to relax myself, so I just consider this spar as entertainment. Well then, start. Come here. I will send you to Jesus. I shouted with a grin on my face. Finally, I was able to say it against the devil. Issei and Kiba held their heads with their hand, maybe because they got stinged by the name. They were the ones that stood near me, while Gasper and Hagoromo Gitsun were watching us from afar. Gasper was terrified by Hagoromo Gitsun, so he stood on the other side and cheered on Issei. That name was effective, now let's do it. Chapter 113, Slapping the Ipei Dragon. Issei was dumbfounded by what I said, but he then kicked the ground and rushed at me. Woohoo! He let out a loud shout as he pulled his left arm, preparing a punch. His movement was faster compared to before. He was able to move 10 meters in one kick, which was impressive for him. He sent a punch at me with his left hand when he was about to reach me. However, I ducked and dodged his punch by a hairbreadth. Although his punch was fast for a normal devil, compared to Chow Chow that I fought earlier, that was still too slow. He was surprised that I was able to dodge his punch, but maybe because he had experienced a lot of fight, his right leg moved and he used his knee to attack. This time, I jumped up and landed behind him before his attack connected. Issei, who lost me from his sight, looked around furiously. Behind you, Issei-senpai. Gasper shouted from the side and Issei looked back instantly. His neck moved at high speed, however, my right hand had moved. The sandals that I held met with Issei's cheek and he was sent flying. Ah! He was screaming while rolling on the ground a few times. It was only after 5 rolls he could stabilize himself with his right hand and stand up on his feet. That hurt. What's that? Issei held his left cheek that was hit by my sandals earlier and complained. Ha 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 ha. I laughed and tapped the sandals in my right hand against my left palm. This is called sandals. Actually, I prefer slippers rather than sandals. You know how dangerous those things are, right? Slippers. I see, so that's it. That's dangerous. Issei seems to understand what I meant. He punched his left palm with his right hand and then rushed at me again. Don't think that weapon will be able to beat me for the second time. Boost. I grinned when I saw him increase his speed. He was about twice faster compared to before, maybe it was because of his boost. My posture was relaxed, and I purposely left a lot of openings in my defense. If he can't hit me in this state, then he was still too weak. Aura. Issei shouted and then sent a barrage of punches towards me. I dodged the punches by using my footwork. I stepped to the left, right, and then I went behind Issei. But, using his experience against me earlier, he instantly knew that I went behind him and he turned around while swinging his right arm. Aurea. I caught his elbow with my left hand, nullified his attack, and kicked him on the stomach. This is how you kick. Ugh. Issei was sent back, rolling on the ground again after receiving my kick. This time, I ran adjacent to him and stopped him before he crashed into a tree with my right hand. I caught his collar and threw him to the middle of the clearing. Yoo. Issei was shouting when I threw him. His arms were moving around, trying to stabilize himself. Let me tell you something. I have 2 sandals. I shouted at Issei and threw the sandal in my right hand with all my force. The sandal was flying like a beam, leaving behind an afterimage. In no time at all, the sandal hit Issei right on his face and he was dancing in the sky. Ah. That hurt. His body was rotating a few times before he crashed on the ground, with his head hitting the ground first. As expected of the protagonist, he didn't lose consciousness even after all of that. He got up while holding his hand, which was now had a red mark that looked like a sandal. I crossed my arms and laughed at Issei. Ha ha ha, that's good. How about I call you a pay sandal now? Issei was glaring at me furiously and then raised his left hand. Partner. Let's do this. Oh. That guy humiliating us. Let's show him our true strength. Boost. Explosion. Issei pulled his left arm and a white circle with a red glow appeared right in front of his left hand. Dragon shot. He punched the circle and then a red beam was shot at me. Seeing the red beam make its way towards me while destroying the ground around it, I relaxedly pulled another sandal that I took off earlier and imbued Senjutsu aura around it. It was a bit hard, but I managed to coat the sandal with Senjutsu aura nevertheless. When the beam was about to hit me, I slapped it with my sandal and changed its direction to the sky. Home run. I had fun playing around with him that I shouted unconsciously. Maybe I lacked entertainment and got a lot of stress dealing with a lot of things at once, but that didn't matter. The beam that I redirected went towards Hagoromo Gitsun. She frowned and pulled her fan from her bag, spreading it in front of her. The fan became big and shielded her from the beam. The beam hit the fan and it disappeared into thin air. The fan turned smaller right after the beam disappeared and Hagoromo Gitsun held it with his right hand, covering her mouth. Why did you turn the beam to me? I looked at her and laughed. Ha ha ha, just because. I believe that you can. Before I ended my sentence, I felt Issei on my left, sending a punch to my face. I stepped back instinctively and his punch went past my face. I could see his disbelief expression when he looked at me right in front of me. Evade that. I finished my sentence and swung my right hand that held the sandal down. Bam. The sandal hit Issei's head and he crashed to the ground, creating a crater because I hit him too hard. I looked down on him and found out that he finally lost consciousness. Phew, that was surprising. To think he tried to attack me while I was talking with Hagoromo Gitsun. I wiped my imaginary sweat off my forehead with my right arm and looked at the sandal in my right hand. The sandal in my hand was destroyed and only left the part that I held. I threw it away and looked towards Kiba in the distance. Oi. He lost his consciousness. Kiba made his way towards me and then looked at Issei on the ground. Ha, you went too hard on him. But, it seems he's fine. Let him lay down for now and I will ask Asia to heal him later. Okay. I will look after him then, feel free to spar with Hagoromo Gitsun. I said to Kiba as I picked Issei up. I carried him as if I was carrying a sack of rice under my arm and brought him near the tree behind Hagoromo Gitsun. When I passed her, I saw her smiling and said, "Well then, it's my turn." Seeing her smile, I looked at Kiba and closed my eyes. My condolences, Kiba. I will call Asia for you later. Chapter 114, End of Spar. I sat in front of the tree after I put Issei on the ground. Gasper, who was watching, approached us as soon as Issei was on the ground. He had a worried expression as he clutched his hands on his chest. "Don't worry, he will be okay," I said to Gasper. Gasper looked at me and let out a gasp. Ah. And no. I'm glad that Issei-senpai is okay. A vampire, huh? I never visited them. The key of Rizavim's plan would be the sacred gear, Sephiroth Graal. That was used by Valerie Teeps. This guy will prove to be useful to meet with Valerie. A clueless guy who didn't know his worth right now. If I trained him a little, he would feel indebted and would help me when I asked him. However, I need to get my hand on one of the other Longinus first. It was already on my list since I decided to destroy the hero faction. I looked at Hagoromo Gitsun in the distance. She was now exchanging swords with Kiba with a relaxed smile on her face. Even though she was strong, she didn't have any magic right now. Then there was that guy, the wielder of Annihilation Maker, who was not present when we attacked the hero faction. Dimension Lost was a good sacred gear, but that was useless for me. Fear and Tellus Karma combination were able to fool a lot of my enemies. I don't need more defensive type sacred gear. So it's better to attack Hexenact next. Fortunately, I had an acquaintance that knows a lot about magician. I thought as I remembered Rennie, the girl that I met in Tobio's bar. If my memory served me correctly, Rennie was a former member of Wizard of Oz. There was a girl called Walburga who was the wielder of Incinerate Anthem, a sacred gear that was on my list. That was a unique sacred gear, which will enhance my destructive power. I realized it again after I fought Chow Chow. I was only specialized in one-on-one fights if I didn't use Matoi. Incinerate Anthem would cover that weakness. Not only that, I can get my hand on it just by killing one magician. If the sacred gear wasn't compatible with me, I can always use Tellus Karma. Cheat for the win. Hagoromo Gitsun and Kiba spar were a bit boring. They only used swords without any flashy move. Kiba was smiling when he exchanged blows with Hagoromo Gitsun. That girl, she was just playing around with Kiba, didn't she? In the distance, I can feel 3 different energies approached us. Because I was familiar with the energies, I didn't bother to tell anyone about it. On my side, I saw Gasper sit beside Issei and watched Kiba and Hagoromo Gitsun spar. Amazing. He said as he looked at them with glistering eyes. Ha ha ha, that's still nothing. I laughed and I changed my sitting position. I crossed my legs, put my left elbow on top of my thighs, and rested my head on my hand. Gasper looked at me with a confused gaze and I smiled. Hagoromo Gitsun is playing around with Kiba. In terms of swordsmanship, Kiba has experience of wielding swords for at least 7 years, right? I don't know. Answered Gasper as he looked flustered. Don't get flustered, if you are a man, look at me straight in my eyes. I raised my voice a little and put on a serious face. Getting flustered over something so simple, how can he survive in this world? Why yes. Gasper straightened his sitting position and looked at me straight in my eyes. Good, you see. Even though Kiba mainly used swordsmanship, the reason why he can't land a hit on Hagoromo Gitsun is because of the difference in their experience. Hagoromo Gitsun had lived more than 9 lives, and she got stronger in each life. I raised my right index finger as I said that. Gasper nodded his head, indicating that he understood what I said. Hagoromo Gitsun herself said that she got stronger in each reincarnation. I don't know if the girl who transported her to this world gave her a bonus or not, but I was certain that Hagoromo Gitsun was stronger than herself in Nurarihyon no Mago. It was like, her physical strength was enhanced by the mana in this world. I see. I now understand it. You are amazing. Gasper exclaimed as he looked at me with his fists pumped in front of his chest. Ha ha ha, I am. Can I call you Riku-senpai? I wanted to be a man, a strong man like Issei-senpai and you. Sure, I don't mind. But, to be a strong man, you need to train hard. At least 100 push-up, 100 sit-up, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day. I gave Gasper a simple trick to build up a muscle. That was the minimum requirement for training, at least for a human. Gasper's body was weak, he hardly had any stamina. So that training menu would be enough for now. Yes. I will do it with Issei-senpai to be as strong as you. I just smiled at Gasper and looked at Hagoromo Gitsun and Kiba again. Their spar had almost done. Right now, Hagoromo Gitsun pushed Kiba to the corner. Kiba blocked and deflected Hagoromo Gitsun's slashes desperately. Finally, his sword snapped and Hagoromo Gitsun's sword touched his neck. Kiba raised both of his hands with a wry smile on his face and said, I surrender. Hagoromo Gitsun pulled back her sword and it disappeared when she put it inside her bag. I was curious, was her bag connected to any space in her tail? And, she defeated Kiba in pure swordsmanship while holding her sword with one hand, huh? Kiba then asked some pointers from Hagoromo Gitsun, to which she unexpectedly answered. I kind of wanted to spar with her now. But it was not the right time. I felt the 3 energies earlier had arrived. I looked in the direction where I felt the energy and saw 3 girls appear from between the trees. Rias, Akino, and Asia appeared in the clearing and looked around. When Asia saw Issei laying beside me, she quietly made her way towards him. Well, they didn't scream or anything. Rias and Akino saw me and they nodded their heads silently before making their way to Kiba. When Asia reached Issei, her hands began to let out a green glow. Issei's body also glowed and I watched his bruises heal at a fast speed. So that's the twilight healing. That's some neat sacred gear, to be able to heal the wound at a fast speed. I said as I looked at the ring in Asia's finger with a grin on my face. Asia looked at me and said. It's not that great. I cannot heal any grave wound yet, so I still need some training. I see. Well then, because he's now in a good hand, I need to leave. I stood up and then made my way to Hagoromo Gitsun. She was now talking with Rias and Akino. So Rias really apologized to her, now that was good. Oi, we are leaving. I shouted at Hagoromo Gitsun and she nodded her head. Rias and Akino looked at me and then turned at Hagoromo Gitsun again to say something before they made their way towards Issei with Kiba. When they passed us, Akino gave me a small smile without saying anything. Somehow, they avoided me. What are you talking about earlier? I asked Hagoromo Gitsun. Hagoromo Gitsun smiled at me and said. They apologized to me and asked me how to apologize to you. Funny, I don't think you need apologies. I crossed my arms and glanced at Rias and the other before shrugging my shoulders. Nah, I, myself, never mind something like that. Well, shall we go? Where? Asked Hagoromo Gitsun. We are just resting for a while. Kyoto, you said you wanted to talk with Yasaka, right? She must be worried about us, so I wanted to give her peace of mind by coming back faster. If that's the case, then let's go back. I miss my bed. I chuckled at Hagoromo Gitsune and we walked back to the Gremory mansion. Chapter 115, Intruder. When we reached the mansion, I saw Surzex was talking with Tsuchigumo. Ha ha ha, is that so? I would like to spare my time, but I am too busy right now. I can hear Surzex speak to Tsuchigumo. From that alone, I knew that Tsuchigumo had asked Surzex for a spar. But because Surzex seemed to try to dodge that offer, I raised my right hand and shouted. Yo, we are back. Both of them turned to me at the same time. Welcome back. How is it? I heard you had a spar with Rias's pawn, Issei-kun. We stopped beside Tsuchigumo and I looked at Surzex while crossing my arms. To be honest, his strength as Sekiryu is disappointing. Hakuryuku is stronger than him by a lot. I see. But Issei-kun was only a normal human a few months ago. If compared to Hakuryuku, which was introduced to supernatural at a young age, it's normal if their strength is not comparable at all. That's true. Even so. If you put it like that, aren't you spoil your sister too much? With her power of destruction, she could have defeated Riser with no problem if you trained her. I know your desire for peace, but being strong is better rather than being weak. Surzex's smile turned sad as he shrugged his shoulder. Maybe. I was foolish back then. That's not an excuse. I think you better train her from now on. Kao's brigade will spare no one, even if their enemy is your sister. Yeah, thanks for the advice. What's your plan for now? I looked at Hagoromo Gitsune for a second. She was looking back at me and tilted her head a little before I turned back at Surzex. I will go back to Kyoto and rest. I had my fill of fight, so I want to spend some of my precious time of peace with my loved one. I see. I will work on my end to push the peace of the three factions. Maybe there will be a conference in the future, and I think that the leader of each faction will try to invite you. I am expecting that much. I answered him with a grin. But, I won't allow the conference to be held in Japan. Hold it in that city, or at least in Rome. That way, I won't get any problem. Surzex was not reacting, but I can see a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I won't let Japan be the center of the fight. If there will be a fight with Kao's brigade in the future, just do it outside Japan's region. I will remember that. Answered Surzex. Well then, I will go back to Earth. Also, I think you better ask a dragon to train that Issei. If possible, make him decrease his perverted behavior. I made a magic circle to teleport under our feet as I said that to Surzex. It's not my responsibility. But I will tell Rias about it. Very well. I just give you a suggestion, it's not like I can interfere with your problem. Surzex smiled at my words and then he raised his right hand. I guess this is goodbye for now. I will contact you if I need you again. I will not wait for that. I smirked at him and teleported away from the underworld with Hagoromo Gitsune and Tsuchigumo. We arrived at Kyoto, and it was now nighttime. The place that I teleported to was in front of Nijo Castle, the castle where Tsuchigumo lived all this time. That was fun. Nura, I will wait for the spar with that silver-haired boy. Tell him to pick me in this place. Tsuchigumo said and walked inside the Nijo Castle without waiting for my reply. I sighed and then looked at the night sky. Today was a full moon, it made me want to drink sake under a sakura tree. It would be nice. When I was thinking about that, the sleeves of my kimono was tugged by Hagoromo Gitsune. I looked at her with curiosity and asked. What? Oi, Riku. Let's go to Kyubi's house. I wanted to have a little nice chat with her. Somehow, when I was in Kyoto, I feel a little bit stronger than usual. She didn't call me by my name too often, and it surprised me a little bit. I then noticed what she said. You got stronger when in Kyoto. If that was true, then there was only one possibility. The ley line. I had my suspicion about it because I knew that Yasaka was tied to the ley line in Kyoto. She was stronger in Kyoto, and I remembered what my old man said a long time ago when he told me about Yasaka. Kyubi had a strong tie with ley line. For some reason, yes. But it seems like you know the reason for it. I felt like this place amplified my power. Hagoromo Gitsune narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. She then put her right hand on her chin and leaned her face closer to mine. I see, maybe this is the reason why those trashes targeted me. No, they targeted something behind this strange feeling, huh? I nodded my head at Hagoromo Gitsune. There was no reason for me to hide it. Right. To think that you would be affected by the ley line, I am honestly surprised. Ley line, as in the spiritual veins that run under the earth of Kyoto. Yeah, you know about it. Hagoromo Gitsun pulled her face away and put on a serious face. Of course. My son, or rather, Saimai had spells that need the spiritual veins to activate. I see, so that's the reason. If it's like that, then I can understand it. Spiritual vein, huh? Hagoromo Gitsun mumbled as she covered her mouth with her hand. I narrowed my eyes at her and said, "Don't think about it." She got surprised and looked at me with her eyes widened. The hand that covered her mouth was also hanging in the air, so I can see her mouth widen in surprise too. Don't ever think of reviving that guy again. He's not your son, not after he tried to kill you. I won't let you endanger yourself. I knew the reason why she got surprised after she noticed the existence of ley lines, or spiritual vein as she called it. From her look, she still held some hope to revive him again. She gritted her teeth and then looked at me with a kind smile. Yeah, I was foolish. Thanks for stopping me. Her smile right now was the smile that I knew from the Nurarihyon no Mago series. It was the smile of Yamabuki Otome, a kind woman who loved the second head. I got a big smile on my face, my teeth were visible, and I closed my eyes. Sure. Ah, this is bad. I noticed it as soon as I opened my eyes. My eyes narrowed in the direction of Yasaka's shrine. My aura exploded from my body and surprised Hagoromo Gitsun. What's wrong? My smile earlier turned into a frown and I called Nenekarimaru to my hand. There is a rat. Kyoto was now surrounded by my fear. It was the first time I had gotten this angry. I was angry at myself. My negligence caused this. I never expected that they will enter Kyoto at this time. A big rat that was not present in our extermination. And this energy, he is with a dragon. Damn bastard. Chapter 116, Attack on Kyoto. The reason why I spread my aura to surround Kyoto was simple. The rat's real owner had yet to enter Kyoto. They were longing around Kyoto's border. Their location was right in the direction of Yasaka's shrine from my place, that was why I thought that the rat's owner had entered Kyoto. The rat was something created by a sacred gear, and it was destroyed by my pressure when it was about to enter Yasaka's shrine. The energy that I felt from the rat was similar to that of Longinus' sacred gear's energy. This is troublesome, annihilation maker, on top of that, a dragon, huh? I have a request, Hagoromo Gitsun. I said to Hagoromo Gitsun without looking at her. What is that? You never asked me anything until now. I didn't need to look at her to know that she was smiling now. Getting angry was not my style. I let out a sigh to calm myself and smiled. My blade was resting on my shoulder and I looked at Hagoromo Gitsun. Can you get Tsura for me? I will teleport you to Kanto first, so get Tsura to Kyoto. So you wanted me to be your messenger. Fine, I don't mind it. But, I will be back with them. I don't mind, actually, I wanted you to help me in this. The enemy, no, the enemy's sacred gear this time is troublesome. It can create an army. Well, maybe I don't need your help, but it's better safe than sorry. Ooh, that's interesting. Will you ask Tsuchigumo to help too? As Hagoromo Gitsun said that, I felt Tsuchigumo's energy was moving towards the top of Nijo Castle. Considering his sense, he would be able to feel the energy that I spread around Kyoto. I looked at Nijo Castle's roof and saw Tsuchigumo looking around with his hand above his eyes. I don't think I need to tell him that. Hagoromo Gitsun followed my gaze and looked at the top of Nijo Castle. Yeah, I see that. Teleport me right now, I will bring her in no time. Sure, I am counting on you. Black magic circle appeared under Hagoromo Gitsun's feet and I teleported her back to Kanto. With no one beside me, I then shouted at Tsuchigumo. Oi. I know you wanted to fight, but at least don't fight near Yasaka. Their target is Yasaka, so don't let them go near her. Tsuchigumo seemed to hear me, he turned his gaze at me and shouted back. Ha. So that means I can do what I want as long as it's not near that Kyubi woman, right? Thankfully he was not an idiot. I nodded my head. Sure. The enemy had an army, it was created by a Longinus called Annihilation Maker. The wielder is a boy with gray hair. If you can get him, then feel free to do whatever you want to. There is also a dragon near that boy, you can beat him if you can. I grinned at Tsuchigumo when I said the last part. I intentionally provoked him to beat the dragon because it was too troublesome for me. The wielder of Annihilation Maker will prove to be useful, I will try to get him to join me if I can. Oh, a dragon. Fine, I will dib on that fucking dragon. I am not interested in a boy, you can take him. Tsuchigumo then moved away from the Nijo Castle's roof, destroying the roof as he jumped in the direction of the enemy. He then landed on the roof of a building near Nijo Castle and jumped again, destroying the part that he kicked. He did that a few times until he was gone from my sight. Now my priority was Yasaka. I used my Kyo Shursue and ran toward Yasaka's castle. If the enemy got a hold of Yasaka, that will be the worst outcome. George was now with Valley, but there certainly was still a lot of magician that could force Yasaka to turn into giant Kyubi. Her strength as a giant Kyubi rivaled Dragon King's. If I remembered correctly, it took Vritra and another Dragon King called Yulong that arrive in the middle of the fight with the old monkey, Sun Wukong. Right now, my old men had certainly met with Sun Wukong already. It would be good if they went and destroy some Chaos Brigade's small faction or cause some mischief in their base. The peace conference between the three factions had yet to be held. Right now, asking for help from fallen angels or the church was not an option. Because it was East Youkai faction that agreed on the alliance. West faction that was led by Yasaka have yet to meet them. I had no way to reach Takamagara where Amaterasu lived, so I can't ask for help from them too. If only Yasaka would go to the Takamagara herself and let me go wild on Kyoto, that would be the best. Even so, asking Devil was the most ridiculous thing. A lot of yokai hate them because of the Nikomata incident. For now, let's meet Yasaka first. Really, protecting someone is not my forte. I muttered as I ran at my full speed. The reason why I asked Hagoromo Gitsun to get Tsura was simple. Tsura was suited to protecting someone with her ability, so I can leave her with Yasaka while I try to defeat the enemy. I must not move carelessly. One wrong step will lead to something that will make me regret it, like when I raided the hero faction for the first time. Yasaka's shrine was now visible to me, and the situation had gone out of control. There were at least 50 yokai, all of them were Tengu with black wings that stood around Yasaka's shrine. They had a long nose and red skin, the normal Tengu yokai. I cancelled Maikyo Shursue and made myself visible to them. When they saw me, they pointed their index finger. One of them, an old Tengu with long white hair, walked towards me. Nurarihyon, why did make a barrier that covered the Kyoto? I hope there is an explanation about this. He asked in a serious tone. I nodded my head at him. There is an intruder in Kyoto. I need to see Yasaka right now. His expression turned serious and he nodded his head before turning around. Make ways. He shouted and some of the yokai that guarded the entrance moved away to make a way for us. Follow me, I will take you to Yasaka. I followed him obediently and he guided me inside the shrine. He took me to the meeting place and asked me to enter. Without waiting any further, I opened the door and saw Yasaka and Kuna sitting inside the room. Rikuhan, is the situation that serious? Yeah, a Longinus wielder and a dragon. Right now Tsuchigumo is fighting them outside of Kyoto. I hope he can hold on until I assist him. I see. As expected, I am their target, right? Asked Yasaka. Unfortunately, that's the case. Tsura will arrive in a minute, I hope you will stay with her. I turned around after I placed a barrier around the room. Yasaka stood up hastily and shouted. Be careful. I looked over my shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I am strong. Because I had confirmed their safety, I didn't need to hold back any longer. Tsura will arrive and protect them, and I trust her. I hope Tsuchigumo left me with something. Chapter 117, Leonardo. When I was running, I spread my senjutsu to feel where Tsuchigumo was. He went out of my barrier so I can't feel him anymore. My senjutsu's range was now could cover more than a city, somehow it increased after I went to the underworld. It was around 2 times bigger compared to what I can create before. Maybe it was because I can filter the resentment in the air better than before. Enough of that, I found Tsuchigumo inside a new barrier right beside my barrier. He was trapped inside with the dragon, while the Annihilation Make wielder was right outside of the barrier, surrounded by 4 people with energy similar to Rennie. Magician, what are they doing here? Wait, could it be? I realized something, it was one of Rizavim's tricks. It was something that hurt someone, especially the target of the trick. Forced balance breaker. Did they plan to force the wielder of the Longinus to achieve the balance breaker? That was bad. At least 1,000 of those monsters that had a special immune against something would be born. If they made the monsters to be immune to senjutsu and yujitsu, yokai will not be able to do anything. I must hurry. I used Maikyo Shursue and Tuki to enhance my physical abilities. I ran at my fast speed, and then when I was about to exit my barrier, I felt another 4 people teleport near the Annihilation Maker wielder. From their energies, they were humans, maybe the remnants of the hero faction. Without thinking about anything else, I jumped out of my barrier and then I saw 4 people wearing a robe surrounding a young boy with silver hair. They were surrounded by a lot of magic circles, some of them were a defensive type while some of them were unknown to me. The location of their ritual was on top of a bridge, and I landed on one side of the bridge after dispelling Maikyo Shursue. In front of me, the other 4 people that just teleported to this place were looking at me with narrowed eyes. 3 of them were girls with brown hair, while one of them was a boy with sunglasses. I will take revenge for Chow Chow. The boy pointed his index finger at me while shouting. I had no time for these small fries. Because I used most of my fear to enhance the barrier that surrounded Kyoto, I can only use a small part that left with me. The barrier that I made this time was the result of me imitating my old man's barrier. It was strong and could only be destroyed by those who mastered fear. It took me a lot only to maintain it, which was surprising because my old man maintained the barrier on our mansion 24/7. That was why I shrank the barrier behind me. I made it to only cover Yasaka's shrine and hid it with Mikio Shirsue. My mastery with fear had increased again. Now I can do something like hiding a place with a barrier that was amplified with my fear. After I made sure the barrier was covering Yasaka's shrine, I glared at the remnant of the hero faction in front of me. I have no interest in small fry. My body was surrounded with my fear as I said that, and I disappeared from their sight. I don't care if they were girls or kids or old men. If they stood in my way, I will cut them. 4 of them didn't realize it though, that I moved behind them and already beheaded them with Nenekarimaru. Because my cut was clean, their brain had yet to process that their head had been cut. To make them realize it, I appeared behind them and said, "Waste of time." As if they had trained their reaction, they turned towards me. At that moment, their heads slid off their neck before the boy spoke for the last time. Without looking back at them, I walked towards the magicians and the boy. Leonardo was the youngest Longinus user. Maybe he was only 13 or 14 years old, but the conflict had reached out to him and wanted to use him. The magician made the layered barrier around them. Their robes were fluttering because of the spell inside the barrier. The barrier around them were 5-layer barriers, and the 4 of them didn't even bother to look at me. They had underestimated me too much. A smile crept into my face as I gathered Senjutsu aura and fear into Nenekarimaru's blade. I had used Tuki, but because it would be overkill, I dispersed the aura around my body. Leonardo was kneeling in the middle of a magic circle that was surrounded by magicians on 4 sides. It seems you didn't even investigate about me, or you lot had underestimated me by a lot. I spoke to the magicians inside the barrier, and one of them responded. "No, we are not. You will not be able to break the barrier around us no matter what." All of the magicians were wearing robes with hoods above their faces. I couldn't see their eyes, but at least I can see the smirk of the magician that answered me. It was either they were confident, or they didn't know. Ignorance is bliss. I said to them and swung Nenekarimaru with my right hand. My blade met with the barrier, shattered it in an instant, and created a glass-breaking sound. The magicians looked surprised because I destroyed their barrier with just one swing, but their surprise didn't last long. There was still a layer of defensive magic circle around them, so they were smiling in relief. But well, I guess I can give them hope for a second. I called Nenekarimaru's sheath and sheathed Nenekarimaru. The sheath was strapped into my waist and I lowered my stance. Tsukigiri. I spoke in a low voice and pulled my sword at a fast speed, using a move called Iai. It made a flying slash and destroyed the magic circle that surrounded them with almost no resistance. The flying slash then moved at a fast speed and beheaded the 4 magicians at the same time, canceling their rituals. Their body collapsed to the ground as blood was spurted out from their neck. The boy, Leonardo, fainted in the middle of the disappearing magic circle. I made my way to the boy and carried him over my shoulder. Need to treat him carefully, so he will agree to join me. Chapter 118, New Pet. As I killed the magicians, the barrier that surrounded Tsuchigumo with the dragon was dispelled. I looked at Tsuchigumo and saw him grappling with a blue dragon that looked like a western dragon. From his energy, it was a young dragon, maybe it was tamed by the magicians. However, it was still a dragon. I was a bit worried about Tsuchigumo. Even though he was not my subordinate, he was like a friend who had fun with me when we fought together. But, what I saw was not what I had expected. The dragon was small, it was only around 3 to 4 meters in size. That guy, he chokes the dragon. Right, Tsuchigumo was on top of the dragon and choked the dragon with his 6 arms. Tsuchigumo was big, their size matched with each other. It looked like a wrestle instead of a fight. I did call Tsura because I was worried about Yasaka's safety, but it looked like she will has nothing to do. Because the magician's barrier had broken down, I made a new barrier around Tsuchigumo to separate them from the real world so that the normal civilians won't be dragged into their fight. Ha 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 ha, is this the strength of the so-called dragon? You are too weak. Tsuchigumo jumped from the dragon's back, lifted the dragon by its neck. He jumped around 10 meters high, and then he slammed the dragon to the ground on its back. Graiya. The dragon roared in pain, but it quickly used its front claw to attack Tsuchigumo's arm. The claw hit Tsuchigumo's left arm, leaving a deep wound. However, instead of shouting in pain, Tsuchigumo's smile turned ferocious. Gahaha, fight me seriously, you overgrown lizard. Tsuchigumo released 4 of his hands from the dragon's neck and sent a barrage of punches on the dragon's stomach. Growling. The dragon let out a grumble of pain. It flinging around its claws and wings in an attempt to break free from Tsuchigumo's grip. But it cannot free itself from Tsuchigumo, his grip was too strong. Tsuchigumo noticed that the dragon was in pain and released his grip. He stood up and looked down at the dragon while crossing his arms. Boring. Even that six-armed guy is more interesting than you. The dragon didn't even move, it had lost its strength because of its injuries. It let out a whimper and then it closed its eyes. Even though the dragon was not that strong, it was still a dragon. It had yet to die, so it had strong tenacity too. You leave me with no choice, die. Tsuchigumo pulled his arm and was about to send a punch to the dragon's head. But, before his punch connected with the dragon's head, I called out to him. Oi, stop. His fist stopped in an instant and he looked at me. What? He asked me with an angry tone. Did he get angry because I stopped him from killing the dragon? I grinned at him and pointed my index finger to the dragon. You see, I am interested in that dragon. Maybe he will be a good pet. Tsuchigumo's eyes narrowed as he leaned his head closer to me. Are you serious? He was indeed scary with his face that looked like a Hanya mask and his red hair. But, I didn't lose my composure and closed my right eye. A dragon could grow stronger if it is trained correctly. I will also bind him with Ujitsu so he won't betray me. Tsuchigumo's eyes turned normal as he pulled his face away from me. He then stroked his chin and looked up to the sky. Grow stronger. Fine, I will not kill it. However, I will be the one who looks after him. I will make him stronger. It looked like his curiosity had gotten better than him to make him change his mind like that. I shrugged my shoulder at Tsuchigumo and said. Well, I can't say no. You are the one who defeated that dragon after all. Kukukuku, this will be interesting. Ha 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 ha. Tsuchigumo laughed out loud as he picked up the dragon on the ground and carried it over his shoulder. A giant who carried a dragon, this was a surreal sight. Well then, I need to go back. You know the way to the Nijo castle, right? Don't forget to erase your presence. Don't worry about it, I know the rules. After nodding my head to Tsuchigumo, I created a teleportation circle under my feet and teleported to Yasaka's shrine. I had felt Tsura and Hagoromo Gitsune inside the meeting room where I met Yasaka earlier. I had teleported right outside of the room, so I can hear their conversation inside. Oh. So you are the ruler of Kyoto yokai in your world. That's impressive. I can hear Yasaka praising someone inside the room. From her sentence, I knew that she praised Hagoromo Gitsune. There was something that I didn't understand. How did the yokai believe me or Hagoromo Gitsune when I told them that Hagoromo Gitsune originated from another world? Unfortunately, a Yakuza stormed inside my castle and killed me in my 8th reincarnation, soiling my plan to give birth to my son at that time. That's unfortunate. That Yakuza really know no manner, who is that person? Yeah, she's talking about Nurarihyon, alright. Because the conversation was interesting, I used Mikio Shursue to surround myself and Leonardo who was on my shoulder, and entered the room quietly. The sound of me opening the door had disappeared and now I was inside the room. Hagoromo Gitsune and Yasaka were looking at each other with a smile on their face. A contrast of blonde and black hair really stood out, but someone could guess that both of them were Kyubi because right now their tails were dancing behind them. Tsura sat on the right side of Hagoromo Gitsune and Kuno sat across from Tsura. His name is Nurarihyon, well, Nurarihyon from my world. I don't want to talk about the details, but in the end, he killed me on top of my castle with the help of an exorcist named Kiken Hitamoto, that wretched clown. Exorcist, a human? Asked Yasaka. When Yasaka said that, I put Leonardo on the floor behind Tsura and sat beside Yasaka while cancelling my technique. That's correct. An exorcist, from Hagoromo Gitsune's description, they are similar to someone from 5 Principal Clan. Ah. Yasaka was surprised with me appearing beside her all of a sudden and let out a yell. Rikusama, welcome back. Maybe Tsura had gotten used to it, but she just greeted me normally. Oh, Tsura. There is a boy behind you, can you heal him? Tsura looked back and saw the fainted Leonardo before turning to me again. If I may ask, who is this boy, Rikusama? You didn't kidnap him, right? Tsura narrowed her eyes dangerously as a cold aura came out from her body. Ha ha ha, not quite. Technically I did kidnap him from Kao's brigade though. Let's just say, that he's an aspiring member of my Hayaki Yaku. The cold aura around Tsura dissipated and she closed her eyes as she bowed her head. Alright, I will look after him. Please excuse me, Rikusama, Yasaka-sama. Yasaka nodded her head and smiled. Please don't mind me, healing that boy come first. Oh, I am counting on you, Tsura. Tsura carried Leonardo and then exited the room before closing the door behind her. I moved beside Hagoromo Gitsune. With my head above my knee, I looked at Yasaka. Well then, Yasaka-hime. There are a few things that I need to talk about, I will let you choose. Bad news, or good news first, you can pick one. Yasaka looked at me and gulped her saliva because of nervousness. Bad news first, please. Chapter 119, A Promise. Okay then. Cow's brigade is stronger than I thought. With my strength right now, I will have a problem defeating them by myself or even with the help of my Hyaki Yaku. Yasaka's expression turned grim. She was told that one of the Cow's brigade's objections was her. If I had not enough strength to fend them off myself, she was in danger. But, she also noticed something from my sentence. I had no way of defeating them by myself even with the help of my Hyaki Yaku. In Cow's brigade's rank, there was someone with ties with gods, that old rise of him. His ambitions were boundless, he even planned to use Ophis. Spies existed in the rank of gods and even the small factions. I bet they also planted spies amongst the yokai. For now, the ones that I could trust amongst the yokai were none other than my Hyaki Yaku that came from another world, my old man and his trusted aide, then Yasaka and Kunu. I don't know how trustworthy Yasaka's subordinates, especially the one who held political power. My old man must have realized that was why he took Setsuna with him and went to visit Sun Wukong. Rikuhan, are you implying that we need help from the other factions? I nodded my head seriously. Although I had defeated Cao Cao, one of the charismatic leaders that lead the humans in the Cow's brigade, the majority of their members came from the old Satan faction and Nilrem, the magicians. There was also Clippeth, which had a goal to invade the other worlds. That was fucked up goal, and maybe that was one of the reasons why most of the people that I met just accept Hagoromo Gitsun when she said that she came from another world. Getting Ophis on my side was important, but should I? Ophis's help would be appreciated while mature Ophis will be a tremendous help. I kind of wanted to meet her if possible. I can also stop Lilith's birth by getting Ophis away from Rizavim. Please tell Amaterasu about this. Cow's brigade is not the concern of yokai only, there is a chance that they had planted a spy in Takamagara too. So, please make sure to tell Amaterasu directly. Yasaka nodded her head seriously. I will tell Amaterasu-sama about it. Spy, huh? It seems we had underestimated the situation too much. I certainly wasn't underestimated the situation. I knew the severity of it, that was why I killed Cao Cao first. With his death, I must move to the Vatican after this and ask Gabriel about the next true Longinus wielder. We mustn't let Cow's brigade hold the true Longinus, that will be dangerous. Then Rikuhan, what's the good news? Yasaka's tone held a hint of expectation. The good news was always a mood changer. My good news will gain some displeasure from some yokai. I will tell you about it, but it would be preferable if Amaterasu is the one who spread this news. Maybe even you will get displeased with the good news. Although it was strange, I still don't know Yasaka's feelings about the Nikomata massacre. In the series, Yasaka was fine and acted normally around the devil when Issei's group visited Kyoto. But, that was after the peace conference. Cow's brigade's threat had unified a lot of factions, including gods from various mythology. I see, alright. I will not hold too much expectation about this, but do tell me about it. As long as it can protect our family, I will do whatever it takes. Kunu looked at Yasaka, who put on a serious expression with a gaze full of respect and worry. Mother. She muttered in a low voice, but Yasaka noticed it and petted her head. Don't worry, Kunu. I won't do anything reckless. Maybe because it was her motherly instinct, Yasaka noticed Kunu's worry. Kunu nodded her head and smiled at Yasaka. So that's a relationship of mother and her daughter. Hagoromo Gitsun muttered beside me and looked at Yasaka with a warm smile. Ah, that's right. Yamabuki Otome, the body that Hagoromo Gitsun had right now, never had any children although she wanted it. It was the reason why she left Rihan in the first place while leaving a poem. I remembered the poem because it was a beautiful piece from Nurarihyon no Mago. Unconsciously, my mouth moved by itself as I turned to look at Yasaka, who was smiling at Kunu. Flowers bloom sevenfold and eightfold, but the carry laments, for not a single fruit does it bear. Yasaka and Kunu seemed to hear me reciting a poem. They turned to me and Yasaka said, "That's a wonderful haiku, Rikuhan." After she said that, Yasaka turned to Hagoromo Gitsun. What's wrong? Why are you crying, Hagoromo-han? Yasaka's voice was full of concern. I turned to look at Hagoromo Gitsun instantly and saw that her face had tears trailing down from her eyes. I was surprised that I let out an idiotic sound. Hagoromo Gitsun's hand moved and touched the tears on her face. Strange, why did tears come out from my eyes unwillingly? From her tone, I noticed that she was confused. She wiped the rest of the tears with the sleeves of her clothes. After she wiped everything, I looked at her seriously and asked, "Is it because of that poem?" Maybe, I remembered that poem, and felt sad. Somehow, sorry. I apologized and bowed my head a little. That was clearly my fault. I made her cry by reciting a poem that she left. A poem that was able that Rihan recited to Hagoromo Gitsun and the same poem that Yamabuki Otome left for Rihan. That poem ended Yamabuki Otome's relationship, as well as gives Hagoromo Gitsun's memories back, in other words, the start of Hagoromo Gitsun's 9th reincarnation. The day Rihan recited the poem to Hagoromo Gitsun was the day she killed him with her own hand. Don't be. Although I felt sad, somehow I'm happy that I can hear that poem from the same voice as that man. I like it. Hagoromo Gitsun smiled warmly with her hand on her cheek. I was not as dense as an Isekai protagonist, so I knew. Isn't that basically a love confession? Damn it, girl. Rikuhan. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you haven't told us the good news yet. I turned at Yasaka, who interrupted with a disappointed gaze. But, she only said that out of concern. You're right. The good news, I had signed an alliance treaty with the church in heaven. It was me and my Hyaki Yaku that signed the alliance treaty. You had no obligation to follow the clause. Azazel will also help in any way he can if we fought the Cows Brigade. Lastly, Surzex promised me to help too. As I said the last part of the good news, Yasaka's mouth opened wide. She covered it with her hands and said. Really? Devil, so that's the reason why you said that the good news will bring some displeasure. But, considering the situation of the supernatural world right now, we must put aside our difference, huh? Yeah, that's why I will make it work. Yasaka looked at me with a concerned gaze. Aren't you working too hard, Rikuhan? Have some rest for a day. I smiled back at Yasaka and reassured her. Don't worry, I have enough rest. Right now I can't rest yet. If I didn't do my best right now, I will not be able to rest in the future. So, please just tell Amaterasu about it. I promise that I will protect the yokai, our family. All of those things were for the future. I didn't want my friend or even my lover to be worried all day because of the Cows Brigade. So, leave the rest to me. You know that I never broke my promise. Chapter 120, Walking Around. Well then, Rikuhan. It's now past midnight, isn't it time for you to rest? I will tell someone to prepare a room for you and Surachan. How about you, Hagoromo-han? Yasaka stood up and asked Hagoromo Gitsun. I also stood up, crossed my arms inside my kimono, and looked at Hagoromo Gitsun. Maybe because Yasaka knew that Sura was my attendant as well as my lover, she just prepared one room. What a considerate woman. I would like it if you prepare one room for me. Yasaka nodded her head and then exited the room. Follow me. I will show you your room. Rikuhan, do you mind tagging along with Kunu? Nah, I'm fine. I looked at Kunu, who was smiling while sitting in front of me. I extended my right hand towards her to help her to get up. Do you mind guiding me to my room, my little princess? Kunu took my hand with hers as her face turned red. Princess. Riku Oni-chan, you are a playboy. She stood up as I pulled her, but her words surprised me a little. When I was in Kuo, a lot of students called me handsome and such, but this was the first time someone close to me called me a playboy. I am nothing compared to my old man or even Azazel. Those two guys were too popular with their subordinates. My old man was adored by widow and MILF, Azazel was adored by his subordinate and fell because of sex. Not only that, the reason why Rainier went crazy in the first place was she wanted to get Azazel's recognition. Kunu looked at me with a smile and closed her eyes. For me, you are a playboy, Riku Oni-chan. Her smile was so bright that I looked away. I felt bad. Even a younger girl like Kunu called me a playboy, I didn't deny it though. Yeah, Rikuhan. You are a playboy, similar to Nurarihyon Han. From behind me, I heard Yasaka's voice. I turned around and saw her chuckling. Hagoromo Gitsun also unexpectedly let out a chuckle while covering her mouth with her hand. Well then, I will go first with Hagoromo-han. Your room is located in a different direction. After she said that, Yasaka turned around and walked away. Let's go, Hagoromo-han. I appreciated it. Both of them walked together side by side and talked about something. Was that the one called woman's bond? The sleeve of my kimono was tugged and I saw Kunu looking at me while pointing her index finger to the exit. Let's go, Riku Oni-chan. You see, I wanted to walk in the city for now, will you accompany me? Walking around Kyoto on this night. Why not? To begin with, yokai was a night creature, and the night was the time when we were roaming in the street. I crossed my arms and looked at Kunu with a smile. Why not? Where should we go? Really? Let's go to a convenience store first, and then I wanted to visit one of the night markets in Kyoto. I heard from the Tengu that the night market was lively. Night market. Could it be, the one that she talked about was the red light district? Even though Kunu was an adult in yokai society, was it okay for her to visit it? Well, screw it. If she wanted to visit, then let her visit. I just need to protect her from some pervert. Let's go then. I gestured Kunu with my chin. She smiled happily and clapped her hands before she jumped at me and hugged me from the side. Thank you, Riku Onii-chan. I wanted to visit it badly, but my mother had always refused to accompany me. Kunu released her hug and looked down to the floor. I put my left hand on top of her head and she raised her head again. To match her gaze, I was crouching a little and closed my right eye. Then, I will accompany you tonight. Let this little adventure be our secret. Yua. This is amazing, Riku Onii-chan. Kunu, who was walking beside me, expressed her amazement as her hands moved around uncontrollably. The night market that Kunu talked about was not the right light district, it was an actual night market in Kyoto. There were a lot of stalls on the sides of the road. The night market was located in the shrine near Yasaka's shrine. It was a big shrine so it could accommodate a lot of people at once. It was bustling with pedestrians even though it was now past midnight. I turned into my human form and Kunu also hid her tails and ears. She was wearing a Miko outfit while I was wearing a black striped green kimono. Our outfits brought attention to us, but because some of the people also wearing a kimono, we didn't attract a lot of attention. Riku Onii-chan, let's go. There is a delicious apple candy in that stall. Kunu ran ahead of me while pointing at the stall on the left side of the road. The stall sold a sweet apple candy that looked delicious. I smiled while looking at Kunu and followed her to the stall. Oh, what a cute little lady. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a white headband. He greeted Kunu friendly with a smile on his face. In front of him was a row of apple candy that was wrapped in plastic. I stood behind Kunu with my arms crossed under my kimono and said, "Give me one apple candy." "Oh, here it is." The stall owner picked one of the apple candy and gave it to Kunu. Kunu received the apple candy with a big smile. "Thank you, Aji-san." The stall owner's face melted in a smile after Kunu thanked him. His eyes were closed, and I used this chance to put my hand on Kunu's shoulder and used Maikyo Shirsue. We disappeared from the stall owner's sight and I ran away with Kunu in my arm. We ran together and I cancelled Maikyo Shirsue after we entered a crowd. Before we came here, I told Kunu a secret that was actually a lie. Ha ha ha, so this is what yokai in Kanto did, Riku Onii-chan. I told her that yokai in Kanto never paid for any of their meals, especially in a festival like this night market. That's right, it was fun, isn't it? Kunu looked at me and nodded her head. That was fun. Is that so? Then let's enjoy it until the stall closed. Just like that, we visited almost all the stalls and got a lot of food and drinks. We screwed around until the sun had almost risen and the stalls began to close. Chapter 121, Rest. Kunu was tired after we were walking around all night. She fell asleep on a bench that was located in the shrine, so I carried her on my back and brought her back to Yasaka's shrine when the sun had risen. When we came back, Yasaka was standing in front of the shrine's entrance. Her arms were crossed, and she had an angry expression on her face. Hagoromo Gitsun stood beside her with a smug smile on her face. At that display of Yasaka, I knew that I had screwed up. She was angry, like, really angry. However, I just smiled at Yasaka and raised my right hand. Yo, we are back. Yasaka frowned deeper and with an angry tone. And we are having fun. Ha dash. Yasaka let out a sigh and held her head with her right hand. I should have never asked Kunu to guide you. I know that this will happen. You know, Kunu was tired after having a lot of fun. Can we speak about this after I put her in the bed? Fine, let me carry her, you must be tired too. You have yet to rest after having a lot of fight. Yasaka walked to me and took Kunu from my back. She carried Kunu in her arms and I smiled at her. Thanks, I think I will go back to Kanto after I see the condition of the boy that I brought yesterday. I will trouble you to house him and Tsura for a few days, Yasaka. It's not a problem. I am happy with Tsura-chan's company too. I nodded my head and turned to Hagoromo Gitsun. How about you? Will you stay here or come back to Kanto with me? Hagoromo Gitsun touched her chin and said, I will stay. Kyoto is interesting, and I am now learning about the ley line from Yasaka. Go back without me. Oh, so she was learning about ley line. That was good. If she could use the power of ley line, she will get stronger. If she got stronger, then the yokai will get more chances to drive our enemy ourselves. Fine, then I will take my leave now. As I said that, I created magic circle under me and teleported back to Kanto. My mansion was like usual. In the morning it was bustling with my Hyaki Yaku running around. I teleported right in front of the entrance and saw Kobayashi sweeping the ground with a broom. When he saw me, he stopped sweeping, and with widened eyes, he shouted. Riku-sama. You are back. His shout was heard by the other yokai and they ran towards the entrance at once. Riku-sama. Thank God you are not injured. Ayatabo was the first one who saw me and he shouted with tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha, do you think I will be injured by those guys? I am fine. That's right, Ayatabo. You should welcome him with a smile, don't cry. Kurotabo appeared from behind Ayatabo and he looked at me with a smile. Welcome back, Rikasama. You must be tired. I had asked Kajoro to prepare a bath and a meal for you. Having capable subordinates were nice. They had prepared everything that I needed even before I asked. I will take a bath. The one that Kajoro prepared was the outdoor one, right? That's right, Rikasama. Answered Kobayashi. She also prepared breakfast in the hall. We were thinking about having a meal with you if you don't mind. Sure, let's have breakfast after this. Come to think of it, where is Kuroka? I didn't feel Kuroka's energy anywhere in this area. It was strange, but then I remembered that Kuroka wanted to stay at Kuo for a while. Kuroka-sama had stayed in Kuo for 3 days. She was attending the school with her sister. Right, I forgot about that for a second. Well then, I will take a bath now, Kobayashi. Alright, I will tell Kajoro about that. We had 2 baths in our mansion. One of them was an indoor bath. That bath was often used by my old man's subordinate. While the other was an outdoor bath. It was a typical bath like those in a hot spring inn, but the water of our bath was drawn manually. The bath had rock on the edge to lean our back. Right now, I was sitting in the bath while leaning my back against the rock and looking at the sky. Ah, this is bliss. Compared to the bath in Gremry's mansion, I preferred this bath. The water in this bath made me relax. Surzex needed a few days to contact Azazel and Gabriel. I was thinking of having a rest and looking around with Tsura or Kuroka. Having a rest day was important, especially at this moment. Valley had yet to contact me again. I wanted to talk with him about something. He had a magician in his team. If I was not wrong, she was Lofei Pendragon. That girl was an amazing magician in my opinion. Her personality was not rotten too, unlike the other magicians. Oh, right. Only Kuroka can use magic amongst us, the other could only use fear or Yujitsu. Well, it's not like I need a magician in my Hyaki Yaku. I muttered alone and then drowsiness seemed to get a hold of me. My fatigue finally caught up to me after I relaxed and put my guard down. In the Gremry's mansion, I was not able to put my guard down in fear of an attack from the devil. Now that I was in my own mansion, I felt tired and the only thing in my mind was to sleep. Let's get out before I fell asleep in the bath. I stood up and then walked out of the bath. I put my clothes back and made my way to my room. I met Kobayashi on my way to my room and told him that I can't join the breakfast because I was too tired. He was worried about me, but I told him that I was fine. He then made his way to the hall to inform the others while I fell asleep in my bed. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Black Dog Again. I felt like I was sleeping like a baby. When I woke up, I heard a voice above me. Have you woken up yet, Naya? That typical Naya that I didn't hear for a day had woken me up completely. I opened my eyes and saw Kuroka's face right in front of me. Morning, Kuroka. Her face was so close, so I pulled the back of her head and planted a kiss on her lips. The kiss only lasted for a second before Kuroka pulled her face away. Her face turned red a little and then she said. It's not morning, Rikasama. The sun has almost set today, Naya. Oh, it's that late. I raised my body and then I realized that I had been laying down on Kuroka's thighs. I looked at her and asked. Since when did you put my head on your thighs? While asking that, I cracked my body that was a bit sore because of too much sleeping. Kuroka was sitting in Saiza and she smiled at me. Just an hour ago, Naya. I was coming back from Kuo and saw Rikasama sleeping, so I can't help myself. I see. After my body had cracked enough, I stood up and crossed my arms. Tsura was still in Kyoto, and I had enough rest. Kuroka, do you want to go with me for now? I need to meet someone. Naya. Kuroka tilted her head and stood up slowly. Where are we going, Naya? Tokyo. I grinned at Kuroka and she was confused. Kuroka entered the Black Dog bar with me walking beside her. I didn't change to my yokai form and I was now wearing a white shirt and black pants instead of my usual kimono. Kuroka was also wearing casual clothes, a black dress with a white collar on her neck. She also hid her tails and ears. When we entered the bar, a few customers were sitting at the table, but only one girl was sitting in front of Tobio at the counter. Rennie was standing in front of a microphone and singing. Her voice was clear and beautiful, it was amazing. Rikasama, she's a good singer, Naya. Kuroka held my right arm and pressed her boobs against it. As it was her usual behavior, I just smiled at her and said. That's Rennie. The reason why I am here is to ask her something. But it looked like she is still busy, so why don't we have a drink first? Yes, Naya. We walked to the counter and sat beside the girl. Kuroka sat between me and the girl, and I didn't ask her why because I knew the reason. When I looked at the girl closely, she was the one who worked as the waitress in the restaurant below the cafe the first time I visited this place. May I ask your order? Tobio, who worked as the bartender, asked us with a smile on his face. His right hand was wiping a glass in his left hand with a cloth. I felt goosebump all over my body when I saw him act friendly towards me. Did he not recognize me because I wasn't in my yokai form? Just the usual sake, Tobi-kun. I smirked at him and then he realized it. His hand stopped moving and his mouth opened wide. You, Nurarihyon. But, your hair. Ah, as I had expected. With my hair tied in ponytail like this, someone would confuse me with another person, right? After all, my hairstyle in my yokai form was a distinct characteristic of me, Nurarihyon. He's that Nurarihyon that you talked about, Tobio. The girl beside Kuroka peeked at me as her body leaned to the front of the counter. Her brown hair was pulled by gravity and fell into her face. She was a beautiful girl with big boobs, which was expected from this world. Nice to meet you. I said to the girl and looked at Tobio before pointing my index finger to the girl. So, who's that? Your lover. Ha ha ha, she's a friend and comrade. Answered Tobio. The girl looked a little disappointed by Tobio's answer and she straightened her sitting posture. Naya, that's out. Said Kuroka beside me as she looked at the girl. Yeah, that's out, Tobi-kun. I nodded my head a few times. Tobio was confused, but the girl was smiling towards Kuroka. Seeing her chance, Kuroka introduced herself. My name is Kuroka, nice to meet you, Naya. Can I know your name? My name is Managawa Natsum, nice to meet you too. Ah, so she's that girl. Tobio seemed to ignore what I said, put a bottle of sake and a cup in front of me. He then looked at Kuroka and asked. May I get your order? Kuroka looked at Tobio with narrowed eyes and raised her index finger. Cocktail, Naya. Tobio nodded his head and began his work to make a cocktail for Kuroka. He was skilled as a bartender and the cocktail was prepared in no time at all. He put the glass of cocktail in front of Kuroka then looked at me. So, what's your intention of visiting this place again? I thought you were done with your problem, the hero faction, was it? Yeah, that matter was done. Right now I am here for personal reasons, you see. I wanted to ask Rennie about something. Tobio narrowed his eyes when I said that I wanted to ask Rennie. He put both of his hands on the counters and glared at me. Don't you dare drag Rennie in your war. We had enough of that, so if you want to do that, I ask you kindly to leave. Kuroka and the girl, Managawa Natsum, were looking at Tobio because they sensed anger behind his voice. Kuroka was looking at him with narrowed eyes while Natsum was looking at him with a worried face. Meanwhile, I just grinned and faced him without turning away. I said that I wanted to ask something. I won't drag anyone in my personal reason, am I that untrustworthy in your eyes? We were glaring at each other for a few seconds before Tobio let out a sigh and scratched the back of his head with his right hand. Right, you didn't even drag us in the matter of yokai a few days ago. However, I need to make sure about that, I'm sorry. Your apology is accepted. Well, I don't know whether she will answer my question though. I was thinking of visiting Valley if Rennie doesn't answer my question. So you have a backup plan. I am curious, what is this personal reason of yours? But, asking you about it would be rude, isn't it? I was glad that he was not just a denseman. I smiled without saying anything, and at that moment I heard applause from behind. I looked back and saw Rennie had done with her singing and another singer went on the stage. Rennie saw us and made her way toward the counter. Tobi-kun, can you make me a drink? The usual one, please. Rennie sat beside me as if that was her spot and asked Tobio. She then looked at me and smiled. I heard everything, Rikun. You can ask me anything. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Location of Incinerate Anthem. I poured the sake inside the bottle into the cup before I raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. It's a bit sensitive, care if I put on a soundproof barrier? When I raised my right index finger and was about to put up a barrier, a translucent barrier appeared around us, shrouding over the five of us and cutting off the sound outside of the barrier. In a surprise, I looked at Rennie and saw her smiling while her index finger was raised. I thought that you need it, so I prepared it in advance. Maybe I should say as expected from a magician. They worked fast if magic was involved. That's amazing, Naya. Kuroka, that was also well versed in magic, let out her amazement. She hugged me from behind and her face was put on my shoulder. You are even faster than me, Naya. She was smiling from ear to ear as her arms were wrapped around my neck. Thank you. Rennie was smiling with her hand covering her mouth. Her eyes were closed and she tilted her head happily. I am flattered by what you said. No, Naya. You are really amazing in magic. Kuroka released her hug and then sat normally. She was still looking at Rennie with a smile on her face though. Let's put that aside, Kuroka. We know that she's good in magic. For now, I wanted to ask her about something rather serious. Maybe it will hurt your feeling, so I will apologize in advance. I said seriously, and Rennie opened her eyes. She was looking at me with her right hand still covering her mouth, but her eyes turned serious. Rikuin, although I said you can ask anything, you are too straightforward. But, fine, I will answer it to the best of my ability. Think of it as thanks for bringing Vieku into play. Ahahaha, then I won't hold back my question. Do you know the location of the Incinerate Anthem's wielder, Walburga is? In an instant, Tobio and Rennie frowned. I glanced back and saw Managawa frown too. Ah, I knew that they had some ties. But, it seemed that I had underestimated it. Why are you searching for her? Rennie's voice had gone cold and the ground around her had been turned into ice. Rika-sama. Kuroka said in a low voice behind me, indicating that she was ready to fight any time. I raised both of my hands and looked at Rennie seriously. Personal reason, and the matter from yesterday. I met magicians that I guessed from the Wizard of Oz attacking Kyoto yesterday. After I said that, I narrowed my eyes and my mouth was curved downward. There is no way I will let the enemy of yokai run around freely after attacking yokai in our territory. To show them that I was serious, I turned into my yokai form and a black cloud began to seep out from my body before disappearing into thin air. At first, I was thinking of getting Incinerate Anthem without killing those magicians. But they dared to attack Kyoto by forcing Leonardo's sacred gear to go berserk. Not only that, they brought a young dragon to rampage in Kyoto. Kyoto was attacked by magicians. How did that happen? There is not even news about that. Asked Rennie in surprise. The ice melted at a fast rate and the atmosphere turned normal again. I lowered my hands and poured another sake into the cup before drinking it slowly. Well, I put a big barrier and killed them all as soon as they attacked. It's normal if there is no news because the barrier that I used yesterday was a bit special. Huh, those guys are searching for trouble. Did they not hear that yokai is now strong? Tobio sighed and held his head as he took a cloth and began wiping a glass again. Rennie, I will leave it to your decision. She was your former friend, so I will leave the decision to you. Walburga was her former friend. Ah, that was right, they were in the same group, the Wizard of Oz, before someone called Augusta took over Rennie's body to fight Tobio and Vale. I must ask. Rennie lowered her hand that covered her mouth and looked at me seriously. What do you want to do with Incinerate Anthem? So she was worried about that. The cup in my hand was now empty, so I put it down and said. I want to use it to protect yokai. I am too weak right now. But, didn't you have the Longinus already? Is that not enough? When Rennie said that, I looked at her and smiled slightly. Having too much strength is better than being weak. You will not be able to do anything, someone stronger will take something from you and you can't do anything because you are too weak. Even if I have a Longinus sacred gear, my attack power right now is too weak. I can only run and dodge, I can't save someone by dodging and running. To protect yokai, huh? Fine, I will tell you the location of Walburga. But, are you confident that you can take her sacred gear? I grinned at Rennie and poured another sake into my cup before raising it to Rennie. There is nothing that I can't do with probability. Even if there is only a 1% chance that I will be able to control Incinerate Anthem, then I will be able to control it. Ha ha ha, I see. I forgot that the Longinus that you have is that one. Azazel told me about it, and I think that you are a cheater. Fine, we are allies although we didn't have any fancy parchment. Tobio laughed and then put the cloth and the glass that he had in his hand on the counter. If Toby said so, then I will trust Rikuin too. Seeing her personality, I guess Walburga now is in the dimensional gap, at Wizard of Oz's former base. I stroked my chin after I heard Rennie's answer. Dimensional gap, huh? It's troublesome, I have no way to go there right now. When I was thinking about that, Rennie then continued. If you want to, I can take you there. Really? I asked Rennie for confirmation and she nodded her head. Sure, but I will just take you there and won't help you with anything else. I took Rennie's hands and clenched them between my hands and said. Thank you. You are a lifesaver. Usually, a girl's face would turn red if I did this, but Rennie's face was still normal. She smiled at me and said. You're welcome. Chapter 124, Drink and Michael. By the way, Rikuin. When should I take you to Walburga? You don't mean, right now? Rennie asked with a concerned tone. She looked like she was not ready to take us now, and I don't know what preparation needed to be done before we can go to the dimensional gap. That was why I had planned to give her time to prepare. I am thinking that we can go in 3 days. Or, do you have another plan? If you need anything for the preparation, you can always tell me. Rennie waved her hands in front of her chest. No, that was not what I meant. Today, I still had a schedule to sing in this bar, you see. So when you said that we will go in 3 days, I can adjust my schedule with Toby. I see, is that so? I turned into my human form again and drank the sake in my cup in one go. Seeing me turned into my human form again, the barrier around us was dispelled by Rennie. I wanted to take it easy first. Sometimes, I wanted to spend my time with my lover too, you know. After I said that, I glanced at Kuroka and smiled at her. She too smiled back at me. Naya, so you wanted a date with me? She exclaimed happily while touching her cheeks with her hands. Tsura must be sad that only I got a date, muttered Kuroka. I heard that and patted Kuroka's head. Don't worry, I plan to take her on another date too. That's why I plan to go to the magician's base in 3 days. It's a rest day. Really, Naya? Then, tomorrow, can we do it? It's been a long time since you know Naya. Kuroka was a bit shy and her body was squirming a little. I was about to answer her, but then I heard a loud cough from Tobio. Cough. Even though it's a bar, please refrain from that kind of talk. You are bothering other customers. I looked at Tobio and saw him looking at us with a displeased expression. Because I was irritated, I clicked my tongue and rested my head on my hand while my elbow was put on the counter. You are not fun. After saying that to Tobio, I turned to Kuroka and leaned my head near her ears. Don't worry, tomorrow I will give you a lot of love. I whispered to Kuroka with the sexiest voice that I could make. Her ears turned red and then her body squirmed even further. Naya. She shouted and then slammed the counter with her hands. Give me sake, Naya. The strongest one that you got. I pulled my head away and then chuckled. Never in my mind that I could see Kuroka embarrassed because of her own word. She was trying to hide it by ordering a drink, but I had been with her for a long time now, so I understood what she did. Ha dash. Tobio let out a sigh, but as a professional bartender, he began to work and prepare Kuroka's order. Because sake was an easy drink to prepare, he was done in just a minute and put a bottle and a cup in front of Kuroka. Don't waste yourself, Kuroka. We need to go to Vatican's church after this. However, Kuroka didn't hear me and gulped the sake from the bottle instantly. She drank without minding her manners and then wiped her mouth before turning to me. Rika-sama, please don't say that. The night was still young, let's drink more, Naya. She was wasted. Just a bottle of sake and she got wasted already. What kind of sake that Tobio gave her? I looked at Tobio and he shrugged his shoulder. She said the strongest one, so I give her the strongest sake that I got. I sighed again and then I patted Kuroka's shoulder. Hey, if you got wasted here, then I won't take you to the Vatican, you know. What are you saying, Naya? Aren't we going on a date after this? Kuroka said in a tipsy tone as she raised the bottle of sake with her right hand. Tomorrow, we got one more stop today, so stop drinking already. I took the bottle from her hand and drank the remaining sake before I put the bottle on the counter. That was a pretty strong drink, I admit. Aha. That was indirect kiss, Naya, Rika-sama. Kuroka giggled happily and then leaned her body at me. I caught her before she fell and then I stood up from the seat. She seemed to be down already, so I carried her in a princess carry and said. Yeah, I know. He, I was hugged by Rika-sama. Kuroka then hugged me by circling her arms around my neck. I looked at Rennie and then smiled. I will come back in 3 days. Because my lover seems to be wasted, I will take my leave now, bye. Without waiting for their answer, I coated ourselves with my fear and disappeared from their sight. You didn't pay yet. Tobio shouted behind the counter, but I ignored him and teleported away without being seen by anybody. Reappeared in my room, I put Kuroka down and saw that she was now sleeping soundly. I put a blanket over her body to make sure that she won't catch a cold. What a troublesome girl. I crouched and patted Kuroka's head. She was smiling happily in her sleep and muttered. Date with Rika-sama, Naya. I wanted to lay beside her and sleep again, but I need to visit the Vatican for now. Getting the location of true Longinus from the angel needed to be done as fast as possible. Yeah, I promise you that I will take you to a date tomorrow. I kissed Kuroka's forehead and then stood up before turning into my yokai form. I used my Kyoshirtsue to disappear and then teleported to the Vatican. Because I had visited this place a few times and knew where my target's location was. I didn't waste any time and jumped to the highest floor of the Vatican's church. One of the windows where Vasco's room was located was opened. I entered without saying anything and looked around. There was no one in the room, so I went out of the room and scanned the church with my senjutsu. I found Vasco's location in the hall of the church, so I made my way over there. There was a presence of an angel near Vasco. It was a seraph, but the energy was different from Gabriel. When I reached the hall, I saw Vasco was talking with a handsome man with long blonde hair. What luck, with him being here, I can ask the location of the true Longinus directly. So I approached them from behind and cancelled my technique. Yeah, I came again, Vasco. I greeted Vasco while putting my arms on his shoulder. He was surprised, as usual, and then he turned to look at me. The handsome man also looked at me with his eyes widened in surprise. I ignored Vasco for now and looked at the handsome man. Isn't it the seraph, Michael? What a coincidence, I have something to ask you. Maybe it was as expected from an angel. He recovered quickly and smiled kindly at me. Please do ask me. You had saved us even though you didn't realize it, so I will do my best to answer your question, Nurarihyon. Chapter 125, Asking for Spar. We went to the meeting room, guided by Vasco. It seemed like Michael visited Earth because he wanted to meet me. I bet it was my telos karma that was acting for my sake again. On our way to the meeting room, Michael was talking about hearing about me from Gabriel. He said that he wanted to know what kind of person I was, but after I surprised him earlier, he just laughed a little and told me that I was what he expected me to be. Not only that, he had met my old man in a great war too. I wasn't surprised again by that, as I now knew that my old man loved intruding to the Great War and visited a lot of leaders from each faction. After we arrived at the meeting room, Vasco was about to leave us alone. I stopped him because I still had something with him. Because it was my request, Michael also stopped Vasco and told him to sit beside him. Now we were sitting while looking at each other in the church meeting room that I visited the last time I was here. So, Nurarihyon. I think I know what you wanted to ask, but please ask me yourself. Maybe as expected from the leader of Seraph, Michael. He was so sharp. But, well, anyone who knew me would be able to guess my goal of visiting the Vatican. Even Tobio didn't say anything to me as if he knew my objective. I put my hands on top of the table and smiled. Maybe my question was something that you guessed. I wanted to ask, does True Longinus has a new wielder yet? As I thought, you were asking that. Michael put his hand inside his robe and pulled out a white envelope. He put the envelope on the table and then handed it to me. Unfortunately, I can't say it to you. However, maybe, just maybe that there will be an envelope that will tell you the new wielder of the True Longinus in front of your mansion. Of course, I don't know anything about that. As the leader of the heaven, I must follow some rules. Michael closed his eyes as he said that. He couldn't tell me, so he put the answer in the envelope, We had an alliance, and there was one person who would know it from Michael and wasn't restricted by heaven's rule as much as Michael. The image of a clueless girl flashed in my mind and I closed my right eye and smiled. It seems I need to thank Gabriel for this. Is that so? It's unfortunate but I will only accept this envelope. I took the envelope and then put it in the pocket of my pants. I'm sorry that I couldn't help much. However, Nurarihyon, there is something that I am thankful for and something that I must request of you. Michael's tone turned serious. For the leader of heaven to turn serious, meant that something serious had happened. Let's hear it. I looked at Michael seriously. He nodded his head a little before saying. Sirs X Lucifer tried to contact me this morning. He said that he wanted to propose peace between the three factions. There will be a meeting in a week, may I request your presence to mediate the meeting? It will be held in Rome. To be precise, the Rome Colosseum. So it was a meeting for the peace conference. But, to think that Sirs X was suggesting the meeting to be held in the Rome Colosseum. That was a bit unexpected. Although I said that Japan was out of the question, they could pick England or somewhere else to hold the meeting. When I thought about it again, Sirs X wasn't that idiot to suggest the meeting in Rome without any reason. Maybe he wanted to appeal to Angel's faction that he really wanted peace. That was why he didn't mind if the meeting was held in Rome, a country near the headquarters of the church. Peace conference between three factions, I will attend it, as an observer. I answered with a positive response, and it seems that Michael was satisfied with my answer. He nodded his head a few times before standing up. Thank you, I will be counting on you to observe it. If something happens in the meeting, please feel free to run first. You are an innocent man. To tell you the truth, I don't want to involve you in this meeting, but you are the most trustworthy men who held the neutral stance in the supernatural world. Hearing Michael's word, I laughed out loud. Me. I was the most trustworthy man in this supernatural world that held the neutral stance. Ha 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 ha, your joke is too funny. I couldn't stop laughing. Michael looked at me with a confused expression, and I closed my right eye as I looked at him. Michael, as a leader, you are not too good at judging people. If he called me the most trustworthy man, then everyone in this world was trustworthy. No, I believe in my eyes. Answered Michael shortly. Nah, you couldn't trust youkai, Michael. I moved for my own gain, to think he called me the most trustworthy man. What a joke. Well, then just believe your judgment. For I don't even see myself as a trustworthy man. I stood up and extended my right hand with a grin on my face. Michael smiled softly, took my hand, and shook it. That's why I can trust you. Angel was so strange. I couldn't understand their train of thought. We shook hands for a while and I released it first. Well, Nurarihyon. Heaven is busy, so I need to excuse myself now. As Michael said that, Vasco stood up from his seat and said, "Let me guide you out, Michael-sama." He gestured with his right hand, but then Michael stopped him. "No, Nurarihyon said that he had something to talk about with you. So please accompany him, Vasco." "Yes, certainly." Michael walked to the exit. Vasco's gaze was still glued to Michael until he left the room. As soon as Michael left the room, Vasco sat on the chair again and looked at me. "So, what do you want to ask me?" I sat down on the chair too and crossed my legs. "I wanted to spar with you a little. With sword, of course." This guy was the former wielder of Durandal. He was skilled with great swords like Durandal or the Western sword. My swordsmanship was focused on katana, and I didn't understand swordsmanship that uses the Western double-edged sword. While I could defeat them in a fight, I couldn't use the double-edged sword myself. More accurately, my move was a bit awkward when I used a double-edged sword. That was why, in order for me to use Gram, I was thinking to learn about it from Vasco first. "I don't mind, but why?" Vasco answered me and then asked me with a curious tone. "Because I wanted to steal your technique by sparring with you. It was the best choice to not beat around the bush. That way, he would show me all that he got." Vasco seemed to be interested as he had a feral grin on his face. "Oh, why not? Follow me, let's do it right now." Vasco stood up and then walked out of the room. I followed him and we were walking side by side. I can't wait to see his skill, the one who is called the strongest human. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Training with Vasco. The church training ground. It was located underground and it was vast. The size of the training ground was as big as a football stadium. There were a lot of different types of equipment and weapons. However, there was no one here. The exorcists from the main church usually trained in this place. But, they only have morning and afternoon training while they went hunting the stray and patrolling at night. Vasco explained the reason why the training ground was empty and walked through the location where wooden swords were placed. It was on the side of the training ground, and there were various sizes of wooden swords. Starting from a normal short sword until a great sword that matched Vasco's size. Without a single hesitation, Vasco took the biggest wooden sword and held it with his right hand before swinging it lightly. The greatsword looked like a normal sword when Vasco held it. That was ridiculous. "Feel free to pick one, you can take your time." Vasco looked at me, patted me on my shoulder before he made his way to the center of the training ground, leaving me in front of the piles of wooden swords. I looked at the piles of wooden swords and held the wooden swords one by one, trying to find the one similar to Gram. The reason why I wanted to learn the double-edged sword was to held Gram. Nothing was wrong with increasing my strength. In this world, I had nothing like a bullshit power-up like Issei or Valley. I had something similar, but Tellus Karma was not that good to be used for an offensive. At most, I could destroy their armor or weapons with probability. However, Longinus like true Longinus and the scale mail of Drake and Albion were hard to destroy. Nenekarimura was proven to not be able to cut through scale mail, but it can cut it if I hit the scale mail at the same place 2 or 3 times. My enemies in Kao's brigade had dragon that rivaled Dragon Kings amongst them. There was a strong evil dragon called Crumcrutch. Gram had Dragon Slayer properties, so it would be the best sword to be used when fighting against the dragons. Finally, I found a wooden sword that was similar to Gram in size amongst the piles of wooden swords. I took it and tried to swing it lightly. It was perfect. The blade was rested on my shoulder and I turned to Vasco who stood in the middle of the training ground. "Oh, finally found one. Yeah, this one is perfect." I made my way towards the center of the training ground and faced Vasco. When he held the great sword, he looked big and intimidating. For a human or even humanoid that I met, he was the most who gushed out intimidation with his body alone. "Are you ready, Vasco? Can you correct my stance if I do something wrong?" "Sure, as I thought, you wanted to practice. You were not trying to win the spar but stole my technique, right?" "Ha ha ha ha, something like that. But, that's not a problem for you, right?" "Oh, nothing." Vasco began to strip his robe, showing his bare body that was bulging with muscles. White aura began to come out of his body. It felt similar to holy energy that most exorcists used, but it was more potent. "I won't hold back though, be careful." If I remembered correctly, he was able to beat Kokobeel in the Second World War. So I will face him a bit serious right off the bat. The white aura surrounded my body and enhanced my whole physical strength. I used Tuki, and I was now confident that my physical strength now was at the same level as Vasco. I purposely limited my Tuki so I won't be stronger than Vasco. This was practice after all. If I was stronger than Vasco, it would not be counted as a practice. Then, here I go. I shouted and kicked the ground, creating a crack on the ground that I kicked. I held the wooden sword in my right hand. My blade was aimed at Vasco's upper body, but he blocked it with his sword easily. However, his hand was now trembling. I bet it went numb after our exchange. My hand was a bit numb too, so I used my left hand to support my right hand and the wooden sword danced again, sending a barrage of slashes and thrusts towards Vasco's body at various points. The slashes were awkward because I used katana swordsmanship as my basic stance. Vasco looked at my slashes while deflecting most of them. He either dodged, blocked, or deflected the slashes and thrusts. You have good power, but the double-edged sword is not for thrusting. Focus on slashing and crushing the opponent with the weight of the sword. In the middle of the slashes, Vasco gave me a tip. Right, I was thrusting too much because I was too used to katana. Following his advice, I stopped thrusting and began to put my weight into my sword. Now, my slashes were heavier than before, and I could see the effect of it immediately. Vasco frowned while blocking my slashes, and now he focused on either deflecting or dodging my slashes. Oi, this is too much. And you are still holding back. Vasco had a difficult expression and held his swords with both of his hands. I smirked at Vasco and raised the wooden sword high above my head. Of course. I brought my sword down and Vasco blocked it with his wooden sword. When the wooden swords made contact with each other, they broke because the force was too much for a wooden sword to bear. Both of us held only the handle of our sword and looked at it. It broke, huh? Vasco said with a happy tone in his voice. Yeah, it broke. Well, it seems that double-edged sword focused on slashing and crushing. I learned a lot. I grinned at Vasco and he scoffed. You learned a lot. I just give you one tip and you just went and changed your style immediately. Are you sure this is your first time holding a double-edged sword? I threw the broken handle to the ground and shrugged my shoulder. I used katana all this time. You see how often I thrust, right? I thought you were faking it. But, well, you are good with a sword. Maybe you are blessed with talent in handling the sword. Let's leave it like that. Thanks for sparring with me though. No problem, shall we head back? You are satisfied, right? Yeah, let's go back. Vasco took his robe and wore it again. We then went back to the church hall. Chapter 127, Planning Friendly Competition. In the church hall, I was walking with Vasco by my side. He was complaining about how the exorcist in this age became so weak compared to the previous generation. The young generation of exorcists couldn't achieve the same strength as the older generation. They were not as good in skill, but he said that there were a few promising individuals. Those promising individuals were the younger generation that could wield holy swords. He was proud of them, and he wanted to train the one who wielded Durandal as Vasco could also wield Durandal. We were talking about various things until he finally proposed. So, how about we make a friendly competition between the exorcists and yokai? We can deepen the bonds between our alliance in that way. Yokai will got experience dealing with exorcists, and the exorcists would get stronger when they fought various yokai. That was a good idea. I was wondering how could I get my boys to gain experience fighting the supernatural in this world, but the chance came from none other than Vasco. How about we invite the angels? That way you will get some chance to win. I grinned at him and provoked him a little. I jabbed him indirectly by saying that exorcists had no chance to win against us, yokai. My boys are strong, you know. I should consult to Michael-sama or Gabriel-sama about that. But, it seems that you are interested in the friendly competition too. Actually, that's a good idea, Vasco. When should we hold the competition? Vasco touched his chin to think for a while. That's another problem. The exorcists are spread in a lot of places, so we need to gather some of the fighters first before we can hold the friendly competition. I think a week or two will be good. A week, huh? By the way, when is the peace conference? Isn't it in a week? Ah, I almost forgot about that. Vasco loosened his shoulder and then he touched his chin again. This is difficult. After the peace conference, we will certainly be busy for a month or so. But, the peace conference was only attended by the leaders, right? How about we held the competition the day after the peace conference? The day after the peace conference? It would be best if the three factions attended the friendly competition in that case. If we only held the competition between church and yokai, the other factions would think that the two of us were planning something without their knowledge. Maybe the leaders wouldn't think so, but I doubt the people under them would believe it. Another problem was the attack from Cow's brigade. I don't think that they will attack when knowing that the peace conference will be held in Rome, but those crazy people maybe will not think about the place as long as they could kill the leaders of the three factions. But for now, I will agree with Vasco's suggestion. A day after the peace conference would be good. How about we invite the devils and the fallen too? They will be your allies after they sign the peace treaty. That's true. A friendly competition between the four factions, it will be great. I just smiled at Vasco without saying anything. With that, I had a reason to bring my Hyaki Yaku when I was acting as an observer in the peace conference. This guy had helped me without him realizing it. What a good guy. If Kao's brigade brought an army when I was acting as the observer of the peace conference, it would be troublesome. I was thinking of going with Val at that time while hiding myself, but what was the better practice other than experience? My Hyaki Yaku need to fight against another army to build up their strength in this world, and there was a perfect chance for that. It's already midnight. What will you do? Will you stay in the church? I can ask the nun to prepare your room in that case. Vasco offered me to stay in the church, but I just woke up in the evening, so I didn't feel sleepy at all right now. No, thank you. I was thinking of going around for now. I slept a whole day, so I need to move my body. I rotated my left arm while holding my shoulder with my right hand. Vasco looked at me and laughed. Ha 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 ha, so that meant you were sparring with me after waking up. Not only that, your body was still not in the best condition. I told you, I am strong. So you better bring that Longinus user if you want to win the friendly competition. Vasco was surprised, his mouth gaped and his eyes widened. So you knew about his existence. I expect no less from you. He then smiled slightly and scratched the back of his head. How is this? Dulio loves running around the world to find delicious cuisine. Well, in that case, I would say that he's quite similar to you. Now I know the reason why I didn't find you uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha, I will take that as praise. A carefree person who wasn't held back by rules and focused on his goal. But there is something different though. Vasco added with a serious face. He always paid for his meal and shared it with the children. I looked at him while having a displeased expression. You think I won't share my food? He didn't know it, I always share my sweet with the little yokai and the Hyaki Yaku. How dare he said that I won't share my food? Not that part. I knew that Nurarihyon always run after he had a meal. Ah, that part. My right hand now touching my chin, and I looked at Vasco with realization. I paid for the food though, at one time in that convenience store. Come to think of it, I never paid for any food after that. When I was walking with Kunu, I always used Mikio Shirsue to disappear before paying. That's true. Well, that Dulio is different then. I also didn't pay for my meal. Ha 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 ha, well then. I will ask him too. See you again next week. I raised my right hand at him while a teleport magic circle appeared under my feet. See you next week. Then I teleported away. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Bath and Date. After I teleported back to my mansion, I was greeted by the yokai that started to become active in the night. They were lovely bunches, but then I made my way towards Kuroka's room, where she was sleeping. When I entered the room, I saw Kuroka was sleeping soundly. Her posture was a bit risky, her clothes were now disordered. The blanket was kicked away, and her boobs were almost slipped out of her clothes. Because she was wearing a dress before she went to sleep, right now it was wrinkled. This girl really had bad posture. I approached Kuroka and fixed her clothes before putting a blanket on top of her. She moved her body a little when I fixed her clothes and muttered, "Rika-sama, date Naya." My lips rose to a smile when I heard that. I then kissed her forehead, walked out of the room, jumped to the roof, and looked up to the sky where the full moon was a bit hidden behind the cloud. Hagoromo Gitsun was now still learning about the ley line from Yasaka, while Tsura was looking after Leonardo in Kyoto. The night was peaceful, although the danger was roaming out there. My low firepower will be fixed by having Incinerate Anthem, but I still have no skill to stop my enemy from running away. It was another problem that I realized when fighting Chow Chow. Almost everyone in the supernatural world was able to teleport, and I wasn't able to make a barrier to prevent teleport. Kuroka would be able to do it using her demonic power, but I was still not able to replicate that using my Yujitsu. Should I try to imbue my barrier with Tellus Karma? I need to try it tonight. So I made my way to the courtyard of my mansion. I began to experiment with the barrier and I succeeded after a few tries. As I had thought, my teleportation, or rather, magic that used energies other than Senjutsu and Yujitsu would be cancelled inside my barrier. The fear of yokai inside the barrier would be enhanced because I also used my fear to make the barrier. I still to make sure that the barrier work, so I will try it again later with Kuroka. Good. I nodded with satisfaction and looked at the sky. My energy was a bit drained, but it was better than before. Now I was certain, I was stronger than the first time I visited Kuo town. Let's continue a bit more. It was now bright, and the sun had risen. The experiment took more time than expected. As I wiped a little sweat that was formed in my forehead and I was greeted from behind. Good morning, Naya. I turned around and saw Kuroka holding a towel. Here, Naya, I heard from the little yokai over there that you were training in the courtyard, Naya. She handed me the towel and looked at the little yokai that was peeking at us from the mansion. When I looked at them, they hurriedly hid and peeked their head again from the gap of the doors. Thank you. I looked at Kuroka again and wiped the remaining sweat with the towel. She smiled happily and closed her eyes. No problem, Naya. You should take a bath after this, or should I help you in the bath? Kuroka was looking at me with upturned eyes. I was taller than her in my yokai form, so the effect of her eyes was immense. I couldn't refuse her, and I had no intention to refuse her in the first place. Sure, shall we go? I grinned at Kuroka and her face reddened a little. However, she seemed to be happy and took my arms. Let's go, Rika-sama. We entered the outdoor bath together. I wrapped a towel around my waist while Kuroka wrapped a towel around her body. Shall I clean your back first, Rika-sama? I'm counting on you for that. Kuroka brushed my back with a soft towel in the shower side of the bath. As she brushed my back, she spoke. Rika-sama, I know that you wanted to protect yokai Naya, but please don't force yourself too hard. Her voice sounded sad. It was as if she hated the fact that I tried too hard for protecting yokai. I had moved without rest these past few days, and it seemed that I worried her. Please count on us more, Rika-sama. I can also fight, so please also take me if you go out, Naya. Right, I somehow deliberately pushed Kuroka and Tsura to safety. They could also fight, I didn't forget about that, but I was worried too. Yeah, I will bring you along someday. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Kuroka smile at me. Her body was now not wrapped by the towel, and she hugged me from behind. Her breasts were pressed against my back, they were soft, but I heard something else that made me not able to enjoy them. Sob promise. Yeah, I promise. I patted Kuroka's head and then she leaned her head forward, asking for a kiss. I planted my lips into hers and then I pulled away after a few seconds. There were tears on the edge of Kuroka's eyes, I wiped them and then I said. The date, shall we go now? Wait, Naya, let me wash real quick. Kuroka began to wash beside me. While she was washing her body, I helped her by washing her hair so it will be done faster. I was such an idiot, I will bring her in the future. Kuroka was as strong as an ultimate class devil, she was strong. In the past, I said to Rias that I wasn't that overprotective, but it seems that I need to take that back. It would change from now on though. Done, Naya. Let's go, Rika-sama. Kuroka pulled my hand enthusiastically and we wore our clothes before running out of my mansion. I was wearing my usual kimono while she was wearing her usual kimono too, the black kimono that emphasized her breasts. I was in my human form while Kuroka hid her yokai parts to blend with the humans. Where should we go, Naya, Rika-sama? Is there a festival somewhere? I think it may be good to visit one, maybe Osaka. How about we go to Osaka? There is a lot of delicious food in that place. Kuroka smiled happily and then nodded her head. Let's take a train. It's a date, so we need to enjoy it. I chuckled at her and answered. Sure, let's go. Chapter 129, Uneasy Feeling. When we arrived in Osaka, we moved immediately. We visited a lot of places, starting from Osaka Castle. The Osaka Castle was big, bigger than Nijo Castle where Tsuchigumo resided right now. Right now was the end of the spring, the sakura tree around the Osaka Castle began to fall. However, a lot of sakura trees were still blooming with pink flowers, it was a beautiful sight. Rika-sama. There are a lot of people here, Naya. As expected, the tourist spot will be crowded on weekend. Yeah, Elle forgot that it was the weekend. It was crowded, at the point that our kimono didn't even gather any attention. Osaka was famous for its culture, a lot of people were still wearing a kimono while going out. I guess that was why we were not standing out too much. Well, it's a date, so just ignore the other and focus on having fun. I gave Kuroka my hand and she gripped it tightly, clinging into my arms with her boobs pressed against my arm. She raised her head a little and looked at me. Yes, Naya. We then proceed to the gate of Osaka Castle and entered it. I didn't want to be bothered by other people, so I surrounded us with a bit of fear so that the other people would ignore our presence. We entered Osaka Castle with no problem. It was usually not open for tourists, but who could stop us? The interior of the castle was beautiful, and we visited the museum inside the castle. After getting tired of the Osaka Castle, Kuroka pulled me and said, Let's go to Tsutenkaku Tower, Naya. That way we can see Osaka from the high place. I just smiled at her and followed her to Tsutenkaku Tower. It was a tall tower, similar to Tokyo Skytree. From the top of the tower, we could see the entire Osaka. Not gonna lie, the scenery of the buildings in Osaka was not as beautiful as the mountain scenery. I was a bit disappointed by it, and so did Kuroka. However, from the top of the tower, I managed to find a thing. Kuroka, it seems that there is a faction hidden in Osaka. What do you think, shall we continue our date like this or should we visit the said faction? We are not detected yet, so we can continue our date with no problem. We were now on the ground, under Tsutenkaku Tower. Personally, I wanted to continue our date because the hidden faction was not that hidden. The fact that I could feel through their barrier was enough for me to judge that they were not that skilled. Let's just continue our date, Naya. You need a rest, don't push yourself. Besides, I think that the hidden faction in Osaka is part of 5 principal clans. That may be true. I could feel yokai inside the barrier too, and the only faction or families that had ties with yokai were 5 principal clans. Yeah, that's true. Where should we visit next? Kuroka smirked at me and looked at the sky. It was now orange and the sun was about to set. Shall we have dinner and book a hotel, Naya? I know a good place to eat in Osaka. Do you mind ramen? If it's Osaka, then you must eat ramen. Ooh. I love ramen, Naya. Let's go. With that, we went to have our dinner in one of the ramen houses in Osaka. It was located in the middle of the city, and we entered the famous ramen house called Kadoya Shikudo. When we entered the ramen house, the owner greeted us with high spirit. Welcome. I looked around the restaurant because I felt uneasy. Usually, it was at the time like this a hindrance appeared. However, the coast was clear, no one but ordinary people were in the ramen restaurant. We then sat at the table seat before the employee of the ramen house approached us and put 2 glasses of water on our table. What's your order, customer? Miso ramen for me, Naya. Wonton men for me. The employee noted our order and then shouted at the chef behind the counter. 1 miso and 1 wonton. Oh you. Wait for a minute. The employee then bowed and walked away. The uneasy feeling that I felt had yet to disappear. I still put my guard up in case if something happened. I hope it was just my feeling. I want a fucking rest today, so don't come to me, whatever you are. What's wrong, Rika-sama? Kuroka asked me with a concerned expression and snapped me out of my thought. It's nothing. I just had some uneasy feeling since earlier. Hiding something would not make difference. Hence, I never hid something from others except something important. A trivial thing about my feeling was best to be said outright, so my companion would know what I felt. On top of that, I am the wielder of Tellus Karma, my feeling was usually on spot. After waiting for a few minutes, the ramen finally arrived at our table. Thanks for waiting. Oh. It seems tasty, Naya. I smiled at Kuroka and then said. Let's eat. We began eating the ramen. Kuroka looked happy when she slurped the noodles and drank the broth. I fought the cow's brigade to protect a moment like this, but how could I forget to enjoy it while it still lasts? Eat slowly, Kuroka. No one would take the ramen from you. It happened as soon as I ate the ramen. I felt an energy from the underground move at a fast speed. The direction of the energy was unknown, it was splitting as soon as it concentrated in Osaka Castle. Kuroka seemed to feel it too, she looked at me with a worried gaze. Rika-sama, did you feel it, Naya? Yeah, the energy is similar to Amaterasu. It was the energy that was similar to Amaterasu. In other words, it was the energy of gods from Takamagara. Who made a move in Osaka? Well, it's not our problem though. I said then continued eating my ramen. Yes, Naya. However, it still remains in my mind. Could it be, there is a god in Takamagara that rebelled? The energy earlier, maybe Kuroka didn't realize it, but there was dragon energy mixed inside that swirl of energy. Chapter 130, A Night in Ryokan. Warning, NSFW. I decided to forget about the energy that I felt earlier and continued my date with Kuroka. It was now night, and so we decided to go to find a hotel in Osaka. My mansion was filled with yokai now, so we decided to spend a night in a hotel instead. Money was not a problem, I had a lot of it because we never really bought anything except for ingredients to cook and sake. I suggested spending a night in the hotel that had a suite room, but Kuroka refused. Because we were in Osaka, she wanted to sleep in Ryokan that had a private outdoor bath. She knew the location of the Ryokan, so I just followed her. It was not strange for her to prefer Ryokan as the mansion we were in was also a traditional Japanese mansion. As we arrived at the Ryokan, I was marveled at its size. It was half the size of my mansion, quite big for a Ryokan in the city. The location of the Ryokan was a bit far from the center of Osaka though, seeing as this was a lodging district. There was a sign in front of the receptionist of a Ryokan that only a couple allowed to sleep in the same room. That was not a problem though, and fortunately, the owner and the employees of this place were yokai, so they were understanding and recognized me when I entered the Ryokan. We were given the best room with a private outdoor bath. After we entered the room and changed our clothes to the blue yukata that was prepared in our room, we went to the outdoor bath together. We did need to take off our clothes again, but well, wearing a yukata was a must in a Ryokan to enjoy the atmosphere. Like this morning, Kuroka washed my back, this time she didn't hide her body with a towel, neither did I. I had expected it, and I wanted it too. There were just the two of us, there was no way I won't get excited. It has been a few days since I last did it with them, and I had always been bothered by an attack or something that made me tired. Hence, I decided to forget the energy that I felt earlier and enjoyed the night. When Kuroka washed my back, she pressed her body against me and whispered to my ear. "Rika-sama, is this good, Naya?" I could smell her because we were close to each other. The soap that she used to wash my body was so sweet that I turned to Kuroka unconsciously. When her gaze met with mine, she closed her eyes slowly as if she has been waiting for it. Seeing her like this, I didn't hold myself back any longer and kissed her lips. HMN. It was a passionate kiss with our tongues intertwined with each other. Although we ate a lot of things earlier, Kuroka's lips were sweet. The fragrance of Kuroka's body made me aroused. I hugged her and she squirmed around in my arms, pressing her body against mine. She had surrendered her body to mine, and I supported her back with my arms. With her body loosened, I ended the kiss for now and carried her. More, Rika-sama, she begged me with upturned eyes. Her face was now redder than tomato. It was cute. I smiled at her and carried her to the bath. I sat on the edge of the bath and put Kuroka on my lap. We were looking at each other before she planted a deep kiss on my lips. My lips sucked her tongue and we tasted each other's saliva. With one hand supporting her back, my other hand made its way to her breast. HNN, muffled moan let out from Kuroka's mouth as my hand touched her breast. My finger dug into the soft breast of her. It was soft as the best cloth that I had. No, it was softer. With a soft movement, my thumb and index fingers met with her now erected nipple and pinched it. MNN. Muffled with my lips, Kuroka let out a cute moan. It was after a few seconds that Kuroka finally got satisfied and pulled back her lips. Ha, Rika-sama. I love you, nya. It was at the end of her sentence that I pinched her nipple again and she let out a loud moan. She was so cute when she said that, so I couldn't help myself to tease her. I could feel her crotch getting wet on top of my lap. My erect member was pressing against her and I looked at Kuroka with a gentle smile. Ha, I love you too, Kuroka. I kissed her again. This time was a simple peck on her lips to make her satisfied. She smiled at me and stood up. She then sat beside me while her hand was slowly made its way to my member. It's big, maybe because you have not been able to let it out for a few days, Naya, Rika-sama. She gently stroked the tip of my member while leaning her face against my neck. I felt a cold sensation mixed with a wet feeling on my neck. Kuroka's hand kept moving, stroking my members. I didn't sit idly too. My hand moved to Kuroka's crotch, teasing her outer lips. On. When I stroked it, Kuroka let out a loud moan and her body jolted a little in surprise. I stopped my hand and then she stopped stroking my member and looked at me with upturned eyes. Why did you stop, Naya? Oh, you wanted me to continue. Somehow, I felt happy teasing Kuroka like this. Could it be that my sadistic nature has been awakened? Why yes, Naya, please. Then beg for it. I stood up in front of her and bent my knees to match her gaze. Her mouth moved uncontrollably, but then she said, "Please play with me, Naya." Play with you? I smirked at Kuroka, and she averted her gaze a little. Please play with my pussy, Naya. I wanted to feel good. Satisfied with her words, I planted a simple kiss. Now that's a good girl. My hand was now between her crotch, stroking the outer lips of her pussy with my fingers. On. With her moan of pleasure in the background, I moved my fingers and planted a hickey on Kuroka's neck. HNNN, she tried to stop her moan by covering her mouth, but it was to no avail. With my free hand, I held her hands and now she moaned loudly without anything covering her mouth. My middle finger slid into her narrow crevice. Kuroka's body jolted when she was attacked by the pleasure. Her body began twitching. I planted another hickey on her neck. My thumb and index fingers were playing with her clitoris, sending another pleasure to Kuroka. On Naya. A moment later, a surge of love juices squirted out and I pulled my hand away from her pussy. Kuroka's face was that of bliss. Chapter 131, A Night in Ryokan 2, 18+. Warning, NSFW. Kuroka that was orgasming earlier began to recover and leaned slightly to my crotch. Rika-sama, let me pleasure you with my mouth, Naya. Her voice was a bit feverish. I nodded my head and her hands approached closer to my cock and wrapped around the shaft. She was now inside the bath, in front of me. Her big breasts were floating on the water. I giggled a bit when I saw it. With a rough breath that I could feel, her face leaned closer to the tip, sticking out her tongue, and licked the tip before putting it in her mouth. Because of the sudden pleasure from her mouth, my body jerked a little. She noticed it and smiled at me while stroking the shaft of my cock. Fufufu, do you like it, Rika-sama Naya, ? Yeah, keep going. Well then. Kuroka put my cock into her mouth again. Her cheeks bulged slightly and she moved her head up and down. I could feel her tongue wrapping around my cock as she gave me a blowjob. HNN. Kuroka's hand didn't stand idly. She massaged the shaft and kept bouncing her head up and down. Before long, my cock was now drenched in her saliva. Her technique was now better than before, she kept sending pleasure to me. My hands moved to the back of her head and I pulled her head, causing her to eat my entire cock. HMN. She moaned in surprise, but her eyes looked happy. She momentarily stopped before moving her head again, this time my entire cock was fit in her mouth. I felt the urge to come, and maybe Kuroka felt it too because she was begging with her eyes. I began to move my hips too, and before long I couldn't hold it anymore. Take it, Kuroka. Semen gushed out of my cock, and Kuroka accepted it happily. She pulled back her mouth with a pop and then beamed with a wide smile. Inside her mouth was full of white liquid, she looked at me with a passionate gaze, gulped, and opened her mouth wide to show that she had swallowed all my semen. Ha, ha dash. Kuroka had a rough breath that tickled my cock in front of her face. She then began licking my cock, cleaning the remaining semen before saying, "Ha, Arika-sama." She climbed up my laps and spread her legs, showing her pussy that was dripping with love juices in the hot water. Yeah. I answered her. She smiled happily and grabbed my cock with her hand, positioning it on the opening of her pussy. She had a hard time because she couldn't see it, so I assisted her by holding her hips. Pleasure me, Kuroka. My free hand was slowly made its way to Kuroka's breast, pinching her erect nipple. On. She moaned loudly and her hips bent down. My cock slid into her pussy easily, causing another moan from Kuroka, Anya. Ha, ha, I will move now, Rika-sama. Kuroka moved her hips, her inside wrapped my cock, sending pleasure to me as she kept moaning in pleasure. Her body didn't expect the pleasure and now I moved my hips as well to help her. On. HMNN. My hands made their way to Kuroka's back, grabbing the round ass and moving it up and down. She paid no heed on my hands. Her hands were hugging my neck, buried her breast on my chest. She didn't stop moving her hip as she did that and I assault the deepest part of her inside, invading it with the tip of my cock. Nyai. Unexplainable pleasure hit me as Kuroka moaned loudly. Rika-sama, more, faster. Her hips moved faster as her sensual moans became louder. I lifted her by holding her ass, surprising her. Nya. I paid no heed to Kuroka's surprise and started to assault her pussy faster than she wished to. She clung to me tightly and moaned right beside my ear. Kuroka bouncing on my lap. I could no longer hold my load, but fortunately, Kuroka sent a signal. See coming. I thrust deep inside her and released my load. Kuroka's back arched backward as her body trembled for a few seconds. She collapsed on the bath floor as a stream of juices flowed out of her. Both of us breathed heavily, but we were satisfied. Kuroka recovered faster than I thought and crawled to me. She saw my still erect cock and smiled. It seems that you are not satisfied yet, Naya, Rika-sama. I smiled back at her and planted a deep kiss. The kiss lasted a few seconds. Of course. I am not satisfied easily. I lifted her in my arms, brought her back to our room, and dropped her on the futon. Kuroka's naked body on top of the white futon was so sexy. She extended her arms and said, "Feel free to feel my body, Naya, Rika-sama." As a man, I couldn't refuse her. I approached her and we had sex until the sun had risen. In the end, I cream-pied her a few times. Chapter 132, Moving the Patient. In the afternoon, after we washed clean from any lingering smell whatsoever, we teleported back to Kanto only to see a lot of yokai running around in my mansion as usual. At that moment I remembered the energy last night. The energy felt like Amaterasu, yet it had dragon energy mixed in it. There was one person who I knew had that kind of energy. Isn't he Susanoo no Mikoto? What the heck did he do in Osaka? Amaterasu's older brother, the slayer of Yamada no Orochi. The one who found Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. I was at first wondered why did he in Osaka, but then I knew his personality. He's a battle-crazed god. He saw Surzex as his rival, but my question remains. While I was lost in my thought, Kuroka walked inside my mansion with a smile on her face and shouted. "We're back, Naya." Welcome back, Kuroka-sama. The small yokai ran towards Kuroka and some of them were tugging her sleeves. Let's play. One small yokai with white skin, oval head, and one eye looked at Kuroka and invited her to play. Let's go, Naya. Let's ask Chiron too, shall we? Kuroka raised her right hand and lead the small yokai inside the house. Yeah. Chiron-sama too. She looked like the leader of these small yokai. I smiled outside of my entrance and looked in the direction of Kyoto. Shall I go to Takamagara? Nah, that's a silly question. My mouth curved in a grin and I looked at Kuroka for the last time before creating a teleport circle under my feet. Kobayashi. I am leaving for Kyoto. I shouted in the direction of my mansion. I felt Kobanashi's energy right inside the mansion, on the other side of the wall. He walked out from the entrance and nodded his head a little. Have a safe trip, Riku-sama. The location I teleported to was the room that was assigned to Tsura to nurse Leonardo. When I arrived in the room, Tsura was sitting beside the unconscious Leonardo and poured some kind of liquid into his mouth from a bowl. She poured it slowly. After all of the liquid seemed to be swallowed by Leonardo, Tsura sighed and turned to me. Welcome, Riku-sama. I'm sorry for not greeting you earlier. Nah, don't worry about it. How's the boy's condition? He's fine, but his mind seems to be in a mess because of some drug or the magic. Tsura looked at the boy with a worried face and then she looked at me seriously. Maybe, when he opens his eyes he won't be able to remember anything. Amnesia. I didn't expect that and got surprised. My hand touched my chin and I looked at Leonardo with much interest. I was planning to ask him nicely to join us, but if he got no memories, I just need to put him in our mansion and got those small yokai to play with him a little so that he felt kindness from them. A grin crept up my face as I looked at Tsura. Can you teleport the boy and nurse him in our mansion? You can ask for help from Magari or Kajoro to nurse him too. I bet they will help happily, knowing that the boy was saved from a terrorist organization. Tsura thought a little before nodding her head. Yes, I think I can do that. I need to greet Yasaka-sama first before leaving though. Let's go, I need to ask Yasaka for transportation too. Tsura got up on her feet and looked at me suspiciously. What are you planning, Riku-sama? You are just resting, but you wanted to make another move again. I heard from Kuroka, the next one is my turn. She pouted her cheeks cutely and crossed her hands over her boobs. Yeah, don't worry about it. I patted her head a little, ruffling her hair before turning away and walking out of the room. Because I felt Tsura still standing still, I looked over my shoulder and said, let's go. We went to Yasaka who was now in the courtyard with Kunu. When we arrived at the courtyard, I saw Kunu was practicing her senjutsu while Yasaka was coaching her from the side. That's right, feel the energy in nature and use it to enhance your body. Yes, mother. A pale white aura began to surround Kunu's body. Oh, so she was learning Tuki. That kid learned fast, to think she was learning Tuki at her age. Well, I was learning Tuki with Magari when I was still 10 years old, so I didn't see something wrong with that. Yasaka noticed our presence and looked at us. Oh, Rikuhan, Tsura-chan. Do you want something from me? Without beating around the bush, Yasaka asked me. When Yasaka called out to us, the aura around Kunu began to waver and disappeared into thin air. Yasaka felt that and turned to Kunu. Don't lose your concentration. Keep going at that, I will talk with Rikuhan and Tsura-chan first. Yes, I'm sorry, mother. Yasaka nodded her head and then she walked towards us. I just smiled and sat in the hallway, looking at Kunu. Tsura sat beside me, and Yasaka, who noticed that the thing that we asked was not that important, also sat down in the hallway, looking at Kunu beside Tsura. So, Rikuhan, Tsura-chan. You have something to say to me, right? You never look for me unless you have something to talk for after all. Tsura looked at me for a second and I nodded my head at her. Yes, Yasaka-sama. I am thinking of bringing the boy back to Kanto so Magari could help me to heal him. Oh, is that the case? I don't mind, Tsura-chan. Yasaka responded with a smile on her face. Well then, Yasaka-sama. Please excuse myself. Tsura stood up without waiting for another second, which surprised Yasaka. You are going now? Yes. Tsura bowed her head a little. I think it's better if I move him now. I, myself couldn't provide the best treatment for the boy. I see. Yasaka looked up at Tsura and smiled, then you may excuse yourself. Tsura bowed once again and walked away, leaving us. So, Rikuhan. What do you want to say to me? You were just resting yesterday, and yet you are here today. Yeah, I have something else that I wanted to ask. I looked at Kunu when I said that. Yasaka also looked at Kunu and then looked at me. You wanted Kunu? She exclaimed, surprised by her own misunderstanding. No. I quickly answered her. Kunu's body flinched in the distance when she heard us. I could feel her glance and the murderous intent from her, aiming at me. Yasaka grinned at me, and I realized that I had fallen into her trap. I scratched the back of my head and said. Maybe when she's a little older. Ha ha ha, Rikuhan, I was just joking. Laughed Yasaka. The murderous intent that I felt disappeared in an instant. I then looked at Yasaka seriously and said. Putting that aside, take me to Takamagara. I wanted to get a little help from Amaterasu-sama, you see. To Takamagara? I don't mind. Rather, Amaterasu-sama's brother, Susanoo no Mikoto, was asking for you. Ah, as I had expected. So he did tail me to Osaka yesterday. I laughed dryly. Ha 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 ha, well let's go. Chapter 133, Takamagara. Kunu, you can rest for now. Yasaka shouted at Kunu. Kunu turned towards us as the aura that surrounded her disappeared. She smiled and strode over us. Really? Where are you going after this, mother, Oniai-chan? Asked Kunu. We are going to go to meet Amaterasu-sama. It's something a bit urgent, so can you stay at home? It will be fast. Answered Yasaka as she petted Kunu's head. Could it be, you are going to Takamagara? Kunu's eyes shined and she raised her hands in front of her. She looked at me with expectation as if she wanted to come with us. I crossed my arms and looked at Yasaka. She noticed what I wanted to say and shook her head. No, huh? I then turned to Kunu and smiled. Sorry, Kunu. Maybe next time. I have something rather important to talk about with Amaterasu and her brother. Kunu was visibly disappointed as her ears dropped and she looked at the ground. I approached her and whispered in her ear. When I come back, I will treat you to ramen. She raised her head at my words and beamed into a smile. Yes. It's a promise. Kunu walked away after she said that and waved at me. I waved back and then turned to Yasaka. She was smiling with her arms crossed over her breasts and asked. Shall we? Please follow me. Where are we going? We will go to the torii that connected Kyoto to Takamagara. It's the only way for us, yokai, to enter Takamagara without alarming the guards. I nodded my head at her. Yasaka then walked in front of us slowly. I thought that we will teleport with the usual magic circle, but I was wrong. Maybe it was God's privilege that they could teleport to their realm with just magic circle. But yeah, they must have had the security that didn't allow anyone without any permission to teleport into their realm. It was logical that they could detect anyone who tried to enter their realm and stopped it. I was glad that the gods in Takamagara were not as stupid as I thought. The location of the torii, is it far? Yasaka glanced at me over her shoulder and answered. No, it's located in this temple. But, I need to ask for Amaterasu-sama's permission before the teleportation portal opened and we can cross to Takamagara. The one who asks permission, must it be you? Yes, or the portal won't be opened. I nodded my head. That was a good move. No one could kick Yasaka out of her position. I was still a bit skeptical about the yokai under Yasaka. They acted similar to Devil and always prioritized politics. While I followed politics too, like the Alliance, I was not that tied to it. The yokai who should have been the free race was tied to politics. It was laughable. I even laugh at myself, but I couldn't avoid it. But well, after Kao's brigade was destroyed, and Rizavim was killed, I didn't need to involve myself in any politics in other factions again. I would live freely in my mansion while eating out sometimes. We stopped in front of a room in the center of the temple. It was a normal room with sliding doors, next to the meeting room. She opened the door and there was red torii inside the room that was about twice my height. I was around 180 centimeters, so the torii must be around 300 centimeters or higher. There was nothing else in the room, only the torii. Please come in and close the door, Rikohan. I stepped inside the room and closed the door. As soon as I closed the door, Yasaka looked at the torii while stretching her right hand. I felt energy moving towards the torii, and Yasaka closed her eyes. She was silent, the room was silent. I bet that she was communicating with Amaterasu through telepathy. A few seconds later, the torii shined and the gate was connected to somewhere else. The other side of the torii was now full of green grass and in the distance, I could see a row of traditional Japanese houses. Yasaka lowered her hand and looked at me. Let's go, Rikohan. I will guide you to Amaterasu-sama's abode. She walked to the gate and crossed the torii. It was a bit scary to cross into Takamagara, but I followed her nonetheless as my goal lay right in front of me. When I crossed the torii, there was an uncomfortable feeling as if I just entered a barrier uninvited. I looked around the area and I noticed that we were on top of the mountain with clouds hiding the base of the mountain. There were 3 peaks of the mountains, and we were on one of them. It was a beautiful sight, it was the opposite of the underworld. Yasaka noticed that I was amazed and let out a light giggle. Welcome to Takamagara, Rikohan. Yeah, where is Amaterasu-sama's abode? I asked Yasaka while being careful with my tone. I now couldn't afford to call Amaterasu without Sama or goddess. This was Takamagara, and she was the leader of the Shinto god, alongside his brothers. My head could fly if I called her carelessly. It was just a metaphor, as I could always escape when I was in danger. Yasaka looked behind me and pointed her index finger. There, we are right in front of it. I looked back immediately and saw a Japanese mansion behind me. The torii that I crossed was still there, but I couldn't see the other side like earlier. The mansion in front of me was not as big as mine, but it was more luxurious. It was decorated with white paint and a lot of Japanese lanterns. The gate was opened when I looked at the mansion, and a girl with black hair walked out of the mansion with a smile on her face. She walked towards us and greeted us. "Welcome to my abode, Yasaka, Riku." I smiled at the girl and bowed my head a little. Yasaka also bowed beside me and we both said, "Thank you for welcoming us, Amaterasu-sama." Chapter 134, Susanoo no Mikoto. We were now inside Amaterasu's mansion. There were a lot of servants here that looked like Miko. They were all wearing Miko outfits, white tops, and red bottoms. Their face was hidden with some kind of cloth. It was so that they won't be able to look at Amaterasu directly. It was their custom to honor the Shinto gods, as they were just humans. Miko. Calling them normal humans would be wrong, however, they were not like magicians or the other humans that were involved in the supernatural world. They were born to serve gods, that was the meaning of their existence. Yasaka didn't mind them and Amaterasu took us to one of the separate places to greet a guest. It was located on the side of her mansion, right on the edge of the mountain. The scenery from that place was amazing, and it was not a building, it was like a terrace with a roof, table, and chairs. We sat on the chair that circled the table with me beside Yasaka and Amaterasu in front of us. The servant that was donned in Miko outfits also followed us. When we sat, they quickly prepared 3 cups of green tea on top of the table. "Thank you," I said to one of the Miko. She just nodded her head without saying anything before walking to the edge of the mansion and standing there, under the sunlight. Now that was another mystery of this realm. How could there be a sun in Takamagara? Was Takamagara actually located on Earth? It's rare for you to contact me first, Yasaka. Moreover, Riku is tagging along with you. Amaterasu said while lifting the teacup to her mouth. "I'm sorry for the sudden visit, Amaterasu-sama." Yasaka smiled and bowed her head a little. "Don't mind it, I'm rather happy to see you. I guess the one who wanted to see me today is Riku, no?" Amaterasu looked at me with a smile. It was a gentle and kind smile, really different from the smile of the other people that I met all this time. Most of them are battle-crazed smiles or a sly one. This is healing my soul to see there is still someone as gentle as her. Amaterasu was gentle, but she was still a god. She was strong, so I mustn't forget about that. "Yes, Amaterasu-sama. The thing is, I wanted to tell you something." Then I told her about everything that I did in the past few days. Starting from destroying the hero factions, making an alliance with the church and Azazel, continuing to my journey to the underworld. Amaterasu listened to me patiently. She sometimes covered her mouth in surprise, but the real surprise was when I told her that the devil, under the Satan, wanted peace and the peace conference between the 3 factions would be held in a week. Xerxes is like that. He wanted peace to protect the devil, or at least his family. When you are in a war, you will feel you are in danger each time. Because the Satans experienced war themselves, they tend to cherish their family more than the older devil. Amaterasu took a sip from the teacup in her hand and looked at me. Xerxes and Seraphal are like that. But be careful of the older devil, especially Zekrom Baal. That old devil is cunning, and he's the one who controls the devil society from behind the Satans. Even the 4 Satans couldn't do anything to them for now, at least not yet. Right, I knew that already. Which was why I nodded my head at Amaterasu. Also, the East Youkai faction will have a friendly competition with the exorcists under Vasco. If you are interested, I will invite you to watch it, Amaterasu-sama. I smiled at her and she seemed to be interested in it. Her eyes shined and she leaned her head a little closer to me. "Really? When is it? You really do a good job forging the relationship with all those factions." "Well, the enemy called Chaos Brigade is strong. I admit that I will not be able to destroy them myself, or even with my Hyaki Yaku. So, I decided to just make allies. I don't mind." Nurarihyon had visited me before his journey, and he talked about that himself. He was now in India with Sun Wukong if I am not wrong. So my old man visited Takamagara before he went on his journey. Damn, and now he was in India with Sun Wukong, he reached that place in just a few days. However, Riku. I got a bit of disturbing information from Nurarihyon that stayed in India. Amaterasu said in a serious tone. "Disturbing information?" I leaned my head closer and put on a serious face. "Let's hear it." Amaterasu nodded her head. "It seems that the hero faction that you destroyed has a god from the same mythology as Shiva backing them. And now, the god in question is interested in you." My eyes narrowed dangerously. A god that was backing the hero faction, I really forgot about him. "Indra, huh? You knew?" asked Amaterasu, surprised. I nodded my head slightly and crossed my arms. "Yeah, just by a chance. When I said that I will take on the hero faction, my old man suddenly decided to go on a journey to meet Sun Wukong. From that, I could narrow my suspicion to the god in that place." I let out a sigh and then continued. "It's not like he wanted to kill me, right?" As a god of war himself, he would be delighted to be able to see a good fight. Fortunately, that's the case. Amaterasu nodded, confirmed my words. Indra just got interested in you, he wanted to meet you. And so my brother too. Ah, that's right. I slammed my hands on the table, surprising Amaterasu and Yasaka. That's right. I felt Susanoo no Mikoto energy in Osaka yesterday. Amaterasu covered her face with her hands and sighed. Sigh, I know. I had told him, and it seems that he's here too. Amaterasu looked in the direction of her mansion, to the row of the Miko in the distance. Brother, you can come out, you know. I looked in the direction where Amaterasu looked at, and then a guy with long black hair stepped out from behind the Miko. When? I was surprised. Although I didn't spread my senjutsu in this place to respect the gods that reside in Takamagara, I couldn't sense his presence at all. The guy walked to us with a smile on his face and then greeted me. Hello, I am Susanoo no Mikoto. Let's cut the greeting, and how about having a duel with me, Nurarihyon? This guy was a nut. Another battle maniac. However, it was not my style to refuse an offer to duel. I smiled back at Susanoo and answered. Sure, I don't mind. Time to see how I fare against God. Chapter 135, Duel with Susanoo. Susanoo Oni-sama, don't be too rash. Right now we were in the hall at the foot of the mountain. The hall was big, enough to let us fight freely on the ground or the sky. Susanoo brought me here after he asked me for a duel. Yasaka and Amaterasu followed us and stood by the side. In front of me, Susanoo stood with a smile without even holding a weapon. Was he overconfident or did he underestimate me? Both were possibilities, and it irked me. When someone acted overconfident in front of me, I couldn't help but act like one too. Which was why I didn't summon Nenekarimaru. Susanoo had a smile on his face and he looked at me. Are you going to face me barehanded? He moved his hands and warmed up by stretching them to the side. I loosened my shoulder and cracked my neck. Don't worry, I am strong. I know. Then, should we use a wooden sword instead of a real one? We are strong, so we need to hold back a little bit to not disturb this realm. That was reasonable. But the wooden sword broke easily, was that okay? The wooden sword won't break, it was made from a special tree. As Susanoo said that, two wooden swords that were as long as Nenekarimaru appeared in his hands. He tossed one of the wooden swords to me and I caught it with my right hand. I looked at the wooden sword and it was as strong as he said. I smiled and looked at Susanoo. Do you mind if I take this as a gift for this duel? Susanoo held the wooden sword with both of his hands and pointed the tip at me, taking a stance of kendo. Sure, let's start with a little battle first. I held the wooden sword tightly in my right hand and pointed the tip to Susanoo. My left hand was hidden behind my body, my left leg was behind my right leg. Let's do it. We both looked at Amaterasu at the same time and nodded our heads before looking at each other again. It was to signal Amaterasu to start our duel. Well then, don't be too rash. Begin. As soon as Amaterasu shouted, both of us leaped at the same time and met in the middle of the arena. Our wooden swords clashed, creating a small shockwave around us. Susanoo had a grin on his face. You are strong as I have expected. While you are stronger than I thought, I answered Susanoo and sent a kick from below. He jumped back to dodge my kick and he just stood there silently while in his stance. To be honest, he was stronger than I thought. When our swords clashed earlier, his strength was visibly far above Vasco while he was clad in his holy energy. If I compared his strength to someone, it would be Tsuchigumo. It was like I was punched with two of Tsuchigumo's arms at the same time. This is fun. I muttered and then kicked the ground, closing my distance with Susanoo. My swords moved a few times, aiming at Susanoo's limbs. Slashes after slashes were blocked or dodged. Susanoo also sometimes deflected the slash and counterattacked. He purely used swordsmanship. He was the first one after my old man who could fight me this long with just pure swordsmanship. As expected of the slayer of Yamada no Orochi. I shouted at Susanoo and increased the strength behind my swing. Susanoo blocked the swing and was blown away a few meters to the side. He must have never expected it. His grin turned wider, and I could now feel some energy surrounding him. The energy was similar to the one that I felt in Osaka. I see, let's increase the pace, shall we? I began to gather senjutsu aura around me and enhanced my physical body a little. It surprised me again, the senjutsu aura in this place was clear, it almost contained no malice energy that made the process painful. The effect was also greater, I grinned in response. Yeah, be careful though, I am not used to the senjutsu aura in this place yet. As I said that, I ran so fast that I left after images. It was a shim technique that was similar to my Kyukusui Jetsu, but it was purely speed, unlike the technique that used fear to create a living image of me. I swung my sword from below to the upper right, catching Susanoo off guard. When he realized it, I was already below him. It was only when I swung my sword that he noticed me and moved his sword to block my strike. This time he was not blown away, but the shockwave that was created from our clash was bigger than the first shockwave. Susanoo didn't stop that. After he blocked my strike, he took a step backward, raised his sword, and swung it downward in one swift movement. My position was not favorable, so I dodged the strike by stepping to the right and swinging my sword horizontally. Susanoo stopped his swing midway and changed the course towards me. It surprised me for a second, but I immediately changed the trajectory of my swing and blocked his strike. Tisk. It was hard enough to change the trajectory of my swing, but blocking Susanoo's strike made it harder. My stance was not good enough, so I decided to jump back as soon as our sword clashed to minimize the damage caused by the attack. I landed around 10 meters away from Susanoo on my feet. Then I looked at Susanoo. He also didn't escape from the clash uninjured. His hand that held the sword trembled a little, and he raised it a little. My hand went a little numb from that. He said slightly. To be honest, my hand also went numb a little from stopping my attack midway. But I acted strong and tapped my sword against my shoulder. Ha 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 ha, our sword skill seems to be almost equal. How about we go to the next stage already? It made me happy. My sword skill was equal to a god that slew Yamada no Orochi. Susanoo looked at me and then said. You're right. Should we increase our pace? The energy that surrounded Susanoo became thicker. The wind blew inside the hall and it made a small storm that centered around Susanoo. The storm was trying to suck us in. Amaterasu and Yasaka on the side were hidden behind a barrier that Amaterasu made. They looked at me with concerned eyes. Seeing the intensity of the storm, I couldn't hold back any longer. I gathered Senjutsu aura around me and enhanced my body to the limit. I also shrouded my body with fear, and now I could stand in the storm with no problem. Susanoo's voice rang from inside the storm. Now, let's begin. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Duel with Susanoo. With him being ready, the storm's intensity increased. It sucked me towards him. If that's what you want, I will give it to you. I grinned and used Maikyo Shursui. It was my first time using this technique against a god, so I needed to make sure I applied enough fear. My fear was not as effective against someone who had no fear, but gods still fear something unknown. As proof, they fear Great Red, Ophis, and Trihexa. A black cloud of smoke surrounded my body, and I melted into thin air, disappearing from Susanoo's sight. I observed his reaction, and sure enough, he wasn't able to see me. Is that a technique that could only be used by Nurarihyon? I believe it's called fear. Susanoo was interested in my technique, and he grinned. Let's see if you can escape this storm. The hall became darker, and then a flash of lightning appeared. For real. I was standing a bit distance away from Susanoo and got surprised by the lightning. You created a real storm inside this hall. I shouted at Susanoo while dispersing my voice, in order to hide my real location from him. Ha ha ha, of course, come here. As he said that, Susanoo swung his wooden sword. It generated a wind blade that slashed through the storm and advanced towards my previous location. However, I had moved from that, so the wind blade only hit the floor, and it exploded into a burst of lightning. Bam. Crackle. I looked at the place where the wind blade stuck. It was now destroyed and charred. Sweat began to form on my forehead. That's dangerous. I have no Nenekarimaru, so I should dodge it. Even a wind slash created from a wooden sword was enough to destroy the ground. What if he held a Mono Murakumo no Tsurugi? However, I just need to dodge his attack. I could do that much. Come here, don't hide. Susanoo shouted and sent a barrage of slashes. All of it contained the same destructive power as the first slash. It was terrifying. I advanced through the storm, dodging the frequent lightning that struck a random place inside the storm, and reached Susanoo after a few seconds. As I reached Susanoo, I coated the wooden sword with flame using Yujitsu, creating a blue flame over the blade. I was under him, and I swung my sword from the bottom left to the upper right. When I swung my sword, I appeared in his sight and he glanced at me. He grinned and moved his sword to intercept mine. His sword was surrounded by a swirl of wind. Bam. Both swords clashed with each other and creating an explosion. Fury Storm was now filled with a blue flame that was dancing in the sky. We were in the center of the storm, so we were not affected, but Yasaka and Amaterasu were having a hard time on the side. We will be leaving first. I could hear Amaterasu shout from the side, and the next thing that I felt was their presence disappeared from the hall. So they teleported away. That was good. This meant we can now go all out, shouted Susanoo as he pulled his sword away. He raised it above his head and sent a barrage of slashes towards me, each getting stronger after each slash. Show me all you got, Nurarihyon. Fine, I will. I answered Susanoo with a grin, and right after I said that, the storm disappeared. Oh. He wasn't surprised, but he was intrigued. We were still exchanging sword slashes at a fast speed, it was now pure swordsmanship again. The reason why the storm disappeared was I changed the probability of that. A storm was a natural phenomenon. So I just need to lower the probability that there was a storm in this area. It's easier than I thought. And tell us karma now could affect even a god. It was the proof that I got stronger, and I was happy. In the middle of our exchange, I used Kyuka Soijetsu and moved to the side. My fake was defending against Susanoo, but it had a hard time. Susanoo noticed it, and he raised his sword high above his head, intending to end the duel here and then. His sword was covered with enormous energy, creating a tornado around the blade. It's over. He swung his sword down and struck my fake. As soon as the attack connected, a fury wind appeared and swept the area clean, even I couldn't see the black smoke that usually appeared when my fake got hit. Susanoo then felt uneasy, he had a confused expression. The wind abated after a few seconds, and he noticed that I was not there. He looked around, but it was too late. Yeah, it's over. My sword had already been swung, and it hit Susanoo's solar plexus without him being able to defend against it. I infused all senjutsu into the blade, and I further coated it with flame created from Jujutsu. It burnt Susanoo as soon as it made contact with his body, and he was blown away to the wall of the hall. Crash! He crashed to the wall, stopping his body. The wall cracked and created a lot of dust around the crash area. The building was made from a rather strong material, and Amaterasu was confident that we wouldn't be able to make a dent in the wall. However, now the wall had cracked, which showed how strong my attack was. I was happy, but the next second surprised me more than my old man's prank. The dust around the area where Susanoo's landed had subsided, and I saw Susanoo walking to me with a smile on his face. There were bruises here and there, even his clothes and skin were burnt. But, he acted as if nothing had happened and walked to me. Ha 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 ha, you are strong, as I had expected. He said to me and patted my shoulder with his hand. When he was standing in front of me, I could see his wound healing at a visible rate. How could someone explain this? Maybe he could see my confusion from my expression. Susanoo lowered his hand and said, "There is a barrier around this hall. The wound healing faster in this place. Look, even your stamina had recovered already, right?" When Susanoo brought that up, I noticed that I was in my top condition even when I went almost all out in the duel earlier. That's true. See, said Susanoo, you are stronger than I thought. You are able to defeat me when I was using half of my strength. That was half. Then, isn't he too strong? Indeed he couldn't even hit me, but I couldn't land a hit on him too. As expected, I need to get Incinerate Anthem to increase my attack power. Yeah, thanks. You are strong too. Well then, let's eat. I guess my sister had prepared food in her residence, let's go there. Susanoo circled his hand over my shoulder and pulled me away from the hall, towards Amaterasu's house. Chapter 137, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ha 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 ha, he was able to land a hit on me while I was a bit serious. Not only that, he was able to erase my storm, he's amazing. Susanoo praised me with a happy tone in front of Yusaka and Amaterasu. We were now inside Amaterasu's abode, sitting around a round table in Saiza. He talked with a soft voice, not too loud, not too quiet. Yusaka seemed to be amazed by the story, she stole a glance towards me a few times as we ate the dish that was prepared by Amaterasu's Miko. Brother, if you grade his strength amongst the supernatural world, then what's his position in your opinion? Asked Amaterasu. Susanoo touched his chin as he looked at me. I guess if it's about running away, he will be number 1. Even I couldn't detect him when he used his fear. I crossed my arms and nodded with a smug smile. Of course, that would be the case, no one would be able to catch me if I seriously hid myself. Unless they had a goddamn cheat that was called Tell Us Karma themselves. To get recognition from a god that was said to be able to match Surzex was good. If he couldn't catch me, then Surzex would certainly be unable to catch me too. That's his running and hiding skill. But his power is too low, maybe he's in the top 100. Or top 300 in terms of strength. If he could fix that weakness, then getting into the top 50 or top 30 of strength is not strange at all. Amaterasu and Yusaka were surprised, their mouth gaped. Susanoo looked at me with a grin on his face. He seemed to read my thought and maybe he was thinking something. That problem would be fixed in a while. I grinned at Susanoo and said, I plan to fix that in 2 days. This is a good chance, do you want to tag along, Susanoo? I can call you that, right? I don't mind. However, please do call me with my title in front of other gods other than my sister and brother. Of course. I nodded my head. He nodded back to me and leaned his head a little, interested in what I said earlier. His hand was blocking his mouth, and he whispered to me. So, where do you want to go? I whispered back to him, covering my mouth so Amaterasu and Yasaka wouldn't know. If they knew, they would certainly try to stop me. I couldn't risk that. Dimensional gap. You heard that magicians attacked Kyoto 2 days ago, right? I will go to their base and wreak havoc in there. My main objectives are 2. Destroying their group, and getting a special sacred gear called Incinerate Anthem. Oh ho, that's certainly a good sacred gear to fix your weakness. But how? Susanoo asked me with a tone of curiosity. But then, maybe he noticed a grin on my face, he pulled away and smiled. Never mind, I know what you think. But, sorry Riku. I can't go with you to that place. Is that so? I was a bit disappointed. If Susanoo accompanied me to that place, the thing would be much easier. But well, Dimensional Gap was not a place that could be visited by someone like Susanoo easily without much thought. But well, I was thinking of going there with Kuroka and Tsura though. They will be enough to help me. I sat straight and ate the dish in front of me. It was a typical Japanese dish that consisted of rice, mackerel, and miso soup. The taste, however, was different from the dishes from Earth. It was more delicious. So, Rikuhan. You are already met Susanoo-sama. Isn't there something that you wanted to talk about with him? Asked Yasaka. Ah, right. My main objective of visit Takamagara. Susanoo looked at me, waiting for me to ask him after he heard Yasaka. I looked at him and asked. Were you in Osaka yesterday? I almost forgot about it, but I couldn't feel the dragon's energy from Susanoo. The energy that I felt yesterday was clearly Susanoo's, but there was a dragon's energy mixed in it. No. I was creating rain someplace in Japan yesterday because of a prayer from the farmer. However, I didn't think that I'd visit Osaka. Wait a minute, are you sure? If that was true, then whose energy was that? It was clearly Susanoo's, but... Wait, Susanoo's energy. He was a god of storm, and he was famous because he slew Yamada no Orochi. If there was a dragon's energy mixed in that energy, then... Yamada no Orochi had been revived. No, maybe it's just the sword, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Yes, I am sure. Why do you ask that question? Yasaka looked at me with a worried gaze, but I looked at Susanoo seriously. I felt your energy yesterday, in Osaka. After meeting you like this, I am sure that the one that I felt was similar to yours. Are you sure? Susanoo raised his voice a little. Amaterasu also got surprised by what I said. Brother, does that mean, the sword? Asked Amaterasu to Susanoo with a worried tone. Yeah, that's the only possibility. Answered Susanoo. As I thought, the Kusanagi sword is not in the hand of Shinto, right? Did you lose it? I asked Susanoo with a serious tone. That sword was a holy sword of Shinto god that was found inside Yamada no Orochi's corpse. I thought that the Shinto god was able to keep it in this world because there was my old man, but it seemed like that was not the case. I am ashamed to say this, but it was stolen a few years ago. Said Amaterasu as she lowered her face. But how? The sword was stolen. There was one possibility, but Amaterasu and Susanoo wouldn't be able to believe that. No, they didn't want to believe it. I always had this uneasy feeling, but tell me, are you sure it's my energy? Yeah, it then split into different directions. Maybe, wait. It was headed in 8 different directions. Could it be? 8 different directions, 8 heads. Yamada no Orochi's soul was inside the sword. Then its aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. I will make my move, thank you for informing me about this, Riku. As Susanoo said that, he stood up. Amaterasu also stood up and looked at me with a smile, thank you for the information. I'm sorry, but I think it's better if you leave right now before the thing goes south. Ah, I understood. Susanoo wanted to weed the traitor. I stood up calmly, Yasaka followed suit. All right. Thanks for having me. I said to Amaterasu and walked away, followed by Yasaka after she said something to Amaterasu. When I was about to exit the house, Susanoo called out to me. I will visit you someday, let's have a spar again. I waved my right hand at him and answered. Sure. And so, I and Yasaka left Takamagara by teleporting through the torii that we used to come here. Chapter 138, Bringing Kunu Home. As we arrived at Yasaka's shrine, Kunu was already waiting in front of the room. She noticed us and entered the room with a smile on her face. Welcome back. Oni-chan, mother. She approached us and stopped in front of us. My hand reached out to her head and patted her before Yasaka even moved. Yeah, I'm back. Kunu closed her eyes to feel my hand as her smile widened. Era, are you that happy to get patted by Rikuhan, my little daughter? I feel jealous now. Ha ha ha, are you jealous of Kunu or me? I can pat you too if you want to. I have 2 hands. I said to Yasaka with a joking tone. Unexpectedly, Yasaka just smiled at me without saying anything for a moment. Kunu, who felt the atmosphere had changed into a weird turn, tugged my kimono. Hey, Riku Oniai-chan. You promised to take me to the ramen shop after you come back, right? Let's go, to the ramen shop. I looked at Kunu and remembered my promise. I crouched to match her gaze and smiled. Sure, where should we go? Kanto. I wanted some ramen in Tokyo. Sure, how about you hide your ears and tails? We will go in our human form. As I said that to Kunu, she nodded her head energetically and said, I then looked at Yasaka. Do you want to come too? Do you need to ask? I can't leave Kyoto. Answered Yasaka. Of course, that would be the case. Sorry. I said to Yasaka as I stood up. Then, how about me? Can I tag along? Suddenly a voice came from outside of the room. I looked at the source of the voice and saw Hagoromo Gitsun standing at the entrance. It's ramen, you know. I asked her. I can stand garlic. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. She then looked at Kunu with a smug smile on her face. Kunu looked back at her with a slight frown. Ah, so she was teasing Kunu. Hagoromo Gitsun that I knew would never tag along with me if I went to eat something. She knew what I did, eating without paying. Don't worry, Kunu. It will only be the two of us. I ruffled Kunu's hair, making her turn to me with a big smile. I then looked at Hagoromo Gitsun. She crossed her arms and approached me. How is it, you're training with Yasaka? I asked her. It's good, I am now able to at least use a bit of ley line's power. Maybe, in a week or so I will be able to help Yasaka to control the ley line, allowing her to leave Kyoto. She then looked at Yasaka with a smile. I looked at Yasaka too, her eyes widened, but she had a sad smile on her face. I am grateful, but please don't push yourself. She thought that Hagoromo Gitsun was pushing herself to learn ley line. Yasaka, I knew that you were a leader and someone who had a close tie to ley line. However, Hagoromo Gitsun was not an ordinary yokai. She was a yokai that reincarnated a few times. Her son was the most skilled exorcist, he had technique with a close tie with ley line too. Sigh, I am not pushing myself. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. Yasaka seemed to not believe Hagoromo Gitsun, so I spoke to her. Don't worry about Hagoromo Gitsun, Yasaka. She had experience with the ley line in her world, so it was not strange that she could master the technique in a week or so. My words seemed to be heard clearly by Yasaka. Her worried expression melted and now she had a warm smile on her face. She faced Hagoromo Gitsun and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. Can you teach me again? I was waiting for you. Sure. It seemed that they would start Hagoromo Gitsun's training. I won't be any help in this place, so I walked away silently after I gestured Kunu. When we were outside of the room, I looked at Kunu who walked beside me. Let's go. Besides ramen, is there anything that you like to see? I want to visit your mansion, Riku Oniai-chan. I heard from Hagoromo Gitsun that there is a lot of a different kind of yokai in your mansion. Oh, you want to see those guys? Sure, I will introduce you to my boys. Answered Kunu with a nod. Because our destination had been decided, I teleported ourselves to Kanto. We arrived in front of my mansion. Right when I appeared in front of the mansion, Kobayashi, who was sweeping in front of the entrance, greeted me. Welcome back, Riku-sama. He then noticed Kunu, who stood beside me, and made a difficult expression. Riku-sama, do you kidnap that kid? I looked at Kobayashi for a second then turned at Kunu. I pointed my index finger at the clueless Kunu and Kobayashi nodded his head. When I saw that, I grinned and put my right hand on top of Kunu's head, ruffling her hair. Yeah, I found a cute girl in Kyoto, so I kidnapped her. You have finally gone too far, Riku-sama. Answered Kobayashi while shrugging his shoulder. Kunu was clueless, she was now looking at me with a confused expression. Not long after that, a lot of small yokai from the mansion came out while running around, playing. They were shouting so loudly that Kunu noticed them, and she got a curious face when she saw those yokai. Small yokai was rare in this world, most of the yokai had a body of a human. So the yokai like Nadakozu was not seen often. I was just joking, Kobayashi. She's Yasaka's daughter, Kunu. As I introduced her, Kunu looked at Kobayashi and bowed her head a little. I am Kunu, nice to meet you. Kobayashi was taught about this world, especially the leader of the yokai clan. That was why he knew Yasaka too. Kobayashi then bowed his head at Kunu and introduced himself with a smile. Ah. My name is Kobayashi, nice to meet you. After introducing himself, he looked at me and sent a sign with his eyes. He looked at the dojo where Masaomi frequently used. He wanted me to visit the dojo. That wouldn't be a problem. Kunu said she wanted to visit my mansion. I could ask Kobayashi to accompany her for a while. Kunu, I have something due to for a few minutes. You said you wanted to see my mansion, right? Have Kobayashi to show you around the mansion. Please leave it to me, Rika-sama. Exclaimed Kobayashi. I don't mind. Just don't forget the ramen that you promised. Said Kunu. Yeah, have fun in the mansion. As I said that, I entered my mansion and made my way towards the dojo. Kunu walked to Kobayashi and began to talk with him. I didn't need to worry about her. Kobayashi was good at handling someone at Kunu's age. I had arrived at the dojo and saw Masaomi sitting in the middle of the dojo with closed eyes. There were two swords in front of him, Graham and Excalibur rapidly. What's up, Masaomi? I greeted him as I entered the dojo. He then opened his eyes and said. Welcome, Rika-sama. So, why do you want to see me? I asked Masaomi as I sat in front of him. Masaomi gulped a little and answered, to be honest, can you please take Graham away? I can't handle holding two swords like them at the same time. Chapter 139, Bonding Graham. Is that so? My bad, I didn't think that you would be burdened. I said to Masaomi as I reached the handle of Graham. No, Rika-sama. Please don't worry about it. It's an experience for me, and I did get stronger a little because I fought the pressure for a few days straight. Answered Masaomi with a smile. I raised Graham with my right hand. It didn't pressure me at all. Rather, the sword felt right in my hand and it glowed a little when I held it. My lips curved into a smile as I looked at Graham. Could it be? I have the affinity to be a demon sword user. This sword didn't even resist when I held it. That's great then. You didn't even need to use your sacred gear. Masaomi sounded happy. However, I just held it. I didn't use it yet and I didn't even know whether I was able to use Graham's power yet. I stood up and held Graham with both of my hands. I tried to bond with the sword, but how? Should I inject my energy like I did when I bonded with Nurarihyon? Without much thought, I slowly injected my energy towards the sword. The sword glowed a little and trembled in my hand. It was like a child that was getting fed after letting starve for a few days. The black blade was now letting out a red ominous aura. As expected of the one called strongest demon sword, it was amazing. It was stronger than Durandal, a perfect sword to kill a dragon. Now I could feel a connection with the sword. I now tried to dismiss it, similar to what I did to Nurarihyon and Puff. The sword disappeared from my hand. Ha ha ha, it's done. I laughed. My mood had become better. This sword alone was worth the problem of destroying Hero Faction. The next agenda would be Incinerate Anthem, after that would be Valerie Teeps. I had established a friendly relationship with Gasper, but with just that, I doubt he would agree if I asked him to take me to Vampire World. But well, testing the world came first. Masaomi, mind following me a second? Let's try the sword capability in the mountain. Let's have a small spar. Masaomi took the Excalibur rapidly in front of him and dismissed him. Oh, so he was able to bond with the sword, that was good. He then stood up and nodded his head. Sure. Please be kind to me. Said Masaomi. Ha 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 ha. I just laughed it off and teleport us to the mountain. We were in the mountain near Ko Academy that was often used for the devil to try. I could feel Sona and her peerage in the school, even Chiron was now in the school. That was why I didn't see her in the mansion. The first thing that I did when I arrived at the mountain with Masaomi was to make a barrier around us. I added fear to the barrier to hide our presence. Graham was one of my trump cards, I couldn't let any other people know about it. Vasco maybe knew about it because I sparred with him, but he wasn't someone who would spread it to other factions. Are you ready, Masaomi? I asked him and called Graham again to my hand. I didn't need to use Graham's ability in the spar, but I would certainly try it later. I'm ready. Answered Masaomi as he called out to Excalibur rapidly. The probability that Masaomi would be harmed by holy energy had been lowered as much as possible. He was now looked better compared to the first time he held the Excalibur. He trained hard, and it was visible. Let's see how strong my subordinate was after all this time. Ha! I let out a small shout and kicked the ground. I reached Masaomi in one kick, and I swung Graham from above. Masaomi moved his sword with swift movement and redirected my strike to the ground. Guh! He grunted. He was pushed back a little when he redirected my strike. Because of Graham's weight, I couldn't stop the strike and the blade hit the ground. Swish. It cut the ground as if it was butter, leaving a deep mark on the ground. I was surprised by how sharp the sword was, it's similar to Nurarihyon. Masaomi was also surprised, however, he took this chance to attack me. I quickly pulled Graham from the ground and blocked Masaomi's slash. Clang. Our sword interlocked, creating a spark in the meeting point. We both pulled away at the same time and sent a barrage of slashes towards each other. Clang. Swish clang. The sound of blades meeting each other reverberated through the mountain. Our exchange was creating a small shockwave that blew the tree around us. Masaomi had a smile on his face, but his breath slowly turned rough. Ha 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 ha, what's wrong, Masaomi? Tired. I laughed and mocked him through the exchange. Ha, ha. I can still go, answered Masaomi. The exchange lasted for a few seconds. Thinking it was enough, I put more strength into my slash and swung my sword horizontally. Aura. Masaomi was able to block my swing with his sword, but he was blown away and hit the tree in the distance. Crash. Ugh. Air was pushed out from his lungs. He then collapsed to the ground, his sword fell to the ground. However, he got stronger a little. It was clear that he got stronger because he could now fight me longer than before. He didn't even use Excalibur Rapidly's buff, and yet he was able to move as fast as me. While it was true that I wasn't used to using Graham yet, the fact he was able to fight me that long was amazing. I approached Masaomi and saw that he lost consciousness. Welp, I went too far. I was never expecting him to lost his consciousness. But well, I still had an experiment left, so I would stay here for now. Let's try the destructive power of Graham. I'm excited. Chapter 140, Graham's Power. Before I tested Graham's full power, I carried Masaomi to the side, leaned her body against the tree. Not only that, I put a barrier in front of him to make sure he will be safe from the blast. It was said that Graham was stronger than Durandal. I knew Durandal's destructive power was nothing to scoff at, so maybe I could destroy this mountain with Graham. I walked to the center of a clearing that we used as a spar earlier. I held Graham with both of my hands and try some moves first. I swung Graham a few times. Downward swing, horizontal swing, and then finally I raised Graham above my head. Graham began to let out a red aura around the blade after I imbued it with my energy, forcing the destructive power out. For the first time ever, I wanted to use Graham at its full strength. I felt it, Graham could still take in more energy. So I feed it, I didn't stop. The red aura that surged out of the Graham's blade was now becoming thicker. It kept piling up, and then I couldn't inject my energy again. Oh. I let out a surprised sound. The energy that surrounded Graham now was almost similar to the power of destruction. The color was the same, but I knew that they were different. Graham had a destructive force, not the power that eat anything. It was similar, yet different. I looked at the mountain in front of me, it was a medium-sized mountain. I shouldn't try this here, I just realized that fact after I accumulated the energy on my sword. However, I already made a barrier that isolated this area from the mundane world, even if I destroy a mountain or two, it will be restored as soon as I took the barrier down. But well, who cares? Let's see what you can do, Graham. I swung Graham downward with all my strength. The energy that I used was pure from Graham, I didn't add something like senjutsu or yujitsu to the sword. That meant, the destruction that was caused would purely come from the sword's power. As soon as I swung the sword down, the aura suddenly became a big sword, as big as the mountain. It surprised me, but the aura was composed of destructive force. When the aura hit the tip of the mountain, a loud explosion was heard from the distance. I swung the sword down again, ignoring the explosion. After I made a full swing, a loud explosion and crumbling sound followed suit. Bomb. Crumbly. I looked at the site in front of me. The fucking mountain was split in half, and there was a new ramp that extended until the end of the barrier, making a triangle shape with me on the tip of it. The mountain was split, and the road to the mountain became a new cliff. Ha 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 ha. I could only mutter a dry laugh as I looked at the destruction. It was ridiculous, I just swing the sword. I didn't use any technique such as Tsukigiri, but it had this much destructive force. I obtained something ridiculous. I said as I dismissed Graham. This would be used as my trump card. I should hide Graham. Nenakarimura would be enough if I was fighting against someone under Super Devil class. Tsukigiri was enough to defeat them, and there was also Matoi. Once again, I looked at the destruction in front of me. Fortunately, I hid our presence with a barrier that was imbued with my fear. If I didn't add fear into my barrier, someone must have noticed this much destruction. That would be bad for me. Looking around, I saw that Masaomi was safe from the blast. I made my way towards him and carried him over my shoulder. Let's run from here. While that may be true, no one would be able to feel it, I still need to be careful. I teleported away back to my mansion after dispelling the barrier in the area. The first thing that I saw after I teleported back to my mansion was chaos. The mansion's entrance was dirty with fallen leaf, colored paint, and tree trunks that were scattered around. Kobayashi was looking at the mess with a tired face as he held his head. What happened, Kobayashi? I asked him. He turned towards me and then smiled, Rikasama. You are finally here. I have been searching for you since earlier. He didn't notice Masaomi that was on my shoulder. First thing first, I tossed the unconscious Masaomi towards Kobayashi. Although he was surprised, he was able to catch Masaomi with no problem. Eh? Why did he faint? Could it be an attack? Asked Kobayashi. No, I just hit him too hard in our spar. I answered him and walked to my mansion. Kobayashi followed me from behind while carrying Masaomi on his shoulder. So, what happened? I asked Kobayashi. Ah, right. To be honest, it was those small bastards doing. They were playing around too much, dragging Kunosama around. Answered Kobayashi as he looked in the direction of the dining hall. They are now resting in the mansion. Kunosama has been searching for you right after the small yukais took a break. Oh, right. The sun was about to set, it was time for dinner. Where is she right now? Crossing my arms, I looked at Kobayashi. He then pointed in the direction of the pond in the backyard, near the sakura tree. I believe she's with Kappa in the backyard right now. He's good when taking care of a child, so I asked him to accompany Kunosama. I nodded my head and headed to the backyard of the mansion. As usual, the yokai that saw me greeted me and I waved my hand at them with a smile on my face. Taking care of subordinates and servants was important, I should be kind towards them. When I arrived in the backyard, I saw Kuno was playing near the pond with Kappa. Kappa had an appearance of a young boy with a white cap on his head. Yo, Kuno, shall we go now? I called out to Kuno from the hallway. Both of them looked at me. Riku Oni-chan. She called out to me and ran towards me. Kappa stood up near the pond and nodded his head. When Kuno reached me, she pointed at Kappa. Is it okay if he came too? She asked. I looked at Kappa and touched my chin. You want to have ramen, Kappa? Is it okay? He asked with an uncertain tone. Yeah, I don't mind. Let's have a meal together. Kuno had a smile after I answered Kappa's question. Then I will tag along, Rikusama. Answered Kappa. He walked to us and bowed a little at Kuno. Kuno seemed to be happy. Well, maybe she made friend with Kappa. Their height was also similar, maybe Kuno thought Kappa's age was similar to her. He was older though. Let's go then, to Tokyo. I said while raising my right arm. Oh. Kuno imitated me and shouted. Chapter 141, Dolio Gesualdo. The three of us were eating ramen in Tokyo happily. Kuno's face was full of smiles as she ate the ramen. It was a short trip, but it was worth it. I took Kuno back to Kyoto after we were done eating, Kappa also followed us. While we were at it, I went to Nijo Castle to see what Tsuchigumo doing with the dragon. I hope he didn't do anything strange or even taught the dragon something absurd. The last thing that I wanted to get was a battle-crazed dragon. It would be a disaster, and Tsuchigumo's existence would be known by the mundane that lived in Kyoto. Arriving at Nijo Castle, I saw Tsuchigumo sitting in front of the castle while smoking. The dragon was nowhere to be seen, but I could feel its energy inside the castle. The energy was smaller compared to the first time I met the dragon, maybe it was exhausted. Yo, Tsuchigumo. I greeted Tsuchigumo as I raised my right hand. Kappa followed my gesture and raised his right hand too, waving at Tsuchigumo. Oh. What are you doing here, visiting me all of a sudden? Just wanted to check on the dragon that you took. How is it? Oh, that guy. Tsuchigumo puffed smoke from his mouth and held the smoke pipe with her right hand. That guy got stronger faster than I thought. He's also able to recover his strength in just a day. A perfect time killer for me. He smiled and pointed his pipe at me. So, I am grateful for that one. Don't try to take it from me. I raised both of my hands, don't worry, I won't. I then lowered my hands again and smiled at Tsuchigumo. Rather, I got good news. In a week, there will be a friendly competition between yokai and church. Do you want to participate? Do you need to ask? Tsuchigumo leaned his face closer to me. He was grinning happily, to the point his face turned creepy. Ha ha ha, I just wanted to say it to you. Don't worry, I will take you along. However, can you become smaller, maybe took on a human form? Human form? Asked Tsuchigumo as he fixed the way he sat, pulling his face away from me. I don't think I can do that. Ah, that was disappointing. I thought that he would be able to pass off as a human and decimated the exorcists, but that was impossible, huh? You can't do it. Well, that's not a problem. I will go then, the friendly competition will be held in a week, ask Yasaka or Kuno to bring you to Kanto. I walked away from Tsuchigumo after I said that, Kappa followed me quietly. I began to create a magic circle to teleport us, but Tsuchigumo stopped me. Yeah, I will remember that. By the way, one last thing. I looked back at Tsuchigumo. Are the exorcists strong? He asked. I grinned at Tsuchigumo and said. They are weak. But some of them are even stronger than the dragon in your place. Is that so? I am looking forward to it then. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. It was so loud that the earth vibrated. As I had no more business in this place, I teleported away with Kappa, back to the backyard of my mansion in Kanto. I stretched my arms to the sky and then looked at Kappa. Kappa, there might be a person that comes to visit tomorrow. If you see someone suspicious, can you wake me up? Me? Asked Kappa. Yeah, well, you can ask Kuroka or Tsura to wake me up too if you want to. Kappa nodded his head. I will ask Tsura-sama then. Good, then I will go back to my room and sleep. I walked away after I said that. Kappa waved at me and I entered my room, sleeping soundly. Riku-sama, wake up. There is a guest looking for you. It felt like I just slept for 4 hours when I heard a voice above me. Ugh. I grumbled and opened my eyes. I saw Tsura was looking at me with a smile. Good morning, Riku-sama. Greeted Tsura. I rubbed my eyes and looked around. The sky was still dark, it was still dawn. However, Tsura said that there was a guest for me. I spread my senjutsu and felt the energy from the room that was used to take care of the guest. He came in the dawn. Does he think that I am not sleeping? I grumbled as I stood up slowly. Tsura walked to the closet and brought me a change of clothes, the striped black and green kimono. Well, Kappa told me that you are expecting a guest. But, I think he came a bit faster than you thought. I took off the clothes that I used to sleep and changed to the kimono that was handed to me by Tsura. Yeah, and to think they send that guy. Is he playing with me? Yawn, it's still not morning yet. I fastened the obi of my kimono and covered my mouth. I walked out of my room as I crossed my arms inside my kimono, making my way towards the gallery room where the guest was waiting. Who is that guy, Riku-sama? It seems you know him. Asked Tsura as she walked behind me. Yeah, I know him. This energy came from a Longinus sacred gear. There is no other person than that guy. I reached the gallery room in no time at all. I opened the sliding door and saw a young man with long blonde hair and priest clothes sitting in the room while eating a meal that was prepared by our servant. He happily devoured the meal but stopped suddenly when I entered the room. He looked at me and smiled, with rice on his cheek. Ah. You must be Nurarihyon. Nice to meet you. The young man greeted me. You must be the guy that Vasco talked about, it's nice to meet you too, Dulio Gesualdo. Chapter 142, True Longinus New Wielder Whereabout. Ha 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 ha, don't be so stiff. By the way, the meal is so good, may I bring some home to give it to the orphanage kid? Dulio laughed and then he ate the meal in front of him again. I sat in front of him and rested my head on my hand. I don't mind. I will ask Kajoro to make more meals for you to take home. Ooh. Thank you for that. Also, I didn't think that it's still dawn in Japan, forgive me for the sudden visit. Oh, right. Time differences. He could arrive in Japan by teleporting, that was why he didn't take account of the time difference. It wasn't strange considering Dulio often went out for a job. He must have been visiting a lot of countries. Knowing the time difference was easy, but I thought he just didn't think about it. Don't mind that. You are here for that, right? I asked Dulio. He was done with his meal as I asked him and gulped down the remaining one in his mouth. He then licked his lips happily and answered. Yes, I am here for that. Do you want to go now? I was tasked by Michael-sama to accompany you, in case of something. Accompany me? More like, spying on me. I knew that the true Longinus was important for the church. As proof, they sent Dulio, their strongest exorcist, to accompany me. Their intention was as clear as day, they wanted to make sure that I didn't get the true Longinus. Even though we were in alliance with each other, there must be someone who disapproved of the alliance. However, I had no intention to let them take the true Longinus. Just tell me the location, I will check it myself. I narrowed my eyes as I said that. Dulio didn't show any reaction, he just smiled and looked at me with his usual kind smile. I thought you would say that. Michael-sama had told me about you, after all. But well, let me tell you clearly, I will accompany you. His tone was serious, and he looked at me with a steeled gaze. This was troublesome, I just wanted to protect the true Longinus user. If the church got its hand on its user, they would certainly take him under their wing. That way, I wouldn't be able to protect the user. Although the Holy Longinus user was strong, if the user was under the control of an organization, they would lose their freedom. I couldn't let that thing happen. If the new wielder of Holy Longinus was from church since the beginning, I wouldn't mind if they took care of them. However, if the new wielder was chosen from the normal human, that would be problematic. Something like Asia's incident could happen. Well, I didn't care about Asia in the first place, and I did know that she would be saved. This time, I didn't have any clue. Let's confirm it first. Then tell me about the new wielder of the Tour Longinus first. I will decide whether I will let you accompany me or not later. That's fair, answered Dulio with a nod. At least he was a reasonable guy. He took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to me. I took it with my right hand and looked at the envelope. It was sealed with red wax. Talk about outdated. I opened the envelope and there was a photo of a young boy with black hair wearing a white shirt. His face looked like a Japanese, but his eyes were gray. He looked like 10 to 12 years old kid, even younger than Kunu. His face was a bit familiar to me, but I didn't recognize the young boy in the photo. Alongside the photo, there was a letter with the location of the young boy. It was written, Underworld, which surprised me. He's in the Underworld. I asked Dulio with a surprised tone. Eh? Really? He asked back, surprised. He then touched his chin and muttered. This can't do, I can't go to the Underworld because of my position. What should I do? Ah, so he didn't know. His surprised expression was real, so he really didn't know the young boy's location. I grinned at that. Because of his position as the current strongest exorcist, he couldn't move to the Underworld freely. That would cause some problems in the relationship with the devils. See? Just leave the new user to me, I said to Dulio. He was conflicted. He looked at me for a while before he hit his palm with his hand. Ah. Let's do this. I will ask someone else to accompany you. As if that idea was brilliant, he had a big smile on his face. It irritated me, so I shut it down immediately. No thank you. I stood up and then walked away. Dulio also stood up immediately, following me. Nay, don't be like that. I was tasked by Michael-sama, you know. He spoke from behind, but I ignored him. I felt a bit bad though, he was only here because Michael asked him. So I stopped on my track and looked over my shoulder. I saw him smiling happily. Maybe he was thinking that I would allow him to ask someone else to accompany me. With a smile on my face, I turned around and patted Dulio's shoulder. I feel bad for you. You are here because of order, right? And yet I asked you to return immediately. So you know about it. If you feel bad, can you wait for a while? I will ask another exorcist to accompany you, Dulio said with a smile on his face as he took out his phone. I stopped him with my hand and shook my head. No, please don't. The exorcist that you call will have the same difficulty as you. So, here is my proposal. I grinned at Dulio and he was looking at me, expecting what I said next. What is it? I can't go to the Underworld, you know. It will cause some trouble. I know. That's why, Tsura. I called out to Tsura. The door was slid open and Tsura was sitting in a seiza in front of the door. Yes, Rikusama. She asked. Ask Kajoro to prepare a meal for our guest again. Also, a lot of sweets for the souvenir to be given to the guest. I ordered. Certainly, I will ask Kajoro about that. The door was closed again, and I heard Tsura walk away from here. Dulio was confused, so I patted his shoulder once again. Just enjoy the meal, and I will let you see the boy later. Okay. I used my Kyo Shursui after I said that and disappear from Dulio's sight. Eh. I heard his surprised sound, but I ignored him. Underworld, huh? It seems that I will visit that place more often in the future. Chapter 143, Kidnapping Sona. It's like that, so I will leave now, I said to Dulio that was frozen in place. He couldn't see me, but he certainly heard my voice as I saw him looking around, confused. I walked out of the room and stood outside, looking up at the sky. Tomorrow was the promised day where Rennie would take me to the dimensional gap, so I only had one day to find the true Longinus wielder. It would be a chore, but I needed to try my best now to at least find a clue about him. So I created the magic circle under my feet, preparing myself to go to the Underworld. Wait. At that moment, Dulio shouted and he coincidentally stepped into my magic circle. Eh? You idiot. I cancelled my Mikio Shursui and shouted at him. The magic circle to teleport has been activated, and it couldn't be stopped anymore. Ah, I found you, said Dulio. However, when he said that, the magic circle was fully activated and both of us were teleported to the Underworld. I facepalmed and looked at Dulio through the gap of my fingers. Why did you follow me? I asked him. Ha, well, I wonder why too. Usually, I would be too lazy to even move, but something about you keeping me from that. I would just follow you, don't worry about anything, answered Dulio as he scratched his cheek. Sigh, well. Did Michael tell you something about the picture? Like, where is he located and such. I knew that the heaven system couldn't even work properly in the hand of Michael. However, who knows that he somehow managed to find out the new wielder location, right? I had no hope about it though. If heaven could know the sacred gear wielder's location, they would annex a lot of them to the church. Especially the Longinus user. I don't know. But, Michael told me that maybe you can try Belial territory to find the boy in the picture. The boy's gray eyes were similar to Diehauser. Come to think of it, that was true. However, the boy had black hair. From the start, I knew that he was a half-devil, but Belial territory. My lips curled up to a grin. Could it be, the boy was his son? Black hair, it was similar to his. His age also matched the year when he was killed. Maybe I can meet the boy easier than I thought, I muttered to myself. Dulio heard me, but he was confused. I should have asked that man to go with me, it was better that way. However, I just beat him yesterday, so he needed rest. What are you saying? Asked Dulio. I waved my hand at Dulio and said, you are a great help. You can go back now. A magic circle appeared under Dulio's feet at a fast speed. He couldn't respond and he was teleported away. This time, I teleported him back to the Vatican. It was his fault for following me, at least I would bring the meal that Kajoro made to Vatican Church later, if I had time. Well then, now that I knew the location of the boy, I should make my move. The question was, where was the Belial territory? I make a mistake, again. Well, let's just go to Gremory territory first, and ask Surzex to take me to Belial territory. That way, I won't cause some trouble. I was a bit skeptical about what I said. There was no way I wouldn't cause some trouble, it was bound to happen. Well then, I should visit Surzex now. It's still morning in this place, surely he will not mind that I visit him, right? I made another teleport magic circle again, and now my destination was Gremory territory. Before I teleported, I used Maikyo Shursue to stay inconspicuous. My teleport magic circle led me to the city of the Gremory territory. It was big, and I couldn't possibly teleport myself to the mansion of Surzex due to the barrier that surrounded it. But, when I thought about it again, Surzex's mansion was not in Gremory territory, right? So the only one who I could possibly ask for help was Sona. I was an idiot. Maybe it was caused by me just waking up from sleep, but I made a lot of mistakes today. I ruffled my hair in annoyance, and I teleported again, this time to Kuo. Because I had an apartment here, I teleported to the apartment and changed my clothes to Kuo Academy uniform before leaving to meet Sona. It has been a long time since I went to the Kuo Academy, a week maybe. Some students were already made their way towards the school, the sun has risen while I was talking with Dulio, and it seemed like now was time for school. I could feel Sona alongside her peerage's energies in the school, so I made the correct decision. As a sister of a Satan that dealt with foreign relationships, I was willing to bet that Sona had visited Belial territory. She was just a transport bus for me right now, but because I asked for a small favor this time, I guess I would need to prepare myself if she needed something. I could always counter her later, but who knows what would happen. There was always the last resort of taking her by force. I also met with Seraphal already, so the thing would be easy to explain. I would pass things as a joke and prank. But well, now I arrived at Kuo Academy, I made my way towards the student council room, where Sona and her peerage worked their ass to make the Kuo Academy a better place. Well, that didn't matter to me because I didn't need to attend school anymore, yikes. It seemed like they noticed me this time, that was an improvement to them. However, that was not enough. They just noticed me because they saw me through the window when I entered the school, that would be fatal if I had a malicious intention. Because they noticed my presence already, I opened the door of the student council room without knocking and greeted them. Yeah. Sona and her peerage were looking at me with tired looks. Sona even sighed hard. They thought they had nothing to do with me again after I left the school, but I proved them to be wrong. I made my way to Sona without saying anything and put my hand on her shoulder. I looked at Sona's queen, Tsubaki, and said, "Well then, I need to borrow your leader for a while." Wah. Sona let out a surprised voice, but I ignored it. I just made a teleport circle under our feet and teleported us to the underworld. Now, I got my guide, let us go meet the boy in Belial territory. Chapter 144, to Belial territory. The place where we teleported to was in the Gremory territory. The first thing that Sona did after I forcefully take her was a shock. She was frozen in her place. I waved my hand in front of her face, but she didn't even move. Because she was still frozen, I leaned closer to her left ear and whispered, "Hey, I will pull something nasty if you keep silent, you know." Ah. Sona's body jolted up and she covered her left ear with her hands before looking at me with her face reddened a bit. So even her could get embarrassed if I did that. Noted. "WW, what are you doing?" She shouted at me and pointed her index finger. We were in some kind of alley in the middle of the city, so her voice was pulling some attention to us. Not only that, because Sona was a little sister of Satan Leviathan, some people in the street noticed us. But, I think Sona didn't notice that, because she was now angry. Kidnapping you. I answered calmly. Wah. It took her off guard, she was confused and her hand was trembling in anger. You. How could you do that? You just stormed into our office and teleported me to this place. In the first place, where are we? Finally, after calming down a little bit, Sona lowered her hand and looked around. The area seems familiar, is this underworld? She then recognized some of the buildings and asked me. Correct. I answered with a smile on my face. I closed my right eye and crossed my arms. I need some help from you, you see. Just help me this time, think of it as repaying a favor for that time. That time, which one? I don't remember owing you favor at all. Sona fixed her glasses, then crossed her eyes. Oh. Did she forget about that time already? I approached her with a smirk on my face. Her expression turned bad, she seemed to have something in her mind and took a step back. Hey, what are you doing? She asked me, but I keep stepping forward. Her back was now hit by the wall, she looked around in panic and raised her hands to stop me. Stop it. She shouted, trying to draw attention from the people who passed us in the street. However, too bad for her. I surrounded the area around us with my fear, blocking the sound from inside, as soon as I took a step forward. I cornered her and slammed my hand to the wall, right beside her head. It was my first time doing this, but this was unexpectedly fun. I leaned my head closer and looked at her straight in her eyes. Did you forget how I saved you and the other when the army of fallen angels came to Kuo? Don't tell me that you forget that favor. I stopped them. I turned to my yokai form as I said that, my height became taller, and now I was looking down at Sona. Her gaze followed my eyes unconsciously as, escaped her lips. That don't mean you could take me forcefully. Is that so? I smirked at Sona. Her expression was funny right now, her usually stern face was nowhere to be seen. Right now she had a normal expression of a girl of her age. Ha 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 ha, I am just joking. Well, I need to move fast, so I have no time to talk casually. You said that but you are playing around right now, said Sona. She took a deep breath and recovered from her flustered condition. Nah, yeah right. But, if I talk with you in the student council room, it will take longer. Rather than that, let me tell you about the payment that I wanted for the favor at that time. Sona grumbled a little, but then she looked at me and said, fine. You did do us a favor at that time. But, don't think that I will agree to anything that you ask me for. There is a limit to the repayment that I can provide. Nice, she took the bait. To be honest, I already forgot about Kokabeel's incident, but this was good timing to bring that up. She didn't need to know my real goal, she just need to take me to Belial territory. In a way, it seemed trivial for her, but it helped me greatly. I want to visit Belial territory. You have been there before, right? Belial territory? Asked Sona. Why do you need to visit the Belial territory? Maybe you already know about it, but that's Dihazar Belial, the devil who stands on the top of the rating game, territory. As I had expected, she asked me about it. But, then, I had no intention to tell her that I was looking for true Longinus in that territory. I hope the boy was smart enough to hide that he had sacred gear before I could get to him. At least, I hope that he didn't tell any untrustworthy devil about it. Well, I wanted to visit that exact Dihazar Belial. I heard from Kokabeel at that time, Dihazar Belial know my old man. I wanted to hear the story directly from Dihazar Belial to at least know my old man better. Any problem about that? Really? Sona narrowed her eyes and asked me with a suspicious tone. She seemed to be skeptical about what I said, but she then sighed and held her head with her hand. It's not my place to say this, but please, I mean that, please don't make any trouble in Devil's territory. I smiled at Sona and nodded my head, I can't promise. Hearing my answer, Sona was glaring at me. Fine. But, I swear I will be the first one to stop you when you make a problem. So, stick close to me. Sona then approached me and created a teleport magic circle under our feet. Ha ha ha, that, I can promise. Do your best, Sona. Not that you could stop me. I added inside my mind. Sona sighed once again, and then we teleported to Belial territory. Chapter 145, Belial Mansion and Serord Bale. Belial territory was incomparably different from Grimoires. The architecture of the buildings was different. As soon as we teleported to the Belial territory, I spread my senjutsu and covered the city. The devil didn't realize it, and I scanned the area to find the sacred gear wielder. I couldn't find it though, it was hidden. If there was no news about the boy at all, I could guess that Dihazar tried to hide the boys from the other devils or even the supernatural world. So, we are here. What are you planning to do? Asked Sona. I looked at Sona and stroked my chin. I wonder, what should I do? Sona looked at me with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" as her eyes twitched in annoyance. She held her head again and sighed for how many no today. Well, I wanted to visit Daihazer mansion for sure. You know the way. I asked Sona. It will be a bit hard to visit him. Daihazer Belial-sama is a busy man. Answered Sona as she crossed her arms. I didn't care if Daihazer was a busy man or not. I asked her if she knew her mansion. But well, maybe he wouldn't allow us to enter. There was only one way left then. Just answer my question, Sona. Do you know his mansion? As I said dash. Before she finished her sentence, I cut her by stepping in front of her. Do you know where his mansion is? Answer that and I will let you go later. Sona flinched. She seriously considered my offer. But, that was a trap. I said later, but I didn't specify when I will let her go. I can let her go later after I meet the boy, or later when I am done with all thing that I need to do in the underworld. In other words, it was her misunderstanding. When you said later, when is that? Asked Sona. Well, it seemed like she was not as clueless as I thought. She knew my trap, dang. Whatever do you mean? Of course, after I am done with all of the things that I needed to do. Oh, I will not force you to stay, but I will not consider you repaying a favor to me if you go without helping me. I smirked at Sona, and she grumbled as she gritted her teeth. Fine, I will follow your whim for now. But, I will blame you for anything that happens later. I won't take any responsibility at all. I don't mind about that. But, you will take responsibility for your own action. If she blamed me for something that she did, I won't accept that. Also, I never blamed someone else for anything that I did, or was I? Yes, I can at least be responsible for what I do. Please don't worry about it. Sona said with a rather angry tone. Did she get mad because of what I said? She was so strange, but I couldn't blame her. After all, what I did to her was similar to kidnapping. So, I will ask once again. Do you know Daihazer Belial's mansion? Sona nodded her head and said, follow me. I will take you there. She then began to walk without waiting for me. I scratched the back of my head, sighed, and followed her. Can she be a little bit gentle? I grumbled inside my mind. She's not cute at all. Tisk. Sona clicked her tongue and walked faster. Oops, she heard me. We were now standing in front of a big mansion that was surrounded by high fences. It literally screamed, I am the lord of this territory, from just seeing the mansion. It's big, I said as I put my hand above my eyes, looking at the mansion. I was observing the escape path or possibly a path that led inside the mansion in case we couldn't enter from the entrance. Of course. This is Belial's mansion, one of the 72 pillars in the underworld. Sona boasted. For an important mansion, there is no guard outside of the mansion. It was strange though, even my mansion had a guard that always waiting at the entrance. Kubinashi, Ayatabo, and Kurotabo took a turn to guard the entrance. They swept the ground while looking around. They looked like a servant, but they were the strongest fighters under me. So it was strange that Belial mansion had no guard outside of their mansion. They don't need a guard to protect their mansion. Almost all devils knew that they shouldn't mess with Belial, especially because there is Daihazer Belial-sama in this mansion. Explained Sona. But that didn't guarantee the safety of the mansion. If there was someone crazy like me who loved to sneak around, this mansion was fucked up. It gave me advantage, but I hate this. There was no real challenge. It was as if inviting me to come and steal something. Should I try to steal something? I thought. I should try to steal something, I muttered as I touched my chin. Don't even try it. Plead Sona with a skeptical tone. Please. She even added please. Ha ha ha, I won't try it. Maybe. I laughed a little. Somehow teasing Sona was a bit fun, her expression was different from usual girls. I really can't understand you. Said Sona. She then walked towards the gate of the mansion. There was no guard, but somehow there was an intercom on the side of the gate, so Sona pressed that. Yes. May I know who is this? A man's voice came from the intercom, asking our identity. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. My name is Sona Citri, and I am with a youkai called Nurarihyon. We are here in order to visit Daihazer Belial-sama. Is he available? Asked Sona. The intercom went silent for a while. The other side seemed to be talking with someone, but then it answered again. Yes, you may enter. Please wait for a minute as we will welcome you in the gate. The intercom exchange ended after that. Sona stood in front of the gate gracefully, and I sat beside her while crossing my arms. It seems they welcome us with open arms, I said to Sona with a smirk. Yeah, we are lucky. Because you don't need to break in. There was malicious intention mixed in her tone, and I noticed that. Ha 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 ha, nice joke. I laughed and brushed off Sona's remark. After a few seconds, not even a minute, the gate opened and there was a guy with short black hair who stood beyond the door. He was big, but not as big as Ayatabo. Ha 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 ha, welcome to Belial Mansion. Greeted the guy. Sona's eyes widened, and she muttered. Serorg. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Serorg Bale. Oh, Sona. What are you doing here? Also, who is he? Serorg turned to me with his arms crossed. He was observing me, trying to judge my strength from my posture. I deliberately stood in my most natural stance with my arms crossed too, looking back at him. His body was big, he looked strong. He could also use Tuki to enhance it, which was ridiculous. After observing my body, he grinned and approached me, ignoring Sona that was in front of him. You are strong. He said with a grin on his face. You seem strong too, I answered him with a smirk on my face. He then nodded his head, satisfied, and then turned around to Sona. So Sona, what are you doing in this place? Sona looked at Serorg with an annoyed look. She tapped her feet repeatedly and said, that guy over there wanted to meet with Daihazer Belial-sama. Serorg then turned to me again and smiled. Oh. Can I ask why did you want to meet with him? Mainly because I have something to talk about. Well, it's not that important. Can I meet him? That would be difficult. He's outside of the territory right now with his peerage. Maybe he will be back in an hour or two. By the way, what's your name? My name is Serorg Bale, the oldest son of Bale House as well as the heir of one of the 72 pillars in the underworld. Nice to meet you. Serorg stretched his right hand towards me with a big smile on his face. I took his hand, shook it, and introduced myself. Because he introduced himself with his title, I also introduced myself with my title. I am the successor of the East Youkai clan, the second lord of Pandemonium, Nurarihyon. Nice to meet you too. His smile turned fierce after I introduced myself. He gripped my hand with all his strength. Oh, he challenged me in a strength contest. I didn't back down on any challenge, so I gripped his hand back, putting all my strength into it. His hand began to deform because of my strength, and his face was visibly in pain. Interesting, Serorg said with an excited voice. This is the first you managed to compete with me in a strength contest. I will be serious from now on, be prepared. As he said that, a white aura seeped out from his body. This guy was nuts, he actually used Tuki in a grip strength. His strength was now enhanced, I lost against him. TSK, you are strong, I said to Serorg. Ha ha ha, are you going to back down now? He taunts me with his words. Of course, I won't back down. I used Tuki too. My mastery in Senjutsu was higher than him, so my Tuki was stronger. I gripped his hand with all my strength. Ku. He let out a small groan, but he was still excited. Ha 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 ha, so you can use Tuki too? Of course. But, unlike your Tuki that use your life force, I use Senjutsu. It's stronger than yours. We kept doing this for a few seconds, until finally, Serorg said, fine, you win. He loosened his grip, and so I released his hand too. But, to think you are this strong with your build. I never met someone like you, ha ha ha. Serorg laughed happily. Could it be, you are older than you look? No, I'm not a monster that lived for more than 500 years like Surzex or my old man. I am a genuine teen. Oh, so we are the same age. I am most interested to have a spar with you if there is a chance. Spar. I don't mind. Because Daihazer is not home, why don't we have spar right now? I said that with a taunting tone. Serorg blinked his eyes a few times until finally he punched his own palm and grinned. You are more interesting than I thought. Let's go, I will show you my full strength in our spar. Serorg then turned away and walked inside the mansion area. I walked beside him. When we passed Sona, I heard her sighing and holding her head. What are you doing, Sona? We will leave you if you stand still there, you know. I said to Sona. Well, yeah. You don't need me, right? Right now you are with Serorg already, so can I leave? Both of us stopped walking and looked at Sona as if she was an idiot. Hey, you are his guide, aren't you? Asked Serorg. Yeah, are you an idiot? I said clearly while raising my chin. Huh? What did you say? Sona snapped. A vein popped up on her temple, and she walked towards us while stomping the ground. She stopped in front of me and pointed her index finger at my chest, touching it. Did you just call me an idiot? Let me tell you, I am not an idiot. I looked at Serorg and he looked back at me. We had understanding, nodded our head at each other, and then I said to Sona. If you are not an idiot, then you know that we need referee for our spar, right? If you want to walk away, at least do it after our spar. He's right. Sarorg nodded his head. Can I ask you to be our referee? Sona then froze on her spot, her face went red. Her mouth gaped, her finger that touched my chest fell lifelessly. Just that. I heard a mutter from her. She then took a deep breath, let it out, then raised her head. Fine, I will leave after your spar. You said it yourself. Of course. I nodded my head at Sona. Well, since the start, I just wanted her to show me Dihazar Belial's mansion. After I managed to enter this mansion, Sona's role had ended, and I didn't need her anymore. I can sneak in easily after I gained Sarorg's trust. Which was why I proposed the spar. I knew that he liked strong people, and befriend them. My plan will run smoothly after this, and I found the boy already. The boy was inside the mansion. After the spar, I would meet him before meeting Dihazar Belial. Good, now follow me. I will show you the location that's perfect for our spar. Sarorg then walked away, and we followed him. Chapter 147, Spar with Sarorg Bale. Quick notice. I entered the WPC with a new novel. The title is The Regressor is Already Dead. Thanks. Sarorg took us to the place that looked like a field behind the mansion. It was big enough to have something like a duel. How is it? This location is good enough, right? Asked Sarorg with his hands on his hips. He was standing beside me while I looked around the area. The ground was made from dirt, it was dense enough so it would serve as a good foothold. The area around us also had nothing, so it'd allow a head-on fight without hiding. It was advantageous for Sarorg in that area, he could also fly. While I could only walk in the sky by making a foothold using Jiu-Jitsu. But in all, it was a good arena. This is good enough. By the way, I am a swordsman. So I can use my sword for the spar, right? Feel free to use anything on your arsenal too. I called out Nenekarimaru and held it with my right hand. I raised it to Sarorg and he looked at Nenekarimaru with intrigued eyes. Oh. I don't mind. Please do fight me with all of your strength. The fight will be fun that way. All right. Let's do it right now then. I said to him as I walked towards the field. Sarorg's lips curled up as he punched his palm. He had an excited smile, then he walked to the field too. While I walked to the left side of the field, he walked to the right side. Sona stood on the side, looking at us with tired eyes. Let me say this first. Don't use all of your power, it will destroy this place. I will put on a barrier just in case, but if I judge that both of you are too much, I will stop this duel. Said Sona. I looked at her as if she was ridiculous, it was written on my expression. I utterly expressed my displeasure. You are no fun, Sona. What kind of spar is that? We need to push ourselves with all our strength if we are talking about spar. Aren't you agree with me, Sarorg? I deliberately asked Sarorg too because I too know that he doesn't like holding back. That's true. If you put on a barrier, isn't that meant we are allowed to use all of our strength? A spar without using our full strength is boring I tell you. Sarorg nodded in agreement and pointed his index finger at Sona. Sona then looked at us alternatively before letting out a sigh. Fine. She shouted. But I won't be responsible for any kind of destruction that happens later. She then extended her hands towards us, creating a barrier that was big enough for our spar. I and Sarorg then faced each other. He cracked his knuckle with an excited grin on his face. I strapped Nenekarimaru on my belt and unsheathed the blade. Are both sides ready? Asked Sona from outside the barrier. Yeah, I am ready, I answered. Anytime. Well then, start. As soon as Sona gave us the signal, Sarorg used Tuki. Without wasting time, he kicked the ground and reached me in less than a second. In terms of speed, maybe he was the fastest opponent that I ever met. Might be because all opponents that I met before couldn't even follow my movement, this was exciting. Sarorg's fist was right in front of my face when I noticed it. However, it seems that he underestimated me a little. I could dodge his fist, but I didn't do that. Instead, I swung my sword from below, aiming to cut Sarorg's arm off his shoulder. Bale's house must have got a phoenix tear or two, so I fight him seriously, without holding back. When my blade was almost cut his arm off, Sarorg noticed it and quickly pulled his right arm. His feet planted on the ground, and he arched backward. My sword left a light trail behind, but my attack didn't end there. I took a step back, rotated my body a little to gain momentum, and swung my sword downward. Try to dodge this, I said with a grin on my face. I had yet to use Tuki, so my slash this time was a bit slower than usual. With his feet planted on the ground, Sarorg couldn't dodge my slash. I could see him gritting his teeth and spreading his arms. When my sword was about to hit him, he clasped his hands, stopping my blade between his hands. Kahahaha, I stopped it. He laughed. Unfortunately for him, Nenakarimura was effective against the supernatural being. You laughed too soon. I bet his hand was now in pain with his demonic energy being burned by Nenakarimura. Sarorg let out a surprised voice. He quickly pulled his feet from the ground and jumped away. With him gaining a distance, I stood in my natural stance, tapping Nenakarimura's blade against my shoulder. It seems you never heard of me and my sword, I said to Sarorg. Yeah, no. I heard about Nurarihyon sword from Belial-sama, but I never thought the effect would be this painful. Said Sarorg as he looked at his hand. My demonic energy left my body as soon as I make a contact with that sword, it's terrifying. Oh right, Daihauser knew my old man. From Kokabeel's story, it seems my old man had some history with Daihauser, to the point that Daihauser decided to retreat when my old man arrived. Well then, let's get serious, shall we? As Sarorg said that, the energy around him changed. He then got into something called horse stance and shouted. Haa. Something that looked like a glowing yellow aura appeared around him. The energy was spiked up, and he at least became stronger than before. If this was a real battle, I would sneak in behind him and killed him. I didn't do that before this because I wanted to gain battle experience. As of now, I believe that my battle experience was enough, so I would change my style. If I wanted a fun battle, I could always spar like this. So I waited. A second later, Sarorg's body was clad in golden armor. His chest armor looked like a lion's head, and his helmet make him look like a golden lion. Regulus Nemia. Regulus Ray Leather Rex. One of the 13 Longinus that was tamed by Sarorg. To be honest, it was absurd, a pure devil had a Longinus. Not only that, he even used balance breaker right of the bat. I am ready. He punched his palm and smiled at me. To answer his serious form, I clad myself in fear and used Tuki. As usual, Blue Harrow appeared on my back. I used all my usual power while hiding some trump card. Well then, find me. I said to Sarorg. Or you will lose without being able to understand how you lose. I used my technique. Shin Kyuka Suijetsu. And disappeared from Sarorg's sight. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Spar with Sarorg Bale. Sarorg's speed increased. As soon as I used my technique, he appeared in front of me. He tried to punch me, but I had long gone from the spot, leaving only my fake. That was his first mistake, he didn't know my skill. I was standing behind him right now, and he punched my fake. As Sarorg's fist hit my clone, it melted in a black cloud of smoke and surprised Sarorg. His movement became dull for a moment, so I used this to strike him with Nenakarimura. I aimed at his side, right under his armpit. My sword flashed, leaving behind a light trail and connected. However, I couldn't cut him, the armor was too strong. When it made contact with his armor, my sword was bounced off with a loud clang. Clang. Sarorg noticed my location, he instantly rotated and sent a roundhouse kick. He thought he could hit me with a roundhouse kick. My old man had kicked me enough for me to dodge such a kick without seeing it. After dodging his kick by ducking, I imbued Nenakarimura with fear and senjutsu, swung it horizontally, towards Sarorg's leg. Got you, I said from below. Not too fast. Sarorg shouted and he jumped. My sword lost its target, and I looked up immediately only to see Sarorg's fist. Oria. He let out a shout as his fist got closer to my face. With the help of Yujitsu, I was able to move away and only left my clone at that place. Once again, my clone melted when Sarorg's fist made contact with its face. Because he was punching down from midair, his fist hit the ground and made a 3 meters wide crater. His gold armor was really bright that it made me squint my eyes just to look at him. Where are you? If you are a man, then fight me like one. Shouted Sarorg. Men or not, all was fair in love and war. A fight was no different than that. More importantly. Unfortunately, I am a Yakuza, you know. If you can't even defeat me, don't even dream to become the strongest. It was not my style answering my opponent's quip, but I somehow answered him. My voice was melted in the air, coming from various directions because of my fear. Sarorg looked around with a frown on his face, he then bumped his fists with each other. Right, I am wrong. Somehow, his next move surprised me. He punched his cheek with his left hand. Blood dripped from his mouth that got injured by his punch. Sorry for that. I am too caught up in a moment and got a bit angry because I can't land a hit on you. Don't worry about it, shall we continue? I said as I appeared 5 meters away from him. I was not a fool though, I just showed him my fake while my true body was looking down at him from the crater. Yeah. His Tuki aura then enlarged, it became bigger and bigger until finally, it died down. His physical strength was increased, he was even stronger now. That's the spirit. My fake's mouth moved, and my voice came from my fake. I made my fake take a basic stance of kendo and waited for Serorg to come at my fake. His speed increased again, he managed to reach my fake right after he launched himself. Not that he would hit the real me, but that speed was surprising. Even I would need to use Tuki to the limit to achieve that. But, doesn't that mean I was stronger? I meant, he was using his balance breaker and Tuki to achieve that speed, yet I just need my Tuki. Serorg was even called the strongest young devil, but that was a given, right? If he couldn't achieve the strongest with even his strength, then this world was too fucked up. I could also fight Susanoo without any problem. I need to break that armor though. Serorg was now rampaging on the field, punching every fake that appeared one after another. He was laughing like crazy, while I observed him look for his weak point. His chest was clearly the strongest. The only open part of his armor was his face. But this was a spar, so I couldn't use my sword to stab that face, he would die. Let's punch him then. I began to make my move. Dismissing Nenekarimura that was on my hand, I opted to use my bare hand to fight Serorg. It was a good chance to know how skillful I am with my martial art. I had only used a sword to fight all this time, so I was curious myself. Hey, I'm over here, you know. I showed him my real location as I waved my hand, gesturing for him to come at me. There you are. Serorg kicked the ground, creating a crack under his feet, and he reached me in less than a second, sending a right jab right at my face. I stepped to the left to dodge the punch, grabbing his arms with both hands and throwing him to the ground. Bam. Ka. The air came out from Serorg's lungs because I threw him to the ground, landing on his back. The ground under him cracked, but I didn't stop my attack yet. I quickly sent a punch at his face, but he had already recovered and moved his head to the right, dodging my punch by hairbreadth. As a result, my fist hit the ground and shattered it, creating 4 meters deep crater. Serorg got blown away by the shockwave. He managed to land safely 10 meters away from me. His inside was a bit damaged though, as I used a certain technique to injure his vital. This was taught by Magari when I learned senjutsu from her. A technique of using senjutsu to attack my opponent's internal organ. I let out the breath that I held. From my mouth, white smoke came out alongside my breath. It was a senjutsu aura that I infused into my body to use the technique from Magari. I turned to look at Serorg. Blood was dripping from his mouth, but he quickly wiped it with his hand and he smiled at me. Kahaha, you used your fist. That's a good attack. He then cracked his knuckle again, then he got into a stance. Come, let's make this spar memorable. I grinned at his invitation. I got into a stance too. My left arm was straight in front of me, with my left palm opened. I pulled my right hand, positioned it beside my waist while I opened my leg a little, with the left in front of the right. This was the so-called Kung Fu stance, but this was not Kung Fu. Instead, this martial art used senjutsu to injure our opponent. Anytime you want. I said to Serorg while waving my left hand. Chapter 149, Spar with Serorg Bale Final. We kicked the ground at the same time and met in the middle. He punched with his right hand while my right fist also moved towards his face. Serorg's body was big, that was why I was able to land a hit on his face. I was a bit faster. His punch only hit the air because I ducked down. Although he got punched, there was a smile on Serorg's face. He was smiling and laughing as he sent a barrage of punches toward me. Ha 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 ha, your punch does no damage to me, shouted Serorg as he kept sending punches towards me. None of them hit my body though, as I moved around while punching him. Ha. I said with a mocking tone. You didn't even graze my body, say that after you land a hit. I shouted the last part of my sentence as I covered my fist with senjutsu aura. My attack power increased, and my punch connected with Serorg's face. He thought that this punch was the same as before, but this was lethal. He was blown away because of the force of my punch, his nose bleed, and there was blood trickling from his mouth. He was able to stop after rolling on the ground a few times, and he instantly kicked the ground, rushing towards me. He grinned and his fist was moving fast, toward my face. I also grinned, this was fun. I never knew that exchanging fists was this fun, although as usual, I never got hit. Once again, I dodged Serorg's fist by stepping to the left and sent a side jab using my left hand. Guh. Serorg grunted, but he quickly rotated with his right leg as a pivot and used his left leg to kick me, aiming at my rib. With his body, he was able to kick me in all places, but he chose my rib. I somehow sensed that it was only a feint, so I just ducked to dodge his kick. And as expected, Serorg's hand was already raised, his fist was covered with a thick amount of energy. That's bad. I smiled wryly as I saw his fist closing in. Without any hesitation, I used Kyuka Suigetsu and jumped back. Serorg's punch passed through my fake, and it hit the ground, creating a loud explosion. Bam. The destruction caused by that punch was no joke. A new crater with a diameter around 10 meters was created. Sarorg stood in the center of the crater, looking at his right hand without moving. Black smoke that was created from my fear surrounded my body as I reappeared right on the edge of the crater. That's serious damage. That's why your punch hurt so much, he said as he looked at me. Fucking copycat. You copied the technique that I created 10 seconds ago. Not gonna lie, this is good. As he shouted that, he coated both of his fists with Tuki and rushed towards me once again. He looked happy, maybe because he had no rival that could fight him equally in the underworld. He jumped towards me, but he jumped too high. Right now he was above me with his hands put together, raised above his head. Damn it. I have a bad feeling about this. I quickly jumped away and stood in the sky with my yujitsu. However, I forgot about it, that devil could fly. Sarorg quickly changed his direction and flew toward me. That was fucking cheating, yokai couldn't fly at all. I quickly made a lot of footholds in the sky using yujitsu. When Sarorg closed to me, I kicked the foothold and jumped around, finding a chance to knock Sarorg with one attack. Because I could coat my fist with senjutsu, maybe I could use that too. I coated my whole body with senjutsu aura, trying a technique that Chiron used in the original series. If I wasn't wrong, Chiron was able to grow her body when she used a lot of senjutsu. I tried to imitate that and enter my yokai form that was called offense. It was often used by the MC in Nurarihyon no Mago when he was in a bind. His hair became straight and turned black, his attack and speed increased drastically. More importantly, his technique became stronger. So with senjutsu, I tried to imitate that effect. That technique turned into the fear that I usually use to dodge and create a fake clone to imbue my attack. It was a broken technique, but I had a hard time using it. Mainly because I could stay in my yokai form all day. Not only that, I was strong enough without that technique. I thought that I would be able to beat anyone by just dodging and attacking from behind, but I was wrong. Heavenly Dragon Scale Mail and Sarorg's armor was too fucking hard. I need to use it. Slowly but surely, my aura changed and black some seeped out from my body and floated to the sky. My ponytail was untangled, and my hair was dancing in the sky. Ah, I can use it, I muttered and stopped jumping around. I stood right in front of Sarorg with my newfound speed. Wah. Sarorg let out a surprised sound, but he quickly pulled his arm and sent a punch. I was twice faster than before, and I could feel that my strength was increased too. Sarorg's punch was now looked like a snail, it was slow. Block this or you will die, I said to Sarorg and sent a punch toward him. His brow furrowed, he sensed the danger that came from my attack. He quickly stopped his punch and crossed his arms in front of his chest in an X sign. My fist hit his arms, destroying his armor, and then blowing him away. Crack. Bam. He flew at a fast speed and crashed into the barrier. Creak. Crack. The barrier began creaking, it was almost destroyed. Sarorg collapsed in the distance, he wasn't even moving. His armor began to dissipate into a golden light. I also couldn't hold this offense form any longer, I turned back after a few seconds. I need to train later, this would be a great trump card too. Chapter 150, After Spar Talk. Sona quickly cancelled the barrier and made his way to Sarorg. She crouched beside him, then sighed in relief before turning at me. Hey! She shouted. You've gone too far. I just shrugged my shoulders as if that was not my problem. It's a spar, why should I hold back? Even Sarorg asks me to not hold back. Look at your surrounding. Shouted Sona as she pointed her finger at the ground around me. I looked around. The ground was destroyed, the flat ground was now full of craters and debris. But, I saw nothing wrong and looked back at Sona. There is nothing wrong. It was just an aftermath of our spar, there was nothing wrong. However, Sona looked dumbfounded, she held her head with her hand. Truly, you see nothing wrong in this. And she snapped. Yeah right, nothing is wrong with the ground being destroyed. I am the strange one. I blinked a few times. Sona stood up and approached me. She stomped the ground and had an angry expression. You, hear me. She pointed her index finger to my chest and raised her face to look at my face. Spar is not like this. This is a duel, not a spar. Both of you have gone too far and destroyed the property of Belial. When she said it like that, I forgot that we were in the Belial mansion. I fought Sarorg, and he came from Baal's house. In the middle of our fight, I just wanted to defeat him, and we had too much fun. I looked away from Sona, and at that moment, I heard Sarorg grunt and moved his body. Hey, Sarorg began to get his consciousness back. Don't change the topic. Shouted Sona. You understand that this will be a problem. You destroyed a field in the Belial mansion. If Daihazer equals Sama saw this, what do you think will happen to you? Nothing, I said to Sona and used Kyukusoi Jetsu and let Sona talk with my fake. Getting lectured like that was annoying. I left her alone in that place and approached Serorg. He then gained his consciousness back and opened his eyes. I lost. He said. So there is someone in my generation that's stronger than me. Serorg raised his body slowly and now he sat with crossed legs. He looked at Sona who lectured my fake. He tried to stand up, but he staggered. Don't push yourself, I said to Serorg in a low voice. He stopped moving and looked in my direction. He couldn't see me because I used Kyukusoi Jetsu, that was why he was confused. He looked at my fake again who was lectured by Sona and then turned his gaze in my direction again. You used your technique to run from Sona, huh? He noticed it. Of course, if he couldn't guess what kind of technique I used against him, he won't be called the strongest young devil. He was able to get that title because of his fighting powers. Not only that, I knew that he was at least smarter than the other people my age. She's annoying, I said to Serorg. She always has this calm air around her, but somehow she always got angry at me. Ha 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 ha, doesn't that mean she's opening her heart to you, eh? Serorg said with a smile. It was surprising, he could joke around like that too. I sat in front of him and cancelled my technique. My fake that was in front of Sona disappeared and she froze in her position. Nah, no thanks. I have too much in my hands now. Ha ha ha, so you are a playboy, huh? Not that I mind that. After all, a lot of devils have more than 5 wives. Especially the strong one. I am not a playboy. I denied his claim. At that point, Sona noticed me and made our way towards us. Well, to be honest, I prefer to not have any relationship with devil shitty society and politics. Serorg looked at me with a gaze that said he could understand my feeling. I interacted with him normally and had no problem whatsoever. I didn't show my contempt towards devils nor tell him that I hate devils. But, I hate their politics. I just didn't want to have a relationship with one. I didn't hate them, but their politics were troublesome. I know your feeling. But, tell me if I am wrong, isn't youkai also have those kinds of politics? Asked Serorg seriously. Sona was standing beside us now, she kept her silent because she looked curious about the situation of the yokai now. I couldn't blame them for being curious, because the supernatural society didn't really know much about yokai. We were rather seclusive while handling our matters. Not only that, each faction had its own problem at hand, so they couldn't care less for a weak faction like yokai. They thought that we were weak, that was far from the truth though. Nay, I answered Serorg's question with a grin on my face. I put my elbow on my knee and rested my head on my hand. We do nothing like politics in my faction. The leader will choose the next leader. As long as the successor is strong enough to lead our clan, then our subordinates will follow us. If they wanted to express their dissatisfaction, they will speak loudly in the meeting without even hiding their feeling. I paused a little and observed Serorg's expression. He turned a bit grim, maybe because he had a situation that was similar to the one I talked about. He didn't inherit his family's power and was only chosen as the heir after he beat his little brother. Devils are also about power, right? But they kept their desire hidden. We are not like that. Yokai are free, we love freedom. So, any dissatisfaction will be settled on the same day, with a method that's acceptable for both sides. Serorg then has a wry smile on his face, how envious. I hope we are like that too. Ha 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 ha, I bet you do. I laughed and stood up. I looked at the entrance of the mansion and felt big energy coming from the distance. It seems that the master of the mansion will arrive shortly. Serorg, who heard me, stood up and asked. Really? How can you tell? I looked at him and put my index finger in front of my mouth. Secret. Do you think I will tell you all my techniques? No, ha 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 ha. Well then, let's meet him immediately. I will take you to him. Said Serorg as he walked away. Much appreciated. I then followed him from behind, leaving Sona alone. I waved my hand at her and said, you are free to leave, Sona. I don't need you here anymore. Chapter 151, Dihauser Belial. Because I was technically a guest, Serorg took me inside the mansion and guided me to the gallery room. There were 2 couches and 1 table in the room. On the wall, there was a drawing of Dihauser Belial in his formal outfit. Serorg told me to wait here while he would get Dihauser Belial and informed him about me. The gallery room was on the 1st floor, while the boy was on the 2nd floor of the mansion. There was a person with an energy similar to Dihauser beside the boy, but the energy was smaller than him. It seems that my guess is correct. So Serzex wasn't lying when he said that she's still alive. A few minutes later, the door opened and Sona appeared from beyond the door with a frown on her face. Hey. I am leaving. She said as she entered the room. She closed the door behind her and walked to me. Yeah. If you want to leave, then feel free to leave. I said to her as I waved my hand. Tisk. Sona then clicked her tongue and a blue magic circle appeared under her feet. Don't cause any trouble. Yeah, I know. I can't promise you though. Because I plan to meet the boy even if Dihauser didn't allow me to. Do as you please. Goodbye. Sona then teleported away as the light engulfed her body, leaving me sitting on the couch alone in this gallery room. It was quiet, but then I felt that Dihauser had arrived at the entrance. The energy moves closer to this room. Now, I had no plan at all. To be honest, I just wanted to visit here to meet that boy. I didn't know Dihauser's character. Would he be offended if I say what was in my mind? Would he be offended if I asked him about Clearia Belial? Should I just teleport for a second to grab Masaomi and took him here? The half-devil, the boy was his son, that was what I guessed. The energy that felt similar to Dihauser Belial could only possibly be had by his sibling or his relative. And Clearia Belial was his cousin. There was a possibility that the energy that I felt on the second floor was Dihauser's parents, but I don't think that was the case. Dihauser's energy was now in front of the gallery door with Serorg. The door was opened and I saw a big man with grey hair enter the room, followed by Serorg. He scanned the room and stopped when he saw me. You are Nurarihyon. I stood up and greeted him with a smile. Yeah, and you are Dihauser Belial. His eyes squinted. He looked at me from shoes to head, and then his eyes stopped at my hair. You are similar to him. It's a bit unpleasant. He then smiled, but your aura was different from Nurarihyon. Well, please be at ease and take a seat. As he said that, he walked to the couch across from me and sat down. I also sat down. Serorg walked to me and sat beside me as if this was his home. He was too relaxed. When Dihauser sat down, a maid appeared from the door while pushing a tray. There were 3 cakes on top of the tray, 2 Western teacups with black tea, and 1 traditional Japanese teacup with green tea. The maid then put the cake and the tea in front of us. Naturally, she put the green tea in front of me. I looked at Dihauser and he smiled. Let's have sake later. I heard from Serorg that you wanted to meet me, so I guess tea is fit for a discussion, no? This guy knew about it. So my old man had visited you before? Surely. There was no way Dihauser would know my preference if that old man didn't visit him in the past. My preference was the same with my old man, maybe it was because we were related. Yes. Dihauser raised his tea and took a sip from it. He suddenly appeared in our dining room when I was having a meal with Surzek-sama. Not only that, he demanded sake and meal as if my mansion was his house. Ha 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 ha, I laughed at Dihauser. Well, I should have visited with the same way if I knew my old man had visited you before. Dihauser looked at me with a wry smile. Actually, I appreciated you more than your father because you visited me normally. However, please do call me first if you wanted to visit in the future. I can somehow guess your intention for coming to my mansion this time. I took the teacup in front of me and raised it with 2 hands. My right hand was on the cup's body while my left hand was supporting the cup from the bottom. I took a sip from it and looked at Dihauser. Oh. You know about my intention? I asked him. Yeah, somehow. The reason why I leave my mansion earlier was to meet with Surzek-sama. I got rather interesting information regarding yokai and the church. I heard that you will have a friendly competition with the church and heaven a day after the peace conference. Asked Dihauser back. So I guess the reason for your visit. I guess you wanted me and my peerage to take part in the friendly competition. While he was not wrong about the information, his guess was far from my real intention of coming here. So I cut him off. Unfortunately, that's not the case this time, Dihauser. I will appreciate it if you or the devils join the friendly competition, but that's not the reason for my visit this time. Dihauser then looked at me with interest. He slouched his back a little and asked. So, what's your reason for visiting me this time? Surely it's not because you wanted to have a free meal. Yes, this is rather important for me, you know. I wanted to meet with Clearia Belial. Dihauser frowned as soon as I mentioned Clearia Belial. Why? He asked with a different tone from earlier. His tone was cold and commanding. Because I wanted to meet her son. Also, my subordinate will certainly be happy if he could meet his beloved again. Dihauser's eyes widened. He stopped moving for a few seconds before he finally let out a sigh and leaned her back against the couch's backrest. Sigh, so he's still alive. Not only that, he becomes your subordinate. Yeah, indeed. I saved him when he was about to die. Dihauser straightened his sitting position again and smiled. Thank you. Clearia will be happy to hear this. I smiled back at Dihauser. My subordinate was also happy when he heard Clearia is still alive. So, can I meet her? Dihauser nodded his head and stood up from the couch. Sure, follow me. I think it will be okay if it's you. After all, those old devils didn't have any influence in the yokai faction. So I will believe you. I believe that you will not spread the news about Cleria to those old devils. You can trust me in that matter. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Cleria Belial. Dihauser guided me to the second floor of his mansion. Serorg left us while saying he had something to do in his house though, so it was just the two of us. While we were walking there, we were chatting a little bit. However, how did you know that Cleria is still alive? Asked Dihauser. About that, it was a bit complicated story. I said to him as I crossed my arms. Usually, I crossed my arms underneath my kimono. But, because I wore Koa's uniform today, I couldn't do that. I don't mind, to be honest, I am really interested in your story. I heard about you for the first time when you killed Kokabil and decimated his army of thousands with just a few hundred yokai. You are amazing, maybe you have surpassed your father in his youth. My old man in his youth. I was interested in that. I meant, he was strong, especially in his youth. Age has made his blade dull, not only that, he had been pampered by peace. Well, I have no story to be told except that one though. To be fair, I only destroyed a big army and one small faction. So my story is limited. Oh. You destroyed one small faction, how could I never heard of that? Asked Dihauser with curiosity written clearly on his face. Surzex and Serafal limited the news. Because it happened in the underworld. I destroyed one of the factions that affiliated with Kao's brigade, named Hero Faction. Hero Faction? You destroyed them? Exclaimed Dihauser with a surprised tone. Yeah, you know them. I asked Dihauser. Of course, I know about them. I was hunting them at some point, but Cao Cao's sacred gear is too strong, especially against a devil such as me. Don't tell me, you killed Cao Cao too. Yeah. Of course. I destroyed them completely. So, the true Longinus also found its new wielder. It's a bit surprising because I thought that the spear at least won't appear for the next decades. However, Michael told me that the spear has found its new wielder already. By the way, don't tell anyone about this information, at least until the peace conference, okay? I don't mind. But at least, can I share this information with Surzex or Serafal? Knowing that they knew the death of Cao Cao. I smirked at Dihauser as we stepped on the second floor, you can decide that yourself. So, where is Cleria? Although I knew her position already, I decided to ask him, trying to be polite in his mansion. Not my style, but it couldn't be helped. I was an uninvited guest after all, and I did know a manner. This way. Cleria is still a bit cautious against a stranger, but I think that she will be fine if you are the one who visited her. She would be fine if I visited her. I never had any relation with her though. Why? I asked Dihauser. I never met her before, and I just acquainted with Masaomi for a while now. Why are you so sure that she will be fine even if she meet me? Although I was her lover superior, I was a stranger to her. There was no way she would be fine with me, right? He even said that Cleria was cautious against a stranger. Well, how do I say it, you seem to be a likable individual. Not only that, somehow I feel like I can trust you easily. Again, someone who said that they could trust me when they only met me once. Why did they always say that to me? Was I that trustworthy? Because I, myself, never thought that I was a trustworthy individual. I did what I wanted to do. So I couldn't understand their thought. Whatever. In short, Cleria might be agreeing to meet me, right? Yeah, that might be the case. Well, follow me. I wanted to tell her the good news that her loved one is alive, so she could recover. I was always regretting when Cleria cried at that time, so I am glad that he's still alive. Dihauser then walked again, I followed him quietly as I scanned the mansion. This was extravagant, the ceiling was so high. Compared to my Japanese mansion, this mansion was shinier. However, in terms of size, I could boast that my mansion was bigger than this mansion. Someone said that a mansion was proof of someone's power, and I agree with that. The bigger the mansion, the stronger the one who lives there. After walking for a while, we stopped in front of a door. Behind this door, I felt the true Longinus and the energy that was similar to Dihauser. As expected, that energy was Cleria's. She's here. I will enter first. Can you follow me from behind? Yeah, sure, no problem. I nodded my head to Dihauser. He nodded back, and then he knocked on the door 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Cleria, it's me. He said. A girl's voice then answered from beyond the door. Yes, please wait a second. After she said that, footsteps followed suit. A second later, the door was opened and a girl with long gray hair and gray eyes. She looked at Dihauser with a smile, then he noticed me who stood behind Dihauser. Her eyes widened a little, but she looked back at Dihauser. May I ask something, Dihauser? Asked the girl, Cleria Belial. Yes, anything. Answered Dihauser with a sweet smile. So the Belial house did treasure their family. I heard from the rumors that Belial was the house that treasured their family the most, so it was true. It was our first meeting, but Cleria's reaction was strange. The gentleman who is standing behind you, he's not Nurarihyon, right? Because I remember that guy is not this polite. This gentleman is more reserved with his conduct. And I should have known this from the start. Fucking old man, what did he do in Belial's house? No, he's Nurarihyon's son. His name is Nurarihyon, and he has good news for you. Dihauser stepped to the side and pointed at me with his hand as he introduced me. Nurarihyon's son, is it? He's as handsome as his father. Truly a sinful race, Nurarihyon. Fufufu. Said Cleria as she giggled. Ah, forgive me. Nurarihyon, was it? Indeed, my name is Nurarihyon. I said to Cleria as I nodded my head. And I am here to see you and your son. How did you know about Ye? Asked Cleria as she squinted her eyes. Dihauser was only looking at us from the side, as he knew that I wanted to tell Cleria that Masaomi was still alive. However, she named his son Ye. Puffed. I laughed when I heard the name of her son. Cleria's face contorted into a frown as she asked again, was there something funny? Ah, sorry about that. I never thought that you would give your son that name. He will be troubled when he heard that. Damn, that guy was lucky to get a girl like you. I said as I wiped the tears that built up in the edge of my eyes because I was laughing too hard. Cleria's eyes widened a little. What do you know about my loved one? Asked Cleria with a cold tone. Chill, Cleria. Well, what do I know about Masaomi Yagaki? Well, he's living in my mansion right now, serving me as part of my Hayaki Yaku. Is that answer satisfying? Cleria let out a surprised voice. He's alive. Yup, alive and kicking. I saved him when I met him. Are you happy? I asked her. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She then covered her face with her hands and sobbed, why yes. Why Yagaki is alive. I am glad. Dihauser approached her and hugged her to comfort his cousin. After a while, she managed to contain her tears. She released her hug and then smiled at me. Thank you. She wiped the tears on her face and said again, thank you very much. Chapter 153, Cleria's Wish. Don't worry about it. Masaomi also tried to find you. However, can I hear your side of the story? How can you survive? And, why did the old devil didn't make any move? Cleria looked at Dihauser for a second before turning to me again and nodding her head. Yes. Please come in, this is my son's room, but I believe you don't mind about it. I don't mind. I can be everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Fufufu, well then, please come in. Cleria said as she entered the room. Do you want to go in too, Dihauser? No, I still have something to be done in the territory. My peerage has been waiting for me. Ah. What a shame. I wanted to have tea with you, Dihauser. Ye also wanted to meet you. Maybe later. You have made Nurarihyon waiting, you know. I will leave now. Dihauser smiled sheepishly as he walked away and waved his hand. Yes, Dihauser. Said Cleria. She then turned to me as she smiled shyly. Ah, please do forgive me. This time is real, please come in. For the third time, Cleria said please come in. This time, however, I entered the room and saw a boy from the picture sitting on a chair in front of a desk. He looked at me a second, then turned to Cleria and asked. Mother, who is he? He stood up and observed me with eyes full of interest, especially when he saw my hair. This is Nurarihyon, he's the successor of the East Youkai faction. Can you introduce yourself to him? The boy's mouth opened and he walked in front of me. He then bowed to me a little and introduced himself. It's nice to meet you, my name is Yamasa Belial. He then raised his head and smiled brightly. This, strange. He had Masaomi's feature, but he also had Cleria's eyes. Black hair, gray eyes. I crouched to match his gaze and said. Yo, I am the Lord of Pandemonium, Nurarihyon. Your mother's introduction wasn't wrong, but I have officially become the leader of the East Youkai clan because my old man had left for his journey. Nice to meet you, boy. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I seldom leave this mansion, so I don't know about the news outside. Cleria apologized to me as she looked at me with apologetic eyes. I looked at her and said, don't worry about it. We just have a small party and didn't even announce it. Also, only you and your son knew about it right now. I smiled at Cleria with a playful look. Eh? Then isn't that a problem? Asked Yamasa as he freaked out. I put my right hand on his head and ruffled it. Don't worry about it. You are the son of my subordinate, I won't do anything to you. Well, except when there is something that requires me to, but don't worry about it too much. Yamasa's eyes widened as he asked, what do you mean by that? Cleria approached us and hugged Yamasa from behind. Yay, your father is still alive. Eh? Yamasa let out a surprised voice, really? He asked again. Yeah, Masaomi Yagaki is still alive and kicking. Though he's been turned to a devil, I had extracted his evil piece safely, so he's not under anyone's influence now. That's a relief. Really? Cleria then cried again, this time she hugged her son as she cried. I let her cry for a while as I sat on the chair around the table in the room. She cried for around 5 minutes, she then sat on the chair across from me, and Yamasa sat beside her. For now, I am really thankful for bringing such good news. Said Cleria as she bowed her head to me. Thank you. Exclaimed Yamasa. You're welcome. Well, I just coincidentally found him when I walked inside a forest. He's now in my mansion, and he worked as my subordinate. I see. Nurasama, please hear my wish if you don't mind. Said Cleria as she put on a serious face. I nodded my head a little and said, please do tell me. I wanted to ask something from you too if you don't mind. I need to hear it first before I can give my answer. But I am thankful that you are agreeing to hear my wish. Don't mind that. Technically, you are my subordinate's wife. It's natural to hear the wish from my subordinate's family. I said to Cleria as I smiled. I already regard Masaomi as my family, as my comrade. So do tell me your wish. Yes, the truth is. I wanted to meet with Masaomi-san again. Can you maybe take us to the human world? Even a day is enough. However, you are currently being hunted by the old devil because of your knowledge of the king piece as well as the sudden sacred gear that appeared in your son, right? How did you know about that? Cleria's eyes widened in surprise. No, considering you, I guess the information is really easy, right? Maybe the other doesn't know about it, but Nurarihyon has a lot of friends from each faction. She misunderstood that my connection was my old man's, huh? Well, I don't think that I need to tell her that Michael was the one who told me about her son's sacred gear. Regarding King Peace, I just remember it from the series which was now blurry. I couldn't remember a lot of things, which was natural because I was in this world for more than 16 years. I don't need those memories again though, as history had changed, and I at least still remember the key players that wanted to destroy the world. So I answered Cleria. Correct. So you want to meet Masaomi? I can help you with that. Cleria's face brightened as she clapped her hands in front of her chest. Really? Yeah, I said and stood up from the chair. Shall we go now? I will tell you what I want when we are in my mansion. Yes, please. Cleria then stood up and looked at Yamasa. Yay, let's go. I then made a magic circle to teleport under our feet. Are you ready? Cleria and Yamasa nodded their heads, and I then teleported us to my mansion. After thinking for a while, wasn't I basically kidnapping Daihauser's cousin because he didn't know about this? Well, whatever. Chapter 154, Lover Reunion. Once again, after I teleported to the entrance of my mansion, Kobayashi looked at me and sighed. Another one, Rikusama. He said as he held his head in place. What do you mean by another one? She's a guest. I said to Kobayashi as I walked inside the mansion. You can follow me, Cleria. Bring your son inside too, there is a lot of yokai that love to play, so he can play with them if he wanted to. Oi guys. Ah, yes. Come on, yay. Cleria looked at her son with a smile. Yes, mother. May I play with someone like he said? Asked Yamasa. Of course, feel free to play with the others. But Cleria's words stopped midway, mainly because there was a lot of yokai appearing around the mansion. Rikusama. Welcome back, Rikusama. Yaya, do you bring any food with you, Rikusama? Cut it out. Don't you see that there is a guest here? Kobayashi shouted at them, and they finally quieted down. They welcomed me back, but Cleria was surprised when she saw them. I must admit that they indeed looked scary, but they were a good guy. Each yokai had no similar form. Small, big, animals, monsters, they had a lot of looks. Yamasa didn't look scared though, he looked at the yokai with eyes full of interest. Yo guys, can you play with that boy over there? He never had any friends, so teach him how to have fun. Leave it to us, Rikusama. Yeah. We will have fun with him. Cleria then looked dumbfounded, but Yamasa had a big smile on his face. He looked at Cleria and said, Mother, may I play with them, please? Why yes. Make sure to get along well, okay? Of course. Thank you, mother. Seeing that the boy had agreed to play with them, a yokai that had a human body with a natto head, often called Natakozu, approached Yamasa and pulled his hand. Let's go. I am Natakozu, the leader of the small yokai. I will teach you how to have fun. Okay. Exclaimed Yamasa as he beamed into a smile. Cleria looked at his son with a loving expression, and I used this chance to whisper something to Kobayashi. Hey, did Dulio already leave the mansion? Kobayashi put on a serious face and nodded his head, yes. He left after Kajoro gave him bento. But, why did you ask, Rikusama? You even left him here. It's a bit complicated. Well, I managed to gain something because I left Dulio though. I said as I looked at Cleria who was looking at Yamasa who run around the mansion with the other yokai. Her expression changed a few times when she was looking at her son. Kobayashi followed my gaze and looked at Cleria, however, who is that? You brought a lot of women home recently, are you trying to be a scumbag, Rikusama? You didn't hold your mouth in front of me, eh? I looked at Kobayashi as I smirked. I can't find another word, so I used that. But, if I may ask. Who is she, Rikusama? She's Cleria Belial, Masaomi's lover. And apparently, he fucking did it and had a son before he was turned into a mindless stray devil. I answered Kobayashi and he exclaimed. No way. But, well, if you want to find Masaomi, he's in the dojo as usual. He sure loves being there while meditating. I know, I plan to bring her to meet Yagaki after this. Keep your eye on the boy, Kobayashi. Don't let him wander out of the mansion. He's a bit special. Kobayashi nodded his head seriously, please leave it to me. I am counting on you. I then turned to Cleria and shouted, hey. Are you ready to meet your lover? Kia. Cleria looked at me and yelped in surprise. Her face turned red, but she nodded her head, yes. Ha ha ha, follow me then. Let's surprise him for good. I then walked towards the dojo. Cleria followed me from behind. After we've arrived in front of the dojo, I asked Cleria to wait outside of the dojo first while I talked with Masaomi. It was to surprise him, so she happily agreed to my plan. I slid the door open and saw Masaomi swinging Excalibur rapidly in Hakama. He was sweating profusely. He stopped his swing after she noticed me and turned his gaze to me. Rikusama, what's bring you here today? Do you want to spar again? I leaned against the wall near the door and waved my hand, nah, no. I have to deal with something later, so I have no time to spar. More importantly, are you free right now? I wanted to ask something from you. Masaomi made his way towards the corner of the dojo where towels were stacked. He took one of the towels and wiped her sweat with it as he said, of course. I have nothing to do except for training. I can use Excalibur rapidly for a few hours straight without being burnt by the holy energy now. Oh, that's impressive. That was really impressive. It's only a few days, and yet he made such progress. I also made a lot of progress in the last few weeks thanks to spars with a lot of people. But Masaomi was a former human, now a devil. He was able to grow faster than most people in this world. Thank you for your praise, Rikusama. Said Masaomi as he smiled, by the way, you said that you wanted to ask something. What is it, Rikusama? Ah, right. You did know that your lover, Cleria Belial, is still alive, right? Do you want to meet her again? Masaomi's expression then turned gloom as he lowered his head, yes. Of course, I wanted to meet her again. But, it will be hard with the situation right now. However, you wanted to meet her right? I asked him again. Masaomi raised his head and nodded, if I am given the chance to, then I really love to meet her again. I grinned at his words and raised my chin, then I have good news for you. Masaomi was confused, but his eyes were filled with hope after I told him that. He must have connected the dot between my question and the good news. I then knocked on the door a few times and said, you can enter now. As I said that, Cleria then appeared from the door and cried as soon as she saw Masaomi. Masaomi. Said Cleria as she sobbed. However, her lips were curved in a smile. Masaomi's eyes were widened in surprise. Without waiting for anything, he ran towards Cleria and hugged her. Cleria. Yes, Masaomi. Both of them then hugged each other, ignoring my existence who was looking at them from the side. Masaomi also cried as he hugged Cleria. Well, my role is over here. I will leave them for a while before I spoke to their son. I then left the reunited lover quietly, as quiet as a leaf that fell on the pond without causing a ripple. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Disturbing Invitation. After I left the couple alone, I went to the pond in the backyard and climbed the sakura tree. From here, I could see the small and young yokai running around the mansion, playing along with Yamasa. They seemed to be having fun, to the point their smile never left their faces. I was really interested to make Cleria lives in this house. Maybe I should talk with Daihauser about that. My mansion was safe from the old devil, unlike the underworld. In this place, no one would be able to find her. Masaomi would be happy if he could live with his loved one, and they could get married on top of it. What should I do? Tomorrow I need to go to the dimensional gap too. I muttered to myself as I looked at the sakura tree. It was now filled with green leaves, the summer has arrived. I'm tired of dealing with all of those things. I wanted to laze around like now and sleep all day. If only I know their base, I would have stormed in with my Hayaki Yaku. However, their base was hidden. I don't know the locations of Rizavim's base. Damn, there is also the matter of Valerie. I should save her as soon as possible. There is a sign that her power was used. As proof, that Yamada no Orochi energy that I felt at Osaka. I need her to restore Vasco's youth too. Although he was muscular right now, he's a geezer in his 80. His power was far from his peak, and Sephiroth Graal could do that. I should use that power to restore my old man's youth too. Even though his appearance still looked young, he's too old. It's time for him to retire. Yamasa and the young yokai passed the pond and waved their hands at me. I smiled and waved back before looking up at the sky. Ah, shit. If only Ophis is here, I can ask her to directly transport me to their base. I have no way to contact that bastard named Valitu. I ruffled my hair and jumped down from the tree. I made my way towards my room and changed into my usual kimono. These were the best clothes, I felt comfortable just by wearing them. Should I go for a quick lunch? I couldn't feel Delio already. Kuroka and Tsura seemed to be out either. I exited my room and headed towards the exit. When I was on my way, I saw someone outside my mansion talking with Kobayashi. That someone was unexpectedly the biggest pervert in the universe, Azazel. He saw me and waved his hand. Oi, Riku. I looked away from the gate and continued my walk. Oi. You heard me, right? Don't ignore me. I have information that may interest you. Shouted Azazel. Kobayashi tried to stop Azazel from entering too. However, that was no use. Although he was like that, Azazel was still the leader of the fallen angel, a former seraph. His strength was greater than Kobayashi's. Usually, I would ignore someone like Azazel if I had no reason to meet him. However, the information that he talked about made me curious. I stopped on my track and ordered Kobayashi. Kobayashi, let him pass. Azazel beamed in a smile. He walked in my direction while looking around. Oh, this is a big mansion. It's a good place. He said. There was something that made me curious. How did you find our mansion? This mansion was hidden by my new barrier on top of my old man's sphere. Not anyone could find this mansion, especially the other factions. That was why I was a bit surprised when I saw Azazel in front of the entrance. The reason why Delio could find my mansion was I told Vasco the location of my mansion. I thought he would be the one to visit. I never expected that he would send Delio instead. I do admit that finding this mansion is hard. I need to spend more than a week tracking you down. Said Azazel, however, it's worth it. Although I just found it a few minutes ago, I rushed here because I found something interesting and I want to share it with you. He stroked his beard as he looked at me with a playful smile. I sighed and pointed at the room to receive a guest. Let's head inside. The lunch is almost prepared, let's have a chat while having lunch. Oh. Lunch, was it? Is there a sake too? Asked Azazel. Of course. The sake that yokai made is strong though, are you confident you won't get drunk? Ha 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 ha, I am looking forward to it. Even though I look like this, I can hold my liquor pretty well. Azazel imitated a gesture of drinking sake with his hand. That's good then. I then looked at Kobayashi and shouted, Kobayashi. Can you ask Kajoro to bring us 2 lunches and 2 bottles of sake? Certainly, Rikusama. I then turned to Azazel, follow me. We were sitting around the table. Kajoro prepared our lunch in no time at all. She set the meal on the table, and she didn't forget the sake either. After she left the room, I asked Azazel. So, why did you visit my mansion? He began eating the meal that was prepared for him, but he still answered my question. As I said earlier, I bring some information that will make you interested. Do you want to hear it? Azazel pointed his chopstick at me. Just tell me about it. I am busy preparing for tomorrow. I'm too busy that I felt like hiding in some forest and let the Cows Brigade screw this world. That may be a good idea, but I was deeply involved with them to bail out right now. Well, just hear me out. I think your plan for tomorrow needs to be cancelled. What do you mean by that? As I said, cancel your plan with Rennie tomorrow, it's useless. The magicians had long abandoned that base. Damn, I thought they still hid at that place. If they had abandoned their base, then searching for Walburga would be a tedious task. That's where my information comes in. Say, care to accompany me to the vampire world? Your target is in that place too, helping a certain vampire to control another vampire. Asked Azazel as he poured his sake on his cup. Let's sneak in the vampire world. This guy really knew how to make me interested. I am in. When should we go? Azazel grinned. Right now. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Azazel's plan. Right now. I asked Azazel with a confused tone. How? The vampire world is hidden, and from what I know, only a vampire can find the entrance to the vampire world. Unless you have a vampire in Grigori, I don't think we will be able to go to the vampire world. Even I will need help from a vampire to go to the vampire world. That's why I tried to get closer to Gasper. If I get closer to him, and he somehow owes me something, such as asking me to help reassess peerage or something along the line, I will ask him to take me to the vampire world. Well, that matter is somehow fixed. Azazel put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a phone. Wait, I was expecting a magical item or something, but he pulled out a phone. He put the phone on his ear after he dialed someone. Ah. Are you there already? He began talking with someone on the phone. I couldn't hear who was talking with him, but I guessed that he was talking with someone from Grigori. Yeah, wait for me there. I got the last member for the raid. After he said that, his expression then changed. His eyes widened for a while, but he then grinned. So you managed to bring her too? Good. I don't like his grin. Usually, when the old people in the supernatural world had that smile, they would have a rather nasty plan that put others in danger. I don't like your smile. So I told Azazel directly. He just looked at me with a sly smile and then continued his chat with someone on the phone. Right, wait for a few minutes. I will finish my sake first. Yeah, good job. He then ended the call and poured his sake on the cup. So, who was that? Ah, that's Valley. He will tag along to help us this time because you know. I am expecting a little bit of chaos later. He said as he raised the sake cup and drank it. I then filled my cup with sake too and gulped it down in one chug. What the fuck are you planning in the vampire world? I can understand where you got the information that I wanted to hunt a certain witch. However, I glared at Azazel as I filled up my cup with sake. I raised the cup to my mouth and continued. Tell me your plan. I won't join if you keep me in the dark. Of course, I plan to tell you our plan. However, can I do that after we rendezvous with the other? It's a pain if I need to explain the plan 2 times. Said Azazel as he shrugged his shoulders. TSK, because you come to me despite it's your plan, doesn't that mean you need me for something? I guess it's hard to stay low when you cross to the vampire world, huh? If that was not the case, then he wouldn't even come to me. I had a bit of my own hypothesis about Azazel's plan. Whoever that girl he mentioned on the phone was able to cross to the vampire world. However, because that girl used a different method from the normal one, their crossing could be detected by the vampires. That was where I came in. With my fear, I could hide our presence as soon as we arrived at the vampire world. That's why, tell me your plan, or I won't even tag along. I have a little connection that I could use to cross the vampire world myself, you know. It was a bluff, though I knew that Azazel had investigated it. He knew that I went to the underworld, there was no way he didn't know that. With that, he would try to guess what I did in the underworld. Then he would connect the dot with Gasper, the damper. TSK, I guess you are as sly as me, huh? Azazel clicked his tongue and put the cup down on the table. Fine, but can you make sure no one could hear this? Sure. I then snapped my finger as I made a barrier around us. Although I was sure that we wouldn't get detected inside my mansion, I added a layer of fear on top of my barrier for extra safety. Azazel made it like his plan was so important that it was dangerous if someone knew about it. As I have expected, this is amazing. With a gaze full of amazement, Azazel looked at my barrier. I want one of these barriers to cover my base. He said as she smiled at me. No, it's hard to maintain. I don't want to go to your base and make a barrier or maintain it. That's a shame. He said as he shrugged his shoulders. He then put his arm on the table and grinned. So, let me tell you a little bit of my plan. First of all, have you noticed that there is something unusual happening in the world right now? Asked Azazel. Something unusual? I could think of a few. Are you talking about Chaos Brigade? Or the revival of something that should have been died a long time ago? I felt Yamada no Orochi's energy in Osaka 2 days ago. So you know about it. We guessed that the source of this strange thing is one of the Longinus, Sephiroth Graal. Now, that chalice is in the vampire world, held by a damper. That's why, help us in this case, before any other unwanted creatures are revived from death. Did he find the source of the trouble that fast? This guy was insane. However, it seems he didn't know that Valerie was controlled by Chaos Brigade. Fine. I will help you in this case. Vampire, huh? Should I bring him? He will give us extra help. You have someone in mind. I don't mind if you bring one more person. Really? Good then. I have someone rather useful in a case like this. I grinned as I looked at Azazel. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Walk. I went to find someone who would be useful in a case like this. Azazel followed me because he was interested in the person that I mentioned. He strode behind me as he looked around the mansion. The young yokai and Yamasa were running around the garden, and they caught Azazel's attention. Oh. Who is that boy? Asked Azazel. Just a son of my subordinate. Don't mind him. I said to Azazel without looking at him. You said to not mind him, but you do know that's impossible, right? I meant, what's the possibility of true Longinus finding its new wielder again in such a short time? They usually sleep for around 100 years. Though, I don't think the boy will be able to awaken the sacred gear, knowing that he's half-devil. TSK, you can feel it, huh? Well, it's my fault for not covering his energy with my fear. However, how can you find that out? Azazel looked like he was offended by my statement. He had a bitter smile. Oi oi, who do you think I am? I researched sacred gear for a long time already. That's why I can feel it. Not only that, I am curious. You are already strong enough to use balance breaker. But, how could your wasn't awakened yet? That's a good question. I nodded my head at his question. To be honest, I was confused too. I was strong enough to beat Valley when he used his balance breaker. I could beat Serord when he used his balance breaker too. Two people that were considered as strongest in my generation lost to me. Yet, I couldn't use my balance breaker yet. Maybe because I am too strong that my sacred gear thought I don't need the balance breaker. I asked Azazel with a playful tone. However, when I said that, Azazel stopped on his track and touched his chin. I also stopped on my track and looked at him. That's possible. Your sacred gear was special even among the Longinus. It messed with probability. He then looked at me with a serious face. Hey, tell me. Do you ever try to increase the probability of awakening your balance breaker? When he said it like that, I couldn't help but think of it. Do I ever try that? I think no. I tried to fake it with my smile, but Azazel then looked at me in disbelief. You never tried that? Are you serious? He asked. Isn't balance breaker achieved by pushing myself? I never thought that I would need something like probability too. I answered him as I looked away from him. Sai, listen here. There are a lot of people who can't awake their sacred gear, even more so their balance breaker. There is a certain possibility that they will be able to use balance breaker, hence it's depending on their strength and chance. You are already strong enough, but you never fought someone who could push you to the point of dying, right? Not only that, you never had any strong emotion until now. When he put it like that, he's correct. I nodded my head to Azazel and he held his head. What to do with this blockhead? That's why you couldn't awaken your balance breaker. It feeds on emotion. The stronger your emotion is, the easier it is to awaken your balance breaker. As expected of the knowledge from the ancient, I added a bit of mocking there, but I was grateful for his information. Don't mind that. The old generation has to help the new generation. To be honest, I don't want to involve you or Valley in this one, but we are too weak for that. I must apologize for that. Our shortcoming forced the new generation to be involved in this mess. Personally, I don't care if you involve me. I then turned around and began walking again. I am now the leader of this faction because my old man has left for his journey with Setsuna. So it's my responsibility to keep the peace of this faction. To do that, I need strength. Because you said that the magician that I am targeting is there, that's enough for me to move. Ha! I know that I can count on you on this. Azazel then laughed as he followed me. So, isn't it the time for you to tell me who you are trying to meet? Yeah, wait a minute, you will see him around, now. I was now near the pond in the backyard. I was expecting someone to be here, and he was indeed here. The monk robe and long black hair. He was sweeping the area near the sakura tree and I called him out. Kurotebo. Kurotebo then turned to me and tilted his hat with his hand. Is there something that I can help you with, Rikasama? Yeah, I need you to follow me for a while. We are going on a walk. A walk, is it? Asked Kurotebo with a serious expression. Yeah, a walk. Azazel didn't seem to know what we were talking about. He looked at me with a skeptical gaze. Please let me prepare for a while, Rikasama. I believe a minute is enough. Sure, I will wait for you at the entrance. I turned around and walked away as I said that. Yes, Rikasama. Kurotabo bowed a little before making her way to the mansion. Azazel followed me again, then he asked. We are going to the vampire world and you just brushed it off as a walk. I glanced at him over my shoulder and grinned. Hey, Azazel. Devil has its peerage, angel has its children, I don't know what you call your subordinate is. However, we yokai have something too. Ah. Azazel gasped in realization. Hayaki Yuko, the parade of 100 demons. That's why you said walk. Correct, I answered him. Walk as in a parade. That's a cue that we will be going to attack someone. Oh, that's new knowledge for me. Well then, let's go to the vampire world then. Sure, I wanted some action too. Chapter 158, Gathering in Office. I'm sorry for taking too long, Rikasama. Kurotabo greeted me from behind as he stepped out of the entrance. I was waiting for him with Azazel as we chatted about the plan later. Oh, you're here, I said to Kurotabo as I crossed my arms. Yes. Answered Kurotabo. He bowed his head and then asked, May I know what do you need me for, Rikasama? We will sneak to the vampire world. We will kidnap a girl and wreak havoc, so I need you for that. With just that word, Kurotabo understood what I meant and nodded his head. Matoi, right? Correct. I grinned at him. Matoi. Azazel asked from the side, now you got me interested. What is that? He rubbed his chin as he looked at me with an interested gaze. I smirked at Azazel and raised my chin. Don't waste your time, Azazel. It's a technique that can only be used by me. Only be used by you. Asked Azazel, now you got my interest. If that's the case, your father can't use this technique called Matoi either. He can't. This is a technique that I created in this world. This guy, Kurotabo, is the one who helps me to create this technique. It's nice to meet you. Said Kurotabo as he looked at Azazel. Yes, nice to meet you too. Answered Azazel. Interesting. Well, I will be able to see the technique later, right? Maybe. I answered him with a grin. So, where are your subordinates? You are no fun. Well, you know the place well. You have visited that place a few times. Oh. That bar, huh? Yep, shall we go now? Azazel extended his hand and created a magic circle under our feet. Are you ready? He asked us. Anytime, I answered. Yes. Then, here we go. The magic circle flew up and engulfed us. Our vision distorted, and now we were inside the familiar bar. I looked around and saw a few unfamiliar faces. Oh. Is he the one that defeats you, Valley? A guy with a golden headband asked Valley as he nudged his elbow against him. Valley-sama was defeated. A girl with blonde hair who sat beside Valley exclaimed. She was wearing a magician's clothes. He's kind of handsome. She smiled and covered her mouth with her hand. Luffy, keep your manner. A blonde-haired boy beside the blonde girl said as he fixed his glasses. He then looked at me and said, Nice to meet you, Nurarihyon. I am Arthur Pendragon. Ah. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Luffy Pendragon. Nice to meet you, Nurarihyon-san. Oh, maybe you already know me or maybe you don't. My name is Biko. Nice to meet ya. I didn't see George that Valley kidnapped anywhere. Maybe he was still in Valley's base. They, Team Valley, introduced themselves to me. Valley ignored me as he was chatting with Tobio. I didn't see Rennie anywhere, but I could feel her energy on the first floor alongside the girl that I met that night. However, why did Valley bring his team along? He did know that we are going to enter the vampire world and there was a chance of someone from the Cows Brigade to be there. Nice to meet you too, I answered while still crossing my arms as I turned to Biko. Biko, huh? Are you the old monkey's descendant? He raised his eyebrows and then pointed his index finger at me. You. I think we can get along well. Is that so? I just answered calmly and then turned to Kurotabo. This one is Kurotabo, a member of my Hayaki Yaku. Kurotabo put his hand on his chest and bowed his head a little. My name is Kurotabo, it's nice to meet you. Maybe my ability is insignificant compared to Rikasama, but I will do my best to help with anything. Alright. Suddenly Azazel raised his voice and gathered attention to himself. Valley, where is that girl? I don't want to meet her because she's scary, but you said that she's here already. Valley turned to Azazel and said, Wait for a few seconds, she was still in the bathroom. He then pointed his index finger to the door near the counter. My gaze followed his finger, but I couldn't feel anyone in the bathroom. No, maybe couldn't feel was wrong. It was because the energy inside the bathroom was too big. I didn't even realize that there was someone there. Sweat began to pour out of my forehead. Oi, Valley. I called Valley with a cold tone. Who is that girl that you talked about? Surely, it's not Ophis, right? Even Drake and Albion's energy fell short of this one. The gods in Takamagara and Surzex pale in comparison. This was the first time that I felt energy this big since I learned Senjutsu. I tried to appear calm and smiled. It was surprising to feel massive energy that I didn't even realize. But now, I managed to collect my thought. Rikasama. Are you fine? Kurotabo asked with a worried tone. Yeah, I answered him. So, Valley. Don't tell me the one inside that bathroom is Ophis. Somehow, Valley just smirked at me and it made me irritated. Not only that, Azazel looked away from me too. This old sly bastard. Bastard, you said that you know someone who could enter the vampire world. I never expected that someone is Ophis. Do you want to die, huh? Azazel turned at me while waving his hand. Well, she's harmless. Not only that, Valley managed to snatch her away from Cow's brigade. Isn't he doing a good job? Good job your ass. I wanted to scream at him. However, he didn't say anything wrong. This situation was better than I had expected. From Ophis's energy right now, I knew that Rizavim had yet to put his hand on her. Isn't this a chance to destroy the Cow's brigade? As I thought that, the door of the bathroom opened and a girl with gothic Lolita clothes appeared from behind the door. She had black hair and black eyes as deep as the abyss. She turned to me and tilted her head cutely. Is he the one? Asked Ophis. Yeah, he's the one that can help you. Answered Valley. Somehow, I got a really bad feeling about this conversation. Ophis nodded her head and smiled. I see. Finally, I will be able to get my silence back. You. She pointed her index finger at me. Help me to get rid of Great Red. When she said that, I literally cursed inside my mind. Fuck. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Lowly Dragon Get. I looked straight at Ophis's eyes after she said that. She was dead serious. What kind of thing that Valley and the other told her about me? How? I asked Ophis. How can I help you get rid of the Great Red? I am nothing but a weak yokai. I shrugged my shoulders and glanced at Valley. He was laughing. That bastard was laughing. Ophis tilted her head cutely. Valley, you said that he's strong. She then asked Valley. Yeah, he's stronger than me. Maybe he's even stronger than you. Answered Valley. TSK. I clicked my tongue inside my mind as I saw Ophis walk towards me. No shit. I was stronger than Ophis. If that was true, then I would kill Rizavim and the others earlier before they built Cow's brigade. No, I would be able to take the yokai to some remote place and enjoy the show. I would only move when the one who tried to protect the world had almost lost. Ophis was now standing in front of me and looked at me in my eyes. You are strong. She said calmly. Help me get my silence back. Silence. I could make her a place where she won't be bothered, but I think she won't be satisfied by that. Silence in her words maybe meant her home in the dimensional gap. I don't know whether my fear worked in dimensional gap or not. So I can't promise her. How? I asked again. This time I put on a serious face. What is there for me? What do I get from helping you? Ophis's mouth gaped as she muttered, ah. She then nodded her head. That's right. I will give you power. Kurotabo was confused by what Ophis said, but the others in the room understood what she said. Maybe someone from Cow's brigade would be tempted by that. One of two dragon gods offered you power just by giving her a promise to help her. They were a sly bunch. They didn't hold promise as high as I am. If I promised someone, I would fulfill my promise. That was why I couldn't promise Ophis. So I rejected her power. I don't need it. Ophis was surprised. Why? She asked. Because I don't need your strength. I don't need power given by you. Even if she gave me that snake that could make someone stronger, I doubt that it will make my fear stronger too. So, Ophis. Tell me about something. I began to surround my body with fear. Blue Haori appeared on my shoulder and my body blurred. Ophis was visibly confused. He looked at me who stood in front of her while tilting her gaze. Can you see the real me? I said loudly as I took a bottle of sake from the shelf behind Tobio. My body that stood in front of Ophis melted and she looked around, confused. She then finally found me as she looked in my direction. The others in the room also found me after Ophis. Damn, that's neat. Exclaimed Azazel as he whistled. No matter how many times I saw that technique, I can't feel his real body. Said Valley as he smiled bitterly. So that's the power of Nura. That's why that old man said that you won't be able to catch Nurarihyon if he's trying to run from you. Exclaimed Biko with shining eyes. I ignored them for now because I was still talking with Ophis. So, Ophis. Can you feel the real me? I don't need your power, but I also can't help you. But there is one thing that you can do if you really need my help. I smirked at Ophis as I said that. What is it? You are strong. I can't feel you. So help me. When I heard her answer, a grin plastered into my face. Right now I was the leader of the East Youkai clan. Helping Ophis would put my faction in danger. With helping Ophis that was known as the leader of the Cows Brigade, although she was actually just a figurehead, my faction would be considered helping Cows Brigade. The story would be different if Ophis was the one who helped me. It would be different if Ophis left her place as Cows Brigade leader. I disappeared from behind the bar and stood in front of Ophis as I extended my right hand. Join me, Ophis. Join my Hayaki Yaku and I will help you. My subordinates, more than 100 yokai will help you. Maybe I can't defeat Great Red, but I can give your silence back in the dimensional gap. If you can't feel me at that time, I will make you can't feel Great Red. How about it? Indeed, I couldn't defeat Great Red. But I had a plan after seeing how Ophis reacted when I used my technique. I couldn't defeat Great Red, but I could make him or Ophis disappear. They wouldn't be able to feel each other, then Ophis would gain her silence back. Dimensional gap was vast, so the chance of them meeting with each other was slim, to begin with. How about it? I asked Ophis with a grin. He's crazy, said Azazel. Indeed. To think that he will do that, added Valley. Join me, Ophis. If you help me, then I will help you. Ophis was hesitant. She raised her hand, then lowered it again. She did it a few times already. Maybe she was thinking about it. She was thinking whether she should take my hand or not. If she took my hand, I would help her get rid of Great Red's presence. However, Great Red would still be in the dimensional gap. When Ophis was hesitant, Azazel shouted once again. Oi, Riku. You are a crazy bastard. To think you will ask her to join your faction. What a reckless bastard. He was shouting, but there was an excited smile on his face. Riku-sama is indeed like that. He will invite everyone, even his enemy, to join his Hayaki Yaku. Kurotebo tilted his hat with his hand as he smiled. Everyone was waiting, they were waiting for Ophis's answer with excitement. How about it? I asked once again. Finally, Ophis took my hand and nodded her head. Help me. Give my silence back and make Great Red's presence disappear. Oh, leave it to me. It was at that time, I got a lowly dragon. My Hayaki Yaku has become something else, it was turned into something absurd. Chapter 160, Information Letter. Oi oi, she agreed, Valley. Said Biko as he smiled bitterly. Yeah, that's how he is. But, to think he even asked Ophis. I can't understand him at all. Answered Valley from the bar. That's how he is. Said Tobio with a smile. I could hear all of them and then I glanced at them over my shoulder. Lu Fei's eyes shined as she pointed in my direction, look. He's amazing. Yeah, I never expected that. Said Arthur in disbelief. To think he could even sway Ophis. It's outside our expectation. Hey, name. Ophis asked me while tugging my sleeves, which made me turn to her again. Nurarihyon. You can call me Riku if you want to. Ophis nodded her head slowly, I will. Riku. She was, somehow cute. Wait. No, she was a dragon god, perish your thought that considered her as cute, Riku. She could defeat anyone here with just a flick of her finger, don't forget about that. Ugh, now I was regretting something. Could I use Matoi with someone else? Does Matoi only let me equip fear? I wanted to try doing Matoi with Ophis. How strong would I be if I could use Matoi with Ophis? Maybe stronger than Great Red. Since I would be able to use Ophis's power on top of mine. For now, the most important thing was to go to the vampire world. I turned to Azazel and asked him. So, what do we do right now? We are all here, so we just need to go now, right? Right, all of us are here already. Answered Azazel as he looked around. Then I will explain the plan for today. The atmosphere turned serious as Azazel narrowed his eyes. He scanned over us quickly and nodded his head. The operation this time is to rescue Valerie Teeps. There is a chance that she's been prisoned in the vampire world and her sacred gear, Sephiroth Graal, was forced to activate by someone else. From his word, I was a bit confused. I felt something off. From what I know, the one who controlled Valerie Teeps was his half-brother called Marius Teeps. Not only that, we found the trace of rise of him Lucifer in the vampire world. That's why I called you here, Valley. He then turned to Valley. Yeah, thanks for that, Azazel. There was a wave of cold anger beneath Valley's tone. Leave that man to me. I will do what I need to do. It was not surprising for Valley to get angry. His relationship with Rhizavim was one of the worst kind. Hence I knew why he wanted to kill Rhizavim with his own hand. But, I was still confused about something. I felt something was out of place from Azazel's words. Good. Then we will ask Ophis for help to go to the vampire world. We will break through the vampire world through the dimensional gap. It's a bit dangerous, but I have a tool to make a barrier that allows us to survive for at least a few hours. Azazel then took out something, a white palm-sized orb, from his pocket. It's thanks to the effort of Lufay Pendragon and Lavinia Rennie that make this orb. He, it's nothing special. Lufay giggled and scratched the back of her head with her hand. Finally, I noticed something that was off. Azazel turned to Ophis and asked, "Can you take us to the vampire world?" Ophis slowly turned to me. What should I do?" she asked. Maybe because she had decided to join my Hyaki Yaku, she asked me what to do. I put my hand on my chin for a while and then called out to Kurotebo. "Kurotebo, come here for a second." He didn't answer me or anything, but he made his way towards me. He stood on my left and then I put on a serious face as I looked at Azazel. "Azazel, let me ask you something first." Azazel raised his eyebrow. "Yeah. Ask me." "You, where do you get that information from? Don't tell me that you put a spy in the vampire world, because that's a bit impossible even for you. There is only one way to get that information. Either you got it from the member of Chaos Brigade or have someone sneak into the vampire world undetected." We stared at each other for a while, until finally Azazel sighed and pulled out a letter from his pocket. "Indeed, I got this information from someone who sneaks into the vampire world. You know that someone well, here." He tossed the letter to me and I caught it with my hand. I opened the letter and then my eyes squinted in disbelief. The content of the letter was absurd. It contained all information about what happened in the vampire world right now, including the appearance of Marius and Rhizavim that were seen talking to each other in Marius's mansion. I was wondering who the sender was and then I squeezed the letter when I saw the sender's name. "That old man." I shouted as I tossed the letter back to Azazel. Oi. Don't squeeze the letter. It contained important information." "How can I not squeeze it? He said he was going on a journey, but then he sent you a letter about the vampire world. If I knew he could enter the vampire world with no problem, I would attack it right after I felt Yamada no Orochi's energy, damn it." Ha, well, maybe he wants to keep you away from the conflict," asked Azazel. I was about to say something, but Kurotebo cut Azazel's words first. "There is no way Commander would do that. If anything, he loves to put Rikasama in danger to see how he will react." "Indeed." I nodded my head. I guess I fell into my old man's trap again. Sigh. "Oh." Azazel's tone was visibly brightened. "Does that mean you will help us?" "Yeah, I will." I nodded my head. I have a target in that place too. Walburga is there, right? "Yes, we confirmed her appearance in the vampire world." I nodded my head as I crossed my arms. "Then, let's go. To the vampire world." Chapter 161, Vampire World. "Alright, come here, let's deploy the barrier and get done with it," Azazel said as he waved his hand towards Valley and his group. Tobio didn't come to us, he just waved his hand towards Valley and his group. They grumbled a little before walking towards Azazel. Lufay was clearly happy though, she looked excited. "So, how does that orb work?" I asked Azazel with a curious gaze. If that orb really could make a barrier strong enough to survive the dimensional gap, then I want it too. As I said earlier, it will make a barrier around us, well, like this. Azazel poured some kind of magical energy into the orb and a translucent circle surrounded us a second later. He knocked on the translucent barrier that surrounded us and said, "As you can see, it's durable." Azazel smirked happily. I glanced at Kurotebo and he nodded his head. He took out a monk staff from his sleeves and thrust it towards the barrier. It made a loud sound, but the barrier wasn't cracked or anything. It stood strong and I could feel that the durability of the barrier wasn't decreasing at all. "Are you satisfied?" asked Azazel with a smug smile. Kurotebo nodded his head at me and I turned to Azazel, "Not yet." I grinned at him. This barrier was solid, I would admit that. It was needed for us to cross the dimensional gap safely. If there was a person who could destroy this barrier, then it was certainly Ophis. But, I wanted to test the barrier's strength against something else. I looked at Valley. "Can you divide the barrier's power, Valley?" "Oh." Valley seems interested too because he smiled. He was about to use his sacred gear, but Azazel stopped him. Oi, don't do that. This orb is the only one that I have, okay. There is no other orb like this. Yeah, you bummer. Said Valley as he crossed his arms. Azazel sighed then looked at me. So, I wanted you to hide the presence of this barrier in us, could you do that? I think I can do that. I spread my fear to surround the orb from outside. It was a bit hard to go through the orb, but it was eventually able to surround the orb completely. There, it's done. The others looked at the orb with amazement while Azazel took out a phone and called someone. He put the phone on the speaker and it seems he called Tobio. Hello. Oh, Tobio. Can you still see us? No, you are completely disappeared from my sight. But, you are still there, huh? Yeah, can you call your wolf to see if he can detect us? If even your dog failed to detect us, then those vampires are certainly will not able to detect us. Sure, wait a few seconds. He then cut off the call. After Tobio cut off the call, I looked in his direction. He made a strange movement with his hand, then a big wolf appeared in front of the bar. It holds a black blade on its mouth, and a drool was dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were red and the blade had some red words on it. Grr. The wolf growled as it turned towards Tobio. Can you find Azazel in this room? Grah. The wolf answered Tobio with a growl, and it then sniffed around before shaking its head. I see, you can return. The wolf then disappeared in a black mist. So that was his sacred gear. It doesn't look special. It couldn't even find me. It's like that, Azazel. Said Tobio with a voice loud enough to be heard by us. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed a monster at hiding. Even Canis Lycaon can't find it. Now I'm confident that we can enter the vampire's world without getting detected. Of course. I smugly smiled at Azazel, my fear is even stronger than my old man now thanks to all opponents that I fought. Also, why did you ask Tobio to check about my ability? Even Ophis couldn't sense me earlier. Well, I just thought that maybe the vampire with their disgusting sense of smell which can smell blood from far away could detect us inside the barrier. That's why I asked Tobio to use his Longinus, Canis Lycaon, to try to find us with our smell. It turns out that the barrier is better than I had expected. Azazel shrugged his shoulders as he made his excuses. Well, he and his excuses. But I was also curious about that, so it managed to sate my curiosity. Are we ready now? Asked Ophis with a bored look on her face. Yeah, we are ready. Said Azazel. Take us to the dimensional gap anytime. All right. Ophis extended her right hand as she said that. The next thing that happened almost made me faint. A surge of energy came out from her and a purple magic circle appeared under our feet. The others were amazed, but not for me. I had always activated my senjutsu, that was why sudden energy that appeared like this really put a burden on me. Be careful. As Ophis said that, the magic circle engulfed us and we were teleported to a different place. We were on top of a floating rock. The sky was strange, the color changed like a kaleidoscope. I couldn't feel the top and bottom in this place, the gravity was also over the place. I quickly shut my senjutsu off and dropped on my knees. I didn't expect this. The energy around this place was strange, that was why I got attacked with a lot of pain before I shut my senjutsu off. The energy clashes in chaos. It's weird. Rikusama. What's wrong? Kurotabo was worried, his face was pale. I raised my hand to show that I was fine and turned to Ophis. Go to the vampire world now. The energy in this place is worse than I thought. Ophis nodded her head and extended her hand again. I know. Another magic circle appeared under us, and we got teleported again. This time we were teleporting in the forest, and I used my senjutsu again, ah. A sound escaped my mouth. I felt a lot of energy that was unique to vampires in the distance, that was why I know about it, we have arrived in the vampire world. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, it seems the big boss is here. Azazel stood up and looked at me, can you hide our presence once I deactivate the orb? He asked. Sure, wait a second. I had mastered my fear. Surrounding 8 people with my fear was not hard at all for me. My fear that covered the barrier made from the orb earlier slowly surrounded the others' bodies. Their presence was erased, but their bodies were still there. To make them disappear, I need to have direct contact with their bodies. However, this was enough. I didn't need to make them disappear. As long as the vampire couldn't sense us, that was enough. It's done, I said to Azazel and he nodded his head. Then I will lower the barrier. Once I did that, can you find the information about whoever is present near this place with that senjutsu of yours, Nura? Yeah, I can do that. I nodded my head to Azazel. It was serious work from now on. I shouldn't be playing around, but maybe just a little is fine. Azazel then turned to Valley and his team. Valley, can you scout the area around us from the sky? Valin nodded his head and his sacred gear, divine dividing, appeared behind his back, sure. He then flew towards the sky, leaving us on the ground. However, Azazel wasn't done yet. Biko, seeing that we are in a forest, find out where we are right now. Scout the forest to secure our retreat route. I would like to secure 2 paths to retreat in case something unexpected happens. Biko put his staff on his shoulder and put his arms over it. He had a smile on his face, then rotated his staff and hit the ground with its tip. Leave it to me. After he said that, he jumped away from the trees to the trees. When Biko was gone from our sight, Lu Fei raised her right hand and asked. Should I find out whether there are magicians here or not? You can do that. Then I will count on you. Said Azazel with a smile. This guy. Did he forget that I could do that too with my senjutsu? I hadn't spread it to my limit, but I could feel some magicians and vampires gathered in one place right outside of this forest. However, Lu Fei looked happy when Azazel left the job to her, so as a gentleman, I won't say anything that would make her feel down. Sure. Leave it to me. Lu Fei made a movement with her hand and a staff that looked like a broom appeared in her hand. I will disable their security magic while I am at it. She rotated her broom and smiled brightly. Oh, right. So that was why Azazel allowed her to do that. He knew that Lu Fei was adept in that field. She was skilled in terms of security magic. There were a lot of magicians outside of this forest. Surely they put on a security magic to detect the intruder. If I was alone, I was confident that those security magic won't be able to detect me. However, a lot of people were here, and I needed to spread my fear to keep them undetected. Rikusama, what is that security magic that she talked about? Kurotabo asked me with a serious face. I was about to answer Kurotabo, but I didn't know much about the security magic myself. However, I was a bit fortunate as Arthur began to explain it to Kurotabo. It's a magic that allows the user to enhance their magical techniques and another formula to prevent them from being affected by other magic. My sister is a master in security magic, so she could disable them and cancel their magic, such as the barrier that detected an intruder. Oh. I thought the security magic is an alarm or something. It seems I was wrong. So that's it. Magic is complicated. Said Kurotabo. That's right. But, magicians are underestimated by the other supernatural's world because they are humans. Arthur pushed his glasses, then he turned to Lu Fa, who closed her eyes, concentrating to disable the enemy's magic. Magicians were indeed underestimated. Because they were not that strong to begin with. Even I underestimated magicians. They were weaker than yokai, their magic was not as strong as devil or angels. However, they had one specialty. But they are sneaky bastards with a lot of ritual magics. Magicians are skilled in those areas. I said to Arthur and he nodded his head. That's right. They are skilled in long and complicated magic. Especially rituals. After a while, Lu Fei opened her eyes and then she beamed in a smile. It's done. Seeing that she was done taking over the enemy security magic as well as their barrier, I was a bit impressed. But, it was now my turn. Then, I will spread my senjutsu now, I said as I grinned. I stood in my place and crossed my arms as I spread my senjutsu towards 360 direction. The others stayed silent as I concentrated to spread my senjutsu as far as I could. I felt Vala flying in a distance a bit away from us. He moved at a fast speed, trying to scout the area. Then I felt Biko, who moved through the tree. He looked in my direction when my senjutsu passed him. As expected from a yokai, he could notice my senjutsu. I concentrated further. Right outside the forest, I felt 5 magicians and 3 vampires walking around in a group. Then I felt a lot of vampires walking around in a place that looked like a city, but almost no one was outside, all of them were inside their own house. Finally, I felt an energy that was similar to Longina's sacred gear and grinned. Found Valerie Teeps. Now I will find her half-brother, Marius Teeps. I said to Azazel and he had a surprised face. That was fast. As soon as you find him, can you tell us about it? We will make our move as fast as we can. Said Azazel. I nodded my head at him, and then I felt energy similar to Valerie Teeps. However, there was another energy beside him. It felt heavy, almost as big as Surzek's. I found it. With an extra. Extra? Asked Azazel. Could it be? He realized what I tried to say to him. Yeah, it seems the big boss is here. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Parade in Vampire World. The big boss. Are you trying to tell me that Rise of M. Lucifer is here? Asked Azazel. Yeah. Sorry, Azazel, it seems that I have something that I need to do right now, I said to Azazel with a serious face. Oi, don't try something reckless. We need to get rid of the magicians and Marius first. As expected, he tried to stop me. However, I don't have a plan to do that. The reason why I wanted to get a lot of sacred gear was to protect yokai. If I killed their big boss, their organization would be in a mess, and they wouldn't be able to function properly. I then could lead my Hyaki Yaku to hunt the rest of them. The old Satan faction could be left to the devil, and I could enjoy my time with Kuroka and Tsura. Secretly, I informed Tsura and Kuroka to ask my Hyaki Yaku to prepare themselves. I know about that, Azazel. Can I leave this place for a while? There is someone that I need to get. Who is it? You will know her when I got her. I then turned to Office. Can you take me to Kyoto, Office? To Yasaka's shrine. Why? Asked Office as she tilted her head. We need to kill a rat that tried to take your power away. Can you lend me your strength? Oh. Office exclaimed, sure. Azazel's face paled, but I don't care about that. He extended his hand, trying to stop us. Kurotebo. I called out to Kurotebo, and he moved fast. Yes. He answered quickly and stopped Azazel, who tried to stop me. Hey. I told you to wait. Office had made the magic circle under us, and we teleported back to Kyoto. I appeared in front of Yasaka's shrine with Office. I felt Yasaka and Hagoromo Gitsun made their way towards my direction as soon as I teleported here with Office. Nice reaction, but that was a bad decision. I knew that Yasaka was concerned with the big energy from Office while Hagoromo Gitsun seems to accompany Yasaka. They came out from the entrance with a pale face. Rikuhan. Who is she? Yasaka called out to me as soon as she noticed me while pointing her index finger at Office. She's Office, but that's not important. Hagoromo Gitsun, can you come with me? The big boss has been found. Oh. Hagoromo Gitsun sounded interested. Fine. She then walked towards me with a confident smile as she eyed Office. Yasaka couldn't understand what happened and froze in her place. Hagoromo Gitsun stood in front of Office and me and said, nice to meet you. Office nodded her head without saying anything, and I smiled at Yasaka. Yasaka, don't worry about it and just sit here. I will handle the rest. As I said that, I made a magic circle to teleport to Nijo Castle. If we were going on a big fight, there was no way I would forget him. When we appeared in front of Nijo Castle, I saw Tsuchigumo stretch his body. The blue dragon that he took as a pet was standing behind him. Oh. A small sound escaped his mouth. 3 powerful people are here. He said with a big grin on his face. Is there any big fight? He asked me. He looked like a veteran that could feel a big fight coming to him. But, no, he do know that there is a big fight. Yeah, care to join? Sure, where and who are our enemies this time? He walked towards me. The dragon followed him from behind. It looked like he managed to tame it. Vampires and devils. I answered Tsuchigumo lightly and made a big teleport magic circle under our feet. Seems interesting. This time we teleported to my mansion. It was in an uproar. The yukais were lining in front of the mansion. The ones such as Ayatabo, Kobayashi, and Kijoro had blue Haori over their shoulder with the Nura clan symbol of fear written on the back. Tsura and Kuroka also had similar Haori. Unexpectedly, Chiron was tagging along and stood beside Kuroka in her uniform. She looked a bit excited as she touched the Haori that she wore. Rikusama, we are prepared. Kobayashi informed me. He handed me my Haori, and I put them over my shoulder as I grinned. Then, shall we go to war? I told them while closing my right eye. Oh you. The yukais shouted while raising their hands, paws, and heads. All yukais in the mansion were tagging along in this parade because I instructed Kuroka to do so. There were only yukais that do housework left in the mansion. Our target is the one called Rise of him Lucifer. I will take on him myself. You guys. Make some noises. Are you ready? Ha 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 ha, leave it to me, Rikusama. Shouted Ayatabo. I am ready anytime, Rikusama. Answered Kobayashi with a feral grin. Naya. I will do my best too. Exclaimed Kuroka. I will help them to hide from the sun by trapping them inside my ice, Rikusama. Answered Tsura with a cold smile on her face. I then looked at Office. Then, can you take us back to the vampire world? Office nodded her head slightly and created a big magic circle to surround us. Right before the magic circle teleported us, I shouted at my Hyaki Yaku, it's time to have a parade in vampire world. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, It's a Party. Appearing back in the forest where I left Kurotebo and Azazel, I saw Arthur and Azazel's surprised face when I brought an army bag with me. Kurotebo slowly made his way towards Ayatabo and joined the parade. He smiled at them and seemed to be glad to have them with us. Masaomi was left in the mansion with Cleria because I asked Kuroka to not disturb him for now. Well, that didn't change anything though. You. Sigh, I can't even get angry at you, considering the current situation. That being said, Azazel looked at the yukais behind me that already masked their presence. They are all skillful at hiding. The only ones who didn't really hide their presence were Hagoromo Gitsun, Tsura, Kuroka, and Chiron. By the way, Hagoromo Gitsun's Hayaki Yaku were now also mixed in mine. They became a friend after living together for a while. Talk about being so free. They were enemies for generations, but they had bound together in such a short amount of time. Yeah, they are. Then Azazel, I have a plan. Azazel narrowed his eyes at me and crossed his arms. Let's hear it. So, our target is Valerie Teeps. There is a chance that the Cows Brigade will enter this world even if we save her, right? That's right. That's why I wanted to keep this operation a secret. I grinned after hearing his answer. So, why don't I kill Rise of him real quick while you rescue Valerie Teeps? My Hayaki Yaku will deal with the magicians and vampires, so rescue that girl while they are under confusion. Huh. Azazel was confused. Wait, that could work too. But, are you sure? Rise of him, even though he was like that, was on par with the Super Devil, you know. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I glanced at Hagoromo Gitsun when I said that. She noticed my glance, and her face turned sour. Don't say that you will use me. What's wrong with that? I asked her with a big smile on my face. There is no way you will refuse, right? After all, right now was the chance to kill the real leader of Cows Brigade and bring an end to their terror. Yeah, I hope I can use fear too so I can help you, Rika-sama. For that, I need you to do something with Luffy over there, Kuroka. Naya. What is that? Asked Kuroka as she tilted her head. She was supposed to be a part of Vala's team, so I guess I could leave this task to Kuroka and Luffy. Luffy also tilted her head, but she seemed to be interested in this. I need you to catch the witch called Walburga. Take Tsura and Chiron with you too. Walburga. Asked Luffy, you mean, the magician with Longinus Incinerate Anthem? You want us to catch her? That's correct. Don't worry about the fire, Tsura can handle that. I smiled at Tsura, and she nodded her head confidently. Please leave it to me, Rika-sama. I will undoubtedly bring you the magician named Walburga with her body encased in ice. Chiron also nodded her heat with guts pose. Oh. It's cold. Exclaimed Luffy as cold air came out from Tsura. I guess we can do this. All right. Then, Azazel. Can you handle the rest? I don't think I can command Valley and Biko. I will give you a sign when I begin to fight Rise of him, so just wait for it. Sigh, all right. I will do that. Nice. I answered him and then walked to Kuroka. I patted her shoulder and whispered, if you manage to catch Walburga before I am done with Rise of him, can you bring her to me? Kuroka knew that I didn't want to be heard by the others, so she whispered back, of course, Naya. You can leave it to me. I nodded my head a little, and then Valley and Biko returned and landed beside Arthur. Azazel, it seems there are more enemies than we originally thought. Said Valley, they hide in the buildings and disguise themselves as a normal vampire. I see, thanks, Valley. It seems that your decision is correct, Riku. He said to me with a confident smile. I shrugged my shoulders. I know, right? I found out about that from the start. Well, I will go now. Hagoromo Gitsun, let's go. I asked Hagoromo Gitsun to come with me, and we began to walk towards the enemy. You don't need to ask. However, when I was about to walk, Ophis pulled the sleeves of my kimono and asked, where are you going? I stopped a little and turned back to Ophis. I will beat some bastard, then I will come back to give you your silence, okay? I will help. This was unexpected. She wanted to help me. With her help, it would be easier. Only a fool would refuse it. Then, can you go with Tsura and the other to catch Walburga? I need to get her Longinus called Incinerate Anthem. If you don't mind, can you help them? Yeah, I will. Ophis answered with a little nod. Then, I will go now. Good luck. I layered myself and Hagoromo Gitsun in my fear as we walked away. When we were a bit away from the others, I talked to Hagoromo Gitsun. Do you mind if we used Matoi now? To be honest, I had no high hopes for it. The strongest yokai that could use Matoi with me was Hagoromo Gitsun. Rise of him Lucifer was strong, he was a super devil for a reason. That was why I was counting on Hagoromo Gitsun right now. I need the strength she had, the 9 weapons she got through her reincarnation. It can't be helped. I will help you just this once. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun with a slight smile on her face, but you will owe me one. Yeah, I don't mind. As soon as I answered that, Hagoromo Gitsun let out her fear for the first time. It had an oppressing feeling. Her fear that formed a cloud of black smoke was absorbed into my back as I used Matoi. My blue Haori changed a little as a brown nine-tailed fox sat on my shoulders. My face felt hot, as if a tattoo was made on it. Nenekarimaru appeared in my hand, and the hilt was surrounded by fox's fur. My fear had also amplified a few times, it was stronger than before. Shall we crash into the party then? Chapter 165, Sneaking Around. This feels rather uncomfortable. Kill that someone called Rise of him quickly so you can end this technique, Nura. Hagoromo Gitsun's voice rang from the fox's head that was on my shoulder. This was rather interesting. Usually, the ones who used Matoi with me would become one with my fear, and their voice would ring in my head. Yeah, I know about that. But, they are a bit distance away from me. I jumped to the highest tree near me and looked at the house where Rizavim and Marius were currently in. The house they were in was near the place where Valerie was kept. So I need to at least kill either Marius or Rizavim before forcing the one alive to go out of the house. If I remember correctly, Marius had one Sephiroth Graal at this moment, so. Let's kill the vampire first, then kill the devil at that time, I muttered my plan to Hagoromo Gitsun. If I killed Rizavim and he was revived with Sephiroth Graal, it would be troublesome. Isn't the devil the stronger one? Why did you target the vampire first? Asked Hagoromo Gitsun, clearly confused with my plan. I could do that too, but I was a bit hesitant. If my surprise attack failed or he had something to protect him, that meant I would need to fight two people at once. The story would be different about the vampire. Although his weakness was not too apparent, and maybe he had regeneration ability. I could cut his head with Nenekarimaru, and he won't be able to recover as his energy will leave his body. What if I can't kill him in the first strike? I asked Hagoromo Gitsun, I can't risk getting sandwiched between two people. Then, just kill him at the same time. Use my sword. I got that from the third generation after killing Nu. Said Hagoromo Gitsun. Why did you just tell this right now? I shouted at Hagoromo Gitsun. I couldn't believe that she kept her sword a secret from me. The sword that the protagonist of the Nurarihyon no Mago got after his Nenekarimaru was destroyed was overpowered as fuck. It could split a mountain in a single swing and cut even Nu's flesh that was tempered in hell. You didn't ask me. You can get it from my ninth tail. Said Hagoromo Gitsun with an amused tone. It seems like she was happy that she saw my surprised expression. With that sword, the story would be different then. The sword that could destroy a supernatural being was made from Nenekarimaru's broken blade before the battle against Hagoromo Gitsun's son, Nu. Unlike Nenekarimaru, which could cut the supernatural energy, the third-generation sword in the last battle could destroy the supernatural energy. The story will be different then, I said to Hagoromo Gitsun as I took the sword that she mentioned from the fox ninth's tail. I was holding the katana with a purple and golden hilt in my right hand after switching Nenekarimaru to my left. This is amazing, actually. The Kikane family was terrifying. If they were in this world, they surely could fight against high-ranked devil. Surely that's the case. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. She knew their strength because she had been defeated by them a few times already. Enough talking, now let's get to work. You have two swords, so you can cut both of them at the same time, right? Yeah, I answered her and used Shin Mikyo Shursue to disappear from everyone's sight. I jumped off the tree and ran in the direction of Rizavim's energy. To be honest, I could only feel him because his energy was similar to Vala's. I wanted to stop that bastard from making a mess in this world for such a silly reason. Although many respected him and feared his strength, his goal was so lousy that I wanted to laugh at it. His goal for making a mess in this world was to see his mother again. Let's kill that mama boy and end this bullshit. Right now, I was running in the city of Vampire. There was no one outside as the sun was still high. Sneaking into the house where Rizavim was in was simple, but there were a few vampires who walked around the house, guarding the surrounding. I needed to make sure that Azazel could rescue Valerie Teeps without any problem too. If there was one thing that I could do to make the sign, that was to cause a riot. I should be able to make a riot after I snuck behind Rizavim. From what I felt from my senjutsu, Rizavim was on the third floor of the building. I didn't know when he would leave, so I ran as fast as I could to reach the house. Sneaking inside the building was easy with Mikyo Shursue. I could just run past the guards, and they won't even notice it. I quickly made my way towards the third floor. When I arrived on the third floor, I saw the door of the room where Rizavim and Marius were opened. Were they that confident that no one could enter the house? Or they had already detected me and were waiting for me? I approached the door, and it looked like they didn't notice me yet. Stood inside was a guy with silver hair and a young man with a beautiful face. Both of them seemed to be talking, and I used this chance to enter quietly. So, how about the plan? The silver-haired guy, Rizavim, asked Marius as he held a glass of wine in his right hand. The plan is going well. In just a month or two, we will be able to get Ophus's power to revive her. Good. Rhysavim smiled. Finally, after so long. He raised his wine glass towards Marius. Marius smiled too. He took a wine glass from the table beside him. Right, after so long. He then bumped his glass against Rhysavim before drinking them at the same time. This was my chance. I put all my senjutsu in my swords, then, I swung the two of them at the same time. Nurarihyon sliced through Marius's neck with no problem. He fell lifelessly as blood, and his supernatural energy spurted out from his neck. His face was still smiling, he didn't even notice that he had been beheaded. However, the other sword was blocked by Rhysavim with a sword in his hand that appeared out of nowhere. My Mikyo Shirsue was cancelled because my location was revealed. Rhysavim threw the wine glass in his hand and looked at me with a grin. I have been waiting for you, yokai. Only then did I notice that I fell into his trap. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Against Rhysavim. This bastard had known my presence since the start. Maybe he felt my senjutsu when I didn't hide myself completely. By hiding the fact that he knew my presence beforehand, he was waiting for me to slip into this place. Well, for an ancient, you are a bit strong. I said quietly as I swung my Nurarihyon to slice his neck. Not as much. Rhysavim dodged my sword by jumping back, and the sword in his hand disappeared. He looked rather calm for a person who was about to get his neck sliced. Maybe as expected from an ancient, the son of real Lucifer. By the way, you have been a thorn in my plan since the start. How do you know that Chaos Brigade exists? I rested the sword in my right hand on my shoulder while pointing Nurarihyon to him. It's easy. I sneered a little. You are just a fool who wanted to bring chaos to this world. Do you think that I will not notice your presence? Is that so? Rhysavim had a small smile on his face as his demonic energy sprung out from his body. Then I guess I will need to exterminate you before continuing with my plan. Yeah, sure. I lowered my stance as I answered him. I will kill you, and someone called Euclid later. That way, no one will know Trihex's location as well as the Holy Grail's true power. Huh. So you do know about them? Then why? Rhysavim questioned me curiously. Why didn't you covet those power? Yokai has always been like that, right? They coveted power, lived with freedom, and brought chaos to humans. I thought that yokai, like you, would understand me, the one who brought chaos. Ha! I sneered at his face. Is he a fool? Hagoromo Gitsun even added from my side in disbelief. She was the yokai leader of Kyoto, the one who brought humans into fear. Rhysavim was surprised to hear Hagoromo Gitsun's voice. But he composed himself and asked. Is there something wrong? Yokai loves to bring chaos to humans, aren't they? It seems that he misunderstood something from yokai's behavior in the past. Maybe we looked like creatures who brought chaos to humans, but they were wrong. No. I denied him flatly with a smug smile on my face. It's not strange that you saw us like that. But that's wrong. Even Hagoromo Gitsun, who ate humans' hearts, never brought chaos to humans. Truly foolish. I can't see why you see us like that, said Hagoromo Gitsun. A black cloud of smoke began to appear from my body. He dares to put yokai at the same level as him. That was something I could never forgive. Yokai was the same as the old devils. What a foolish man. He clearly didn't know anything about us. I will ask you a question, Rhysavim Levon Lucifer. Why do you want to bring chaos to this world? If his answer was unreasonable, I would use my strongest technique here and get done with it. He was not an opponent that I could underestimate. With my offense fear, I would be able to at least put him in a tight spot in less than a minute. I didn't care if he cancelled my sacred gear, as I didn't really need it unless necessary. Why do I want to bring chaos to this world? Asked Rhysavim with a sneer. Isn't that question a bit foolish too? I am the true devil. We, devils, are beings that have to be evil, wicked, brutal, as well as vicious. Is that even a question, young yokai? Ah, my bad about that. You know. I quietly used Kyukasuijetsu to make my presence blend with my surrounding. If you know that, then why do you say that we, yokai, are the same as you? Because I will tell you something. I took a step forward as my hair changed a little. It moved like it was blown by the wind, and it fell to my shoulder. I used offense fear right now, and my body was stronger than ever. Combined with Tuki and the new sword from Hagoromo Gitsun, I was now confident to take on a super devil by myself. We yokai didn't spread chaos, we spread fear, human child. With a fast movement, I swung both my swords horizontally. Rhysavim was able to react, but he was too late. Both of my swords cut his chest, causing blood and demonic energy to splurt out from his wound. Tisk. He clicked his tongue and jumped out of the house through the window. However, I didn't allow him to leave that fast. Pulling my swords a little, I coated them with senjutsu aura and swung them in an X shape. Tsukigiri. Crossed blue flying slashes sprung out from my blades and destroyed the house as it flew towards Rhizavim in the sky. Surely they should have noticed this as my signal. Then, I felt my Hyaki Yaku and Azazel, and the others make their way toward us. Their shouts were heard from here, they were really loud. Ooh. Rhizavim's attention was grabbed by the sound, he turned his attention towards my Hyaki Yaku in the distance, and his face was twisted in anger. He then turned to me and shouted loudly, "Yu." But, I was already in front of him. I used the chance when he looked away to close my distance and swung my swords. One was aimed at his neck, and one was aimed at his legs. He pulled his head away and tried to kick me with his right leg while dodging my attack. My sword missed his neck, but I managed to injure his left leg. Ack. He grunted in pain, but he didn't stop his kick. Looking at his kick that got closer to my head, I was calm. It didn't matter if he hit me who was in front of him because that was a fake. His kick passed the fake's head, and it dissolved in a cloud of black smoke. He was clearly surprised by my fake, but he quickly recovered and looked in the direction where I reappeared. You have a nasty trick. Is that the power of the sacred gear that I heard so much? Tell us karma, is it? He misunderstood it badly. While that was true that Tell us karma could achieve that feat, it was nowhere enough to create a fake like that. It was way below that, and I could only make his kick miss my head by messing with the probability. Well, it was good that he misunderstood it. That meant I could defeat him without him realizing my real power. Yeah, sure. It's Tell us karma, congratulations, you are correct. I mixed a bit of mocking tone as I clapped my hands. So, let's continue our dance, shall we? Show me the power of the super devil. It seems I need to get serious. I had underestimated you, yokai. Chapter 167, Rhizavim's Army. The energy around Rhizavim increased. It became so potent that it turned red and was visible by naked eyes. Boy, you don't understand how the world works. Do you think you can stop me with that army? Do you forget that I am a leader of my own army too? Rhizavim began to speak about nonsense. Of course, I knew about that. I also knew he could bring his army here like what he did right now. He extended his hand towards the sky, and a lot of portals appeared in the sky as devils and magicians came out one after the other. Some devils were stronger than the others, especially the original Satan's descendants such as Kateria Leviathan, Cruzri Asmodeus, Shalba Beelzebub, and even Diodora Astaroth. In other words, all old Satan faction had appeared behind him. Oh. Rhizavim. You called us to deal with this boy. Kateria said with a confident expression. What nonsense. He's just a man, and you called all of us here with emergency teleport to deal with him. Cruzri, a devil with long black hair that was one shot by Surzex in the original story, sneered at me. He's a yokai. Can't you deal with him by yourself? Asked Shalba Beelzebub. He's the same age as me, isn't he? Why did you call us here? My brother will notice that I am gone in a minute. Diodora Astaroth shouted. They didn't seem to notice the army that closed in from behind. This was rather bad for me. Nah, I didn't think so. They appeared one after another. Muttered Hagoromo Gitsun. Well, you know about how cockroaches lived, right? They are similar to that. I said with a smug smile on my face. They didn't stop appearing. The next thing that appeared was a person with long black and blonde hair. That appearance, I recognized it. He was Krumkruch. All of them stood in the sky right above Rhizavim. We were also standing in the sky as I stood above an air platform that I made with Jujitsu. Even the one called Strongest Evil Dragon appeared. Tsuhigimo will love this. Strongest Evil Dragon. They could take a human's appearance. Asked Hagoromo Gitsun. It seems so. I answered Hagoromo Gitsun as I turned to Krumkruch. Rhizavim, what happened? He asked Rhizavim with a calm tone. This boy is dangerous. I need the help of everyone here to defeat him. Ha. Krumkruch questioned Rhizavim, what do you mean by that? You know that I hate it when someone interferes with my fight, and yet, you asked me to help you. Even when he asked Rhizavim like that, there was an excited tone mixed in. He was a battle maniac even more than Valley, so it was a bit understandable if he wanted to fight a strong opponent. Strong enough to put me in a bind and call all of you here. Not only that, he has his Hyaki Yaku making their way toward this place. Hyaki Yaku. So he's a yokai. Krumkruch looked at me with a feral grin, can I fight him alone? What was he saying? Hey. Human-shaped lizard. I shouted at Krumkruch, and he turned to me. Ha. He bared his teeth to me. As expected, that kind of mocking was really effective against a dragon. I pointed my index finger to the sky with a grin on my face, above. Right above him, Tsuchigumo fell from the dragon that he rode and punched Crumb-Crutch right in his face. Crumb-Crutch was blown to the ground and created a big crater. A cloud of dust was created from the impact, hiding Crumb-Crutch's figure. Bam. Wahahaha, a lot of enemies appeared. You have my gratitude, Nura. He laughed hard as he landed on the crater. As soon as he landed, he looked around to find Crumb-Crutch. A figure appeared from the dust with an excited expression. Ha ha ha, rise of him. I will take this guy. He punched Tsuchigumo in the face, but it did no damage to him. That tickles, Tsuchigumo said with an uninterested tone and swatted away Crumb-Crutch away with his hand. Nura. He shouted at me, I will not forgive you if you interrupt me. Ah, go ahead. I waved my hand at him, and he grinned before jumping away to chase after Crumb-Crutch. Now, what was left was the old devils and rise of him. I had felt they were coming, so I didn't even bother to hide my big grin. I released Nenekarimaru, and it disappeared. As expected, dual-wielding was not my style. One katana was more than enough. Shall we continue our dance, old man? I pointed my katana to rise of him as I said that. Rascals. Rise of him shouted and created a big magic circle in front of him. Kill him. At the same time, the devils behind him created magic circles to attack me too. It filled the sky, but I didn't care about that. Are you ready, Hagoromo Gitsun? Anytime. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. Do it. I shouted at no one in particular, and voices answered me. Yes, Naya. Kuroka shouted from behind, and a purple poisonous smoke filled the sky in an instant. What is this? I can't breathe. Help. The devils in the sky began to panic. Only some could jump out of the smoke, including Rizavim and the other people that I recognized. They began to fall from the sky one after the other, and they hit the ground after that. However, as soon as they hit the ground, Tsura's low tone echoed through the battlefield. Freeze. The ground froze in an instant, and the devils were encased in ice. Only 5 of them left, and their expression was twisted in anger. Rizavim also couldn't believe what he saw, which was visible from his expression. Kuroka flew beside me while Tsura made an ice pillar to stand beside me. Why are you guys here? I asked them. They were supposed to take Walburga to me. Ophis said she would take Walburga by herself, Naya. So we came here to help. But don't worry about her, I asked Chiron to make sure that Walburga is still alive. Exclaimed Kuroka. Please do leave the rest to us, Rikasama. I will take the girl and black-haired boy. I will take on the other Naya. So you can fight the big boss with no problem. Well, look at them. They were so dependable. In that case, I will leave them to you. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Playing with Rizavim. You guys, take those 2 girls down first. I will take care of that kid myself. Rizavim ordered the 4 devils behind him. Yeah, don't command me. I will take care of that ice user even when you didn't ask me. She reminded me of someone unpleasant. Kateria Leviathan scoffed as she glared at Tsura. Then allow me to assist you, Kateria-sama. Diodora Astaroth flew to Kateria's side and offered help. She looked like someone pure, and you do know that I love breaking someone like that. Ha. Do as you please. But don't hold me back. Of course not. I felt a bit irritated when I heard their conversation. Tsura covered her mouth that turned downward with the sleeve of her kimono and muttered, I am allowed to kill them, right, Rikasama? She asked me with a chilling tone. Do as you please. Kuroka, I will leave the rest to you. I said that to Kuroka and rushed towards Rizavim while brandishing my sword with both of my hands. I closed our distance in less than a second, and I kicked his abdomen. He managed to block my kick with his arm, but he was blown back to the field around 100 meters from here. Because I approached Rizavim who was still surrounded by the other devils, they instantly turned to me and sent their strongest magic. Die. Kateria Leviathan shouted as a blue-shaped dragon made from water closed into me. Water magic, huh? The specialty of Leviathan's clan. However, using water near Tsura was an idiot move. Your enemy is me, you know. Tsura said slowly, and the dragon froze in an instant. Another attack was closing in from my side. It was a black beam that Cruzery Asmodeus sent toward me. I just looked at the attack with no interest because Kuroka had already appeared in front of me with her body surrounded by Senjutsu aura. It's weak, Naya. Kuroka shouted and swatted away the beam, changing its direction to Diodora Astaroth. He quickly created a magic circle to make a barrier to defend himself from the beam of demonic energy. The beam hit the barrier, and it created a loud explosion. Bam. The 2 of them then stood beside me. Rikasama, you can go now. That's right, Naya. They are weak, so we will be okay. Sure, I will leave them to you. Leaving those words, I kicked the air and moved towards the location where I blew Rhizavim. It was filled with dust, but I saw Rhizavim had already stood up, and there was a big magic circle in front of me. Die, kid. A black beam made its way towards me at a fast speed. It went faster and bigger once it hit the second magic circle that suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky. But that was futile. I didn't even need to dodge. I kicked the air once again, speeding up in the sky with a grin on my face. Understanding my plan, Hagoromo Gitsun asked. You are going to cut it? Yeah, that way I can show him the difference in our strength. You are too rash, but I don't think that black thing will be a problem to you. Yup, it's not a problem. I shouted at Hagoromo Gitsun as I swung the sword in my hand as I coated it with Senjutsu Aura, Tsukigiri. A blue slash appeared from my sword, but it didn't end there. It will cut anything. I used my sacred gear to add a possibility to my slash. Combining the sword's effect towards the supernatural, the flying slash cut the beam and destroyed it once it made contact with it. Once the beam was destroyed, I could see the ground again and noticed that Rhizavim was gone. His energy was hidden by the beam earlier, so I couldn't feel his location. I spread my senjutsu again, and I felt him on my side. I used Kyuka Soijetsu to create a fake without wasting a second and jumped away from my place. As soon as I jumped away, Rhizavim's fist pierced through my fake's head, dissipating it into a cloud of black scum. At that moment, my flying slash carved the ground and created a cloud of dust that reached us. With my presence hidden by Kyuka Soijetsu, a cloud of dust wouldn't reveal my position. However, while we were in the middle of the cloud of dust, my sight was limited. Rhizavim was able to use his demonic energy to attack me, while I was able to feel his presence with my Senjutsu Aura. Spear, I said lightly, and the spear appeared from the eight's tail of the tail on my shoulder. Aim at his body, don't aim at his head. Suggested Hagoromo Gitsun with a stern voice. Yeah, I know. I held the spear shaft tightly with my left hand, aiming the tip at Rhizavim's body that I felt through Senjutsu. Where are you, kid? Don't hide and face me head on. Rhizavim shouted, maybe he wanted to taunt me so he would know my position. I wasn't that stupid. There was no way I would throw my biggest advantage and jump into his trap. So, I would use his trap to my advantage. Another fake appeared, and it made its way in the opposite direction of me. Once he was in the position, I shouted at Rhizavim, and my voice came out from the fake. Shut up, you shitty bat. I guess this is the limit of the so-called true devil. You are weaker than Surzex. What I shouted was true. He was still weaker than Surzex. For a devil, being compared to the other was humiliating. He would get angry and attack my fake, that was what a normal devil would do. But Rhizavim was different. I felt a lot of magic circles created around one spot. The next thing that I knew was a lot of black beams shot in all directions, clearing the dust in an instant as well as destroying my fake. Rhizavim stood in the sky with a grin on his face as he looked at my real location that I deliberately revealed to him. Good job, Rhizavim, I said to him with a mocking tone, and he realized that he had fallen into my trap. I threw the spear in my left hand to Rhizavim as strong as possible. It flew towards Rhizavim at a fast speed, even breaking a sound barrier, and impaled his body before bringing him to the ground. Crash. Bam. A big crater around 15 meters was created on the ground with Rhizavim in the center. So this is a super devil. Talk about disappointing. Said Hagoromo Gitsun. Right, if super devil was limited to this, then they wouldn't be feared. Hagoromo Gitsun, don't underestimate him. He's still alive. I said as I narrowed my eyes. The super devil had something similar. They had another transformation that they called true form. And Rhizavim had revealed that yet. You have made me angry, kid. The hoarse voice of Rhizavim echoed in the battleground as I saw him stand up slowly and pull Hagoromo Gitsun's spear from his chest. His energy exploded as he looked at me with anger. Let me show you my real strength. The real strength of Lucifer's son. Chapter 169, Playing with Rhizavim. The energy that he emitted now couldn't be compared to earlier. It was so potent that the atmosphere around him was twisted, it looked like the air that was burned with high heat and distorted because the oxygen was burned. According to the energy that I felt now, it was now rivaling Surzex. So the super devil that used all his strength looked like this. The wound on Rhizavim's chest began to heal at a visible speed. I had used my offense form right now, it was already more than a minute since we fought. I didn't know how long I could stay in this form, and Matoi with Hagoromo Gitsun took a lot more than I thought. Not only that, I had thrown the spear with all my strength. I only had half of my energy left in my body. Ha ha ha, isn't this a bit bad? A yokai that had yet hit 20 like me had a fight with centuries-years-old super devil. Shouldn't my old man come to my rescue like Azazel, who had always helped Issei in the main story? Or better yet, Surzex should have arrived in Vampire World by asking Gasper. Rise of him was stronger than I thought, and I had yet to absorb Incinerate Anthem to me. Concentrate, Nura. Don't worry about healing, I learned a bit of healing magic from Yasaka. Hagoromo Gitsun's voice rang beside me. Instantly, I calmed down and grinned. Well yeah, I know. I didn't panic because I felt bigger and familiar cat-like energy making its way toward me while bringing some small energy. Maybe they tried to teleport to my place but couldn't because Rise of him's energy twisted the magical energy around this area. Well, it's not like he can hit me with his strength, though. As soon as I said that, I used Kyuka Suigetsu and observed Rise of him calmly. My hair was blown by the air current caused by the energy around Rise of him. Without wasting a second later, he shot out to my fake and kicked its head, causing my fake to disappear into a cloud of black smoke and my true self to appear. He's faster than before, I muttered slowly as I gripped my sword tightly. As I had expected, Rise of him immediately turned his head towards me and kicked the air. He closed our distance in less than a second and sent a fast jab towards my stomach. But I was not that slow. I managed to dodge his punch and swung my sword towards his arm. My sword met his energy and caused a spark to fly. The sword in my hand was better than Nenekarimaru in terms of slashing the supernatural. However, what stopped my sword was not Rise of him's energy but his body. His body was as strong as steel, and it was a bit hard to cut it. If this was an RPG, then his defense now was as high as Issei or Valley in their balance breaker. Also, since earlier, I couldn't use Telos Karma to make his punch miss. He kept punching me. A jab, uppercut, and backhand kept coming toward me. Without Telos Karma, I purely used my fear to keep dodging while slashing his body while I was at it. It was a bit hard, and I was in a bind. The Matoi was running long enough, I bet Hagoromo Gitsun was tired right now. However, she knew that if she cancelled the Matoi, I would be hit by Rise of him and lost. That was why she kept the Matoi ongoing. The vampire world Senjutsu energy was not as pure as Earth. I tried to recover my energy by absorbing it while we were fighting, but I could only recover little by little while expending greater energy to dodge and attack Rise of him's punches. Suddenly, he stopped and jumped back, creating a distance between us. This energy is... Rise of him muttered while he looked around the area. Oh, they were finally here. In the distance, I saw Ophis and Chiron bringing someone with witch clothes on her shoulder making their way here. From their speed, they would reach this place in less than a minute. If Rise of him ran at that time, I would be in trouble trying to find him. Not only did I need to find him in the vast world again, he would hide for a while to avoid me. I couldn't let him run. Yo, Rise of him. I called out to him with a mocking tone, you old devil couldn't even beat me, huh? Look, I am fine without any scar on my body. Rise of him turned his gaze towards me and frowned, don't get cocky, boy. He was clearly angry from my provocation. Silently, I used Kyuka Suigetsu again. While covering my body with fear, I walked in the air, slowly making my way towards Rise of him as my fake shrugged his shoulders. Ha ha ha, so the son of Lucifer is nothing. I had beat Valley, your grandson, and yet, you are weaker than him. What a joke, the son of Lucifer is weaker than his great-grandson. And, Valley is only half-devil. Rise of him's face contorted into an ugly twist. His muscle relaxed a little as veins popped out from his face. As expected, this was the most effective way to beat a devil, by making them mad. Now I had stood behind Rise of him. His energy thinned out because of his anger, and I was confident that I could cut him now. So I raised my sword, injected it with all my energy alongside Hagoromo Gitsun's fear, and swung it down at Rise of him's neck. Tsukigiri. At the same time, I swung my sword, my fake disappeared, and Rise of him realized that he had fallen into my taunt. Although I aimed at his neck, it looked like he had a failsafe to save his life. His neck was uninjured, but I managed to cut his left arm and burn it by foxfire that was imbued to my attack by Hagoromo Gitsun's fear. Blood and demonic energy spurted out from his wound as he jumped away. He landed 20 meters from me and cut the stump with a hand blade to stop his demonic energy from leaking out. Surprisingly, it did stop, and he used his demonic energy to stop the bleeding from his arm. If he glared at me in anger earlier, now he glared at me with gazes full of hate as he muttered ominously, I will kill you, brat. Yeah, I heard that a few times already. Chapter 170, ending the play. With Rise of him only having an arm left, I was no longer afraid of his attack. He charged at me with his fist in a punching position. His movement was clearly slower than before, and I could see it even without squinting my eyes. I calmly dodged his strike by stepping to the left and kicking him in the stomach. He was weak now, even his title as a super devil could be stripped from him right now. He was only around ultimate rank without his left arm, which actually was still stronger than the average devil. However, I was using my offense feat as well as Matoi with Hagoromo Gitsun, who was also stronger than ultimate rank devil. It was natural for me to beat him with all the buff that I used. He was sent flying by my kick and crashed into the nearby tree, snapping it into two. He was able to get his balance back in a matter of seconds and glared at me. A dozen of magic circles were then created around him. Peeking out from the magic circles were black spears. They looked strong at first glance. Did he perhaps forget that I could destroy supernatural energy with this sword? I guess he did forget about it. The spears came out slowly until half of them were visible. Damn brat. Do you think you can kill me with your current strength? He roared loudly. At the same time, the spears flew toward me. There were too many of them to count, and they were fast. Swoosh. However, I had something that could protect me from these spears. Hagoromo Gitsun, war fan. I said lightly, and she answered. First tail. I put my hand on the first tail and pulled out a black fan that Hagoromo Gitsun often used. I opened the fan with a flick of my finger, and it enlarged immediately, covering my body. Clang clang clang. Cling. The spears hit the black metal fan. It created a loud sound, and I couldn't hear anything but the sound of the magic spears that disappeared as soon as they hit the fan in front of my body. A smart opponent would use this chance to attack me or run away from me. And as I had expected, Rhizavim tried to run from me using this chance. The magic spears were still raining toward me, but I couldn't let that old bastard escape. So I imbued Senjutsu aura into the fan in front of me and swung it with all of my strength. Swoosh. A raging wind that swept all the magic spears came out from the fan. Because it was infused with Senjutsu, the magic spears that were usually not affected by winds were now turning back in the other direction because of the intensity of the wind. They flew back towards Rhizavim, who tried to run away by creating a magic circle under his feet. These magic spears won't be enough to stop him. So I called Nenekarimaru, which could cut supernatural things, and threw it towards the magic circle under Rhizavim's feet. Nenekarimari flew even faster than the magic spears and landed on the magic circle under Rhizavim. Crash. As soon as Nenekarimaru landed on the magic circle, a sound of broken glass echoed through the battlefield, accompanied by Rhizavim's surprised expression. What? But he had no time to get surprised. The magic spears that I sent back to him were now in front of him. With his remaining energy, he created a barrier in front of him. I quickly put the fan back to Hagoromo Gitsun's tail and kicked the compressed air that I created with Jujitsu. Although Rhizavim was on the edge of the dead, my energy was almost depleted too. So I needed to kill him as fast as I could. Calling Nenekarimaru back, I threw it again towards his barrier to destroy it. However, the barrier appeared to be a solid object, unlike the magic circle earlier. Clang. Nenekarimaru bounced against the barrier, but I had reached Rhizavim now. Infusing all my remaining energy into the sword that was upgraded from Nenekarimaru in my hand, I swung it down. Tsukigiri. A vertical flying slash was sent out towards Rhizavim, who hid behind the barrier. The flying slash was black because Hagoromo Gitsun had also infused part of her fear into it. The destructive energy was not a joke, it was 3 times greater compared to when I used Garm on that mountain. The flying slash hit the barrier and easily destroyed it. Rhizavim's scared expression was visible. Compared to a grin that was plastered on my face, he looked really ugly. Why you? He immediately jumped to the left and created another barrier, but that was no use. Maybe because he was quick on his feet, Tsukigiri only severed his right arm and leg. Aararararggg, a scream of pain echoed through the area as blood and demonic energy spurted out from his wound. He was trashing on the ground. He had no arms left, and he only had one left leg. With my senjutsu, I could feel that his energy was all depleted. I landed in front of him and pointed the tip of my sword at his neck. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at me, clearly scared. Please spare me. He began to beg like the usual villain. I felt Vala's energy flew towards me faster than a sound from a distance. Ophis and Chiron seemed to stop near Kuroka and Tsura, who had their energy decreasing little by little. Maybe they helped them first. It was okay, as I had defeated Rhizavim. Look at you, really unsightly. I mocked him. Spare me. DD don't kill me. Begged Rhizavim. I won't. I said slightly as I pulled my sword away. His expression brightened, but then he paled once again as Vala landed beside me. He wore his scale mail. I pointed my thumb at Valley and grinned at Rhizavim, but he will. Thanks. Vala said to me as he coated his fist with a mix of demonic and dragon energy from Albion. V Valley. D don't kill me. I am your grandfather. Shut up. Vala shouted at Rhizavim, die. He then punched Rhizavim's face, severing his neck. The head of Rhizavim flew towards the tree in the distance before crashing into it and falling to the ground. Thud. Valley had a rough breath, but he then looked at me as he took his helmet off. Thanks. I owe you one. I waved my hand at him as I cancelled my Matoi. My hair and clothes turned to normal, and Hagoromo Gitsun appeared beside me before dusting her clothes. Don't sweat it, I said to Valley with a joking tone. More importantly, can you help my girls over there? I am. I almost fell to the ground because I was too exhausted. However, Hagoromo Gitsun caught me and put my arm over her shoulder. I smiled at her a little before turning to Valley. I am too tired, you see. He smiled and put his helm back. Sure. I will take care of the rest. Chapter 171, finished. The rest of the fight had ended without much going on. From the information that I gained from spreading my senjutsu, I was able to find out a few things. With the help of Ophis and Chiron, Kuroka and Tsura were able to defeat their enemies with no problem. They killed the descendants of Satans while Tsura froze Diodora Astaroth to be used as a trading chip with the devil. Although he joined Rhizavim under the old Satan faction, there was no denying that he was still the little brother of one of the four Satan, Ajuka Beelzebub. The best way to not offend the devil and get my peace back as soon as possible was to keep Diodora Astaroth alive. I also managed to recover some of my strength. Now I was able to walk by myself. After burning Rhizavim's corpse to make sure he won't revive again, I made my way to Tsura and the other who stood in front of Diodora Astaroth. There was an unconscious girl on the ground beside Ophis. Judging from the clothes, I guess that was Walburga. I approached them with Hagoromo Gitsun and greeted them. Yo. They had noticed me and turned to me. Kuroka was still energetic as she jumped at me and hugged my arm. Rikusama. She then observed my body to find whether I was injured or not before stepping away with a satisfied nod. There is no injury, Naya. That's great. Yeah, I am fine. I patted Kuroka's head before walking towards Walburga, lying on the ground. I crouched to see her better before turning to Ophis. Good job, Ophis. I will help you to gain your silence back after I'm getting ready. Ophis nodded her head. No problem. You can do. Whenever you are ready. Thanks. After answering Ophis, I turned my focus to Walburga again. My energy had recovered a little, but it was by no means enough to absorb the Incinerate Anthem for now. So I used Jujitsu to keep Walburga unconscious for now before turning to Tsura. Can you go back to our mansion first, Tsura? Take her with you and put her in a safe place. Restrain her with your ice too while you are at it so she won't be able to escape when she regains her consciousness. Certainly, Rikusama. Tsura then picked up Walburga and bowed at me before teleporting back to our mansion. After they were gone, I stood up and looked at Diodora Astaroth. He was still conscious as Tsura kept his head outside of the ice to keep him alive. Who do we have here? Ajuka's little brother. To think that Satan's little brother is the member of Kao's brigade. You. Release me right now. He shouted and struggled, but it was no use. Tsura's ice was strong, there was no way someone like Diodora could break it. Even I needed some strength to break it. Release you. I asked in a low tone, do you know what your position is? Even if you go back to the underworld, I bet your brother will just kill you to maintain his position. There is no way that can be true. Shall we take a look ourselves later? I grinned at him, and Diodora instantly paled. I turned to Kuroka. For now, take him to our mansion too. Put him near Kappa's pond and ask Tsura to keep an eye to keep him frozen. Yes, Naya. Exclaimed Kuroka. She then walked to Chiron, who only stood while looking at me, and pulled her hand. Oh Oni-sama. Chiron was surprised by the sudden pull and shouted at Kuroka. Let's go, Naya. But wasn't he only asked you to go, Oni-sama? What are you saying, Chiron? Naya? The reason why he asked me to go back with him was to run from this place, Naya. This place will become dangerous soon with the dragon that was fighting against Tsuchigumo approaching at a fast speed. Oops, she noticed it. That was true. I felt Crumb Crutch made his way here with Tsuchigumo and his pet dragon at a fast speed. They were still fighting, and they certainly weren't looking around at where they were fighting. When two battle maniacs met with each other, the result like this was inevitable. I will leave Diodora to you, Kuroka. I said to Kuroka with a smile. Also, Chiron, you can also go with Kuroka. I think you wanted to beat Diodora for a little. He's the reason why Asia was exiled from the church. Asia-senpai. Asked Chiron. He's the reason. Asia-senpai was kind to me at that time. She's a poor girl. Chiron then glared at Diodora before turning to me again, nodded her head. I will do that then. Good. Don't kill him though. I waved my hand as I saw both of them touching the ice that froze Diodora as a magic circle appeared under their feet. They were gone after a few seconds as Kuroka waved her hand to me. Only the three of us were left in this place. Now I could see a big dragon was fighting against a smaller dragon and an orange giant in the distance. Each of their attacks pulverized the area around them. It was a surreal sight on Earth. However, I had no intention to help them. because the mission in this place had finished. You are late, Azazel, I said slightly, and Azazel landed beside me while holding a beautiful blonde-haired girl. Don't say that. You are fighting that monster near the house where this girl was kept. It was hard, you know. Don't make excuses. So we are almost done here. I asked him. Yeah. Just need to clean up a little bit. But I think your subordinates and valet team are enough for that. I couldn't deny him. My subordinates killed the magicians and the vampires at a fast speed, while Valet and his team destroyed a lot of building to take the hidden enemies. Well, that meant I can relax a little bit. Correct. Let's relax a little bit. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Cleanup Plan. A few minutes later, my subordinates started to gather behind me with satisfied smiles on their faces. They looked fresh, as if they had thrown away the burden that held them back all this time. Ha 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 ha, did you see me earlier? I crushed that perky-eared guy with one hand. Ayatabo boasted his achievement, accompanied by a loud laugh. If there was something missing in this place, then that would be alcohol. There was no sake to complete the situation. What are you saying, Ayatabo? Did you not see my spears and swords impaled into those robed guys' bodies? Kurotabo asked Ayatabo with a smirk on his face. I certainly killed more than you. Ha! Ayatabo scoffed, you are daydreaming. It's obvious that I killed more than you. You what a peaceful day, I said with a happy tone as I looked at them. Peaceful. I think you need to get your eyes checked. Azazel denied it flatly and smiled wryly at me. He then turned to Crumb Crutch in the distance, who was now fighting against Tsuchigumo and Valet. For some reason, after Valet came back with his team, he joined Tsuchigumo in the fight. However, Valet's team said that they were tired and joined my subordinates and talked with each other. Biko was the one who managed to get used to the atmosphere the fastest. Him being a yokai might be helping him to adapt to the situation faster, and my subordinates certainly were interested in him being Sun Wukong's descendant. Luffy was talking with Kajora while Arthur was now talking with Kobayashi. Both of them had good synergy, and they certainly had similar personalities. Maybe that was also why they talked to each other like a friend after just a few minutes of talking. Surprisingly, Valerie Teeps also joined the hustle and talked with a lot of different yokai. This is peace, Azazel. Partying after a fight is natural for us. So, do you mind if we crashed into your base to have a party? I smirked at Azazel, and he looked at me with a bitter smile. Hey, my base is located in the underworld, you know. How can you teleport them, oh? Azazel noticed something and looked at Ophis. He then turned to me and said, don't ever think about it. You are no fun. I looked at Azazel and let out a tired sigh. For once, let's have a party in your base. Well, I don't really need your permission though. Ha 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 ha. Hey. I told you not to party in my base. Ha ha ha, well, I won't. Setting that aside, Azazel. What will you do now? I asked Azazel seriously. What will I do? To be honest, I don't know. For now, I want to attend the peace conference and sign the peace treaty. Answered Azazel. I know about that already. What I mean is, what will you do to the rest of the Cows Brigade? We just literally destroyed 2 of their main force and killed their leader. There are still some factions left in Cows Brigade, but I don't think they will do anything as of now. Oh, so that's what you mean. Azazel turned silent for a while before he let out a sigh as he scratched his head. Sigh. I have no further information about the rest of their factions, so I think I will try to investigate them for now. He then crossed his arms and looked at Valerie, who was talking with Kajoro and Luffy happily. I have that girl to protect too. So you are out of the play. Talk about lackluster. You are pulling me here, and I killed the leader of the Cows Brigade thanks to that, and now you are trying to stop right now. Oi, I am pulling you here to save that girl. Who knows that rise of him was here? That old fossils movement couldn't be predicted. Well, you are correct. But thanks to that, we are one step closer to destroying their organization. I crossed my arms as I turned to Hagoromo Gitsun. She was watching Tsuchigumo's fight that was now reached its climax. She had a stoic expression. After looking at her for a few seconds, I turned back to Azazel. I wanted to at least destroy them in a month. Don't you think we need to bring this subject up in the peace conference? I plan to do that from the start. Come to think of it, you are also attending the peace conference, huh? I was invited by Sirzex and was told by Vasco to attend. It seems like I am acting as a middleman. I shrugged my shoulders at his words. Middleman, huh? What kind of middleman who plans to have a competition with one faction after the peace conference, huh? That's me. I answered with a grin, well, why don't the fallen angels join the friendly competition too? That way, the devil will also join, and we can treat the competition as a way to commemorate the peace conference. Ha! Azazel scoffed, I bet you have another plan besides the competition. Well, it seemed like he found out. It was not strange at all, considering the thing that I proposed to him. Each faction that joined the competition wouldn't want to lose to the other. That way, they would send their best fighter to join the competition. That would mean the strongest fighter from 3 factions would gather at the competition. To be honest, I planned to sweep the rest of the Cows Brigade at that time. With the strongest fighters gathering together, destroying the rest of the Cows Brigade would be a piece of cake. Well, it's not hurt to at least follow my plan for once, right? You owe me one, after all. TSK. When you put it that way, I couldn't refuse it. Azazel clicked his tongue, but there was a grin on his face. Oh. So he needed a reason to join. As expected of him, what a sly bastard. He got a reason to join, so his subordinate didn't chew him out, and he made me use the favor that he owed. Damn bastard, I still needed to learn to match their slyness. Well then, that's decided. I will work your subordinates hard at that time. Ha ha ha, sure. They are a tough bunches. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Giants Battle and Bet. They are almost done. Hagoromo Gitsun said quietly without looking at me. I glanced at her before turning my gaze toward the 3 giants plus a man that fought in the distance. The fight was chaotic. They didn't even try to work together and even punched at each other. The strange thing was, they had a smile on their faces. I thought that I was a battle maniac because I love to have a nice fight too. However, when I looked at them, the real battle maniac, I changed my mind. Look at their smiles, Azazel commented as he watched the battle. The yokai were also watching the battle with interest. Such entertainment was rare, especially when 3 people with an additional pet that had strength rivaling ultimate class devil fought each other. They didn't want to miss it, and I heard some of them were pilling up a bet. Tsuchigumo is in the lead. Who wants to bet on Valley Lucifer or that black dragon? Ha ha ha, I bet that Smallman will win. I will bet a bottle of sake for Valley. What nonsense. I will bet my mocha for Tsuchigumo. I will bet my red bean paste for Tsuchigumo too. I still remember how painful his punches are. Their bets were food and sake, truly the yokai way of doing a thing. I looked at Azazel and smirked. Do you want to have a bet too? I will put on the best sake that I have for Tsuchigumo. The spirit sake that you will not be able to get anywhere. Hearing my offer, Azazel turned to me and smirked, interesting. I will bet my oldest wine for Valley then. I hope you accept my bet. He extended his hand toward me. I shook his hand with a smile, deal. We then turned to the fights again. Just a few seconds had passed since I shook Azazel's hand. Now the fight had become a brawl between 3 sides. Ha 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 ha, this is fun. Crumcrutch shouted with a hoarse voice, then he sent a fire breath toward Tsuchigumo. Whoosh. His claw moved toward Valley and slapped him to the ground. Bam. I agree. Tsuchigumo shouted back and punched the breath, dispersing it before launching himself toward Crumcrutch. He grabbed Crumcrutch's claw with his hand before punching him repeatedly. But Crumcrutch didn't stay silent either. He freed his claw from Tsuchigumo's grip and began to punch back. It hit Tsuchigumo's face, but Tsuchigumo just flinched a bit before his face turned into a mad grin and punched Crumcrutch back. They repeated the same exchanges a few times and generated a shockwave that I could feel even from here. Whoa, that's a strong punch. Commented Azazel. Valley, who had been slapped away by Crumcrutch earlier, began to get up and flew toward both giants that were punching each other. Bastard, I will beat you up. Valley shouted as his wing flashed a bright light. His armor changed a little, and the gem on his armor let out a bright flash similar to his wing. Energy began to gather around his fist, and he then entered the battle between 2 giants with his small fist. However, the 2 giants knew that Valley was not someone to scoff at. Both of them stopped their punches and turned to Valley. Crumcrutch began to gather energy around his throat. He prepared a breath. Tsuchigumo, a cloud of black smoke began to appear around his body. He used his fear, the Hyaki Yaku Destroyer. His fear was a fearsome one. If I challenged him with my Hyaki Yaku, there was a chance that I would lose. His fear allowed him to get stronger the more opponents that he faced at the same time. Also, it made his opponents see him as an overwhelming being that was unbeatable, and of course, he got stronger as he used his fear too. They seemed to be ready to end their battle. Seeing them, Hagoromo Gitsun suddenly said. It seems they are ready to end this. I will bet my personal sake on that dragon. Your personal sake? That's indeed interesting. Ha 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 ha, so the winner will get 2 alcohol now. Azazel laughed as he looked at the battle that unfolded. The battle became fiercer than before, and the shockwave was even bigger. Hagoromo Gitsun's long hair ruffled in the air because of the shockwave. My hair only moved a little because it literally couldn't move around. Tsuchigumo. Beat them, and let me get my ohagi intact. Hey. Do your best, you big lizard. I am betting my machi on you. White guy. Don't even lose. My sake is in your hand. The yokai cheered loudly to make sure the one that they put the bet on won. As usual, the war that involved yokai would always end up like this. It would end in a festival. But, the battle was putting Valley in a disadvantageous position. Mainly, it was because of his size. The three fighters jumped back and then looked at each other. Tsuchigumo's pet was looking at them from the sky. When they were looking at each other, Crumb-Crutch suddenly spoke. Both of you are strong, but I don't think going like this is fun. That's why. As he said that, his dragon body was surrounded by bright light and compressed down. After a second, he became human with blonde and black hair and black clothes. I will fight in this form. Tsuchigumo looked at him with interest before stroking his chin. He then turned to me and met my eyes before shouting. Teach me how to turn into a human, will you? He wanted to fight them fairly. Move the energy inside your body and compress it while thinking to turn your body into a human. I shouted back at Tsuchigumo, and he nodded his head. He then began to compress his energy, as I said. Valley and Crumb-Crutch understood that they shouldn't bother Tsuchigumo right now. They were battle maniacs, so they would wait for him to have a good battle. Will he be okay? Asked Azazel. He will be okay. I answered him, do you know? Tsuchigumo is famous for destroying Hyaki Yaku. He's literally a Hyaki Yaku himself. Confused, Azazel turned to me. What do you mean? He meant that he's as strong as a Hyaki Yaku combined. Only me and this guy would be able to fight Tsuchigumo if he fought seriously. Hagoromo Gitsun answered Azazel as she spread her fan in front of her mouth. Isn't that, so he's as strong as me? Yep, he is. Azazel had a wry smile on his face before turning to Tsuchigumo, that was surrounded by black smoke right now. Yokai is scary. He muttered quietly. We are fortunate that we make rules to only fought our war in the underworld at that time. I ignored Azazel's muttering as I looked at Tsuchigumo's body, which was now compressed down into human size. The smoke that surrounded him was now gone, and a human with a Yasha mask and 4 arms appeared in his place. He moved his arms before clenching his fist. The mouth of the mask on his face moved, it curled into a smile, and he then took a fighting stance. Let's continue our battle. He roared loudly with his now small body. Crumb-Crutch grinned back, and I didn't know Vala's expression because he was wearing a helmet. However, knowing him, he must have smiled too. It's interesting. Let's kill each other. Chapter 174, going back to Kanto. Their battle resumed. However, there was not much to be addressed. The three of them met in the center and punched each other out. Because Tsuchigumo was not used to his human form yet, his movement felt a bit sluggish, and his punch was weaker than before. However, that was already enough to fight with them. They exchanged punches fiercely. Valley was the one who held the most advantage because he had no change in his body size. Crumb-Crutch was compressing his dragon form into human form, and he was certainly skilled, but he couldn't use his breath. Hyak! Crumb-Crutch yelled as he punched Valley, blowing him away to a distance. Tsuchigumo was also like that. His biggest advantage, his size, was now gone, and he could only focus on technique. He then used his leg in the battle. He kicked Crumb-Crutch on his head and planted him on the ground. The fight continued with the three of them punching and kicking each other with their fist covered in some aura. 5 minutes later, the three of them were already battered. Ha 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 ha, this is fun. With a mad grin, Crumb-Crutch's voice boomed through the area. Kahahaha, you're not bad. It's been a long time since I had this much fun. Tsuchigumo answered with a burst of mad laughter. I agree. Having a good fight after killing that bastard is all I could ask for. Valley took his helmet off and wiped the blood that was on his lips. However, I think we need to end this now. That's right. We have been in this for too long. Let's end this with the final strike. Crumb-Crutch agreed with Valley and began to gather his energy in his fist. Not bad. I will entertain you. A black cloud began to appear around Tsuchigumo's body again. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and some of the yokai behind me fell to their knees. Azazel, who stood beside me, had shuddered. Sweat began to drip from his forehead. He had never experienced Tsuchigumo's fear at full strength. His fear itself was the fear that yokai held for him for over 500 years. It was heavy as if his fear could control the gravity around him. But, that was not correct. What made his fear heavy was that Azazel subconsciously got scared of him. If someone didn't get scared of Tsuchigumo, they wouldn't be affected by his fear too much. As proof, Hagoromo Gitsun and I were fine even when we were exposed to such fear. You are too weak, Azazel. How can a leader like you be scared of the other? I mocked him, and he turned to me with a wry smile. I see, so this is the power that only yokai have. They got stronger the more I fear him, that's why it's called fear. That's right. And that's why no one can find me too. Because, they are all scared of Nurarihyon. They feared us. I boasted, humans had a legend about us. They are scared of us. That's why, we are strong. In this world where the supernatural was known to a lot of people, accumulating fear from humans was easy. That was why the yokai from Nura clan were stronger in this world, and so did Tsuchigumo. Well, it looks like they are ready to end this, Azazel commented as he looked at Valley. Vala's wing flashed a few times before the energy that had accumulated in his wing transferred to the gauntlet in his right hand. Ready? Asked Crumb Crutch. Tsuchigumo's black cloud was slowly being concentrated in his 4 fists. They were blazing like a black flame, covering his fist tightly. Let's just do it. With that as a signal, the 3 of them kicked the ground, and their fists met each other in the center. Boom. A loud explosion was created, and the blinding light combined with a black cloud filled the area around them, creating a sphere that made us unable to look inside. An earthquake followed the explosion, and the ground started to cave in. Azazel and I jumped up and stood in the sky while Hagoromo Gitsun countered the earthquake with her fan. Woa. Be careful. Help. The yokai behind us fell to the newly created crater and tried to get up. Some were able to avoid it, and they were amazed by the sheer destruction that was created from the attack earlier. I looked at where their fists met as the blinding sphere began to dim. In that location, a big crater was created, and 2 people had laid on the ground unconscious while one who wore silver armor was still standing. Ha 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 ha, it seems that Valley won, huh? Azazel's laughter rang beside me. TSK. He's able to stay conscious because of his armor. Say no more. Both of you owed me sake. Azazel laughed and then made his way to Valley. I followed him and landed beside Valley. Azazel tapped his shoulder with a big smile. Hey, Valley. Are you okay? He asked. Valley slowly turned toward Azazel. Yeah. His voice was weak. He was too exhausted from the fight. Slowly, his body collapsed, and he fainted. Whoa. Azazel caught him in time as his armor and wing crumbled. Well, look at this. He's able to stay awake by sheer will. That's amazing by itself. I answered Azazel and crouched beside Tsuchigumo. He had a satisfied smile on his face. For some reason, he didn't turn back to his giant form, but this was better. When I was about to carry Tsuchigumo, I heard a growl from above. Gra. I looked up and saw the blue dragon that had been tamed by Tsuchigumo descend toward me. Growling. He growled at me as if he was trying to protect Tsuchigumo. Don't worry. I am this guy's friend. As I answered that, the dragon backed away a little and lowered its head. I carried Tsuchigumo over my shoulder and turned to Crumb Crutch. What should we do to him? I asked Azazel, who carried Valley the same way as I did. What should we do, indeed? He muttered, killing him here will be the best action, but I think he's just similar to Valley, someone who wanted to fight a strong opponent. I think so too. I answered Azazel with a smirk, then I will take him too. I will let him rest with Tsuchigumo. Oh, sure. Take him. Azazel turned away and made his way towards Valley's team, which ran from a distance. I will leave first, have good luck. Azazel met with Valley's team, and they teleported away. I made my way back after I picked Crumb Crutch and met up with the other, Ophis included. Well then, let's head back. We have a party waiting for us. Oh you. Chapter 175, Ophis Silence. Mass update. I don't know when I will be able to upload this fanfiction again as I want to focus on WSA right now. I will upload 2 new novels for WSA. Please look forward to it and send me your stones when I publish them. Also, I will definitely finish this fanfiction, don't worry. We'll come back later, maybe in the future. See you again in the new novel, folks. We teleported back to Kanto, and I was greeted by Tsura, who had arrived first. Welcome back, Rikusama. Oh, I'm back. I greeted her back. I gestured for the yokai to go inside first to rest, and they ran inside the mansion while chattering loudly. Tsura approached me in the midst of the crowd, and then her eyes glued to Crumb Crutch and Tsuchigumo on my shoulder. Should I administer medical attention immediately? Asked Tsura worriedly. Yeah, please do so. I then threw both of them to the ground. The 4-armed one is Tsuchigumo. I believe he will be fine after you sprinkle some sake on his body. Certainly. Tsura then looked at Ayatabo, who boasted about his achievement in the previous battle with the small yokai. Ayatabo-san. Can you help me a little? She called out to him. Ayatabo turned around and approached us. Oh. Is there something that I could do for you, Tsura-san? Yes, can you please carry these two to the medical ward? They need immediate attention. Oh. Leave it to me. Ayatabo then picked Crumb Crutch and Tsuchigumo. He carried them under his armpit as if he carried a bag of rice. Thank you, Ayatabo-san. Tsura then looked at me. Well, then, Rika-sama. I will leave now. The prisoner, Diodora Astaroth, is now near the pond with Kappa watching over him. Yeah, thanks for your hard work, Tsura. I patted her head, and she smiled happily. No, Rika-sama. I am happy to do this. I pulled my hand away as Tsura bowed her head. She then walked away, with Ayatabo following from behind. I looked at them and walked away with my arms crossed inside my kimono. However, I stopped when I felt my kimono being pulled from behind. Hey! I looked back and saw Ophis tugging my kimono. Oh, what's wrong? I thought you were going with the crowd. Ophis shook her head at my words. Silence. I want to sleep. Ah, I see. The yokai were rowdy bunches, so it was noisy here. Should I take him to that place? Well, there was nothing there, so I guess it would be okay. I can't take you to the dimensional gap now, but let me show you a place where you can get your silence. Ophis nodded her head. I don't mind. After getting confirmation from Ophis, I took her to the house that was located behind my mansion. It was the one that was surrounded by my old man's fear. The house was far from the mansion, and with my old man's fear, it became the quietest place in this city. It was still in the same state as when I visited it last time. However, the flowers had already fallen as it was now almost autumn. Ophis looked around curiously. She had noticed the barrier that surrounded this place. The rowdy shout of the yokai was still loud even from this place. However, as soon as we passed the barrier, the sound was gone. It's quiet, Ophis muttered as she pressed her hand against the barrier. This is the same power that you use but different. She noticed the difference between my old man and my fear. Yeah, it's my old man's. This area is quiet and got the silence that you wanted. Is it good enough for now? Ophis nodded her head. I like this place. Good. I will show you where you can sleep. I will ask Kajoro to bring a futon later. Ophis nodded her head again, and then I took her inside the house. I took her to the room with the temple and added a layer of my barrier with fear to make her comfortable enough. She noticed it again, as expected of a dragon god. I like it here. That's good. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. I will sleep. She then made her way toward the small temple in the middle and leaned her back against it. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in just a few seconds. Looking at her like this, I couldn't see her as a dragon god. She looked just like a little girl who wanted her home back. However, I shouldn't forget that Ophis was dangerous. She could destroy this world if she wanted to. Even gods couldn't even kill her. Maybe we could only seal her if we worked together. I could hear a soft snore coming from Ophis. She really did fall asleep. I quietly walked out of the room and went to the pond that was located near the sakura tree in my mansion. For now, Ophis was still okay. I could make her a quiet barrier in the dimensional gap later. Maybe I could even make her stay for a few months. Her sense of time was jumbled because of how long she had lived. Waiting for a few months wouldn't be a problem. I could also ask for her cooperation in the cleanup operation. When I arrived at the pond, I saw Kappa sitting on top of the ice that covered Diodora Astaroth. He was sitting with his leg dangling around, and he looked bored. Diodora Astaroth looked mad and struggled around with his head. It was no use, though, as he couldn't even move inside Tsura's ice. Hey, Kappa. Good job. I greeted Kappa, and he turned at me as his face brightened. Rika-sama. I heard from Tsura that you are looking at him. Good job. No, it's not a problem. Tsura said that she would give me Ohagi for this. Oh, then it's good. You can leave now. I will take care of him. Yes. Kappa then ran toward the mansion. He was headed to the kitchen. I then stood in front of Diodora Astaroth as he glared at me. Yo, how are you? Yokai. He growled. I will kill you. My brother will kill you. Ha. I glared back at him while putting on an act as if I didn't hear him. What did you say? Did I just hear you trying to intimidate me, the leader of the East Yokai faction? What will happen if Satan hears this? Diodora scoffed. Of course, they will kill you. I am a Juka Beelzebub little brother after all. His face was irritating. It looked punchable, so I punched him once. Smash. His head was smashed against the ice as I punched him. Blood ticked out from the wound on his head. He looked miserable, but I didn't care. Oh, I am afraid. I just punched Ajuka's little brother. Save me, Ophis, I acted scared as my body squirmed around. I glanced at Diodora Astaroth, but I found out that he had fainted in just one hit. TSK. He could only mention his brother when he's cornered. But well, I could use this as a chance to make Surzek and Ajuka owe me. Well, let's go to the underworld then. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Yo, I have a terrorist with me. I don't know when I will be able to upload this fanfiction again as I want to focus on WSA right now. I will upload 2 new novels for WSA. Please look forward to it and send me your stones when I publish them. Also, I will definitely finish this fanfiction, don't worry. We'll come back later, maybe in the future. Like this one, so you can hope an update when I have time like this. See you again in the new novel, folks. By the way, give me your power stones. You can find both of them in my profile, it has more than 12 chapters now. I teleported to Underworld, more specifically, I teleported to Gremry's mansion with the encased Diodora Astaroth. As soon as I had arrived, the first thing that I did was to find Surzek. However, he was not in this territory. Maybe he was called for a meeting of Satan because a lot of devils had gone missing because they had been summoned by Rhizavim earlier. The situation must be really confusing for them, especially because Diodora had gone missing too. As I didn't even try to hide my presence, I could feel Rias and Issei approaching me, who stood in front of the entrance of their mansion. Soon, I saw the 2 people walking toward me from inside the mansion. Rias seemed to be surprised when she saw Diodora, who was encased in ice beside me. She quickened her pace and opened the gate. Why does Diodora getting encased in ice? She asked me calmly as she glanced over at Diodora. She was not raging or anything. Issei was also just looking curiously while looking at Diodora Astaroth. Bucho, do you know this guy? He seemed to ignore me as he asked Rias. Rias crossed her arm and looked at Issei. He's Diodora Astaroth, Ajuka-sama's little brother. What? Then why does he encased in ice? That's what I wanted to ask this guy. Rias then glared at me, so can you answer me? I mumbled a little, unfortunately, I can't tell you yet. But, if you are interested in the answer, you can tell me where Surzek is and tag along. Huh. Rias let out a confused voice, you wanted to meet my brother. Yup, there is a little trouble with our agreement, so. I wanted to have a talk with him again. Agreement. Rias muttered quietly as she glanced at Diodora. She then held her head and sighed tiredly. She gestured for Issei to stay by her side and then looked at me, my brother is still in the meeting of Satans. I think he will stay until tomorrow, depending on how the meeting goes. Tomorrow? I don't have time for that. The traitor, Euclid, would get time to get away after he got the news about Rhizavim's death. Not only that, the god such as Thanatos, who helped Rhizavim in the dark, would make his move too. However, Thanatos wouldn't be able to move openly, as he was a god and was different from Euclid, who was a devil. Do you know the location of the meeting? I asked Rias with a sense of urgency in my tone. Why should I tell you? Rias smirked at me, I mean, you suddenly appeared in front of my mansion. When in Kuo, you didn't even help me and even made me driven out of the academy. Not only that, Kaneko even leave my peerage because of you. So, why do you think I will help you this time? That was reasonable. I didn't help her and even made her get kicked out of the Kuo Academy. It was actually her own fault, so I didn't think too much about it. About Chiron, though, it was also her fault. So what did I do wrong? This was a dire situation where I needed to move fast to get rid of the Cows Brigade. I thought she had matured. No, she had indeed matured and became even smarter than before. But, she still harbored some hate for me. Hey. My tone has lowered a notch. I don't care if you hate me or something. But. I began to oppress her with senjutsu a little, and her body flinched because of that. Issei had taken out his boosted gear and lowered his stance too. I don't have a lot of time right now. Do you know that I only find Surzek to talk about something important? Just tell me where he is, and I can always ask other people to teleport me there. Ugh. She glared at me as Issei jumped in front of her. Bucho. Are you okay? I pulled my senjutsu back and looked at her again. Just tell me where Surzek is. I am tired after I killed the biggest terrorist leader, so don't make my life harder by acting like that. Put your hate for me away for a little, and you will be able to become a splendid leader of your house. Well. Rias took a deep breath and looked at me. Fine, I will take you there. Bucho, are you really okay? Issei asked worriedly. Rias raised her hand at him and put on a reassuring smile, I am okay. He didn't do anything to me. If that's the case. Issei then looked at me and pointed his index finger at me. I will also tag along. I won't let you be with Bucho and bully her when I am not there. I don't mind, just teleport to Surzek's location right now. Along with this guy. I pointed my thumb at Diodora Astaroth. He still fainted, and there was no sign of him waking up. Fine. I will teleport you there. As she said that, a red magic circle appeared under our feet. We then got teleported in front of a mansion in the middle of nowhere. Inside the mansion, I felt a lot of strong energy and recognized some of them. Surzek, Serafal, even Dihauser was here. Without waiting for anything more, I carried Diodora Astaroth over my shoulder and used my fear. Thanks, you can go back now. I left those messages to Rias and disappeared from her sight. Wah. Issei was surprised and shouted. He looked around to find me, but I had already walked inside the mansion. Some of the devils who wore maid costumes had hurriedly exited the mansion. Maybe someone had felt Rias' energy and ordered them to greet her. Well, it made me easier to enter the mansion though. Dihauser was standing near the door with crossed arms. He had his guard up. From his position, I could somehow guess that he was acting as a guard of this meeting between Satans. I felt Surzek's energy from the second floor, so I made my way to that room. There were 4 energies in the room in front of me. They were Satans, and Ajuka Beelzebub was certainly inside too. I cancelled my fear and opened the door nonchalantly as I shouted, "Yo! I have a terrorist with me. Care to deal with him?" The 4 Satans' attention immediately turned to me, and their surprised faces were a sight to behold. Chapter 177, Compensation. Ajuka immediately stood up and extended his hand toward me. Demonic energy began to gather around his hand as he was about to attack me as soon as he saw Diodora on my shoulder, being encased in ice. I had prepared myself and used Telos Karma to make his attack miss me, but there was suddenly an influx of demonic energy as Ajuka furrowed his eyebrows. Without even thinking hard, I knew what he did. He used Kankara Formula, his specialized move. That was interesting. Kankara Formula was predicting how I moved, but Telos Karma changed that possibility. Which one was stronger? I threw the encased Diodora Astaroth to Serafal without saying anything and took out Nenekarimaru. Yeah. Serafal let out a yelp, but she caught Diodora with no problem. Surprisingly, Surzek didn't move from his seat as he just sipped his tea. Oi, stop him. I sent a signal with my eyes, but Surzek ignored me. As I looked back at Ajuka, the energy in his hand had already gathered and was ready to fire at me. What did you do to my little brother? He asked me seriously. I shrugged my shoulders, as I've said earlier. I got a terrorist with me. Again, what do you mean by a terrorist? Oh, I forgot. Diodora was too careful to hide his move, and Ajuka was too busy to watch over Diodora. I now know where the problem was, but it would take a long time to explain. I turned to Surzek. Surzek, it's time for you to speak. What do you mean? He was still acting oblivious. This guy, was he really serious about this? Serafal was still looking around the ice and trying to find a way to melt it, but she was confused as she stroked her chin. The ice was not magic after all, that was why she was confused. Back to Surzek again, I calmly said. This guy. I pointed at Diodora Astaroth, was there, in the vampire world, with Rizavim Lucifer and the other old devil. With the information that I just told them, even Surzek stopped moving, and Ajuka's demonic energy was dispersed. Are you serious? Yeah, ask Azazel if you didn't believe me. I spoke seriously and approached Diodora Astaroth, patting the ice lightly. The situation had calmed down a little, and Ajuka lowered his hand. Thankfully he was able to be talked to, unlike some devils. Azazel and I went to the vampire world earlier. Our goal was to save a certain vampire from being exploited by the Cows Brigade. My old man was the one who managed to find the information about this vampire. I walked toward the table where they sat. The other Satan, Falbium Asmodeus, was sitting with his arm crossed without even glancing at me. Surzek made a chair for me and put it between his and Serafal's. I sat down, and they sat down too. Serafal was still curious about the ice and looked at me with shining eyes. Should I explain all things first? I asked them, and they nodded their heads. Well then. I began to explain how I went to the vampire world with Azazel and Vala's team. I also told them about how I found out that Rizavim was there, planning something with Marius Teeps. Not only that, but I also told them about how I fought Rizavim in his attempt to summon the old devils, and Diodora Astaroth was among them. I purposely let Ophis hidden from them. It would be foolish of me if I told them about Ophis. But I did tell them about Valerie Teeps, who had now in my mansion for some reason. She was really comfortable with my subordinates that she followed me back to the mansion. I thought that she was with Azazel, but then I found her energy in my mansion when I was showing Ophis her place at that time. My story ended with me killing Rhizavim. The Satans were surprised, especially Surzex and Ajuka, who knew Rhizavim's strength rivaling them. I see now, Ajuka stated calmly. I apologize for my brother's behavior. Also, I thank you for not killing him. I will execute him myself. He was able to make a rational decision as a leader, which was good for me. I knew a bit about his personality, that was why I chose to get into his good side by bringing Diodora intact. Good. If you say that you will take revenge for him, I have no other choice but to fight you. I'm glad that such a thing could be avoided. I hadn't recovered all my strength yet, so it was good that he didn't lash out at me. No. Ajuka smiled bitterly. I understand that Chaos Brigade is a terrorist organization, and the old Satan faction is our enemy too. So, I can't punish you for capturing a terrorist. Even though the terrorist is my little brother. I see. Even I will not forgive my subordinate if they choose to betray me. That's reasonable, I guess. Now I see that we have no need to continue this meeting, Surzex said seriously. Falbium nodded his head, and Seraphol exclaimed. I guess so. We now know where the missing devils were. They are all dead. Yes. This meeting is over then. Oh, so that was why they held the meeting. Rhizavim suddenly summoned a large number of devils from Underworld who were part of the old Satan faction. That was why the Satans were holding this meeting, as the devils that were on their watch list suddenly disappeared from the Underworld. Wait. Ajuka stopped them, we still have one thing that we need to talk about. He then looked at me, and now the Satan's attention was on me. Oh, right. Said Surzex. I almost forget about it. Seraphol shouted. Falbium, as usual, just nodded his head. Then there is no problem. Ajuka spoke seriously. What do you want as compensation? So that was it. Compensation for causing trouble. What should I ask? I thought as a grin appeared on my face. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Dragging the Devils Along. There were a lot of things that I could ask from the devils at this time. However, all of them were only temporary measures or something that I could get easily in the future. They had a lot of good things for sure, such as Phoenix Tears, or Phoenix Tears, wait. Come to think of it, I only asked for Phoenix Tears from them. Surzex had a lot to owe me, and Ajuka certainly also owed me one after this incident. Seraphol, she seemed to be interested in me as she looked at me with shining eyes since early. You really killed Rhizavim. Is there any proof of that? Asked Seraphol curiously. Yes. I am strong after all. I winked at Seraphol, and she laughed. Ha 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 ha, sure. You are funny. That's why Sochan always talks about you. Oh. What kind of talk things did she tell you about me? A lot. Mainly about how much she hates you, though. We were kind of ignoring the other three Satans as we talked. Kohum. Ajuka faked a cough and stared at me. What kind of compensation that you want? We are still in the middle of a meeting, don't talk about a private thing. Oh. Sorry about that. I am curious about Rikuin, you know. Answered Seraphol energetically. She scratched her neck as she smiled wryly at Ajuka. With a stoic expression, Ajuka just nodded his head a little and asked again. So. What kind of compensation that you want? I didn't waste my time by talking with Seraphol. I had been thinking about what I wanted as compensation from the devils. First, I could ask for a batch of Phoenix Tears again in case my subordinates got injured from battle. But I had 2 Phoenix Tears right now, and I didn't really need it as yokai could recover easily. Second, I could also ask for Cleria and her son, Yamasa. However, that was unnecessary as she had decided to live with Masaomi, and Daihauser had allowed her after knowing Masaomi was my subordinate. Although he didn't say it clearly, the reason why he left her with me was clear. I was not an idiot who couldn't guess what he thought when it was as clear as that. Third, this was what I wanted the most right now. The peace conference was held in a few days. At that moment, there would be held a friendly competition. I want devils to join the friendly competition between the Heaven faction and East Yokai faction. The fallen angels had confirmed their participation, so bring all your strongest fighters to the peace conference. Oh, the friendly competition! Exclaimed Surzex. Do you know anything about that, Surzex? Asked Ajuka. Yeah, Riku had mentioned it before. At first, I was thinking of bringing along some devils to participate in the friendly competition but... Surzex paused a little and looked at me. It seems right now he's serious about asking us to bring all of our strongest fighters to the friendly competition. So he has another aim for asking us? Asked Ajuka as he narrowed his gaze at me. Ha ha ha, I am just a yokai, how could I think of something complicated? I shrugged my shoulder and laughed. The trickiest yokai, I might add. Added Surzex with a sly smile. Well, I will not deny that. I smiled back at Surzex. Also, yes. I have a different plan for asking you to get your strongest fighter ready. As compensation for making me fighting hard. I paused a little as I saw Juka and Surzex flinched a little. They were anticipating my request. Even Serafal also turned serious. I will ask devils to participate in the cleanup operation of the Cows Brigade. The enemy composes of stray devils, magicians, stray fallen angels, and some gods. I believe you guys will help me in this operation. As you guys have me to choose the compensation myself. See. He's the trickiest yokai that I have ever met. That's including Nurarihyon. Said Surzex as he pointed his finger at me. Yeah, he is. As expected of a boy who can cause Sochan a lot of troubles. I will take that as a compliment. I smiled and crossed my arms. So, Surzex. Can I count on you for that? I believe you want to exterminate the remaining stray by yourself. That's very thoughtful of you. He said with a small smile. Personally, I agree to help you. How about you guys? I looked around to see their reactions. Ajuka stroked his chin. Serafal was smiling and looked back at me. For Falbium. I didn't know what he thought inside his head, he was so mysterious. The silence descended once again, then Serafal broke the silence by raising her hand. I will help him. After all, he has done a lot for us by destroying the leaders of the old Satan faction, which is the source of our headaches for a long time now. I agree as well. We can use this chance to wipe them out. Added Ajuka. Falbium nodded his head and muttered, I agree. Then the answer is obvious. Surzex nodded his head. He then looked at me. We will participate. Thanks for everything before though. No problem. I stood up as my business here was done, I will go now. I have something that needs to be done. I will leave the matter of Diodora Astaroth in your hand. Surzex stood up and nodded his head. Sure. See you in a few days. Yeah, see you in a few days. I exited the meeting room and then went to Dihauser, who stood near the entrance. Yo. We meet again. He turned over, seemingly surprised by my appearance. Nurarihyon. Yeah, it's me. Do you have a minute? I need to talk about something. I still need to stay here though. The Satans still have a meeting upstairs. He then looked at me suspiciously. Or did you sneak in here to disturb the meeting? I shook my head, no, why should I disturb them? I have talked to them earlier, and they don't mind if you leave your post for a while. Ah, as expected. You have sneaked in. This guy didn't listen to me. It was true that I sneaked in, though, but that didn't mean that I disturbed their meeting. So, have a minute. Well, if the Satans already give their permission then, sure. Chapter 179, just a little chat. Dihauser and I went outside the mansion and sat on the bench in the garden. What do you want to talk about? Asked Dihauser curiously. Before answering his question, I put up a barrier to make us completely soundproofed. It's about Cleria. As soon as I mentioned her, Dihauser smiled warmly. About her. His tone was like an older brother who was worried about his little sister. He held no animosity toward me even though I mentioned Cleria casually. Well, deep inside him, maybe he knew that Cleria should have been able to live without any worry if she stayed in my mansion. Maybe he had already planned this once he heard that Masaomi was staying in my mansion as my subordinate. Will you allow her to stay in my mansion? Also, I need to tell you something about Yamasa. I said seriously, and Dihauser furrowed his brow. I can allow her, but... What is this about Yamasa? I was bad at things like this. Telling someone that his nephew had a big spear with a lot of holy energy was, surely unusual, especially when that big spear could harm the boy because he was half-devil. But, if he stayed in my mansion, I could at least use Telos Karma to stop the possibility of the true Longinus being awakened and wretched the boy's soul. He has holy Longinus. More specifically, the true Longinus next wielder is Yamasa. But, you know his situation. Dihauser's face paled a little, but he nodded his head. I see. He understood with just a few words. Should I be happy with that? His face was pale, clearly worried about Yamasa, his nephew. So that's the situation. He's a half-devil, so his soul will be ripped if the true Longinus awakened, as he's vulnerable to holy energy. Muttered Dihauser. Yeah, that's the case. I will ask Michael to seal the true Longinus and use my sacred gear to keep the possibility of him awakening the true Longinus as low as possible. But, you know, a possibility is still a possibility. I know about that. Answered Dihauser. Those with Senjutsu can detect the energy from the true Longinus. So there is a chance he will be targeted or even exploited by devils, right? Yeah, so I have a little proposal. Let Yaimasa and Cleria stay in my mansion until we exterminate the rest of the Cows Brigade. The operation to clean them up will be started after the peace conference. I see. Is there any way for me to help? Daihajer smiled wryly as he looked at me. He was really a man of conviction, he was even willing to help. But that was enough. I had no intention to receive his help. For now. He would naturally be included among the strongest fighters that Satan's brought to the peace conference to fight in the friendly competition. As the one who had the peerage that currently stood at the top of the others in the raiding games, Daihajer was a valuable asset to be included in the friendly tournament. That was the chance for devils to show off their powers, and naturally, they would bring along their strongest fighters even if I didn't request it earlier. However, I needed to make sure that they brought their strongest fighter, as I wanted to gain my peace as soon as possible. After dealing with the Cows Brigade, I would lay around in my mansion without caring what the other factions thought and just sleep all day while pulling a prank or two. That was my goal. But now, that goal was nowhere to be seen. I was too busy. Then, I had decided. Daihajer had offered me his help, so the answer was natural. I looked at him with a big grin. Then, can you kill Trihexa and Great Red for me? That will be a great help. No, that's just asking me to die. Did you actually ask that? Answered Daihajer without changing his serious expression. What a bummer. That would solve a lot of problems, though. As when Great Red died, Ophis would be willing to help me if I coax her that I was the one who liberated the dimensional gap for her. Ha 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 ha. I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. I laughed it off, but Daihajer was giving me a skeptical look. I am being serious here. Is there anything that I can help you with? Be it money or power, I will help you once. As you know, I owe you something from saving my nephew. Well. I can't think of anything right now, so I will ask you someday. Well, that's fine. Daihajer rose up from his seat. I will help you once someday. Sure. I also stood up, and we exchanged looks for a moment. I will be counting on you at that time. You can count on me. Also, I will be counting on you for looking after Cleria and her son. Don't worry. I will keep her safe. Not only that, but Masaomi is also there with her. Ha 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 ha. That's true. I wanted to meet him someday. Feel free to visit my mansion. As I said that, I dismissed the barrier around us. Without saying another word, Daihajer walked away to go back to his spot. I also quietly created a magic circle under my feet to teleport back to my mansion. The location that I chose was in my backyard, in front of the pond. Welcome back, Rikasama. As I appeared in my backyard, I was greeted by Masaomi, who held his son in his arm, and Cleria, who stood beside them. Oh. I am back. I greeted them back and looked at Cleria. Also, I had talked with Daihajer. He will allow you to stay in this mansion for a while. Is that so? I am glad. Replied Cleria. Thank you very much for everything. Ha 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 ha. It's not a problem at all. After chatting with them for a while and quietly using my Telos Karma to keep True Longinus from being awakened, I walked away and entered my room to sleep. Chapter 180, Surgery. When I woke up the next day, I was greeted by Kajoro, who sat outside of my room in Saiza. Good morning, Rikasama. Kajoro. How long have I been asleep? I asked her as I raised my body. I was so exhausted yesterday that I hit my bed without even finishing the last thing I should do, dealing with Walburga and absorbing the Incinerate Anthem. I rose from my bed and noticed that my clothes were in disarray. Taking a second to fix it, I then crossed my arms and looked at Kajoro. So, do you need something from me? I asked her with a faint smile. Yes. Actually, there is something that the others want to request to Rikasama. Answered Kajoro. What is it? The yokai had almost never asked anything from me. They were content with what they got, and they certainly would have never asked for something useless. Usually, some of them asked for a fight, while the others asked for sake or something. But I think I knew what they wanted this time. Yes. It seems that most of them were having a bet when Tsuchigumo had a fight with Vala Lucifer and Krumkruch. And now, after getting a lot of sake from yokai under Hagoromo Gitsun's Hyaki Yaku, they all want to hold a big party. It also serves as a party for destroying our enemy. As I had expected. They all wanted some party, huh? I grinned at Kajoro. Give them what they want. Also, do you know where Chiron is? Chiron. I believe she's with Magari and Kurokadano right now. I see, thanks. After getting confirmation from Kajoro, I spread my senjutsu to find Chiron. Finding her was easy. I found her near the entrance, with Yaimasa and the other yokai. I walked out of my room, and Kajoro bowed her head to the floor. Right now, what I needed to do was clear. I should take the incinerate anthem from Walburga's body. Killing her was the fastest way, but then I could keep her alive to find the information about the hideout that the magicians used to hide. I now stood in front of my mansion. Chiron was sitting on the terrace while looking at Yamasa and the other small yokai. "Yo, what are you doing?" I asked her from behind. Startled, Chiron's ears perked up as she turned around. "Rika-senpai," she muttered. "You surprised me." "My bad. It seems you still need a lot of training." Chiron narrowed her eyes at me. "No one will be able to sense you even if they spread their senjutsu, Rika-senpai." "Are you sure?" "I didn't even use my fear, you know," I jokingly said, causing Chiron furrowed her eyebrows even further. "Liar." "No, I am not." "You really need some extra training." "I see," muttered Chiron. Her expression became normal again. It was her usual stoic expression with a faint smile. "So what do you want from me, Rika-senpai? Aside from the time when you attended Kuo Academy, you rarely find me unless you want something." And that fact was applied to anyone that even Kuroka Ne-sama had some trouble finding you. "Yeah. Actually, where did you put Walburga? You know, that magician. I couldn't even find her with my senjutsu." "Oh, her." Chiron rose up and turned around. "Let me take you to her. She's inside Magari's barrier." Chiron then began to walk toward Magari's residence right beside our mansion. It was still part of my mansion, but she had a special house separated from the main building. Magari had a separated house because of her position. She was the one who put the barrier around this mansion area, so that was why she didn't go out of the mansion unless it was really necessary. There were a lot of magical formations surrounding Magari's house. When I arrived right in front of it, I was a bit amazed by the scale and the complexity of the barrier. Combined with my old man's fear, no one would be able to find this mansion. Unless an extraordinary thing happened like what Azazel did, he was freaking detecting the energy of a person who teleported with me to find my mansion. Not only that, there was another barrier that blocked senjutsu in the back area of her house. So that's where Walburga is. I had been here a few years ago when I was still in training with Kuroka. However, as soon as I was sent to Kuo, I never stepped into this place again. "Oh, you are here." A voice came from beyond the door, and then the door was opened, revealing Magari walking with her 4 legs. "Magari." I called out to her, and her mouth curved into a smile. "The magician is in the back. Do you need my assistance again?" she asked with a knowing tone. That was what I intended from the start. I was about to ask for her assistance because I would be vulnerable when I absorbed the incinerate anthem. I would need to use all my strength, and it was the time to push Tellus Karma to the limit. I hope to achieve Balance Breaker by absorbing incinerate anthem. So I nodded my head to Magari. "Yeah, I am counting on you." "Well then, come inside." "Chiron, you are helping too." Chiron nodded her head, "I will heal Rika-senpai if he's injured." "Good." Satisfied, Magari nodded and turned around. I followed her inside the house, and she took us to a room that looked like a warehouse. A woman in magician's clothes was squirming around the ground with her hands tied behind her body with a magic-imbued rope and her mouth blocked by a tape. She was Walburga. HMMMNN. HMNN. She tried to say something, but no sound came out as her mouth was blocked. "Well then," I muttered and took out Nenekarimaru. Seeing the sword in my hand, Walbura's eyes widened, and she tried her best to crawl away from me. "Let's take the sacred gear out of her body," I said with a grin befitting the Lord of Pandemonium. Chapter 181, Absorbing Incinerate Anthem. First of all, Magari closed the warehouse door after we entered it. She then created blue fires that lit the dark warehouse. Walburga was now sitting with her back leaned against the wall as she glared at us. Growling. She growled in order to intimidate us. She couldn't talk, so her only option was to growl. "What? You think your silly growl will intimidate me?" My eyes flashed a strange golden light as I crouched in front of Walburga. She didn't understand how to intimidate the others, so I thought of giving her an example. I just smiled warmly at her, but my eyes were narrowed dangerously. My hand moved and grabbed her chin, forcing her to stare directly at my eyes. Her body was trembling, she was afraid. It only took those small steps to intimidate your enemy. Growling at your enemy only showed them that you were desperate, I said slowly. She tried to throw her face away, but I kept her head in place. "Well, let me tell you what will happen next." She was waiting for me to continue, but she still glanced away from me. With a tone lower than usual, I told her. "First, the sword in my right hand will pierce your heart. You will die from that. Next, I will take incinerate anthem out of your body, will make your soul get destroyed in the process." I paused a little as Walburga glared at me dangerously. Her glare itself could kill people who were not strong enough. It contained her hate toward me. When the incinerate anthem leaves your body, I will then absorb it. Is there any question? Grr. Moo. Oh. I forgot about this. I peeled the duct tape off Walburga's mouth. Screech. As soon as the duct tape peeled off, she began to curse at me. Ha. Fuck you and your plan. Do you think I will go down easily, huh? Her tone was similar to those of a delinquent. There was not even a shred of femininity. Maybe she threw them away after I threatened her earlier. She was still full of energy even though she was tied in this place for a day. But I didn't like her cursing at me. Chiron, duct tape, I called out to Chiron. She answered with a short confirmation. Then, she took out a duct tape from her pocket and threw it at me. I didn't know that she had it, I only said that to act cool. You know, if I hear another curse, I will not only duct tape your mouth, but your eyes too. It will make you unable to close your eyes, and you will be able to see the process of your body being ripped off. I raised the duct tape in front of her face, and it was effective. Walburga's body jolted a little. Oh, I dare you to try that, fucker. She was still putting on a brave front. Without saying anything again, I taped her mouth and her eyes to keep them open. She tried to fight me even in her tied form. I told you that I would tape your eyes too. It's your fault. I then grabbed her collar and dragged her to the middle of the warehouse. Magari, hold her, I told Magari, and she nodded her head. Then a light chain shot out from her body, binding Walburga's limbs in 4 directions. Walburga was still trying to fight by moving her body around, but it was futile. As soon as her limbs were chained, I heard Walburga chanting something with her taped mouth. I immediately put my sword near her neck after slashing the magic energy that formed around her throat. Do that again, and my sword will separate your neck from your body. NGGHH. GHHH. I couldn't care less again. Did I really need her? There were 2 other magicians that I knew, so as expected, Walburga was useless to me. But, having Walburga alive was beneficial for me too. I could stand her cursing at me. However, I couldn't observe her all the time. What would happen if she betrayed me in the future? Rika-senpai. Are you going to spare her? Asked Chiron from behind. She maybe noticed my hesitation. I glanced at Chiron and smiled at her. Nah, no. I answered her. Being betrayed was the last thing that I wanted. That was why I arrived at a conclusion. I will just kill her. Magicians were not to be trusted. As a former street magician myself, although I failed horribly, I knew that fact better than anyone. They were liars, even more so the magicians in this world. Without a contract, they would certainly betray us. So that's the conclusion, magician. I glared at Walburga. I will kill you because I can't trust you. Slowly, I pushed my sword toward Walburga's stomach. HNNNN. She let out a shriek as she squirmed around. Magari. I shouted at her, then a lot of chains shot out to bind Walburga's body. Incinerate Anthem would leave the host's body when they died. I maximized the possibility that I would be the best host to house the Incinerate Anthem after Walburga died. After everything was in order, I slashed Walburga's neck in one swing. Her head fell to the ground, and then a ball of purple flame shot out from her dead body. This was Incinerate Anthem's true form. It bounced a little before it stopped, and then it went inside my body. My plan to maximize my compatibility with Incinerate Anthem was a success. However, I couldn't rest easy yet. The pain followed immediately. Arg. It tore through my body, it was hot. The purple holy flame had made my body its host. Chiron ran toward me and began to heal me with senjutsu. Magari placed a seal around us and helped Chiron to heal me. The pain subsided a little. A few minutes had passed, and I was now used to the pain. Sweat poured out from my body because of how hot it was. Then, it suddenly cooled down as I felt Incinerate Anthem fully merge with my body. My mouth curled into a grin. I did it. Now I got the second Longinus, and I felt like I could use Balance Breaker already. Thanks, Magari, Chiron. I thanked both of them. No problem. Answered Chiron. Well, it's my duty. Go rest. I will clean the body for you. Yeah, no, I answered Magari and picked myself up. I think I need to try a new power that I got first. Chapter 182, Testing Incinerate Anthem. Chiron. I called out to Chiron, and she looked at me while tilting her head. If anyone asks where I am, tell them that I am in a mountain. What mountain? Asked Chiron. The one behind Kuo Academy. I turned that place into my training place. Okay. I will tell Kuroka Ne-sama about that. Thanks. I raised my hand at her and then teleported to the mountain behind Kuo Academy. Spreading my senjutsu to feel whether there was anyone here, I found no one in particular. Even Sona and her peerage were not in Kuo Academy. The Satans must have called them to prepare for the friendly competition. Young devils would be asked to come too, huh? That would be the best choice for them. From what I knew, even the church was preparing their best fighter as well as their new exorcists to join the friendly competition. The ones who had no such thing were us, yokai. There was no young yokai in my Hyaki Yaku. Only I was the part of the new generation. Well, enough of that. I put a barrier around the mountain so no one could enter. There were two things that I wanted to try. I felt like I had achieved Balance Breaker once I absorbed Incinerate Anthem earlier. So, I wanted to test it after trying Incinerate Anthem. If I remember correctly, Incinerate Anthem was a holy fire and was considered one of the holy relics. It was the holy cross that crucified Christ. This Longinus was an independent avatar type similar to Regulus Nemia, which was bound to Sarorg. Now, the ability of the Incinerate Anthem was to control holy fire that could slay ultimate class and even Satan with ease. This was good. I now had the holy element to eliminate the rest of the Cow's brigade as well as that sly Lucifuge who was still hiding in wherever he was right now. Well, let's try it. I tried to call upon Incinerate Anthem's power as I raised my right hand. It was a bit hard to call it, but then I succeeded. A purple flame appeared from my palm and floated slowly. Finally, it formed a ball, and it moved following my command. I tried to make it shaped like a sword, and it complied. It formed a normal long sword-shaped fire. Whoa, this is cool. I played around with the fire a little. Incinerate Anthem was so convenient and could be shaped into anything. I now had a lot of ideas on how to utilize this sacred gear. But now, I should test something again. I called Nenekarimaru in my right hand and created the fire in my left hand. The experiment that I wanted to try was combining Incinerate Anthem with Nenekarimaru. Can I do it? Nenekarimaru had a special characteristic that cut any supernatural power. While Incinerate Anthem was a holy fire that could take any form or be imbued to any weapons, I had no confidence whether it would work on Nenekarimaru or not. This was honestly a gamble. If it worked, then it would be the best. If it didn't work, I could try to imbue Incinerate Anthem to Garm. I had no expectation with Garm, as the sword was a demon sword. Maybe Incinerate Anthem would purify Garm and make it a holy sword. Who knows? Now I should concentrate on imbuing Incinerate Anthem to Nenekarimaru. I slowly brought my left hand near Nenekarimaru. Controlling the fire of Incinerate Anthem, I made it circling Nenekarimaru with care. Touching Nenekarimaru's blade was risky for now, so I tried to at least make it revolve around its blade. The fire followed my command, and it now revolved around Nenekarimaru's blade. Step 1 was good, now, into step 2. I made a small fire again in my left hand and tried to imbue it into Nenekarimaru's blade. It slowly approached it, and when it made contact with Nenekarimaru's blade, it burst. Damn, so it's impossible after all. I ruffled my hand and sat on the ground. I admired Nenekarimaru, which had purple fire revolving around it. It was beautiful. However, being beautiful was not enough. I was still in a sitting position as I raised Nenekarimaru above my head. Incinerate Anthem could burn Satan's level devil with no problem. It should be hot, but when I touched it, it was only warm. That was why I needed to test it. Tsukigiri. I swung Nenekarimaru down, and a crescent slash flew to the tree across from me. The usual blue slash was now purple while leaving a fire trail. My mouth gaped a little. I never thought that only adding Incinerate Anthem around the blade would have this effect. But, the slash was slower than the usual one, maybe because I was in a sitting position. Although it was slower than the usual one, it was still faster than Issei's dragon shot. The flying slash traveled to the tree and hit it in less than 3 seconds. When it made contact with the tree, it didn't cut it, but it engulfed the tree. Swoosh. In an instant, the tree was burnt down, leaving only ash. The power of Incinerate Anthem was stronger than I thought. Once again, I looked at the purple fire that danced around Nenekarimaru's blade. Nice. I did it. With this, I shouldn't have any problems fighting Super Devil by myself without using Matoi. Incinerate Anthem itself was strong enough, and it didn't cost a lot of energy from me because it was Sentient Avatar. Now, there was the last thing that I needed to do. I needed to test whether I could use Balance Breaker yet. No, I was confident that I could use it, but I didn't know the effect of Telos Karma Balance Breaker. There was nothing known to it. I should be prepared for the worst. Well, I won't know if I don't try. Pulling myself up, I made Nenekarimaru disappear and took Incinerate Anthem back to my body. Let's just do this. I hope this Balance Breaker can be combined with Incinerate Anthem. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Fixing the Aftermath. How should I say it? It's crazy. I looked at my aftermath of using Balance Breaker. After making sure that I could use Incinerate Anthem with Nenekarimaru, I tried my Balance Breaker that was unlocked after I absorbed Incinerate Anthem. To be honest, I had no expectation of the Balance Breaker of Telos Karma. I thought it would create a world where I could freely control the possibility of things. However, it betrayed me in a good way. The Balance Breaker was crazy. To think the Balance Breaker of Telos Karma and Incinerate Anthem will be combined. Right, two Sacred Gears Balance Breaker was combined to create a new one. With what happened earlier, I was now sure that the reason I couldn't use Telos Karma Balance Breaker was this. It guided me to get Incinerate Anthem first because the Balance Breaker turned out to be strong. I looked at the scenery in front of me once again. When I tested Garm a few days ago, a part of the mountain was destroyed, but it was quickly recovered by my barrier. However, the scale of destruction caused by my Balance Breaker this time was greater than that. A big crater, maybe around 200 meters, was made in front of me, spanning from me to the mountain. The trees around the crater were pulled out because of the shockwave. Not only that, my barrier was destroyed, so this destruction would stay unless it was fixed manually. I couldn't fix it by myself, and it led me to this trouble. Fallen angels will be able to fix it. I muttered to myself and pulled out my phone. There was one guy who was indebted to me, and I should use that to ask for this favor. The phone beeped a few times before a cheerful voice greeted me. "Hey, what do you want from me, you brat?" His voice was as loud as usual. That perverted fallen angel must have been glad that the favor that I needed was only this small. "Hey, Azazel. Can you fix something for me?" "Fix something?" "Sure." "What is it?" asked Azazel curiously with a tone mixed with excitement. Did he think that I wanted him to fix some weapon or something? I had some unusual stuff after all. "Yeah, I want you to fix some land. There is a chance that ordinary humans will notice the supernatural existence if this is discovered. For now, I put a barrier to make it look like nothing is wrong with the area around the source of the problem." "Land? What happened?" asked Azazel worriedly. "Well, it's like this." I then explained to him that I tried some new technique, but I couldn't judge its strength and ended up blowing the mountain as well as my barrier. Silence descended between us for a few seconds until it was broken by Azazel's laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. You did what?" "Don't laugh. It's my fault, I know that." Yeah. But what kind of technique can destroy your barrier on top of some land and mountain?" "It's my trump card," I answered him vaguely. Azazel seemed to catch what I implied as I could hear him snickering through the phone. "Trump card, eh? Well, I won't pry. I will arrive personally in a minute. Don't forget to put your barrier down so I can teleport to that place." "Yeah, I will be waiting." A few minutes later, Azazel called me again, and I took down my barrier for a few seconds to allow him to teleport here. A magic circle appeared in front of me as soon as I gave him a sign, and two people appeared from it. One of them was Azazel himself, while the other was Lo Fei Pendragon. I put up the barrier once again before greeting them. "Yo, sorry to call you here." "No problem. It's not troubling me at all, but..." Azazel looked at the aftermath of my attack behind him. "This is too much for me to fix. Thankfully, I bring Lo Fei with me." "Yahoo!" Lo Fei waved her hand to me energetically. "We met again, Yokai-kun." "Yeah. If I remember correctly, you are called Lo Fei Pendragon." "Yes. That's me." I nodded my head and pointed at the gouged earth across from me. "Can you fix that?" Lo Fei turned to look at the destroyed ground. When she turned around, her skirt was dancing in the sky. "I think I can do that much. But, the fire over there." She pointed at the burnt tree in the distance. The tree was still burning with a purple fire caused by Incinerate Anthem's attack. "I can't extinguish that." "That's easy." I had grasped the trick to controlling Incinerate Anthem. Even the fire that was not inside my body was easy to control as long as it was part of Incinerate Anthem. I extended my hand toward the fire, and it then disappeared instantly. "Oh! Is that holy fire?" Azazel exclaimed. He turned to me. "How can you use a holy fire that even the angel couldn't?" "About that. Remember the magician that I caught yesterday?" "Oh, right. You caught Walburga," replied Lo Fei. I nodded my head at her and raised my right hand. Slowly, a purple fire appeared on top of my palm. Azazel looked at what happened with interest. He was curious about it, but then he realized the identity of the purple fire. "Is this Incinerate Anthem? You are really ridiculous. A strong yokai who needs nothing to beat his opponents now holds two Longinus, what a joke. Who can defeat you now?" "I can also use Balance Breaker," I added, and Azazel could only smile wryly. "Really ridiculous. I think no one can beat you now, even gods from mythology will have some trouble defeating you." Well, I know that. Putting that aside, can you fix the destroyed Earth now? Sure, I will work on it now. Lu Fei then turned to the destroyed Earth and extended his hand. A wand that looked like a broom appeared in her hand, and then magic circles followed suit. A lot of magic circles of various colors appeared in the sky. The next thing that happened was miraculous. The destroyed Earth began fixing itself slowly. It only took around a minute that it turned back to normal. It's done! Exclaimed Lu Fei. Good job. Thank you for coming here. Nah, it's nothing. Answered Azazel. Why did he be the one who answered me? Well, it was no problem. I then looked at Lu Fei. She had helped me this time. As a good person, I should at least offer her something. Want to have breakfast in my mansion? And now it was still morning, so breakfast was good. Sure. I am famished after the work. Azazel answered once again. I glared at him, and he smiled wryly. As they had agreed to have breakfast in my mansion, I then teleported back to my mansion with them. Chapter 184, Day of Peace Conference. A few days passed with me trying various things. In the morning, I would train Incinerate Anthem and my Balance Breaker. While in the night, the yokai would patrol and exterminate any stray devils or the former member of the Cows Brigade. Unexpectedly, a lot of them hid in Japan. Because they were too much for us to handle alone, I contacted Yusaka and got her help to patrol the majority of Japan. The remnant of the Cows Brigade couldn't even hide in the mountain, as mountains in Japan were part of older yokai's home. They were quickly exterminated by them, and no Cows Brigade's remnant was in Japan right now. Today, the peace conference had finally started. For a day, there would be various activities such as signing the treaty, party. Yeah, there would be a lot of parties. That was why the yokai were excited. We were now in Rome, the place where the peace conference would be held. My Hayaki Yaku, as well as Hagoromo Gitsuns, was hiding their presence and walking behind us. The only ones who didn't hide from the public were Hagoromo Gitsun, Kuroka, Tsura, Chiron, and me. Hagoromo Gitsun, Chiron, Kuroka, and Tsura were similar to humans while I was in my human form. So, from the outside view, the humans only saw me walking with 4 beautiful girls, which invited their jealous gaze. There are a lot of people, Naya. Kuroka exclaimed as she looked around curiously. Chiron. That seems delicious, Naya. She then ran off to a stall that sold a kebab-like food. Nei-sama. Wait for me. Chiron then followed her. Hey. Don't forget to pay. We are not in Japan. Also, go to that Colosseum when you are done, I will be there. I shouted at them, and a reply came back from Kuroka. I know, Naya. Hearing her answer put a smile on my face. This is Rome, not Japan. There was a quote that said, when you are in Rome, do as the Romans do. Certainly, they paid for their foods, unlike me, so we must at least follow the tradition here. If there was someone who didn't pay for their food, then I certainly wouldn't pay for it though. As they said, a good example must be followed, and you must not follow a bad one. Eating without paying was a good example that should be followed, so I should adhere to the traditions. What a cheerful bunch. Hagoromo Gitsun commented with a smile. This is an important day, and they are stopping in a stall. Truly a yokai, never caring for anything besides their own interest. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, what can I say? I bet you are here because you are interested in the peace conference too. You know me well. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun with a sly smile. I heard there are gods who will join the peace conference today. Yeah, some of them will be in the Colosseum too. I was surprised when I heard the news from Michael. It seemed like gods from other mythology were interested in the peace treaty too. Some of them were Asgard, Shinto, and Indian gods. Greek didn't participate yet because they didn't know that Thanatos had some devious plan yet. The strong ones were interested in it. Mainly because of the friendly competition after the conference and the cleanup of the rest of the Cows Brigade after the competition. They found out that some gods among their members were, in fact, the members of the Cows Brigade. That was the reason why they were interested in the conference. With Odin in its lead, Asgard wanted to exchange information with us. Indian gods were interested in the Cows Brigade. Some of the Cows Brigade members had been found among their servants. While Shinto, they joined the peace conference because of me. When I heard about Asgard and Indian gods making their moves, I thought it was a chance for Shinto gods to make a move as well. They would be left behind the alliance if they didn't make a move. And if they were late, they would only get a low position because of how badly they looked from the other mythology perspective. Shinto gods were underestimated. So they needed to move more proactively to get a spot in this alliance. Well, with me here, getting a spot was easy though. Have you ever met with gods, Hagoromo Gitsun? I asked something that had been on my mind a while back. He had fought Exorcist in her original world. One of them had the ability to call their dead ancestors, similar to the death god, called Hagun. I wondered whether there were gods in that place. No. Amaterasu was the first real god that I met. Is that so? So what's Hagun? That curse technique from Kikane. They are just dead souls, much like soul fire. Soul fire, huh? The fire was used by Fox Yokai. It was a deceased soul that was burned with senjutsu in this place while they were showed up because of humans' fear in Hagoromo Gitsun's world. I see, well. You will meet a lot of gods later. But, I must remind you something. You too, Tsura. I said seriously. Yes. Asked Tsura as she tilted her head. Hearing me getting serious, Hagoromo Gitsun was also curious. She looked at me and waited for my next words. Don't get close to Odin. The god from Asgard. He's... I paused a little to see their reactions. Tsura was serious, while Hagoromo Gitsun narrowed her eyes dangerously. Is he dangerous? She asked. I shook my head. No. Dangerous won't cut it. Among the gods, the most dangerous one would be Odin. He was too dangerous for girls. He's a pervert at the same level as Azazel. Oh. Tsura let out a weak sound. Hagoromo Gitsun then glared at me. Just that. I nodded my head. Just that. I have gotten used to pervert, don't worry about it. Leaving those words, Hagoromo Gitsun walked faster toward the Colosseum in the distance. Chapter 185, Day of Peace Conference. As soon as I arrived at the Colosseum, I went to the room designated for the peace conference. There, I was greeted by Michael, who had already been waiting. It's good to see you again, Rikukuin. Dulio stood behind Michael as his attendant as well as the representative of the church. When he saw me, he waved his hand lightly. I brought Hagoromo Gitsun with me in case something happened. Yeah, I answered shortly as I crossed my arms beneath my kimono. The room was big, with a round table in the middle. There were 7 chairs around the table for the representatives of each faction. As there was no one except for Michael and Dulio in this room, I sat on the chair further away from Michael. Hagoromo Gitsun stood behind me without saying anything else. Because this was a peace conference, I guess it was okay for me to act like usual again. In the last few days, I had been too serious and didn't act like I usually did. I then turned to Michael as I closed my right eye and had my signature grin plastered on my face. Have I arrived too early? Michael smiled kindly. I think so. I have expected Azazel to come first, but it seems my guess is wrong. Ha ha ha, well, I have nothing to do, so I came here. By the way, where is Vasco? Is he doing well? He's not coming because of his responsibility in the church. He's in charge of defense as we do that plan. Answered Michael. Ah, right. It would be bad if the church was attacked when the strong people were away. So it was natural if he put one of the strongest exorcists in that place. I also put Masaomi at home with Kobayashi and Kijoro in case something happened. Magari was also there, so I had no problem. I was confident that my mansion was safe from intruder if they were there. Well, it was not like the enemy could find my mansion in the first place. Not only that, I heard some news from my old man. It seemed like he was running around with Sun Wukong to destroy the remnant of the Cows Brigade too. They were hunting evil dragons that were revived by the Cows Brigade. I was surprised when I heard that they were hunting evil dragons, but when I heard that they were accompanied by Yulong, my worry was gone. Crum Crutch was now in Kyoto with Tsuchigumo. It seemed like they became a friend after talking with their fists, and he planned to stay in Kyoto and would help in Kyoto's defense in case some enemy attacked the city. The yokai that followed me earlier were in the Colosseum to wait for the friendly competition. Some of them were walking around in Rome in their human form. I just hoped they wouldn't cause a big problem. Small problems were fine though. I see. He's already old, so I guess that's natural for him to be left behind. Ha 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 ha, even so, he's still one of the strongest exorcists in the church. I chatted with Michael for a bit until I felt a lot of energy belonged to fallen angels appeared in the Colosseum where our subordinates were waiting. The energy that belongs to Azazel and his subordinate walked towards this room. Azazel is here. I said to Michael. It seems so. The door was open not long after we said that, and Azazel entered the room. Did you wait long? Behind him was a man with white hair. If I remembered correctly, he was Shemhazai, Azazel's trusted subordinate. So he didn't bring Vala this time. I couldn't feel his energy anywhere too. Yeah, but you are not too late, considering only 2 of us are here right now. I answered Azazel with a tone full of sarcasm. He grinned at me before he sat beside me. What can I do? I am busy. Michael is busier than you, and yet he arrived first. I glanced at Michael and saw him smile kindly as if nothing had happened. As expected of an angel. Their smile was like their basic expressions. Truly different from the sly smile of the fallen angel beside me. Peace conference is important. So it's natural for me to spare my time to attend it. Also, as Rome is technically a part of the church's territory, I must arrive first to welcome the others. Said Michael. You heard him. It's your fault for arriving first even though you are just the supervisor, ha 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 ha. Azazel laughed at me. He irritated me, but I couldn't deny it. But, I had prepared a comeback. I grinned at Azazel and pointed outside with my thumb. Well, I came here first to enjoy free food. I think my subordinates now are partying outside. I am a good leader, unlike someone who doesn't reward his subordinates for coming along with him. Puffed. Azazel's subordinate, Shemhazai, burst into laughter. Even Michael chuckled a bit while Dulio tried his best to look away. That guy always brought food for kids in the orphanage, so it was natural for him to laugh when I mentioned some food. Angels didn't need to be rewarded as following orders from the higher angel was natural for them. Fallen angels, however, had a desire. So I poked Azazel a little in the area that he forgot. Ha! I will reward them when they win the competition, which is a certain thing. So you don't need to worry. As expected of a sly crow. He could make a comeback statement. I see. Well, if the fallen angels lose to yokai, I will at least let your subordinates join our party. Of course, you are not invited. Ha 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 ha, funny. Ha 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 ha. We laughed while ignoring Michael, who smiled wryly. Hagoromo Gitsun sighed behind me and exchanged a look with Shemhazai, who also let out a tired sigh. It must be hard for him to have Azazel as his superior. I understand that. Our exchange didn't last long. I felt the others had arrived with their subordinates and walked to this place. Surzex was walking here with Diehauser. Odin was walking here with a strange energy that I had never felt before. I guess it belonged to Rosweiss. I somehow knew that the other belonged to Odin because I had met gods before. The energy that belonged to the Indian or Hindu god was strong. Maybe it belonged to Shiva. He was not accompanied by anyone else. From Shinto, it was Susanoo and accompanied by a human. I didn't recognize the energy, but I could guess that human belonged to the 5 principal clans. It could be from Haimjima or Nakiri clan. My best bet was Suzaku Haimjima, the inheritor of the sacred beast, Suzaku. They are here. I said seriously. Even so, a grin appeared on my face. This peace conference must succeed. That way, I would be free from the problems and leave the world in their care. Yes. Let's start the peace conference. Declared Michael. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Peace Conference. The people who attended the peace conference had all arrived and seated. They were all the leaders of each faction, a big faction. The only small factions attending this meeting would be Shinto and yokai. We were able to attend here because this conference was held because I got involved with the 3 factions. The atmosphere within the room was tense. Each leader just looked at each other while Michael was just smiling. The attendants of each leader were restless, while I just leaned my back against the chair's backrest and analyzed the situation. My role at this conference was to supervise them. I didn't know whether I could do my job properly because the ones who attended this conference were powerful enough to fight me one-on-one. That was why I decided to bring Hagoromo Gitsun in case some fight broke out. With Matoi and my new balance breaker, I was confident to take on Surzex now. After a few minutes of silence, Michael finally opened his mouth. It seems that no one is willing to talk first. Then, please allow me to start this peace conference. Is there anyone who has any objection? No. Answered Azazel. None. Replied Surzex. I have no objection. Nodded Susanoo. Behind her was a girl who had a similar appearance to Akino. She was someone from the Haimjima clan, Suzaku Haimjima. My guess was right concerning her being Susanoo's attendant. Ha 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 ha, let's start this conference. Laughed Odin. Rosweiss held her head for the shameful display of Odin, who had northwest qualm about the place. It must be hard to be her. I agree. Let's start this conference. Added Shiva. Michael nodded his head to everyone's answer. He then looked at me. What about you? You are the supervisor of this conference, do you have any objection? Nah, no. I waved my hand at Michael. Just start the conference. Think of me as heir. I have no presence here among the leader of big factions. Ha 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 ha. How can we do that? However, seeing you have no objection to, let me start this peace conference. As Michael said that, Dulio raised his hand and created a barrier around us. The barrier was solid. Maybe it could hold one serious attack from Super Devil. However, it was not solid enough. Should I add Senjutsu? As I thought that, Odin glanced at Rosweiss, and she nodded her head. She then extended her hand and created another layer of a barrier. It didn't stop at that. Die Hauser also added a layer of barrier with demonic energy. Those barriers were strong, but they only served as a barrier. Oh. Azazel let out a single voice, then, he glanced at Shemhazai with a grin. After letting out a little sigh, Shemhazai added a layer of barrier too. Now all factions had added a barrier except for me, Shinto and Hindu factions. Shinto didn't add any barriers because Suzaka didn't seem to be able to create one, while the Hindu faction didn't bring any attendants with him. I glanced at Hagoromo Gitsun, but she was just glaring at me with a look of, don't ever think about it. Seeing her reaction, I could only shrug my shoulders and added the barrier by myself. I used Senjutsu and fear to amplify the current barrier that existed in the place. My fear was used to hide this place from outsiders, while the Senjutsu further strengthened the current barrier. Oh. No matter how many times I saw the way you use your power to strengthen the barrier, it's still amazing. Praised Azazel. Indeed. It's amazing. We are now hidden from even Super Devil. My subordinates tried to contact me because he said that he couldn't feel my presence. Added Surzex with a smile. Even Heaven tried to contact me. I see. So this is his power. Said Michael as he looked at me with a bright smile. Oya. What is this? Is this that Yukai's doing? Asked Odin as he looked at the barrier curiously. It's a peculiar power. Truly peculiar power. Let's end it at that. Shiva said seriously. More importantly, let's start the peace conference. I agree. I nodded my head. Michael nodded his head and looked around. Well then, the peace conference started. First of all, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to attend this conference. The peace conference is held this time because of the danger concerning an organization called Chaos Brigade. The atmosphere turned serious. Each leader listened to Michael's explanation seriously. He explained about the Chaos Brigade and the danger that they present to the world. I already sent some information to Michael to be used to explain to each leader. Some information was confidential enough that even Susanoo and Azazel didn't know about it. He explained that the Chaos Brigade was a combination of a lot of factions under the same goal of creating chaos in the world. The explanation didn't end there. The leaders in this room knew the rumors about Ophis. Odin even asked about it. How about Ophis? I heard she's the leader of Chaos Brigade. She's. Michael was about to explain it, but Azazel cut him off. About that matter. Azazel then looked at me. Our yokai over there can explain it better than Michael. The attention then suddenly shifted to me. They looked at me curiously while Azazel was grinning happily. I glared at him a little before sighing. Putting my usual air, I closed my right eye. Ophis has become my subordinate, I said with a big grin on my face, surprising the other leader, including Susanoo. Azazel must have never expected that I would answer honestly as his smile fell from his face. Ha! Who does he think he deals with? With me achieving my balance breaker and with Rise of him, who could make sacred gear useless was gone, I was now confident to take on anyone. Not only that, but Hagoromo Gitsun was also stronger than before thanks to her new connection with the ley line. Bring any gods to us, I was not afraid of anyone. Are you telling the truth, Rikukuin? Asked Susanoo. There was a smile on his face. With me having Ophis as my subordinate, Shinto was surely delighted. After all, Shinto and yokai have had bonds since a long time ago. We were allies that helped each other to protect our territory. Yeah. She's now in a space that I created for her. Let me tell you something. Only I can keep Ophis from wreaking havoc in this world due to my ability to create this. Ophis's goal is to gain silence, and I gave it to her. I pointed at the black smoke that surrounded the barrier. I made them visible for the leaders to see. I see. Surzex understood what I meant. That's certainly true. Her goal is silence, huh? With your ability, then it's possible. Michael nodded his head in understanding. Ophis's matter is done with this, right? Continue your peace conference. I waved my hand at them, and they nodded their head. Shiva seemed to be smiling while glancing at me, but I ignored him. Seeing that no one objects to my suggestion, Michael continued. Let's continue. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Peace Conference. Michael continued his explanation. In the mid of his explanation, he turned to Azazel. Can you continue the explanation? I don't know the detail about you and Rikukuin attacking the Chaos Brigade's leader, Rizavim Levon Lucifer, in the vampire world. Azazel nodded confidently. Sure. He then cleared his throat with a cough before continuing Michael's explanation. So, we actually were not trying to kill Rizavim in the vampire world. Our goal is to save a vampire with Sephiroth Graal in the vampire world. However, Azazel glared at me with a dissatisfied gaze. My companion at that time decided to take the matter on his own and called his army. As a result, it became a war greater than our first plan. I smiled proudly because my achievement got praise from Azazel. However, he looked at me in disgust. Look at him being so proud after causing such chaos, he said while pointing his index finger at me. The other leaders chuckled at Azazel. I laughed loudly and answered him. Did you forget what I am, Azazel? I asked him as I raised my chin. No, I know. It's my fault for thinking that you are different from your pops. Nah, don't worry. That's a beginner mistake. A lot of people had experienced it already. So you should be proud that you are able to take part in that war, ha 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 ha. Azazel sighed lightly before smiling. You are correct. I should be proud to be a part of a war that killed the real leader of the Cows Brigade. The other was confused by Azazel's words. Surzex then asked. So Rhizavim is the true leader of Cows Brigade? Yes, according to that guy. Once again, Azazel pointed his finger at me. The other leaders looked at me, and then Susanoo spoke. Can you please explain it to us, Riku? Sure. I then explained the conversation between me and Rhizavim about how he wanted to create chaos in this world. Because I always attacked him, I got no chance to hear his real explanation, though. I meant, who would wait for the enemy to explain something in the middle of a fight? Only the crazy people here did that kind of thing. That was why I added some twists from what I remembered from his actual goal. I told them how he wanted to revive Trihexa and bring chaos to this world. Not only that, but I also added his goal of reviving Lilith using Ophis power. When I mentioned that, the expression of Michael and Azazel turned. Azazel was clearly angry, while Michael frowned at his beautiful face. Hagoromo Gitsune stared at me suspiciously. She heard all my conversations with Rhizavim and knew that I was lying. However, she didn't say anything but stare at me suspiciously. I should explain something to her later. Is that true? Asked Azazel in a low tone. Well, yeah. That's why I had Ophis away from me in that fight. I could kill Rhizavim easily if Ophis joined the fight, but I was afraid that he would get Ophis back to his side and make things messy. Surzex, who stayed silent all this time, then put his hand on his chin. His gesture was strange, even Azazel looked at him strangely. What happened, Surzex? You are unusually serious about this matter. Surzex was surprised when he was called out suddenly. He lowered his hand and looked at Azazel with a smile. Ah, no. Just thinking about something, you see. Suspicious. Azazel narrowed his eyes. Just tell us what's wrong. Ha 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 ha. Yes, just tell us, Surzex. Added Odin with a thundering laugh. We are here to share information too. So don't keep the thing for yourself. We do not agree to sign this treaty yet. If you hide some important thing, we might consider withdrawing, you know. Surzex looked at Odin with a wry smile. Please don't say it like that, Lord Odin. I just remembered something. I looked at Surzex with interest. Did he know something about it? Maybe he did know some hidden information that was only available to the devil. It was not strange considering that he was Satan. There should be some record about Lilith, the one called the Mother of Devils. No, it was strange if there was no record of her. Do you know something about Lilith? I asked Surzex curiously. Yes, I know something about Lilith. No devils didn't know about her. She's the origin of devils, the mother of all devils after all. Nodded Surzex. However, only some people know the truth about her. That was interesting. I didn't remember something like this. If there was indeed a record of her, then that should make him easier to believe me. Then you should know, Surzex. She shouldn't be revived. I said seriously. If Cows Brigade succeeds in reviving her, then a new devil will be born. The devil will have a personality similar to or even worse than the old Satan's. The room went quiet for a moment. They knew that old Satans did not have the best personality. They were literally walking destructions whose sole purpose was destroying anything in their path. Let's say that we are grateful you killed Rhizavim before he achieved his goal, Shiva said seriously as he looked at me. But, you sound like there is still someone trying to revive her. That's correct, I answered Shiva with a nod. Even without Rhizavim, the Cows Brigade's sole purpose is still not to deviate from the start. They want to create chaos. There is still a devil with enough influence in Underworld trying to revive Lilith. Some gods also side with Cows Brigade. As I said that, I looked at Odin. It seems one of your sons is not as filial as you think, Odin. Huh, as I thought, I am not a good father, huh? Said Odin as he sighed. Nah, you are a good father. It's just that, you are too pervert, and your son is too cunning. I see. Muttered Michael. The others had also realized who we were talking about. Loki, that idiot. I will deal with him myself when I come back to Asgard. Muttered Odin with anger. Chapter 188, Signing Peace Treaty. The peace conference continued without any problem. We exchanged information, decided on the clause of the treaty, and finally, we signed the peace treaty. The treaty between the 7 sides has been signed today. We were now officially allies. Due to me attending this conference, I was asked to sign the treaty too as the supervisor. Not only that, I was trusted to keep the information about Chaos Brigade by them. They would send some people to inform me of the information that they knew in full detail after the friendly competition. I thought they were joking, but it seemed like they were not. They actually trusted me in this one. When I asked why they trusted me, Surzek said that I was the only one who could run whenever and from anyone. I couldn't deny him due to my pride in my ability, so I just boasted more. That was my only mistake at that conference. They trusted me more and would ask for my cooperation when the time came. Well, my job was only guarding the information, so I agreed with them. In the peace treaty, my faction had no responsibility to the other factions, while they were supposed to help us if we were in danger. That was the only reason why I agreed to the job of keeping the information. I had gotten free helpers. The agendas today were finished. Michael stood up and closed the peace conference. Well then, as the treaty has been signed, I declare that the peace conference is over. There is a party held at the Colosseum after this, please enjoy it. The other leaders stood up after the meeting was adjourned. Well then, it's time to drink. Azazel, do you want to come with me? Odin was the most spirited one. Oh. I don't mind. However, it seems your attendant is more eager to drink more than me. He glanced at Rosweiss, who was fidgeting behind Odin. When she was mentioned, her face turned red, and she turned away. Odin looked at her and laughed. Ha 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 ha, if you keep doing that, no one will come to you, you know. Try to loosen yourself a little. Odin-sama. Rosweiss shouted in embarrassment. It's not like that. Besides, I don't think any man will like someone like me. Oh, but I think that almost every man wants to date you. Isn't that right, Riku? Azazel suddenly called out to me when I was about to leave this place. I stopped on my track with Hagoromo Gitsun. She appeared to be pissed when we were stopped. She even glared at Azazel with a death stare. Azazel only smiled back with his coy smile. This guy was really fearless. Well. I glanced at red-faced Rosweiss behind Odin. She tried to hide her embarrassment by punching Odin. I guess she's okay. She has a beautiful face and good figure after all. I grinned as I said that. Rosweiss let out a small sound as she stopped moving. Ha 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 ha. Look, Rosweiss. How about you marry that guy? He's the leader of the East Youkai faction, you know. He's also strong enough to kill a super devil by himself. Actually, Hagoromo Gitsun helped me. But I didn't bother to fix him because he didn't know about Matoi. I would be a fool if I explained Matoi to him. Azazel alone was enough to know my technique. Rosweiss mumbled in a low voice as she glanced at me. But she quickly turned away when she saw Hagoromo Gitsun glaring at her with a dark aura around her. Well, I have 2 lovers already. I don't think I can add someone else right now. I crossed my arms and smiled playfully. Rosweiss lowered her head deeply. I then knew why Odin loved to tease her. She was cute and was easy to get embarrassed. As no one seemed to have anything to say to me again, I decided to leave the room. Well then, I will leave first. I used my fear to hide my presence in Hagoromo Gitsun. I was now skilled enough to use my technique with other people. I grew stronger. There they go, said Azazel as I left the room with Hagoromo Gitsun. I went to the Colosseum as soon as I left the meeting room. My subordinates were in this place with the other factions. Devils, angel, and fallen angels had gathered in the middle of the Colosseum. Although there was a party in this place, each faction stayed away from the other. They looked at each other with worry on their faces. No one enjoyed the party, except for the yokai. Bwahaha. Drink. Drink. Ayatabo shouted happily as he raised a big mug of beer with his right hand. Ha 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 ha. Take this. A yokai that looked like a snake shouted to the other while throwing a sweet toward the crowd of small yokai. I got this. A yokai called Nato Koza jumped and snatched the sweet that was thrown at him. The atmosphere around the yokai bunch was merry, unlike the other factions. Some of the members from other factions glanced at the yokai. Some of them even muttered. How can they be so loud? Muttered a fallen angel to his colleague. They are uncivilized. Muttered a certain devil. The angel only looked at the yokai with displeasure. It seems they are doing okay. I said to Hagoromo Gitsun. We were still hidden by my fear, so no one had noticed us yet. The same bunch as usual. It's better than the others who are too stiff though. Ha 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 ha. That's true. We approached the yokai bunch, and I released my fear. They noticed us instantly and greeted us. Wani-sama. Welcome back. Shouted Kayakatsu as she approached Hagoromo Gitsun. She smiled at her, then Hagoromo patted her head with a smile. Welcome back, Rika-sama. Is the conference already ended? Asked Kurotabo. Yeah, it's done. But, it seems that they are still wary toward each other, eh? I spoke rather loudly on purpose so the other factions could hear me. Although their leaders have become allies, it seems that the subordinates are not getting along. Kurotabo smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Well, it can't be helped. They are too stiff, after all. Unlike us, who can forgive anyone easily, it seems that they are too dumb for that. They don't understand the danger of our common enemy and choose to fight their old enemies. Kurotabo answered me loudly while throwing some sarcasm intentionally. Well, it can't be helped then. Let's just enjoy the party. If they don't want to enjoy the party, why don't you guys kick them out? Oh, good idea. The food on their tables is still untouched, so why don't we take it too? Kurotabo's mouth curled into an evil grin. The other yokai who heard us slowly turned their heads toward the tables of the other factions. Greed was written on their faces. The other factions glared at us with displeasure. The atmosphere then tensed all of a sudden. Seeing the situation that suddenly turned tense, I grinned to myself. I took some food from the table and looked at the situation while filling my mouth with sweets. It has become interesting. Chapter 189, Teaching Young Devils. The other factions were offended by what Kurotabo said. The devils were the ones who made a move first. I could feel Rias, Sona, and their peerages among the devils and tried to find them. I quickly found them because Rias' hair was too eye-catching to miss. They were in the back of the devils' crowd, talking with Sarorg. They didn't seem to notice that 3 devils had made their way toward my place. The devils that made their way in our directions were young, around Rias' age. They were cocky and had a smirk on their face. As I had hidden in the corner and observed the situation while munching on a sweet, the devils were confused. However, their attitude changed when they saw one of the yokai that stopped them. It was Kurotabo. Is there anything that I can help you with? Kurotabo smiled as he asked politely. Ha! Where is your leader? I am here because I heard that he was able to defeat Sarorg Bale, said the young devil in the middle. He had blonde hair and a cocky attitude. And what do you want with him? Kurotabo narrowed his eyes, but his smile was still intact. That meant he was not too irritated yet. Of course, we want to show him his place. How dare the leader of a small faction like yokai defeat a devil? I bet he's cheating. The devil on the left shouted at Kurotabo. This was getting more interesting. So the news about me defeating Sarorg was already spread among the young devils. Should I ask Surzex to spread the news about me killing Rizavim then? I was curious about their expressions when they heard it. I bet the old devils would go, how dare he kill the son of Lucifer, or something like that. It was basically the same reactions that the young devils had but in a grander form. Is that so? You think that Rikasama cheated when he fought with this Sarorg? Do you have proof? Kurotabo's smile fell from his face. He gripped his monk staff and was ready to attack in case the devils made some aggressive move. Of course. There is no way that the strongest among the young devil could lose against a yokai. Not to mention that yokai is only a teenager. The devils did live a long life. But, didn't the young devils who approached us also still teenagers? They brought that up as a reason. At this time, the other devils, fallen angels, and angels had noticed the commotion. From a distance, I could see Ria's panicked face and Sona's troubled face. Sarorg, who was with them, narrowed his eyes while looking in our direction. Their reactions were funny. Rias tried to make her way here with Sarorg and her peerage. While they were at it, Sona chose to stay and held her head. Her lips moved, and from what I deciphered, she seemed to mutter, do anything become this troublesome when yokai is involved, or something like that. I didn't deny it, but this time it was not our fault, you know. Then, what do you want with us, Do you want to try to fight us to show that devils are strong? What a joke. I crushed a lot of devils' heads a few days ago. Ayatabo approached from behind Kurotabo and scoffed. Do you want to try it, kid? He glared at the blonde devil with a smirk. His presence itself was big, so the young devils were afraid of him. They took a step back before snickering. It seems it's only your body that's big, your brain is so small that you can't judge our strength. The blonde devil even poured fuel into the fire. Rias and Sarorg were still trying to come to this place. The crowd stopped them, but they parted after seeing their serious expressions. However, they were too late. Ayatabo cracked his hands and stood tall in front of the young devils. How about we try it right now, brat? Rias was panicked when he saw Ayatabo. I also didn't want to see a fight today, as the peace treaty was just signed earlier. So I appeared beside Ayatabo and patted his shoulder. Well, stop that for now. Oh. Riku-sama. Ayatabo turned to me and smiled. Kurotabo looked at me with a tired gaze and let out a sigh. So the reason why he kept his calm was that he knew I was nearby. I did talk to him earlier, but I made it look like that I was leaving the area. That was not important though. So you are the leader of those guys? Ha. You didn't look too strong. The devils scoffed at me. Although I stopped Ayatabo, I still need to educate these devils because they looked down on me too much. Even when I was in front of them, they were still looking down at me. I turned to them and smirked as I closed my right eye. You said that I was cheating when I beat Sarorg. Maybe because Rias had seen this gesture a few times, she shouted to stop me. Wah. But she was late. I had already used my senjutsu to pressure the 3 devils in front of me to their knees. Thud. Guh. W. What is this? I can't move. H. Help. The 3 of them fell to their knees, and their heads looked at the ground. They couldn't even look up, and they dared to look down on me. Well, aren't you guys too weak? Even Sarorg could stand when I used my senjutsu to put pressure on him. I looked down at them and said my part. Stop it. You want me to stop? I asked playfully. Maybe another time. I have a guest here, so let's talk later. I then turned to Rias and Sarorg, who finally arrived. Yo, aren't you too late? Ha 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 ha. The crowd stopped us. It seems that my colleagues bothered you and your faction. For that, I am sorry. Sarorg bowed his head, followed by Rias. I'm sorry for that. I was a bit surprised, but then I smiled. Don't mind it, they are just naive and need some education. I think they had changed their minds now. I looked at the young devils beside me. They had passed out from the pressure. I pulled my pressure and smiled at Rias and Sarorg. Besides, I can always show my strength tomorrow. Both of them raised their heads. Rias smiled wryly while Sarorg had an excited grin. I hope to meet you in the tournament tomorrow, said Sarorg. Well, let's see how it goes. I doubt that I will be scheduled to fight with young devils because I am too strong for that. Chapter 190, First Match. The next day, the day of friendly competition, 4 factions filled the Colosseum. Each faction took a side on the spectator's seat. Devil took the east side. The heaven factions that composed with angels and exorcists that just arrived today took the west side. Fallen angels took the south side, while yokai took the north side. Somehow, it was not too unexpected, the one who took the role of MC was Azazel and me. At first, it was only Azazel who took the role of MC. However, I was also interested in becoming one, so I joined him to add some comments and maybe diss some fighters later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the friendly competition between 4 factions. I will be your MC today. For those who don't know me, allow me to introduce myself. I am the governor of Grigori, Azazel is my name. He bowed his head and said, nice to meet all of you. Then he raised his head and pointed his hand at me, who stood beside him. And there is also the sudden MC that accompanies me. Yo. I am the second MC today, the Lord of Pandemonium from the Nura clan. My humble name is Nurarihyon. It's nice to meet you. I winked my right eye as I finished my introduction. For the reason that I knew, the girls were shrieking when I did that. It had been a long time since I heard the shrieking. Was it since the time I attended Kuo Academy? It was a refreshing feeling. Showing off was what I was born for, which was ironic because Nurarihyon yokai had always fought while hiding their presence. It seems that you are popular, Riku. Azazel joked around and made the crowd laugh. It's natural. I am just too handsome. Ha 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 ha. Putting that aside, can you explain how the tournament worked? If the information that I got was correct, then you are the one who planned this tournament with Vasco Strata. Is that true? That's correct, I answered Azazel with a nod. We had planned to explain this competition before it started, and he told me that it was better if I was the one who explained it. There were various reasons, but the most important one was to reduce casualties. The casualties that he talked about were those who tried to fight me without knowing my real power. I guess Azazel had a soft spot on him, huh? To think that he would like to minimize the casualties. However, it seems that his plan was backfired. The crowd from the Devils and Fallen Angels faction was surprised that I was the one who suggested friendly competition. It seems some of you are not happy with that, Azazel said with a grin. The crowd then booed and asked for explanations. Yeah. How can a yokai such as him plan competition between 3 factions? He even brings his weak faction to join. That's right. Some expressed their dissatisfaction. At the same time, the yokai were glaring at them while fanning the flame. Wahaha. Want to try us? We will crush you like an ant. Don't make me eat your head, you silly devils. Alright, stop it. I shouted at them, and the yokai immediately stopped. However, the devils were not stopped yet. Ha! They even followed that guy's order. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the weak. At that moment, Azazel stepped forward. Young devils, it's better if you stop at that. Azazel said with a deep tone without a smile. If you continue that, I am afraid that your faction will be destroyed. This guy here. He pointed his finger at me. When he said that, I somehow knew that he would expose me, so I grinned and put off a show too. I used fear to surround my body and spread my senjutsu to oppress the arena, especially the devil's side. As a black cloud of smoke came out of my body, Azazel then continued. He killed Rizavim Levon Lucifer by himself. And that's the reason why we could hold the peace conference yesterday. The devils turned silent while the yokai cheered at my show. Rikusama. As expected of Rikusama. Long live Nura clan. Immediately the atmosphere turned to favor the yokai. As it was enough, I turned off all my abilities and said. Well, we are allies. Don't worry about me. Let's explain the rules of this competition. Ha 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 ha. You're right. This is a friendly competition, so we should have no hard feelings to each other. You said it yourself. We, the MCs, were laughing while the devils couldn't say anything. Some of them who knew my strength only smiled lightly. The devils respected strength, that was why Azazel put on such a show. He had already instructed the fallen angels, so they didn't make such a fuss as the devils did. As for the angels, they were also informed by Michael. Not only that, they were not too caring about me as they were supposed to be holy creatures that couldn't even lie, maybe. I was skeptical about that, though, as the angels in the DxD even attacked Issei to get his seed. Putting that aside, Azazel began to explain the competition rules. First of all, the format of this tournament would be group against group. One group will have 3 people, and everyone is allowed to join. It's also allowed to team up with someone from another faction. Secondly, the competition will be held inside a special dimension-like raiding game. Ajuka Beelzebub has kindly lent his hand to create this arena. Thirdly, no killing is allowed. Well, I guess it's been resolved by the space created by Ajuka, but I guess I need to say this. Azazel chuckled as he found the rules to be funny. And lastly, due to the special spectators' request. Azazel looked at the special spectators. They were Odin, Susanoo, and Shiva. It seems the first match will going to be a battle royale between 4 factions. Each will send one of their strongest fighters to fight. I didn't know about it. I looked at Azazel with a dissatisfied look, but he returned a grin as if he had won something from me. Is that so? Then without further ado, let's start the first one. I shouted to make the spectators hear me. They were all cheering and shouting a name. Daihazar-sama. Dulio. Shemhazai-sama. 3 factions shouted each name that they thought were the strongest fighters. Meanwhile, in the yokai seat, they had started something else. Move off. I will go. Ayatabo shouted. That will never happen. As I will go as the representative. Replied Kurotabo. I'm sorry, Kurotabo. But Kappa will go. Said Kappa as he spurted water from his gills. Hey, your faction. Azazel said to me while I just grinned back at him. They are always like that. But don't worry, I got it. I looked at Hagoromo Gitsun, who sat soundly beside Kayakatsu on top of a big skeleton, Gasudokuro's head. Let's announce it. I said to Azazel as I saw fighters jump to the arena from each faction. All right. Azazel shouted excitedly. From the devil faction, we have Daihazar Belial. Woa Belial-sama. Daihazar-sama. The devils shouted excitedly. Then from the heaven faction, we have Dulio Gesualdo. Kia. Dulio. Beat them, Dulio. His fans were cheering from behind. Dulio raised his hand to wave at them. From the Grigori, we have Shemhazai. Don't lose, Shemhazai-sama. Shemhazai walked with a tired expression. He sighed and mumbled. Why me? And from the yokai faction. Azazel shouted and looked at me. At that time, I had already used Kyuka Suigetsu to leave my fake beside Azazel while my true body was behind Hagoromo Gitsun. I cancelled Kyuka Suigetsu, matching Azazel's shout, and reappeared behind Hagoromo Gitsun. She immediately turned to me and said, Don't tell me. Yo, help me in this one. I picked her up and jumped to the arena. She tried to resist at first but found out that it was useless. Kayakatsu, who just realized that I had picked Hagoromo Gitsun and jumped, shouted from behind, "Wani-sama." Oh. It seems that Riku has picked her up himself. Once again, let me announce it. I put Hagoromo Gitsun on the ground and walked to Azazel. She was sending a death glare at me, but then she faced the other three who stood side arena in front of their faction seat. From the yokai faction, we have Hagoromo Gitsun. A lot of you must have never seen her, but her strength is real. From my information, she's on par with Nurarihyon himself. The Kyoto yokai cheered loudly with the appearance of Hagoromo Gitsun on the middle of the arena. And with that, the first match was ready to begin. Chapter 191, First Match. Azazel and I jumped out of the arena and landed in the observation area while giving a comment. In there, Surzex and Michael had already seated behind a table. Finally, the first match is about to start. Before we start the first match, let's invite the representative of Angel and Devil factions to help us commentate the fight. Give warm applause for Surzex, Lucifer and Michael. The crowd applauded as Azazel instructed. Hello. Greeted Michael with a smile. It's an honor to be chosen as a commentator from the Devil factions. Said Surzex. Ha 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 ha. Don't be so humble. Today, the Devils are the favorite to be a winner, especially since Daihauser participated in the first match. I wouldn't say that. Retorted Surzex. I don't know if Daihauser can beat Hagoromo Gitsun from the yokai faction. Oh. We have an unexpected reveal. Satan himself has recognized the yokai strength that he's not even confident if the Devil's representative, Daihauser Belial, can win against the yokai. Shouted Azazel. That's right. I have a chance to meet Hagoromo Gitsun directly, and I must say she's quite strong. Daihauser is one of our strongest fighters, but you know a strange power that Nurarihyon and Nurarihyon have, aren't you? Of course. It's something called fear, right? Surzex nodded in confirmation and turned to me. I believe that Hagoromo Gitsun has that fear similar to Nurarihyon. Azazel mumbled as he glanced at me. Do you have any comment about this? He grinned. He knew that Hagoromo Gitsun could use fear as he saw her melt into a black cloud as I used Matoin in the vampire world. However, maybe because he respected my privacy, he decided to ask me himself. About that. I also have a chance to meet with all of them except for Shemhazai. But if Shemhazai's strength is similar to Daihauser or Dulio, then I can say this confidently. I grinned and continued. Hagoromo Gitsun will win easily even if the three of them grouped against her. What a proclamation. Said Azazel in an amazed tone. Everyone could hear your voice, you know. It doesn't matter. Let's just start the match and see what will happen. I agree. Said Michael. I agree too. Let's start the match right now. Well then, as everyone has agreed to start the match right now, let me introduce the referee for today's match. As Azazel shouted that, a portal appeared in the middle of the Colosseum, in the middle of the participants. From the portal, Tobio appeared and smiled at the audience. Hello, my name is Tobio. I will be the referee for today's match as requested by Azazel-sama. It's a pleasure to meet you. That guy really prepared everything while hiding it from me and the others. While I didn't mind it, at least he could tell us about his preparation. He will act as a referee and will only watch the match without interfering. Well then, you can start, Tobio. All right. Tobio looked at the four participants alternatively. I believe the rules of the matches have been explained, correct? Yes, that's correct. Answered Dulio with a bright smile. Even after I said that Hagoromo Gitsun could win easily against the three of them, no one surrendered or even asked for a change of fighter. The situation of the matches was tense. The spectators were not focusing on Hagoromo Gitsun to gauge her strength. She looked like a girl from a high school with her black sailor uniforms and a school bag that she held with her right hand. As she became uncomfortable with the gazes of the others, she pulled out her steel fan from the bag and frowned. Such an unpleasant feeling. Just start the match. Yasaka had trained her about how to utilize ley line. Because of that, she had now able to use senjutsu and was sensitive to the emotion directed at her. Daihauser put on a serious look and nodded his head. Shemhazai raised his hand slowly. He called out to Tobio. Yes, Shemhazai-san. Asked Tobio. Can I just surrender from the match? You can fight in my place, and I will become the referee. Shemhazai said something rather shocking for the crowd. He wanted Tobio to replace him to fight for the first match. About that. Tobio was troubled. This had been dragged for too long. Hey, just start the match. If he doesn't want to fight, then just let him be the referee. I shouted at them, and Tobio chuckled wryly. Well, I guess I have no choice. Finally, Tobio relented and replaced Shimhazai's position as Fallen Angel's representative. Shimhazai now stood in the middle of the arena. He became the new referee by chance. I somehow couldn't trust him. Azazel, I will be the referee, I said to Azazel before jumping to the arena. Hey, wait. He tried to stop me, but I had now landed in the middle of the arena and patted Shimhazai's shoulder. Let me take care of it. He was surprised when I suddenly appeared behind him, but he nodded his head and walked away with a smile. I hated it when someone tried to drag something easy to be so long. It reminded me of a school entrance ceremony that was dragged on for too long because of a principal's speech. The crowd booed at me for taking such selfish actions. I glared at them and used my fear to make them scared. There was no one else that fit to be the referee except for me. I could see the fight while being hidden from the eyes of the fighter, so they weren't disturbed. Oi, if anyone disagrees with me being the referee, just come here and become one. I bet you will be killed by the shockwave though. After I said that, the crowd turned silent. Satisfied with their silence, I nodded my head and looked at the fighters alternatively. Because the fighters were ready, I raised my hand and shouted. Well then, match start. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Hagoromo Gitsun's True Strength. As soon as I started the match, I used Mikio Shursui to hide and not disturb the fight. Four fighters were only looking at each other, trying to gauge the other's strength. The first one to make a move was Tobio. He called his Canis Lycaon. The wolf appeared beside him while holding a black sword in his mouth. Woof. Grr. It's time to fight. Will you help me? Asked Tobio as a scythe appeared in his hand. Woof. Canis Lycaon answered with a bark. Looking at them was Hagoromo Gitsun. She seemed interested in the wolf that Tobio called. Its aura was like fear, but it was magical energy instead of fear. Are you done preparing? Asked Hagoromo Gitsun as she closed her fan. Yes, I am done. How about you guys? She asked again. This time, it was directed to Dulio and Daihauser. Dulio's hands were now covered with swirling wind. He used his sacred gear, Zenith Tempest. He could manipulate element and weather with that sacred gear, which was a cheat. When I thought about it, almost everything in the DxD world was a cheat. Like the 13 Longinus, each of them had a broken ability. In terms of rank, Zenith Tempest was ranked second, just below True Longinus. It could certainly injure even Hagoromo Gitsun if used by the right person, and Dulio was that right person. He was the strongest in the church, even Vasco and Michael would admit that if I asked them. In contrast to Dulio, who only created some swirling winds around his hands, and Tobio, who summoned his Longinus and scythe, Daihauser went all out from the beginning. Demonic energy appeared around his body, creating a purplish aura. The wind began to blow from Daihauser's direction. It was a strong wind that even moved my hair. Tobio covered his eyes with his left hand. Dulio created a wind barrier around his body, while Hagoromo Gitsun just stood calmly as the wind blew her hair. She narrowed her eyes as Daihauser created magic circles aimed at her. I'm sorry, but you are the most dangerous one here. I also don't know your ability, so forgive me for aiming at you first. Prepare yourself. Shouted Daihauser. A barrage of magic came out from the magic circles, all were aimed at Hagoromo Gitsun. Seeing the barrage of magic, the corner of Hagoromo Gitsun's mouth lifted a little. She then swung her fan. It became big and sent a fury wind towards the magic's direction. The wind blocked the magics as they exploded in the sky. Some of the magics were even cut and disappeared. Hagoromo Gitsun's attack was infused by her fear. As Daihauser acknowledged her as a threat, he subconsciously also feared her. That was why her fear would take effect on Daihauser better. Oh! What an attack from Daihauser Belial. However, Hagoromo Gitsun managed to stop them easily. Azazel shouted, full of spirit. The arena was now filled with smoke, even I had a hard time seeing what happened inside. I tried to get closer to have a better look. Boring. She muttered. However, Daihauser was not done yet. He was already in front of Hagoromo Gitsun, sending a punch with his demonic energy-covered fist. He was fast, and his fist was now in front of Hagoromo Gitsun. If his enemy was a normal devil or a high-ranked devil, that move would connect and make his enemy blown away. But his enemy was Hagoromo Gitsun. 9 tails spurted from her back and blocked Daihauser's punch easily. Nice try. Said Hagoromo Gitsun. A spear then jutted out from one of her tails and stabbed Daihauser's right arm. Guh. Daihauser grunted a little before jumping away to create distance between them. The spear then retreated back inside the tail. Their fight was in a settlement as they only glared at each other from a distance, trying to gauge each other's strength. No, more accurately, Daihauser tried to judge Hagoromo Gitsun's strength while Hagoromo Gitsun looked bored. Dulio and Tobio analyzed the fight between Daihazer and Hagoromo Gitsun. Both of them were also checking each other so no one made a move ahead of the others. To be honest, Hagoromo Gitsun's fear was not her weapon that came out from her tail. No, they were just a bonus that she got from her reincarnation, a so-called new game plus bonus in a game. Her fear was simple yet deathly. It was her presence. I never did this before in this world, so I don't know the effect on you guys, said Hagoromo Gitsun. She then shouted, Nura! Stop me when I win. She was confident about it. A black cloud of smoke began to cover her body and tails. Her presence became big enough to even rival the presence of heavenly dragons inside the sacred gear. Daihazer seemed to be wary as he narrowed his eyes. Dulio and Tobio also nodded at each other. They had decided to take out Hagoromo Gitsun first. They understood that she was the most dangerous person among the four fighters. The sky turned dark and was covered with a black cloud all of a sudden. There was something that happened, and it was related to Dulio's Zenith Tempest. That guy gathered cloud purposely. Dulio sent a barrage of wind blades toward Hagoromo Gitsun. Not only that, he extended his left hand to the sky. I hope you can take this with no problem, said Dulio with a smile. Lighting began to crackle in the sky. Hagoromo Gitsun looked up. It was a ridiculous situation. The lightning turned into something like a whip and struck Hagoromo Gitsun. TZT. Crackle, bang. It destroyed the ground and engulfed Hagoromo Gitsun inside it. The lighting kept hitting the same spot until her figure couldn't be seen from the outside. At that moment, the wind blades that Dulio sent earlier had arrived and passed the lighting where Hagoromo Gitsun was located. It didn't stop there. Tobio sent Canis Lycaon to strike Hagoromo Gitsun. Use the blade, Canis, ordered Tobio as he pointed his index finger at the lighting. Woof. Canis Lycaon tried to approach and slash Hagoromo Gitsun with the sword in its mouth. Daihazer also sent another batch of magic barrages toward Hagoromo Gitsun. They hit the same spot as the lightning. But, at that time, a clear voice rang. Is this it? Suddenly, the lighting that struck disappeared, and Hagoromo Gitsun appeared from within, completely unharmed. She held the demon sword that I used to fight Rizavim in her left hand while her fan was stuck inside the ground. There was a bit smoke in her fan, the result of blocking the wind slashes from Dulio earlier. Hagoromo Gitsun then pulled out her fan and swung it. Canis Lycaon was close to Hagoromo Gitsun's location and was blown away by the wind. It landed beside Tobio and growled. Grr. Are you okay? Asked Tobio without turning his head. His gaze was focused on Hagoromo Gitsun, who stood just fine after being attacked with varieties of techniques. Woof. Wow. This is absurd, commented Dulio. Hagoromo Gitsun's eyes flashed gold as she panned over the three enemies that had just attacked her. She then raised her sword and said, Is it over? Then it's my turn. Chapter 193, Hagoromo Gitsun vs 3. With a sword in her hand, Hagoromo Gitsun kicked the ground and approached Daihazer at a fast speed. He was the most dangerous one among the three for her. If it was Canis Lycaon, then she was able to scare it with her fear. Dulio's Zenith Tempest could also be blocked by her fan and tails, so it would be no problem for her. However, Daihazer's close-range fight skills would be troublesome for her. That was why she decided to go after him first. Daihazer put on a stance as he saw Hagoromo Gitsun rushing toward him. There was a slight smile on his face. So you're going for me first? It's an honor. You are the most troublesome one, said Hagoromo Gitsun as she swung her sword. It was fast and was leaving a trail of black clouds from her fear. Daihazer had prepared for the attack. He coated his fists with demonic energy and was about to block the sword. However, he changed his mind when he saw it. He had fought my old man before. The sword that Hagoromo Gitsun had was an upgraded version of Nenekarimaru. Of course, he would recognize it. He then ducked to dodge the slash and rolled back. At that time, Canis Lycaon had already pursued Hagoromo Gitsun as Tobio had no plan to take her one-on-one. He was following the wolf closely from behind. In a battle royale, the best strategy would be to take out the strongest fighter before fighting the other. Tobio and Dulio understood that. So Dulio also prepared his move to stop Hagoromo Gitsun. The cloud from before gathered in one place, right above Hagoromo Gitsun's head. Storm then appeared. A heavy rainfall pushed Hagoromo Gitsun's body. It was so heavy that she had a little bit of difficulty seeing her surrounding. Canis. Woof. Tobio quickly shortened his distance with Hagoromo Gitsun. Canis Lycaon tried to slash Hagoromo Gitsun's arm but was blocked by her sword. At the same time, Tobio swung his scythe, aiming at Hagoromo Gitsun's neck from behind. Dulio also created an ice spear and threw it at Hagoromo Gitsun's side. It didn't stop there. Daihazer had already recovered from his fall and sent another punch with his fist covered with demonic energy towards Hagoromo Gitsun's solar plexus. She was attacked from 4 sides. Her sword was now still interlocked with Canis' blade, putting her at a disadvantage. Well, that would only work on humans or creatures with 2 arms. Hagoromo Gitsun didn't even move her left hand, it was still chained to her bag. Useless. Hagoromo Gitsun said in a low voice as her eyes narrowed into a slit, similar to fox eyes. In an instant, Hagoromo Gitsun's body was coated in a white aura. She used Tuki. Damn. She already mastered that. Her tails were also covered in Tuki. It then moved at a fast speed. From her first tail, a big fan appeared. It was stabbed on her side and blocked by the ice spear. From her second tail, a sword appeared and blocked Tobio's scythe. It then hit Tobio in his stomach, sending him flying away. Bam. Crash. He crashed into the wall of the arena and grunted in pain. Ugh, that hurts. He was injured, but it was not as. And finally, she blocked Daihazer's punch with 3 tails. The remaining tails then tried to pierce Daihazer's body. It made a sharp sound of cutting the wind as it closed into Daihazer. He tried to dodge, but his hand was caught by one of Hagoromo Gitsun's tails. You won't be able to run from Hagoromo Gitsun. Only 2 people had ever managed to do that. Guh. The tails impaled into Daihazer's body. He was greatly injured, and then his body was gone from the arena. It seemed like the system had worked wonderfully, he was teleported away. I could feel his energy in the medical room that was prepared beforehand. Oh. It seems we have our first bail. Daihazer Belial has lost. He's teleported out, and we only have 3 fighters left in the arena. Azazel shouted loudly. It invited a cheer from the yokai side. Hagoromo-sama. Hagoromo Gitsun-sama. Long live Kyoto yokai. Long live Hagoromo Gitsun-sama. Ha 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 ha, it seems the yokai are excited. What do you think, Sirzex? How was your feeling after your faction bailed first? Mocked Azazel. He was happy that his faction didn't get bailed out first, what a dick. Sirzex didn't seem to really care about his mocking. It's fine. In a battle royale, the one who lost first usually poses the most trouble among the participants. That means Hagoromo Gitsun had thought that Daihazer was the most dangerous one among her enemy and took him out first. In a way, you can say that I am proud of him for being able to pose trouble for Hagoromo Gitsun. I see, so you take it like that, huh? Well. I can't deny that though. Troublesome. As if she didn't care about the commentator, Hagoromo Gitsun flicked her hand and freed her sword from Canis Lycaon. Then with her tail, she sent Canis Lycaon flying toward Tobio. He, who had just recovered, was surprised when Canis Lycaon flew to him. Whoa. He caught Canis Lycaon and looked at his condition. Are you okay? Woof. It's hard. She's so strong. Muttered Tobio with a weak laugh. Maybe I should just give up. Yes, let's give up. He then stood up and raised his hand. I give up. Tobio then shouted. As soon as he shouted, he was teleported to the medical room. The spectators were silent, and Hagoromo Gitsun also couldn't process what happened under the heavy rainfall that poured into her. She was starting to get irritated with the rain, so she dispersed the cloud with her fan. Azazel also couldn't say something as her jaw dropped. Sirzex and Michael chuckled beside him. This couldn't do, there was no commentator at all. After a few seconds, Azazel recovered and shouted angrily. TTT that bastard. I should have sent Valley instead of him. Well, everyone ignored Azazel's angry shout and focused on the arena. Hagoromo Gitsun and Dulio stared at each other. Hagoromo Gitsun put her weapons back to her tail, leaving only a single katana in her hand, and spoke. It seems that you are the only one left. It seems so. Answered Dulio. Why don't you just give up? I dislike a persistent man. Unfortunately, I can't do that, Dulio replied. His body was then covered in light energy as a light spear appeared around him. I am the hope of the Heaven faction, you see. Is that so? Hagoromo Gitsun smirked. It will hurt a lot. Ha 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 ha. Please go easy on me. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, First Victory. Dulio was the one who made the first move. Dozen of wind and ice spears appeared around him as he jumped back. The cloud in the sky also thickened, it crackled with lightning. Zenith Tempest had shown its real power. Once again, I realized that Longinus was a cheat. The spears were then launched at Hagoromo Gitsun at the same time. It flew at a fast speed. Ho! Hagoromo Gitsun looked at the spears with an amazed gaze. She dodged some of them as they flew past her, embedded in the ground, creating a deep hole here and there. Some of the spears couldn't be dodged, so she cut them with her sword. "What else do you have in your sleeves?" "Well, look up," answered Dulio. Hagoromo Gitsun usually wouldn't follow what her enemy said. However, this was a rare occasion when she decided to follow her enemy's advice. He was still a distance away, so she was not too worried about being attacked from a close range. She looked up and saw that the cloud above her had crackled with blue lightning. The lightning danced in the sky before focusing on the spot right above her. If that lightning hit Hagoromo Gitsun, it would be fatal for even her. But Dulio doesn't know her sword can destroy the supernatural. "Is this your strongest move?" asked Hagoromo Gitsun with a mocking tone. "You have underestimated me." She took a stance and readied herself to take on the lightning. Even if the sword could destroy the supernatural force, there was still a force behind the attack to be taken. Destroying it didn't mean she destroyed the force behind the attack. She powered up her Tuki and gripped her sword tighter. As she did that, the lightning fell from the sky. Even my eyes couldn't follow its movement. But, at that time, Hagoromo Gitsun thrust her sword at the lightning. As soon as the sword touched the lightning, it immediately dispersed. But Dulio had already moved. It seemed that he had anticipated her to block the lightning as he had made his way behind Hagoromo Gitsun. The storm intensified, it now covered the whole arena, and the wind was too strong for normal people to stand. Although the match was held inside the barrier, it was too intense for a friendly fight. Usually, I would stop this. But, because I knew Hagoromo Gitsun's real power, I let the match continue. Cough. I am sorry for the shameful behavior earlier, I will continue to comment on the match. Azazel finally recovered from his anger. It seems that Dulio had focused his attack toward Hagoromo Gitsun. He started using his Zenith Tempest to the limit. He's flying. In Dulio's hand, lightning cracked, and fire surged out. It was a combination of fire and lighting, and he planned to attack Hagoromo Gitsun with that, knowing that she would still be able to fight back. The wind swirled around and lifted him to the sky at his back. He was flying even without wings. He was ridiculous. "So you can fly. What an interesting human." But Hagoromo Gitsun took the spear from her tail with her left hand and made a throwing motion. "I have defeated a lot of flying enemies." She threw the spear toward Dulio in the sky and launched herself with her tail following after it. Whoa! Dulio controlled himself in the sky and dodged the spear. But Hagoromo Gitsun had prepared herself near him, she had predicted his movement. "Hello there," said Hagoromo Gitsun with a big grin. She then swung her sword. Dulio blocked her sword with his fist, which was covered with lightning and fire. They were immediately destroyed, and the sword cut right through his right arm. Blood spurted out from the wound. Whoa! Hagoromo Gitsun cut Dulio's hand. What a ruthless attack. But don't worry, we have a lot of Phoenix Tears to heal the fighter's wounds. It's thanks to the devils for donating Phoenix Tears, shouted Azazel. He sounded excited by the development of the fight. Guh. He grunted and immediately sent an attack with her left fist. However, it was stopped by Hagoromo Gitsun's tail, and he was flung out to the ground. Crash. He crashed into the ground and created a huge crater. Hagoromo Gitsun fell to the ground and landed right beside him as she couldn't fly. She was fine because she used Tuki, but the same couldn't be said for Dulio. He had a hard time standing up, and I judged that he couldn't fight again. Hagoromo Gitsun intended to approach him, but I appeared between them and raised my hand to stop her. It's enough. It's too easy. She stopped in her track before putting her sword away in her tail. It seems the match is over. It's not over yet, Dulio said as he picked his body up. He was injured all over his body. He was in no condition to fight. I approached him and pushed his body with my hand. With just a light push, he fell to her butt. You can't continue the fight anymore, I said lightly. Ha 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 ha, I see. Well, she's so strong. It's natural, answered Hagoromo Gitsun proudly. I surrender. I lost. As soon as Dulio surrendered, his body was surrounded by light and teleported away to the medical room. I then looked at Azazel, and he nodded his head. All right. I shouted at the spectators. The first fight is over. The spectators were excited. There was no booing from the devils or anyone. They had recognized Yukai's strength after seeing Hagoromo Gitsun. Most people cheered at her victory, that bloated her ego. She grinned at the spectators and crossed her arms. I guess it was fine, she had the right to brag after winning against 3 people that considered the strongest from each faction. And so I declared. The winner is Hagoromo Gitsun. Woa. Hagoromo-sama. Long live yokai. The first fight was over. But I hate waiting. So I announced. I guess you guys are bored if you need to wait, right? Without further ado, let's continue to the second fight. And the spectators cheered. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Exhibition Match. For the second fight, it's 1 versus 1. Whoever wanted to fight, feel free to jump to the arena. You are allowed to choose your opponent freely. As soon as I shouted that, I remembered something. There was someone that I forgot to take before we came here. The most notorious battle maniac from the yokai side. Tsuchigumo. Well, he will be fine with Crumb Crutch. At least he won't get bored for a while. A few seconds later, someone from the devil's side stood up and jumped into the arena. He was the young devil that approached us earlier. He landed on the side of the arena and walked toward the middle where I was standing. It seems we have our first fighter. Who will dash? Before I finished my sentence, the devil cut me off. You. I will fucking kill you in this match. Well, it seems he still didn't believe my strength. He looked at me with a ridiculing smile. I looked in Azazel's direction, and he smiled as if he enjoyed this situation. Surzex looked tired, but he nodded his head while moving his mouth. Just beat him. I guess that was the only way to make the other stop ridiculing me. I was planning to save my strength to fight a stronger opponent later, but it couldn't be helped. It was not like it would take a lot of stamina to defeat him. Ha, I sighed. It seems the new fighter wants to fight me. Azazel, come down here and be the new referee. Nah, I don't need a referee. Or what? Are you scared that no one will help you when you lose to me? I know that you can only hide, unlike the girl earlier. The pressure that made us kneel earlier was also that girl, right? Don't be so cocky when you hide behind a girl's back. Is this guy an idiot? No, he was an idiot. Yokai fear was indeed similar to each other, but it also held a bit of difference. If he couldn't even differentiate between our fear, then he was just a small fry. I was waiting for Azazel to come down, but he shouted from the commentator's seat. Just do it. I shrugged my shoulder and answered. Fine. I will end this fast. I didn't even bother to take my Nenekarimaru out as I walked to the side. I also crossed my arms underneath my kimono. Oi, Azazel. Give us the sign to start. That isn't needed. The young devil shouted as he created 3 magic circles around him. Take this. 3 red magic bullets were shot toward where I stood even before Azazel started the match. If it was only that, then I wouldn't be mad, but... Oh. Look at that. He immediately attacked with magic. How will Riku react to such attacks? Azazel shouted excitedly. He did a proper commendation in this match. It was strange, wasn't it? I was calm even when I was faced with 3 magic bullets that went on my way. The energy packed inside those bullets was not enough to even injure me right now, I had grown. To show the difference between our power, I smacked the magic bullets with my left hand while grinning. Riku has slapped the magic bullets. What a way to destroy his opponent's attacks. Way to go, you bastard. Azazel laughed loudly. I could hear Surzex mutter while holding his head. This is not what I mean by just do it. Sorry Surzex, but you were the one who gave me permission. I was about to go easy, but you said just do it, so I did it. The young devil was shocked that I defended easily, now was the right time. Rising my chin a little, I smirked at him. Oi oi, is this the extent of your power? You can't even kill a mosquito with that. Bastard. He gritted his teeth in anger as he created more magic circles around his body. He also had demonic energy surrounding his body. Try to dodge this, bastard. A barrage of magic bullets was launched at me. At the same time, he kicked the ground and leaped. I had a question about what he said. You. I muttered slowly and moved at a fast speed. From his perspective, I must have disappeared from my spot as he was stopped on his track and looked around. The magic bullets hit the spot where I stood before and created a small crater. That was unexpected. So he could at least make a small crater with his magic bullets. I should give him a compliment. Where are you? Show yourself. Right here. I reappeared beside him and sent a low kick toward his leg. I didn't kick him too hard. If I kicked him with all my strength, his legs would be blown away from his body. If he was injured that much, the ones in the medical team surely would give him Phoenix Tear. That would be a waste to be used on this trash. Tack. He was unprepared, so he fell on his butt. Guh. He grunted and looked at me. I grinned silly as I stomped on his face with my right leg and pushed him to the ground. Bam. Because the barrier that Ajuka made only teleported someone when they were unable to fight or badly injured, I could torture this cocky guy as long as I didn't go overboard. He struggled to move my feet from his face. His hands were gripping my feet, trying to throw me away, but that was useless. I ground his face while laughing. Ha 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 ha. Is this it? You are challenging me with such strength. Ha 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 ha, take this. Somehow, torturing someone that got cocky and didn't understand his place was fun. Ora, do you want to say something? I kept grinding my feet against his face. HMNN. What a psycho. This is why you shouldn't fight a yokai. Azazel shouted with a scared tone. However, I knew that he was laughing inside. But, I played along with him. Ha 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 ha. We are not using fear as our symbol for nothing. That's right. Long live, Rikusama. Nura clan is the best. My subordinates were shouting, following my lead. The atmosphere was good for us, that was until Surzek said. Enough. He surrenders. After Surzek said that, the devil under my feet teleported away to the medical room. TSK. That's not fun, Surzek. I grumbled. Just forgive him with that, Riku. With this, people have understood that you are strong. I glanced at the spectators, and they were looking at me with respect now, more specifically, the devils. That was strange. I just played with their comrades, but they were happy. Could it be, the guy that I played around with earlier was hated? That must be it. Well, at least I had fun. Alright then. That was only an exhibition match. I shouted at the spectators. Then, let's start the real second match. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, this has become interesting. How do I put it? The next matches after that were purely out of enjoyment. Only low-ranked and middle-ranked ones volunteered themselves to fight. The yokai that joined the match were also just the small fry who couldn't even use fear. Some of them won against the low-ranked devil or one-winged angel and a fallen angel, but most of them lost to them due to playing too much. I wasn't needed to oversee the match as Tobio had arrived. He became the referee again, and I am now in the commentator seats, sitting with the other leaders. Right now, a fight between a middle-ranked devil against a two-winged angel was in progress. The devils managed to corner the angel, but he was not given up yet. This is getting boring, I muttered to myself, and Azazel heard it. Well, it can't be helped. The strong fighters are still judging each other. That's right. Added Surzek. By the way, where is the big guy with a lot of arms, Riku? I didn't see him in Yokai's seat. Oh, Tsuchigumo. He's in Kyoto with Crumcrutch right now. They became a pal after fighting each other. Crumcrutch? As in, Crumcrutch, the evil dragon? Asked Michael. Well, yeah. I grinned. They became a good pal, right, Azazel? TSK. You can say that. Words couldn't explain the bond of battle maniacs. That's unexpected. Chimed Surzek. I thought that guy would come here. So he chose to stay at Kyoto. About that. I crossed my legs as I turned to Surzek. I forgot to bring him. The three leaders looked at me in disbelief. They couldn't believe that I forgot to bring one of Yokai's strongest fighters, Tsuchigumo. Oi, are you serious? Wouldn't he be mad when he knew that? Asked Azazel. Maybe. But I think he's already on his way here, with Crumcrutch. There was no way Tsuchigumo would skip something exciting like this tournament. I had told him about the location of the tournament, so I bet he was now flying on Crumcrutch's back to come here. I will not be surprised if he suddenly falls from the sky, right about now. I looked at the sky beyond the barrier. The barrier was inside a separate dimension, so no one would be able to enter without the permission of the barrier creator, or at least that was how it was supposed to be. Surzek, I will open a part of the barrier a little, you can fix it later. I stood up and called Nenikarimura to my hand as I said that. His body jolted a little as he looked at me. What are you trying to do? Nothing. I grinned at him. Just making a way to enter the barrier for one of Yokai's fighters. I jumped off and swung my blade as I reached the top barrier. The barrier was cut without creating any sound. It created a hole of around 3 meters. At the same time, 2 people entered the barrier before it was closed off by Surzek from the commentator seat. I glanced at him while falling to the ground slowly and caught sight of him extending his hand toward this place while frowning. The crowd was clamoring. They were confused by what had happened. The fight was also stopped as both fighters looked our way. Fortunately, Azazel was quick to catch on. Just ignore what happened earlier. 2 people were late, so the leader of the yokai clan opened the barrier for them. The fighters nodded their heads and continued their fight. I shrugged my shoulders as I landed softly at the edge of the Colosseum beside 2 new presences that had just entered the barrier. They were Tsuchigumo and Crumcrutch in their human form. Yo. I greeted them, and Tsuchigumo scoffed. How dare you leave me out? Thankfully this guy could use teleport. He pointed at Crumb Crutch. Ha 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 ha. I am also interested in the fight. Can I join too? I snapped my fingers and grinned. Of course. As long as you are part of a force. How is it? Want to join my Hayaki Yaku in order to participate in the fight? You may fight anyone of your choice if you participate, you know. This was a chance to get an evil dragon that was called to be equal to Drake and Albion. Crumb Crutch stroked his chin and grinned. Very well. I will join you. Nice. Then, how about you participate in the next fight? That will be ideal. Answered Crumb Crutch. Oi, I will fight next. You will fight after me. Tsuchigumo chimed in, certainly pissed because he was ignored. Crumb Crutch looked at him and asked, Oh. But, who is your opponent? Do you know his or her name? Ha. I know his name. He pissed me off with his cocky attitude when in that world. Answered Tsuchigumo. Oh ho. I felt like something interesting would happen. Crumb Crutch seemed to have the same mind as me as he said, Very well, I will let you fight next. Right. I have been itching to fight this guy because I feel like he's looking down on me too much. Grumbled Tsuchigumo as he eyed the devil spectator's seat. So the one who pissed Tsuchigumo was a devil. I tried to follow his gaze and found someone familiar to me. He was still ignorant that he was targeted by Tsuchigumo. He's too unlucky. I could only hope for him to survive. But, with Ajuka's barrier working perfectly, I didn't need to worry about him at all. If you want to fight later, just jump in the middle of the arena when the referee asked if someone wanted to fight. You will be asked to choose your opponent at that time. Sure. That's easy. I guess we need to wait at that side first, right? He pointed at the yokai spectator's seat. I nodded my head. Yeah. I will leave you now. As I had nothing to do here, I jumped back to the commentator area while being greeted by Surzek's displeased gaze. My bad. It's an emergency. What are you talking about? He asked, clearly still angry by what I did. If I leave him alone, he would destroy the barrier. That would be troublesome, no. I sat on my previous seat while crossing my leg. Surzek blinked his eyes and touched his chin. That might be true. See. As I said that, a cheer erupted from the devil's side. It seems that the winner is the devil. Tobio quickly announced the winner and asked for the next fighter. Tsuchigumo immediately responded by jumping to the arena. Tobio, as a referee, asked his name and Tsuchigumo answered. I am Tsuchigumo. I will choose Drake, who resides inside Hayato Issei as my enemy. As expected, this would be interesting. Did he hear about Drake from Crumb Crutch? And so. This turned out interesting instantly, I muttered to myself. Chapter 197, Tsuchigumo vs Issei, 1. Like an idiot, Issei pointed at himself and shouted. Me. No, bring out that dragon, lad. Answered Tsuchigumo. Use that something called balance breaker like Valley. I know that you can use that to bring out that dragon as your armor or something. And no, I can't. Issei shook his hands in front of him. Rias and the others from her peerage looked at Issei's pathetic figure with a wry smile. She ultimately patted Issei's shoulder and whispered something. Right after that, the look on Issei's face changed. He clenched his fist, and his expression changed into a perverted one. He then raised both his hands and shouted. Yoo! I will win this. Without wasting much time, Issei ran down from the spectator's seat, parting the devils in front of him, and jumped to the arena while activating his boosted gear. Boost. He landed with no problem and pointed at Tsuchigumo with his left hand that was encased with boosted gear. I will defeat you, Tsuchigumo. Ria-senpai's boobs are waiting for me. It was as I had expected. Azazel and I laughed at the same time. Ha 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 ha. He never changed, huh? I said as I looked at Issei. Bwahaha, Surzex. That boy is too funny. Surzex held his head and muttered. My sister. To think she would go that far. I can't comment on anything. Added Michael. Well, you don't need to. I think that guy will show us something interesting. I put my elbow on the chair armrest and rested my head on my hand. Tsuchigumo really decided on something interesting. I didn't know how strong Issei was right now. Did he already manage to awaken his balance breaker? Or did he even go through the length of my expectation and could use Juggernaut Drive? If he was able to use Juggernaut Drive, I guess even Tsuchigumo would have a hard time fighting him in his human form. This was just a sparring match, there was no way Issei would use Juggernaut Drive, right? But, considering what Rias did earlier and Tsuchigumo's personality, which was twisted and he wanted to fight a strong opponent, I guess the possibility of Issei using Juggernaut Drive was still there. Hey, Azazel. I will step up if Issei uses Juggernaut Drive. Do you think it's possible for him to use that? Asked Azazel. Also, how did you know about Juggernaut Drive? I thought it was only me who knew about it. I heard something from someone, let's just put it like that. More importantly, if he used Juggernaut Drive, it would be too dangerous to continue the match. Are you afraid that he will harm Tsuchigumo, Rikukuen? Asked Surzex. No. I shook my head. It's the opposite. They still didn't know why Tsuchigumo was feared back in his world. He was known as the strongest battle maniac that went too far with his fight. He was even willing to fight until death if he was not satisfied yet. I am afraid that Tsuchigumo would go on a rampage. Is that so? Is he that strong to the point you need to be worried about it? Asked Azazel. But he quickly denied his own words. I don't think he's, never mind. He even fought Valley and Krumkruch in his human form that's supposed to be weaker than his yokai form. Correct. I nodded my head. Well, for now, let's just watch this interesting show. Issei stood in front of Tsuchigumo with a determined gaze. Tobio was standing on the side of the arena because he knew that the match this time would need a lot of space. Tsuchigumo. I will defeat you and squeeze Ria-senpai's boobs as my reward. Issei shouted with a silly grin on his face. Ha ha ha. I don't understand what you meant by reward, but it seems that you are determined to win. Asked Tsuchigumo as he punched his palms. Of course. I don't know why you asked me to fight you, but I am grateful for this chance. Thanks to you, I will be able to touch Ria-senpai's boobs. I see. Now, kid. Stop talking and use that armor similar to that white guy. Armor? Asked Issei. Then Drake spoke from the gauntlet. He means the balance breaker, partner. The one that you used when you were training with Tannen. Oh. Issei exclaimed. The scale mail. Yeah, that one. Use it right now, or the fight won't be fun. Tsuchigumo crossed his arms and waited for Issei to use his balance breaker. Let's do this, partner. All right, partner. Firstly, Issei put his left hand in front of his chest and shouted. Promotion. Queen. After he was promoted to queen, he then started shouting. Ha. Demonic energy started to gather around his body. The orb on his gauntlet was repeatedly blinking, each blink was faster than before. Wind soared from him, and Drake's voice repeated a few times. Boost, 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 boost. Balance breaker. Finally, Issei's body was covered in red light. As the light began to dim, Issei slowly appeared. He was covered in red armor, similar to Valley, with red dragon wings spurted from his back. Boosted gear, scale mail. Yash. I am ready. Said Issei. Good. Tsuchigumo started laughing as he put on a fighting stance. Come. Don't regret it. Issei put on a stance too. Because I am strong when I use this. Boost. Issei kicked the ground, rushing toward Tsuchigumo while brandishing his fist. It was covered in demonic and dragon energy. He managed to reach Tsuchigumo at a fast speed. If I compared him with Valley, then he was half of his speed, which was already impressive, knowing that Valley had a lot of experience using his balance breaker while Issei was only turned into devils around a month ago. You! With a shout, Issei threw his punch at Tsuchigumo. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Tsuchigumo took the punch head on. A fist and a palm clashed, but Tsuchigumo managed to win the clash with his technique. He grabbed Issei's wrist and yanked him. Issei was sent flying at a fast speed and crashed against the wall. Dust was created around him, and no one knew Issei's fate. Crash. Oh. Issei, in his balance breaker, is not able to win against Tsuchigumo and was sent flying. Shouted Azazel. Ha 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 ha, come at me again, kid. You are better than I thought. Ouch ouch ouch. Issei grunted in pain. He was fine, thanks to his armor. He stood up again as the dust started to drift off. That hurts. Grumbled Issei. Tsuchigumo laughed madly. I see. That hurts, huh? He then gestured to Issei with his hands. Come. I will show you what hurts actually is. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Tsuchigumo vs Issei, 2. Boost. Issei boosted himself once again as the green gem in his armor flashed a light. He leaped to Tsuchigumo as his wings boosted his speed. He was faster than before as he had boosted himself with boosted gear. Oh ho. Tsuchigumo let out a low voice, interested in what just happened. You can still go faster. Issei didn't answer Tsuchigumo. Instead, he yelled with all his strength. He gathered the demonic energy around his hands. Ha. He aimed at Tsuchigumo's head. His punch was also deadly, as it severed the wind. Whoosh! Tsuchigumo met Issei's punch with his face. He didn't try to block or parry it, surprising the spectators with his brazenness. Whoa! Issei managed to land a punch at Tsuchigumo. He couldn't react to it at all. Shouted Azazel. No. I quickly denied Azazel's claim. It's not that he couldn't react to Issei's punch, but he purposely let the punch land on his face. Huh? Why did he do that? Asked Surzex. Because. I paused my sentence as Tsuchigumo's laughter rang from the middle of the arena. Ha 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 ha. His face that was punched by Issei slowly turned toward Issei. Wah. No way. Issei gasped and tried to run, but Tsuchigumo's hand caught his left arm before he could run away. Let it go. Ha 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 ha. His laughter continued. I can feel that one. His masked lips curled up, and Issei shuddered when he saw that. Let me give you one punch. Tsuchigumo pulled his right fists. They were covered with a black cloud of smoke. It was Tsuchigumo's fear that further enhanced his strength. That seems bad. Muttered Surzex. That is indeed bad, I added while grinning. Issei was panicked. Partner. Do something about it. Use your strongest technique, partner. We have enough boost. I see. Issei took a step backward with his right leg and prepared dragon shot with his right hand. Oh. What is this? You still hide something interesting after all. I won't lose against you. Ha ha ha, good. That's the spirit. Both of them gathered their strength while staring at each other. Issei had a bit of the upper hand due to his armor, but Tsuchigumo's body was nothing to scoff at too. His regenerative power would be able to fix his wound at a moment's notice, and he won't die even if he was severed into two. Now I was intrigued. Would Issei's dragon shot beat Tsuchigumo? With him being boosted a few times by boosted gear, his strength was surely similar to high-ranked Devil. Tsuchigumo was able to beat Ultimate Class Devil with no problem, but he was still able to get injured. Even though Issei's strength was only similar to high-ranked Devil, his dragon shot was surely at the same level as Ultimate Class Devil's attack. That was why I was rather curious about the outcome. The exchanges between two punches with the power similar to Ultimate Class, what would happen was intriguing. Though Issei's punch was actually shooting a beam, that didn't really matter. A few seconds had passed since they accumulated the energy in their fist. A grin plastered on Tsuchigumo's face as he said, "Are you ready, kid?" "Ha. I am ready." Boost. Transfer. Both of them threw their punches at the same time. Red versus black. It was a rather similar color, but the energies used in their punches were different. Fear versus demonic energy combined with dragon energy. The fear around Tsuchigumo's hand was dancing like smoke from a cigarette, while Issei's demonic energy was compressed in a sphere shape in front of his hand. He punched the sphere, and a beam of demonic energy was shot toward Tsuchigumo. Tsuchigumo's fist met with the beam and created a big shockwave. Winds raged in the arena, toppling a few spectators who couldn't handle the clash. Tsuchigumo's hands were burnt by the blast of the beam, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, what is this? Is this all your power? Coup. Issei had a hard time pushing Tsuchigumo. His left hand was held by Tsuchigumo's hand, it was tied. It's honestly disappointing. I am expecting more, at least at a similar level to that white guy. I won't lose. Issei shouted, then added more demonic energy to his attack. The beam became larger and stronger. Tsuchigumo was pushed back a little, but he was not over yet. This is it. This is what I was talking about. He held the beam with one hand and then gathered his energy in the others. He had an excited grin, and Issei tried to shake his hand stronger than before. What an exchange. So this is the true strength of Tsuchigumo from the yokai clan. Azazel exclaimed energetically. Riku, as the leader of the yokai clan, what do you think about this exchange? It's just so-so. It's interesting, but I already know that Tsuchigumo will win. I answered shortly. Is that so? What made you that confident? Because Tsuchigumo is one of the strongest yokai in the world. His title is Hyaki Yaku Destroyer. Hyaki Yaku Destroyer? Sound like bad news. Said Azazel. He is bad news. There is a saying among the yokai. I paused a little as I wanted to make it dramatic. What is it? Asked Azazel curiously. I stared at the exchange of power that happened in the arena and answered, don't even try to fight the hungry Tsuchigumo. He will eat you alive. That's ominous. Well, he's not hungry now, so you can rest easy. I stopped talking and focused on the match once again. Drake's concerned voice rang in the arena loudly. Partner. Go away now. I know. Let it go. Why don't you take this attack first, kid? I will die. I don't want to die before touching Ria-senpai's boobs. You won't. Clench your teeth. Tsuchigumo threw the punch with his free hands, aiming right at the beam instead of Issei's body. The beam was pushed back at Issei. At the same time, Tsuchigumo released Issei's hand, and he was blown away by his punch. Gah! Issei flew fast, crashed against the wall, and made a big crack behind him. He instantly fell unconscious, and his balance breaker was cancelled. His body was then covered in light and was teleported away to the medical room. I guess I won. This is easy. Tsuchigumo said calmly. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, the match continued. After Tsuchigumo won, he didn't seem to be satisfied with the result. Or rather, he was not satisfied with the fight itself. He stood with his arms crossed in the middle of the arena. The burn from Issei's attack earlier had already been healed. Come. That's too easy. Give me more fight. Either he didn't know the rule or he knew but chose to ignore it. Tsuchigumo was smiling. He was not afraid of anyone, as he believed that he was stronger than anyone. Usually, no one would answer him after they saw what he did to the Sekiryu. He was strong, to the point he was able to beat Sekiryu without any problem. However, there were exceptions. They were the so-called battle maniacs in this world. One of such battle maniacs came from the devil's side. I will fight you. A boy with black hair stood with an excited grin, surrounded by the young devils, including Rias and Sona. He was also someone who was confident in his strength, and he believed that he could fight the weird yokai called Tsuchigumo. That boy was Serord Bale, the one that pushed me to the point I used offense fear, and thanks to that, I managed to get even stronger. Oh! Come here then. I will fight you delightfully. Exclaimed Tsuchigumo. Of course. Serord shouted as he jumped from where he stood. Rias was about to grab him, but she ultimately stopped herself. Maybe she understood that stopping Serord was useless. Serord ultimately landed right in front of Tsuchigumo. They stared at each other with wild grins on their faces. You are strong, I can feel that. Commented Serorg. Ha ha ha, of course. Did you not see how I crushed that red guy earlier? I did see it. That was magnificent. But, you are still holding back, aren't you? That's impressive. Praised Tsuchigumo. You are one of a few who knew that I was holding back. Seeing a chance to make a comment, Azazel jumped from his chair and swung his hand energetically. What a surprise. To think that Tsuchigumo is still hiding his true strength. The crowd murmured, especially the devils. The Sekiryu was defeated, yet his opponent wasn't even using his full strength. When someone thought about it, the incident was quite absurd. However, for me, it was a normal thing. After all, Issei's motivation wasn't high enough. He was promised to be able to touch Rias' boobs if he won, that was it. If, by chance, Rias was in the arena with Issei, maybe the situation wouldn't be like this. Instead, he would at least be able to push Tsuchigumo to reveal his true form. How ironic. His plot armor is still strong, but not too strong to the point he will win all fights. Tobio was looking to this place. He was confused as he didn't know what to do next. There has yet to be an instance where the same people fought twice before, so he became confused about what he should do. Azazel nodded at him, gesturing that it would be okay to continue the matches now. All right. Tobio stepped between Tsuchigumo and Serorg. This match will become rather dangerous, so I will put a barrier to separate the arena and the spectator seats. Is that okay? No problem. Answered Serorg. Do what you need to do. Added Tsuchigumo. All right. Then I will ask you to make a distance between each other before we start the match. Unexpectedly, Tsuchigumo followed Tobio's instructions obediently. He went to the side of the arena while Serord went to the side across from Tsuchigumo. Next, Tobio made a barrier that separated the spectators and the arena before he asked. Are both sides ready? Yeah. Replied Tsuchigumo. Wait. Answered Serorg. He then put on a horse stance and shouted. Haa. A yellow aura began to appear around him. It intensified and began to turn into golden armor. A golden lion head was protecting his chest, and he wore a golden helmet with a mane that looked like a lion. After he was done transforming, he shouted. Balance breaker. Regulus Ray Leather Rex. I see. You are like that red guy. Shouted Tsuchigumo. Yeah, it's similar. Answered Serorg as he gestured at Tsuchigumo with his hand. Why don't you turn into your real form? It isn't needed. Tsuchigumo, for the first time, took a stance with his left hand in front of his body. This form is enough. Don't regret that. Hey referee. I am ready. Serorg said as she put on a fighting stance. Both fighters were similar to each other, only, Tsuchigumo had the advantage of having multiple pairs of hands. Well then. Match, start. As soon as Tobio started the match, both fighters kicked the ground at the same time. They moved so fast, even faster than a raging wind, and met in the middle of the arena while punching each other's faces. Both were smiling with their faces bruised from the punch. They were happy after meeting an opponent with whom they could use all of their strengths. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter filled the arena as both fighters pulled themselves. They stared at each other for a second, then, as if they were agreeing on moving at the same time, they sent a barrage of punches at each other. The punches met with each other and created a small shockwave. Tsuchigumo only used 2 hands to match Serorg. What a psycho, this was why I could never understand Battle Maniac. Ora ora ora. I can do this all day, golden boy. Shouted Tsuchigumo. Ha 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 ha. I know that. I can also do this all day. However, how about this? Serorg's body began to be covered with a ridiculous amount of yellow aura. He used Tuki on top of his sacred gear, further enhancing his strength. He focused all his energy on his right hand and sent a jab. Aura. The punch hit Tsuchigumo's face directly without him being able to block it. No, he didn't block it on purpose. Crash. Tsuchigumo was sent flying and crashed into the barrier that Tobio made, creating a ripple that shook the barrier. That is my serious punch, Tsuchigumo. Said Serorg as he grinned happily. Chapter 200, Tsuchigumo vs. Serorg. I looked at the side where Tsuchigumo was sent flying to. A cloud of dust was still covering the area, but from what I see, the barrier had a small crack, and Tsuchigumo was bleeding from his face. His white mask was painted red by the blood, and his body was a mess. Kukuku. A low laugh escaped Tsuchigumo's mouth. This is it. He slowly got up and dusted his body. He wiped the blood on his mask with his hand as he took a step forward. You are strong. He kept walking slowly. However, as he walked, a change happened to his body. His muscle bulged a little, his skin turned into an orange hue. His hair became longer, and his mask became more sinister. I will admit that you are strong. That's why I will fight you with all my strength. His clothes were ripped, replaced with wild short pants and a tank top. Serorg was excited as he looked at Tsuchigumo. The change that happened to his body meant that he was turning into his real form. The others might not know this, but Tsuchigumo's strength in real form was not too different from his human form strength. However, his skill was different. He was used to his real form, and there was one more thing that made him different. He was now finished transforming. His body was more than 3 meters tall, he was a giant. Serorg gazed with awe. His eyes held a hint of respect. Amazing. Muttered Serorg. Let's do this. Tsuchigumo stopped when he was still a distance away from Serorg, confusing the spectators. He took a deep breath and then spurted a white web from his mouth that covered the whole barrier, making a shapeshift ring. He then crouched and put his right hand on the ground, imitating a sumo stance. Come, golden boy. Shouted Tsuchigumo. Yeah. Serorg rushed toward Tsuchigumo while covering his body with Tuki. As soon as Serorg moved, Tsuchigumo jumped back. What happened? Why did Tsuchigumo jump back at such a time? Asked Azazel. He was having fun commentating on the match. He then looked at me. Can you explain it? Well. You know about wrestling and sumo, right? I asked Azazel back. I know. And, what is the relation of wrestle and sumo with this case? It's related. Because, what Tsuchigumo did was exactly that. Tsuchigumo jumped into the net behind him and propelled himself towards Serorg in a tackling motion. The wind was severed as he advanced towards Serorg. As Serorg approached Tsuchigumo at a fast speed and was close to him already, he couldn't possibly dodge the incoming attack. The only choice that he had was to brace himself for the impact. This is bad. Serorg muttered as he sent a punch to stop Tsuchigumo's advance. However, that was useless. Tsuchigumo's body was not as weak as the other. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Serorg's fist met with Tsuchigumo's body, creating another wave of a shockwave that knocked the ring net around the barrier. The spectators were awed, and they began to cheer. Yoo-woo. Tsuchigumo. Serorg-sama. You can beat him. Bale-sama. Don't lose, Tsuchigumo. They stood up in anticipation. Both fighters were still trying to push each other. At that time, Tsuchigumo made a strange movement. He pivoted on one leg and rotated his body. Serorg was surprised by the sudden movement. His punch was now slid off Tsuchigumo's body, and he lost his balance. With a fast speed, Tsuchigumo sent a roundhouse kick at Serorg's body. The kick landed cleanly, and Sarorg was sent flying. As he was in the sky, Sarorg's wings spurted out, and he tried to adjust his balance. However, Tsuchigumo didn't let him do that. He was already running beside Sarorg and smashed him to the ground. Bam. Hawk. The air inside his lungs was pushed out as a small crater was made with him in the center. But that didn't stop Tsuchigumo from jumping. He jumped high in the sky before spiting a web to the ground. He then grabbed the web and propelled himself to Sarorg on the ground. Ora! Tsuchigumo shouted as he landed right on top of Sarorg. Guh! Blood spurted out from Sarorg's mouth. His internal organ must have been injured from that attack. Whoa! What a one-sided match. Even Azazel was surprised by Tsuchigumo. He was far too terrifying right now compared to when he fought Issei. It's not over yet, I said to Azazel. Huh. As Azazel let out a strange voice, Tsuchigumo picked up Sarorg by his leg. Sarorg's condition now was rather wretched. Blood covered his body, and his armor was half destroyed. The world would finally understand why Tsuchigumo was feared. Even the yokai fear him, even when we arrived at the new world. Maybe he was the only one who would be okay after he took my attack head-on. Oi, is this it? He slammed Sarorg to the ground. You disappointed me. Even that quarter yokai is more durable than you. A small crater was made with Sarorg on the ground. He tried to get up, but he met Tsuchigumo's fist and pushed back again. Whack! His cry of pain didn't stop Tsuchigumo to send a barrage of punches. He kept punching the same spot where Sarorg lay down. The devils couldn't say anything. The yokai grimaced. The angel and fallen angels looked away from the sight. Azazel, stop this. I told Azazel as I jumped down from the commentator's seat. I opened a hole in the barrier and landed right beside Tsuchigumo. Even though Sarorg couldn't fight against Tsuchigumo, the reason why the match still continued was his spirit alone. He still believed he could still win. But this was enough. He couldn't win against Tsuchigumo right now. At the same time, Azazel announced. The match is over. Tsuchigumo is the winner. As if he didn't care about the announcement, Tsuchigumo was still punching the same spot. Stop it, Tsuchigumo, I told Tsuchigumo with a commanding tone. Ha! Tsuchigumo stopped his punches as he glared at me. What do you mean, Nura? I am still in the middle of the fight. Your opponent has long since lost. You can fight again next time. I am still not satisfied. Answered Tsuchigumo. Then. I paused in the middle of my sentence as I disappeared from my spot. I approached Tsuchigumo at a fast speed and kicked him in the stomach. He was sent flying and crashed into the barrier, instantly losing his consciousness, and teleported away to the medical room. I guess I need to stop you by force. Chapter 201, Surprise Attack. The match continued without any problem after Sarorg was transported to the medical room. The arena was fixed by devils and fallen angels with their miraculous magic that could build a mansion in a night. It was such a fast fix, to the point I wanted to learn their magic, however, it was impossible for me. It continued with Crumb Crutch's match against Valley. Not much to say about the match except that it was a match between two monsters. They had grown stronger from before, like Tsuchigumo, and almost destroyed Tobio's barrier. Fortunately, Susanoo managed to fix the barrier in time, and the match could be continued. However, Tobio couldn't become the referee for such a match as his level was similar to theirs, not higher, so he stepped down, and I became the substitute referee, again. As much as I only wanted to watch the match from the commentator seat, I had already become the substitute referee when Tobio had his match in the first round, so I was chosen again as a default, which was suck. The match continued for a few minutes as both sides didn't want to take it the hard way. They were punching at each other while using their magical energy. Valley sometimes divided Crumb Crutch's strength, but he looked like he was not affected by it. It seemed like his regeneration managed to outlast the damage that Valley had done to him. In short, it was a match between two wild dragons in a human form. They are too crazy. I only watched the duel from the side of the arena while leaning my back against the wall. I was too lazy to watch the match, as it was boring. They only punched at each other without any variety of strength. It became boring after watching what Tsuchigumo did earlier. Finally, after 10 minutes, Crumb Crutch let out a wild roar and concentrated his energy in his right fist. Roarar. Valley didn't want to lose as his crystal wing let out a bright light and concentrated the energy that he stole into his hand too. Both fighters jumped back, getting ready to end the fight with their last punch. It's been fun, Crumb Crutch. Ha 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 ha, it's been fun for me too, Hakuryuku. At the end of their conversation, both of them launched themselves and met in the middle of the arena. Their fists met with each other, creating a wave of a shockwave that was even stronger compared to what Tsuchigumo had created in the previous match. They were gritting their teeth, trying to overpower each side. However, before they managed to finish their fight, I felt a tremendous amount of energy appear outside the barrier. There were many of them, and it seemed like the gods noticed it as I caught sight of Odin standing up and shouting. Loki. The spectators were surprised. It even made Crumb-Crutch and Valley break their exchange and jump backward. What happened? Valley asked me, clearly irritated that his match was interrupted. Yeah, what the fuck happens for that old man to shout like that? Added Crumb-Crutch. The gods in the spectators' seats began to stand up one by one, except for Shiva, who gazed at the sky with an amused smile. It's something that I am waiting for, I called Nenekarimaru in my hand and surrounded myself with fear. This was the last war, the remnant of the Cows Brigade had arrived as planned. No one knew this plan, as I only told Azazel and Michael about it. Not even Surzex knew about it. He knew about the plan to attack the remnant of the Cows Brigade, but he didn't know I had expected the remnant to attack us after the peace conference. Now they were here, with gods among their members. Even the death aura that a certain god had was right outside the barrier. They could find this place because I didn't even add my fear to the barrier. There were two Satans here, Surzex and Ajuka, who was now in a different dimension to control the barrier. There were also gods such as Odin, Susanoo, and Shiva. The strongest fighters from 4 factions were also here. The ones in the medical room had also recovered with Phoenix Tears, they were ready to fight once again. I had sent Chiron, Kuroka, and Sura to call Serafal, Amaterasu, and my old man, respectively. They should be here at any moment now. Azazel. I shouted at the commentator seat, and he nodded his head as affirmation. Don't panic, everyone. He shouted. I believe all of you have been briefed by your leaders. The original plan was to destroy the remnant of the Cows Brigade after we finished the friendly competition. However, it seems like they have decided to attack us at this place. The unrest began to spread among the people from 3 factions. The yokai was always ready for war, so they were not panicked at the news. Instead, the members of my Hyaki Yaku began to wear a blue haori that they brought to the arena with wild smiles on their faces. They were laughing happily as if they knew no fear like a yokai should. It's a war, guys. Shouted Ayatabo. Squad 1 to 3 will follow me. The rest will follow Ayatabo. Added Kurotabo. Kyoto yokai will follow Kayakatsu and me. No one is allowed to die without taking an enemy with them. Commanded Hagoromo Gitsun as she jumped on top of Gasudokuro's head. Azazel flew to the fallen angel's side, while Michael and Surzex went to their faction's side. They began to instruct them to get ready for a fight. Odin clenched his fist as he ordered Rossweiss to get his weapon. He didn't bring his Gungnir, which was his mistake. Rossweiss quickly made a telepathic call to get Gungnir delivered. Meanwhile, Valley and Crumb-Crutch nodded at each other before looking at the sky. I knew what they were thinking, so I stopped them before they even did it. Don't destroy it yet. My tone was cold as the purple flame began to dance around me. It was Incinerate Anthem. Wait a minute. Then I will let you fight the strongest people out there. Chapter 202, Primal Roar. The force outside was trying to break through the barrier that Ajuka made, however, it was useless. Ajuka had joined Surzex in organizing the devils while I sat on the edge of the spectator seat while looking at the chaos caused by the reorganization of the troop. 3 factions tried to combine their troops into one, which was today's first thing that happened. Hagoromo Gitsun sat on top of Gasudokuro's head with Kayakatsu. They were right beside me. Rikasama, should we join them too? Kurotabo asked from behind. He was standing beside Ayatabo and was ready to go to war anytime. No. We are already 2 troops combined into one, we don't need to join them. Rather, we can't join them. I rested my hand on my knee as I stroked my chin. May I know the reason, Rikasama? As you know, I am a bit behind in something like this. Asked Ayatabo. We are mostly used fear to fight. However, they used magical energy such as demonic or holy energy. They are troops, a military, so to say. But, are we a military troop? No, Kurotabo answered shortly. We are a parade. I grinned at his answer. Correct. We don't need to act like an army. Just do whatever you want. Beat whoever you want. But, don't die. What a speech from you, Riku. Chimed Hagoromo Gitsun. But, what you said is true. Our Hyaki Yaku doesn't need other leaders like them. We, the head, are the only leader of our parade. If we die, our Hyaki Yaku will crumble. It's that easy. That's right. That's how we work. I added Hagoromo Gitsun. But, if their leaders died, the one under him would take over their work. We couldn't relate to that. I see. I now understand, Wanisama. Exclaimed Kayakatsu. We did have such a mindset to follow the leader of Hyaki Yaku. No. We are only here because we want to follow you, Wani-sama. The yokai was a merry bunch. They were talking and laughing merrily as if the enemies outside the barrier were not their concern. As we waited for the three factions to be reorganized, I felt Tsuchigumo approaching our place from the medical room. He unexpectedly walked to this place instead of destroying the wall in his way. I saw him walking toward this side in his human form. There was an excited grin on his face. He glanced at the sky every now and then. Nura. I see that you have planned this since the start, said Tsuchigumo as he stopped beside me. Yo. You have recovered, huh? Yeah. However, how dare you kicked me, huh? Do you know what you did? Stopping an idiot from taking it too far. That guy, Serorg, is an important asset in this fight. I glanced at the sky, where the enemies were still trying to breach the barrier. I used Telos Karma to make the barrier stronger, and the possibility of them breaching the barrier be lowered, but the barrier couldn't hold for too long. Maybe it would be breached in under 30 minutes. That time should be enough for Tsura and the others to get my old men and the others. Just excuses. However, I will forgive you this one. There are many enemies to be beaten, be glad that I don't beat you. As if you can beat me in the first place. Tsuchigumo was silent. He couldn't retort to what I said. It was true that he couldn't beat me right now. Even when he learned how the power in this world worked, I had already attained enough power to fight even a god. Tsuchigumo was indeed strong, but he was still far from me. TSK. How arrogant. Ha 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 ha. I just said that because I know, I am strong. As I was laughing, the troops of three factions had finished reorganizing themselves. The ones who led them were three leaders of each faction. Surzex became the representative of the devil, and each commanded their own squad. There is no difference at all. Are they actually stupid? Well, maybe not. They might only reorganize the troop to show their subordinates that three factions were banded together to fight the new threat, the remnant of the Cows Brigade, who tried to breach the barrier when a friendly event was held. Actually, they were kind of funny. As we were just a neutral faction, we didn't need to join their play. A moment later, I felt the rather familiar energy of Serafal and Amaterasu arrive right outside the barrier at the same time. My old man's energy was nowhere to be found, but that was as expected of him. Then I stood up and patted Nenekarimaru against my shoulder. It's time. The yokai looked at me and nodded their heads. Finally, huh? Asked Hagoromo Gitsun. Surzex and Azazel noticed my movement and nodded their heads. Next, I put Nenekarimaru into his sheath that I held with my left hand. The yokai understood what I did when I lowered my stance a little. They took a step back away from me. Even Hagoromo Gitsun commanded Gasadokuro to take a step back. The fight almost started. Are you guys ready to fight? Azazel shouted at his subordinates, the fallen angels. Yeah. Let's go. Surzex and Michael also pushed their subordinate spirits, and then they nodded their heads in my direction, giving a signal that they were ready. All right. I muttered as I used Tuki and imbued Senjutsu around Nenekarimaru. With a fast speed, I pulled my blade and slashed toward the sky. Tsukigiri. A pale blue flying slash was sent to the sky, flying toward the barrier as it became bigger and bigger. The flying slash approached the barrier at a fast speed, severing the wind. The troops in the middle of the arena looked at the slash with their mouth gaped. But, some of them snickered, they didn't believe that such a slash could destroy the barrier. Are they blind? I was clearly able to cut the barrier when I let Tsuchigumo and Krumkruch enter the barrier, but I guess they only thought that as something that only scarred the barrier a little as Surzex immediately fixed it. But, their looks changed when the flying slash cut through the barrier and even cut some of the people who tried to breach it from outside. As the barrier was gone, I grinned, raised Nenekarimaru to the sky, and shouted. Let's go. Show them the power of my Hayaki Yaku. Hiya. Whoa. Primal roars filled the arena. It became the cue for the big full-blown war with the remnant of the Cows Brigade. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Thanatos. As soon as I cut the barrier, chaos broke out. The Cows Brigade's side sent their small fries composed of stray devils and fallen angels to fight the army of three factions. Hagoromo Gitsun and I also sent the yokai who could fly to help the army of three factions. The Tengus from Kyoto yokai and some of the flying yokai from my Hayaki Yaku entered the fight with high spirit. Kill them. Burn them. Skewer them. The yokai shouted energetically as they stormed to the battlefield. A lot of enemies were engaging on the ground, trying to flank the three factions' army. They raised their swords and claws and clashed against the enemy, killing some of them with surprise attacks. Kurotabo and Ayatabo led them into the battlefield as he mowed down their enemies. Amaterasu joined Susanoo in the spectator seats while being accompanied by Kuroka and Chiron. Serafal joined the fight immediately on Surzek's side as she froze the enemy with her magic. Hagoromo Gitsun and Kayakatsu still stood beside me as we had a guest from the sky. He was a man wearing white clothes with light blue hair that was similar to mine. However, his hair was longer, and he had 2 bangs. It fluttered in the sky as it was blown by the wind. He had 3 blue jewels on his forehead and 2 golden pearls as earrings. "Oi, Nura. You have a brother?" asked Hagoromo Gitsun as she snickered at me. "He's sickeningly familiar, his white hair is similar to that brat," said Kayakatsu. The white hair that she mentioned might refer to that guy's white hair, Nurarihyon's grandson in their world. However, I didn't think that this guy's hair was similar to mine. Did the author a fan of Nurarihyon no Mago too? "What are you talking about, Hagoromo Gitsun? I am more handsome than him." I smirked as I looked at the guy in the sky. I recognized him as Odin had screamed his name in the peace conference. "Don't you agree with that, Loki?" Loki narrowed his eyes as if he was disgusted by us and spoke. Truly fearless. He crossed his arms as he looked down on us, specifically me. "But you are not my target. I am here to meet my esteemed father." He turned his head around and looked at Odin, whose face had turned red from anger. With a fast speed, Odin approached us and stopped in front of the men. Rosweiss was left behind to fend off an enemy that suddenly appeared from the sky. She was screaming in our direction, but there was a new enemy that attacked her from behind, distracting her once again. "Loki. You ungrateful son. Look who we have here, my esteemed father who signed a peace treaty with mortals. We can always rule over them. Have you gone silly after a long peace, father? You. War is not needed anymore. How silly of you, father. No, old man. We need war. I will kill you and invoke a Ragnarok upon this world, old man." It seemed like I could leave Loki to him. He should be able to handle him. At least Hagoromo Gitsun was still here to help him in case he had a hard time. "Odin, can you handle him?" I asked him about leaving to deal with other enemies. He certainly heard me, but he ignored me and shouted due to his anger. "What are you talking about, ungrateful son?" Odin tried to punch Loki, but a new presence stopped him. I was also stopped and looked at the new presence as I narrowed my eyes. "It's like that, Odin. I will help your son to create a Ragnarok." The new presence smirked at Odin as he stopped beside Loki. He wore a skull mask and exquisitely decorated cloak, a standard outfit of the Grim Reapers in this world. He was the leader of all Grim Reapers, the strongest Grim Reaper, Thanatos. "Thanatos." Odin growled as he gritted his teeth while glaring at Thanatos. "This guy is here too, huh? His subordinates would certainly be here if this guy were here." I glanced at Hagoromo Gitsun, and she immediately understood what I meant. Tapping on Gasadokuro's head, she was about to go to the battlefield with Gasadokuro and Kayakatsu, but before they could go, a group of 5 people with outfits similar to Thanatos appeared in their way. "Sorry, lady. I couldn't let someone like you go to the battlefield. Hades-sama wants to get you to his side," said Thanatos. "Hades? Is that guy here too? Where is he?" I tried to find his presence through Senjutsu, but I couldn't find him. That guy was the main reason why all this shit happened in the world. He was by no means evil, he only hated devils and fallen angels to the point he wanted to get rid of them to free this world. Despite that, he wanted to create a devil. He was a strange man, but I could somehow understand him. On the side, Gasadokuro's bones made a rattled noise as he spoke. "Move." Hagoromo Gitsun-sama wanted to pass. His way of speaking was like someone who intentionally dragged his voice. However, that was how he spoke. He couldn't speak clearly because he was all bones. "No," answered the robed people. "Just swat them away, Gasadokuro." "Certainly," answered Gasadokuro as he swung his hand. He swatted the robed figure, and they couldn't react to his attack. They underestimated him because of his size. They must have thought that he would be slow with his big size. He was fast and swift, also, he was strong. The robed people were sent flying, and Gasadokuro's bones rattled once again. "Fools," muttered Kayakatsu. Hagoromo Gitsun spread her fan in front of her mouth. "Let's go." "Yes." Gasadokuro's bones rattled as he answered. He tried to move away, but this time, 10 Grim Reapers appeared on their way. Hagoromo Gitsun frowned and growled. "It seems the small fries need to be weeded out first." Chapter 204, Crazy Mad Lad. As Hagoromo Gitsun and the other 2 fought the newly appeared Grim Reapers, I jumped to the sky and stood beside Odin, facing Thanatos directly. Slowly, quietly, I used Kyuka Suigetsu to create a fake while my real self was circling behind him. Then, I made my fake talking to him. Black hair that defied the gravity and that green Japanese kimono. "You must be the yokai who made his name recently, the second lord of the East Yokai faction, Nurarihyon." "Indeed, I am. I answered as I patted Nenekarimaru against my shoulder. And who might you be, oh skull-masked man? I asked him playfully, although I knew about his identity. This one's humble name is Thanatos, the leader of Grim Reaper. Under the order of Hades-sama, I am trying to kill the one who made his plan astray. Oh. And who is that person? Can you tell me about him? I want to thank him because he made this one called Hades' plan to go astray. That guy is right in front of my eyes, unfortunately. How about I let you meet him in the death realm? I can split you into two, so you can see the face of the guy who made Hades-sama's plan go astray. I see. That guy must be so handsome. Unfortunately, I think a mirror is enough for that. Is that so? Then, may I have your time for a dance with blades, O mighty lord of Pandemonium? Thanatos bowed his head respectfully as he said that. I must refuse. I answered from my real body and kicked him on his back with a roundhouse kick. He was sent flying to the other side of the battlefield and was gone in less than a second. I then looked at Odin and said, as I said earlier, I will leave him to you, Odin. Thanks for getting rid of the pest. No problem. Let me kill the pest first, then. Good luck. Leaving those messages, I kicked the air and followed the Thanatos that I sent flying earlier. Unexpectedly, he had already recovered and tried to approach me at a fast speed while shouting. You. Me. I answered playfully and swung my sword, sending a flying slash in his direction. He avoided the flying slash and rushed toward me. Even though he wore a mask, I could feel that he was angry. Was it due to me kicking him in the back while he was talking? Or was it because I was more handsome than him? I don't know. He was supposed to be calm and reserved, but maybe, a cowardly tactic wasn't his taste. He should have hated Hades, so what was the reason for him being here? But one thing was for sure. He wanted a battle. As he rushed at me, a scythe suddenly appeared in his hand, and several duplicates of him appeared. Wow, so you can make some illusion too. Neat. But I leaped at him, the real him, and swung Nenekarimaru, which was covered in senjutsu. You are 100 years too early to fool me with duplicates. Coup. Thanatos blocked my sword with his scythe as he grunted. He was fast to the point that his duplicates had a presence. If his opponent was anyone other than me, maybe his trick would work. Unfortunately, his opponent was someone who could even create a fake that could no longer be differentiated from the real one. I raised my sword and sent another slash. He managed to block it again, so I sent another one. I kept pushing him back, but neither of us was serious for now. We only used our weapons to best each other. It made me even wonder. Why didn't he use magic or the other? As a Grim Reaper, he should have been able to use magic. Because my attack didn't seem to work and we were already a distance away from the main battlefield, I jumped back to create a distance between us and asked. You didn't seem to take it seriously. What is your objective, Thanatos? I looked at him seriously as I narrowed my eyes. Did my acting so easy to see? Asked Thanatos as he relaxed his stance. I am afraid that I can't tell you my objective. However, I want to stop Hades-sama's plan of creating an artificial devil. Ah, there is also something like that. Hades hated devils, but he knew everything about them, including how Lilith died. It was easy to guess that Rizavim went to him to ask how Lilith, his mother, had died. So that meant this Thanatos wanted to stop Hades all along. Why do you want to stop him? Well, there is nothing special. I just want to stop this pointless thing. And, how do you intend to do that? Just let me capture the white-haired Nikomata in the arena. I promise I won't do anything more and even pull the other Grim Reapers. I can't allow the research of the Super Devil to be spread at this age. As he said that, I immediately knew the Nikomata that he was talking about was Chiron. He would pull his army if I handed Chiron to him. Although his intention was good, I wouldn't allow that. I was not a pushover. Hey. I asked him. Yes. I am serious. But he answered strangely. Did he think that I would hand her over to him? He was someone crazy if he thought that I would hand over Chiron to him. She was Kuroka's sister, a part of my family. You are seeking death, you know. I told him calmly as I used Incinerate Anthem. The purple flame danced around Nenekarimaru as if delighted that its turn had finally arrived. I also used Kyuka Soijetsu to reduce my presence and further enhance my physical capabilities with Tuki. Even if the one in front of me was called the strongest Grim Reaper and had power rivaling those of gods, I wasn't afraid. After I managed to use Balance Breaker and Offense Fear, I was confident to take on even Surzex. If I added Matoi on top of that, maybe I could beat Surzex in a fair one-on-one duel, although I would still be injured if I tried it. Thanatos took on a serious stance once again. It seems you have underestimated me too much. Do you think I can't protect my own family from Hades, huh? To take him on, my Balance Breaker wasn't needed. I didn't even need to turn my fear into its offensive form, this was enough. Let me tell you something. I pointed Nenekarimaru at him. I am strong. Then purple flame surged out and engulfed Thanatos whole. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Yamada no Oroki. The fire that engulfed Thanatos disappeared in an instant. The moment it disappeared, the first thing that I saw was Thanatos being fine behind a magic barrier. That much was expected. There was no way he would be injured by just a tiny flame from Incinerate Anthem. I didn't even put a lot of strength into my attack. But, his barrier was cracked. A webbing pattern appeared, and it broke the next second, creating the sound of broken glasses. That's one, I said seriously. I don't want to cause a lot of casualties from the people with the same goal. But, if you want to take Chiron from me, then get ready to die, you motherfucker. I could feel the glare coming from behind Thanatos' mask. He was surely furious that I suddenly attacked him out of nowhere when he thought that I had agreed to his plan. Why did you refuse? Ha. I scoffed at him as I raised my chin. Didn't I say that I won't hand my family member to you? Are you an idiot? Family member. But from the report, she's a reincarnated devil under Gremory. Roared Thanatos. How can the East yokai? Stop that. It seems you are outdated, huh? I have taken the evil piece from her body since long ago. Also, she's the little sister of my lover. Is there any more reason that I need to protect her? Are you serious? Asked Thanatos. Are you sure you can protect her from Hades-sama? Oi oi, who do you think you are talking with right now? I let out a tired sigh. This was why people from the supernatural world died easily in front of my old men. They were fucking underestimated us every time. I am the second lord of Pandemonium, Nurarihyon. If you think I can't hide a single girl, then my Hyaki Yaku will not be willing to follow me. Is that so? Thanatos lowered his hands as his side disappeared. Then please forgive me for my earlier behavior. I understand that you are strong. It's good that you understand that. I nodded my head, satisfied with his answer. I couldn't even feel hostility coming from him after he said those words. Then. But. I cut off his sentence before he could continue and glared at him. This and that are different things. I will be expecting a thorough apology in the future. Understood. Thanatos nodded his head. Then I will disappear for now. I will pull my troops after a few minutes, please don't hurt them too much. I can't promise. After all, the one that they fought was Hagoromo Gitsun. Gore. He grunted a little, but ultimately, he jumped back and disappeared into the shadow. I still activated Kyuka Suigetsu until I couldn't feel his presence around me. He had teleported away, and I was expecting him to pull his troop soon. Now, let's look at the battlefield. I hope it's not too messy. I said as I turned toward the arena. I had gone too far in my fight with Thanatos. Even though I felt that I only went around 50 meters away, it seems that I went more than 500 meters away from the Colosseum. Fortunately, though, the whole city was covered by a barrier. I bet even Hades didn't want the ordinary people to notice our presence. How about Odin? Is he okay? I muttered aloud as I kicked the air, approaching the Colosseum at a fast speed. However, as if I jinxed it with my words, I felt two strong presence of beasts from the Colosseum. Big energies also clashed with each other. Some familiar energies were gathering around the new beast's presence. They belonged to Issei, Valley, Rosweiss, and Krumkruch, respectively. Tsuchigumo, well, he was rampaging in the middle of the battlefield with the other yokai. Odin was in the sky, battling Loki. I could see them from this place as thunderclouds appeared above them and lightning struck Loki, who tried his best to best Odin. But all of that was trivial compared to the energy that was building up near Hagoromo Gitsun. There was something that I remembered and hadn't slain yet. The fucking Orochi is here. I quickly made my way toward Hagoromo Gitsun. Susanoo also made his way to the building energy at a fast speed. He must have realized that Orochi had tried to enter the battlefield. I could just leave it to him, but I was interested in Graham's power. I hope it was not a sham and could cut a dragon well because my target in the future was something bigger and stronger. When I reached the Colosseum, I saw Yamada no Orochi, a dragon with 8 heads. He looked like an eastern dragon with tears of blood running down its eyes and its mouth filled with sharp fangs. Big couldn't even describe him. Compared to Krumkruch's dragon form, he was way bigger than that. He was gigantic, and his body covered the whole Colosseum, causing the battlefield to shift outside. From a first glance, his body might be around 200 meters. Hagoromo Gitsun and Gasudo Kuro, who stood in front of its heads, looked tiny compared to its body. I arrived beside Hagoromo Gitsun, looked up at 8 heads that glared at us, and asked, "How did it turn out this way?" "I don't know. This big guy suddenly appeared," answered Hagoromo Gitsun. Susanoo, who moved before me, had just arrived, and he stood beside me. He was holding a sword that was similar to the black teeth of Orochi. So that was the famous sword from Japanese folklore, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, or called Kusanagi sword, the one that was found inside Orochi's corpse. He was looking at Orochi while frowning before turning his head at me. Can you please help me? I am not confident of beating him myself. No problem. I dismissed Nenekarimaru and called Graham into my hand. With Graham, I had no issue with imbuing Incinerate Anthem into it. Let's beheads this big guy and try to find another sword similar in your hand. Chapter 206, versus Yamada no Orochi. Should I help too? Hagoromo Gitsun asked. No. Just join the other battlefield, leave this big boy to us, I answered Hagoromo Gitsun as I reactivated Kyuka Suigetsu. Alright. Answered Hagoromo Gitsun. She tapped her leg against Gasadokura's head and said. Let's go. Yes, answered Gasadokura as he made his way to the other battlefield. He moved fast and destroyed some enemies in his way. I turned toward the big dragon in front of me. The presence of Yamada no Orochi was not complete yet. His revival was not perfect, as we secured Valerie before it could be fully revived. So, he only had around 3/4 of its strength, or maybe less. Let me handle 4 heads for you. Can you deal with the rest of it? Susanoo asked as the wind began to surround him. As the sky had already darkened because Odin summoned thunder clouds, he didn't even need to summon them again to create a storm. He only needed to control the winds. No problem. I can deal with it alone if you don't mind it. But, I think you want a rematch from 100 years ago, no? I swung Graham lightly as I said that, leaving a purple flame trail. Susanoo looked at me and laughed. Ha 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 ha. You have become that strong, huh? Unfortunately, I also want to behead this guy again. So let's split it in half as there are 8 heads to be dealt with. I don't mind. I will go first. Leaving those messages, I kicked the hardened air and aimed at the rightmost head of Orochi. It turned its eyes on me and tried to attack me with the other heads at the same time. 2 heads headed in my direction as the rest were trying to prepare for breath attacks. Green liquid dropped from their mouth, a sign that they were preparing for poisonous breath. Even with my specs right now, getting poisoned by the poison of Dragon Kings would be fatal for me. I had no poison resistance at all, so all I could do was dodge the breath as much as I could. But, those heads that prepared breath attacks had no chance to attack me. A fierce wind shut their mouths instantly, and they gulped their poison back as there was no place to let it out. Thanks, Susanoo. I shouted and swung my sword horizontally at the incoming heads. A trail of purple flame erupted from my sword as it cut the eyes of the first head, burning its head whole with Incinerate Anthem. The second head managed to dodge as it felt danger from my attack. It was a smart move from Yamada no Orochi. With this, I could confirm that he had some intelligence left in that big body even though his revival was not completed. Roea. 8 heads roared at the same time. In an attempt to extinguish the fire that burned the second head, the first head spouted a green liquid over the second head. Somehow it managed to extinguish the fire, and now its second head was covered with green poison liquid. This might be a bit bad for me, but luckily, I had a backup. Let me handle it. You can handle the other. Susanoo passed me at a fast speed and swung his sword, creating a fierce wind slash that blew away the green liquid. I was a bit worried that it would hit our ally, but he managed to contain the liquid inside a small tornado and move it away from the battleground with perfect control. As expected of the god of storm, his control over wind was top-notch. Nice. I praised him and went to the other heads. They were able to open their mouth again as they managed to shake the wind that closed their mouths earlier. For a big guy, Orochi was fast. 6 heads opened their mouths and bared their fangs at me. I promised to take 4 of them, but it didn't seem possible when 6 of them were focusing their attention on me. My bad, Susanoo. It seems I will take 6 of them. Increasing the power of Incinerate Anthem that was infused to Graham, I swung the sword wildly. As a result of my wild swing, a surge of purple flame was sent out, flying toward the 6 heads of the Yamada no Orochi. But Yamada no Orochi was not a fool. It knew that the flame was dangerous, so the 6 heads that approached me quickly stopped and made a maneuver to dodge the flame. They scattered in all directions, but that was what I wanted to achieve from this. My Kyuka Suigetsu had activated all this time. My real body had since long arrived at the back of its body, at the place where 8 heads branched from each other. Although Orochi was a Dragon King, surely he wouldn't has the regeneration at the level of Tsuchigumo, right? If he had the same level of regeneration as Tsuchigumo, who could even recover when his head was slashed into 2, then it would definitely be a problem that needed my balance breaker to solve. But, I was confident that he didn't have that. I hoped that he didn't have it. I used Tuki to enhance my physical abilities to the limit and turned my fear into the offensive. Not only that, I used Incinerate Anthem to its maximum power too. Susanoo. Get away from that at once. I shouted at Susanoo, who became a target of 8 heads after I disappeared from its sight. He was flying around, dodging the attack from 8 heads at once, as if he was dancing in the sky. He sometimes attacked by sending wind blades, and he nodded his head immediately and jumped away after he heard my voice. Do it now. He shouted back. After getting his confirmation, I raised Graham above my head. Orochi's 8 heads immediately turned toward me at the same time and bared their fangs. Not only that, but Orochi's tail also attacked me after not moving for so long. However, it was too late. Bye-bye, big baby, I smirked and swung Graham down. With its Dragon Slayer properties, severing Yamato no Orochi's base head was easy. It severed cleanly, and the Incinerate Anthem burned the severed parts. As expected, Yamato no Orochi's revival was tempered, and it had regeneration that tried to connect the severed head back to the body, but that was useless. He couldn't spew the poison liquid too, so it couldn't extinguish the flame. It was our victory. It's easy, I said as I let go of Graham, making it disappear. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, another problem. I hope not. The battlefield turned around after I killed Yamato no Orochi. Its big body fell to the ground lifelessly. One of the Dragon King died just like that. Even though it only had no more than half of its power, wasn't it too weak to be a Dragon King like Crumb-Crutch? I wondered about it for a while. Was Yamato no Orochi too weak, or was Crumb-Crutch the one that was too strong? I would like to think the first option, but seeing that Crumb-Crutch was called the strongest evil dragon, which had strength almost similar to 2 heavenly dragons, I wouldn't be surprised that he was too strong for a dragon. The dragon was like the strongest creature in this world. As I had killed Yamato no Orochi in one strike, did that meant that I became someone who could enter the top 10 ranking in this world? The other people from the Devils and Fallen Angels side looked at me in disbelief. They were surprised to see my last attack that killed Yamato no Orochi in one strike. They were looking at me as if they were looking at a devil even though the real devils were present on the battlefield. Susanoo was also surprised. He floated toward me and landed on Yamato no Orochi's body. He tapped his feet against the body a few times before looking at the severed part that was still burning and muttered. This is a strong flame. Is it the Incinerate Anthem? Yeah, I answered as Nenakarimaru appeared in my hand again. As expected, this sword fit me better than Graham. It's convenient to burn the enemy that can regenerate endlessly. It's a holy fire, after all. Truly effective against dark creatures. This is truly a clean kill, though I can't appreciate it because I want to kill Orochi too, for the second time. My bad, you take too long. For now, let's clean up those guys. Can you help them? I pointed at Issei and Rosweiss, who fought Fenrir in the distance. They had a hard time facing Fenrir. Crumb-Crutch was facing a clone of Midgardsormr in the sky, right beside Odin and Loki, who exchanged magic barrage at each other. While Vali was facing 2 wolves, Skoll and Hattie, not far from Issei and Rosweiss. Their fight was the most intense among the others. Issei was visibly injured as his helmet was gone and blood dripped from his head. I don't mind. After that, I guess I need to help my sister and accompany her in fighting the other enemies. I feel insecure about leaving her with Shiva. Sure. I will now help the other to deal with the Grim Reaper too. Hagoromo Gitsune has entered the battlefield, and I bet my old men will arrive any second now. That's reassuring. However, there are still a few evil dragons left, right? Yeah. Apophis is still alive. Midgardsormr is also still alive, but that lazy dragon must be sleeping somewhere without care of this world. The biggest and second biggest dragon, huh? Their size is even bigger than Yamato no Orochi and Great Red from what I heard. That's correct. Anyway, I am counting on you to help them. That Issei is rather useful to help me make a place for Ophis in the future. So please keep him safe. You owe me one, Susanoo answered as he leaped away in Issei's direction. I was now left alone and wondered. Where should I go? The battlefield was chaos. Surzex killed a few enemies in just one sweep, and there was Azazel, who only looked at the battlefield from above with Michael. Tsuchigumo and the other yokai were still rampaging through the battlefield. The 3 factions' army didn't even dare to get close to them. Kuroka and Chiron also joined the battlefield as they shot Senjutsu aura toward the enemies. There was no sign of magicians. Were they hiding because they almost perished? I didn't know, but the enemies were scattered in all directions. The gods from the other factions were not here, too, including Hades. So this meant that I almost killed everyone that wanted to destroy Earth. I sincerely hope so, but there were no devils in the enemy's rank, which made me anxious. I jumped to the sky and stopped beside Azazel. How is the situation? I asked as I observed the situation below. Azazel crossed his arms and smiled. It's good. Our army pushed them back. Thanks to your Hyaki Yaku, this battle will end in less than 30 minutes. That's fast. I thought that a battle of this scale would need a day or more to finish, but to think that we would only need 30 minutes to end the battle. Should I be happy with the fact that no other gods were interested in joining the battle except for Loki? Or should I be worried in case they were planning something else that was out of my knowledge? Maybe I should be happy for now that finally Chaos Brigade would be destroyed. But I should still be careful and destroy the other remnant, especially those devils who plotted behind our back. I should have a talk with Surzex after this. Also, Seraphol and Ajuka. Talking about them, I didn't see them anywhere on the battlefield. Come to think of it, where are Seraphol and Ajuka? I asked Azazel, but Michael was the one who answered me. They went back to the underworld. Ajuka suddenly said that he felt something strange from the underworld and hurried back with Seraphol to help him. Something strange? What could it be? I don't know. Michael shook his head. But surely, that something is important enough that two Satans went to check it. Is that so? That's something worrying. Should we go to the underworld later? I can't, Azazel answered swiftly. I need to make sure the fight is over and hunt the remaining enemies that run away in the middle of the battle. Unfortunately, I can't go to the underworld too. I need to make sure that no angels fell in this battle. Both were busy with their own army that they couldn't even go to the underworld. They were the sole leader of their own army, after all, unlike me, who could leave the yokai behind with no problem. They wouldn't follow anyone, but they could think by themselves what was the best action that they could take without me. So the answer was clear. I sighed as I crossed my arms. Well, I will be the one who goes to the underworld then. I will take Diehauser with me. That's what I am walking about. Ha 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 ha. Azazel laughed loudly. I just wanted this to be over as soon as possible, but why did problem always arrive one after the other? Truly troublesome. Chapter 208, Nurarihyon arrived. The battle continued. Yokai pushed back the remaining enemies to the corner to the point they were about to retreat. However, at that time, a big portal appeared in the sky. The allied force stopped pursuing for a second and looked at the portal. What is that? Asked Azazel. He looked at the portal with a wary gaze as he lowered his hand, preparing to strike whatever came out from it. That's worrying. Such a big portal, muttered Michael. The gods also stopped fighting. Susanoo retreated from the battlefield at a fast speed and approached Amaterasu, who sat beside Shiva. Be careful. Amaterasu nodded her head at Susanoo's warning. Shiva, who sat leisurely beside them, raised his hand and chuckled. Don't worry, it's not harmful to us, right, yokai boy? He looked me straight in the eyes. I shrugged my shoulders and answered. Yeah, don't worry. The ones who came from that portal are our allies. I looked at the portal with squinted eyes. He was really late, considering that Tsura had come to fetch him a little earlier. But I couldn't complain. It was good that he could arrive before the battle ended. Also, it seemed like he made a little stop before he came here. You know who came from the portal? Azazel asked as he turned to me. Michael also looked in my direction with a curious expression. Well, I am familiar with him. Though I never met the other two who are currently with him. As soon as I said that, the presence that opened the portal appeared from beyond it. The first thing that appeared was a green dragon's head. The head looked similar to an eastern dragon. And there were 4 shadows that sat above its head, 2 women and 2 men. One of the men looked rather tiny. I estimated he was only about a meter tall. His body was covered in golden fur, similar to a monkey, and he wore stylish glasses while holding a long stick. The other 3 shadows were familiar. They were my old men, Setsuna, and Tsura. When Tsura saw me, she waved her hand and tugged her mother's sleeves. Setsuna noticed me and whispered to my old man, that then grinned while crossing his arms. The dragon, now fully come out from the portal, approached us at a fast speed. The portal closed as soon as the dragon exited it. Azazel and Michael seemed to recognize the dragon as Azazel muttered loudly. Dragon King Yulong. That means. Yeah, the one on top of its head is Sun Wukong. Also. Nurarihyon. Both of them looked at me, and I nodded my head. My old man has been traveling with Sun Wukong since a few days ago, destroying a few Chaos Brigade's bases in the process. That's just like him. Azazel turned away with a wry smile. He looked at the dragon who stopped in front of us. I also looked at them, and my old man raised his hand without even caring that he was on the battlefield and greeted me. Yo, Riku. How have you been? Good, thanks to you who run around and destroy some of their bases. I pointed at the remnant army of the Chaos Brigade that was now being chased around by the allied army again. Susanoo was back on the battlefield and assisted Issei again in defeating Fenrir. Ha 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 ha, good then. My old man laughed loudly. It was then, the person. Or monkey. Beside him stared at me intensely and asked. So you are Nurarihyon's son? It seems that you are even stronger than your old man. What do you think, Yulong? Indeed, his energy feels stronger than Nurarihyon. Also, there are 2 sacred gears inside his body. How? Asked Yulong with a curious tone. My old man grinned as he stroked his chin. The answer is obvious, right? He has 2 sacred gears because he's my son. He declared proudly as if I got another sacred gear because of him. You are still the same as always, huh, Nurarihyon? Chimed Azazel. Oh, Azazel. Long time no see, my bud. How is your life? Is it good? This time my old man looked at Azazel and spoke in a manner as if they were close friends. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to Riku, I finally achieved the peace that I wanted. I should bring some alcohol to your mansion later. I will be waiting in my mansion later. Ha 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 ha. Both of them laughed loudly. Sun Wukong stroked his beard, tapped his staff against Yulong's head, and spoke. Can I join that drinking event later? For now, how about we clean up some problems in this place so we can drink in peace? Do you care to help that white boy, Yulong? Sure. I will bring a lot later. Answered Azazel. I am expecting my share too. Yulong said. Also, get off from my head so I can chew those 2 wolves. They are so annoying with their howls. I can also trample on the Midgardsormr if you want to. Ah, it's better if you don't. I stopped him. The one who fights the Midgardsormr right now is Krumkrutch. Oh. Fine. Then I will only kill those 2 wolves. Fufufu, I shall help Kuroka and Shiron-chan with my daughter. Commander, what will you do? Asked Setsura. She covered her mouth with the sleeves of her kimono and glanced at my old man. I don't know. Maybe I will slay some of the retreating enemies. Answered my old man. He didn't know what to do on the battlefield that was almost over. As this was a chance to see him fighting seriously, I proposed an idea. In that case, why don't you go to the underworld with me, old man? It seems there is some problem on that side. What problem? He asked. I guess some old Satan factions attacked underworld, seeing Sarah fall and Ajuka hurriedly back to the underworld. His grin widened as he stood up. Then let's go. What are we waiting for? It seems that everyone is ready. Hap. Sun Wukong jumped and created a foothold beside Michael. I will stay here. Somebody might need me to heal them later. Sure. Then, let's get going, old man. I created a magic circle to teleport to the underworld, and my old man jumped from Yulong's head and entered it. He looked like he was ready, so I operated the magic circle. See you later, Azazel. I will also wait for the alcohol that you bring. Yeah. Ask those devils to bring some too when you are in the underworld. He answered. Sure. The magic circle fully engulfed me after I answered him, then my old man and I were teleported to the underworld. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, War in the Underworld. The location that I chose to teleport was the Gremry territory. After arriving at the Gremry territory, I felt something unusual. Old man, there is something wrong in the underworld. There is big energy around that direction. I pointed to my right, and my old man's gaze followed my finger. Interesting. What kind of energy that you feel, Riku? A devil, but it could somehow match Seraphal. It's on Satan's level but still a little lower than Seraphal's. I guess it's ultimate class devil. That's why both of them were coming back to the underworld. Also. My old man asked with a hint of excitement in his voice. I also grinned and patted Nenekarimaru against my shoulder. There is a war ongoing in that place. War, you said. As he said that, a katana with a handle made of wooden appeared in his hand. It looked similar to Nenekarimaru but with a shorter blade. There was an engraving of an eastern dragon on its blade, and it shined when the sunlight hit it. Then, what are we waiting for? He grinned widely. Nothing. Only, there are a few people, or rather, devils, who approach the place from the other directions. I think they will pass right beside this Gremry territory to join the war. I see, reinforcement, huh? Do you know which force they belong to? Ally or enemy? I don't know. That's why, we wait. No problem. Take us to the place that they will pass. If they are enemies, then I don't need to tell you, no. He put his free hand inside his kimono and tapped his blade against his shoulder. He looked fucking cool right now. I could understand why the other yokai were willing to follow him. Although I am stronger, I am still far from my old man. You don't need to tell me. I ran toward the location that I estimated would be passed by the reinforcement at full speed, and my old man followed close behind me. Although I didn't use Tuki or any physical enhancement thing, my old man was unexpectedly able to match my speed. I guess he had a stronger body as he was a full yokai. Or did our physical strengths were similar to each other? Considering we were blood-related and all. I didn't know, but I guess that was why my old man was feared by the others. He was strong. We used fear to hide our presence, so no civilians who were walking around the Gremry territory noticed us. We arrived at my estimated location after running for 5 minutes. It was located outside the territory, on a mountain range or some sort. It was not the mountain range where Issei trained with Dragon King Tannen, it was a different mountain range. I stood at the peak of the highest mountain, looking in the direction where I felt the energies. How is it? My old man stood beside me, looking in the same direction with his hand above his eyes, creating a shapeshift telescope that didn't even work. You will be able to see their figures in the sky in a few minutes. They are flying at a high speed, and we were running in the direction of the war earlier. So basically, we created more distance between them and us. Ha! Why don't you take us somewhere nearer? This is the highest point in the area, the perfect place to ambush them. You can't fly, right, old man? Well, I can't. You're unexpectedly considerate of your old man, huh? What, are you having a change of heart after becoming the official second leader of our clan? Nah, no. I only thought that it would be a waste not to witness my old men in the real war, so I give you a chance. I can approach them and massacre them right now if I want to. If they are enemies, that is. Ha 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 ha. Excuses. He shouted merrily. I will show you then. I only have a few techniques, but it should be enough to make you respect me. Let's see later, old man. I also have a lot of new techniques that are stronger than Tsukigiri. I smirked at him. I am looking forward to that. We were standing still while looking at the sky for a good few minutes. At that time, I saw a little shadow in the distance. They are here, I muttered as I swung Nenekarimaru to loosen my arm. Finally. My old man stepped forward as a cloud of black smoke rose from his body. His presence became thinner, blending with the surrounding. He was there, yet he was not there. This was Nurarihyon's fear, he was still a bit better than me at controlling his fear. I also used my fear to hide my presence, only to the point that no one could feel my energy from the looming shadows that approached. Their numbers increased drastically, almost filling the sky. Maybe they were around 3,000. Or 2,000. Anyway, they were a lot. Old man, I will talk to their leader first. If they are enemies, you can begin your attack. Ha. My old man scoffed, his chin was raised. Who are you to order me, brat? I know without you saying anything. Ha 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 ha. I thought you already have dementia, old man. Well, good luck. I jumped to the sky while my old man shouted from the ground. I will put you in your place later, brat. I stopped in the sky, right in front of the devil in the front. He had bright silver hair and wearing a suit. His hair was braided and tied behind. He stopped the troops behind him when he saw me by raising his hand. He stared at me cautiously and asked, "Who are you?" A typical question. However, I didn't need to humor him with my answer. I recognized this silver hair. Only people from Lucifuge had it. So that meant he was the devil that hid behind the scene, the Lucifer fanatic. I raised my sword as a signal, and the next thing that happened was simple. Ag. Jaya. My arms. Screams quickly filled the area as some devils fell to their death. Then, my old man's figure appeared behind the silver-haired man. I created a foothold for him so he could stand, and he had his blade on the man's neck. Yo. My old man greeted calmly. It seems this army is going to war. Why don't you stop for now and drink with us? It will be fun. Chapter 210, A Scuffle. The men with silver hair snickered at my old man's word. Drinking. Unfortunately, I have no time to do that, even if the one who invited me is the famous Nurarihyon. He recognized him. That means he recognized me from the start too. There was no way a shred and sly person like him was unaware of our existence, we were thorns in his plan after all. It would be strange if someone working behind the scene didn't notice us. We made a lot of commotions, and I even killed Rizavim by technically myself. The other leaders were also respecting me, even when I was from the young generation. My strength couldn't even be compared to the young generation ones. Even I recognized the silver-haired man in front of me. You are quite rude, aren't you? My old man specifically asked you for a drink, Euclid Lucifuge. I spoke in a playful tone, but he was not amused by that. After I called his name, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The devils behind him also made a slight move, but my old man noticed that and moved his hand a little, bringing his sword closer to Euclid's neck. Oops. Don't make a sudden movement. What will you do if my hand slips and accidentally cut his neck, huh? Don't move. Euclid gave out a clear order. He glanced at my old man, ignoring me, and asked, So, why are the fabled Nurarihyon and his son coming to the underworld? Isn't there a war on Earth? The world that you love so much. Don't worry about it. I answered him. After all, I make sure that every dangerous guy in that place is dead before going to the underworld. So he said. Added my old man. Tell me one reason to keep you alive. Euclid raised his hands as if he surrendered. But, his eyes were still clear, there was not even a sign of someone who had given up. Usually, people who were giving up had slight fear in their eyes, but this man's eyes were still oozing confidence. Was his confidence fueled by his power? Or was it fueled by his intelligence? Whatever it was, he was still not giving up. I glanced at my old man, gesturing for him just to kill Euclid and be done with it. But, for some reason, my old man seemed to be hesitant as well. No, hesitant was not correct, it was like he was frozen like a statue. It was then I noticed something unusual. A shadow wrapped around my old man's body. The shadow was hidden by the black cloud that came out from my old man's body, and its presence blended well, so I didn't notice it until it was too late. Oh shit! I involuntarily shouted and dashed toward them. It is shit, indeed. My old man shouted back. I didn't even realize it. My old man's body was thrown toward me, which made me stop on my track to catch him. Whoa. The shadow that bound my old man's body disappeared, and I created another foothold beside me for my old man to stand up. It's neat, isn't it? Euclid muttered. The devils behind him snickered and began to let out their demonic energy to intimidate us. Sacred Gear's replica. I got this one from a member of the hero faction, which you destroyed. His name is Kanla if I am not wrong. His Night Reflection Sacred Gear is useful. Night Reflection, the sacred gear that could control shadow as the user wished. That was why I didn't feel another presence and energy. The shadow itself was part of Euclid's body, so their presence was similar. No, it was the exact same. My old man should have noticed it, though. But I guess he was too careless. How could you fall to such a trick? I asked my old man. Yeah, well. Talking about drinking made me imagine what kind of drink Azazel will bring to our mansion later, so I put my guard down a little. Ha! I scoffed as I looked at him. You what? How can you be so careless, old man? I can't help it, okay. Even you imagined what kind of alcohol that Raven would bring to our house, right? Of course I am. I answered with a loud voice. Hey. Euclid tried to interrupt our little scuffle, but my old man ignored him. He turned to me and pointed at my face. Then, why are you getting angry because I put my guard down a little, you brat? You destroyed our easy win chance, you old foggy bastard. We were bickering without even looking at the enemy's army waiting near us. But, I was not only bickering with my old man. Indeed, I was a bit angry at him for wasting our chance, but it was not like we couldn't kill Euclid anytime. We were stalling time as well as playing around to make the leader of the enemy, Euclid, lose his cool. Hey! Euclid shouted, but I ignored it. Let's take this to a battle, old man. I swung Nenekarimaru lightly, and it created the sound of cutting wind. Swoosh! My old man licked the blade of his katana like a yakuza as his eyes twitched in annoyance. Let's do that, brat. Let me show you that I am still stronger than you. How dare both of you ignoring me? Euclid seethed in rage, his voice was lower than usual. Even so, I didn't care about him. Small fry like him should shut his mouth when I had a problem with my old man. Shut up. Both of us shouted at him at the same time before glaring at each other and taking a fighting stance. A cloud of black smoke came out of our bodies, we used Kyuka Soijetsu and hid our real presence. His figure was blurry, and so did mine. Bring it on, brat. He shouted and swung his sword. I blocked it, and the clash created a shockwave that blew some of the devils away. Ha! Is this it, old man? I mocked him and made his foothold disappear. However, he didn't fall. Instead, he smirked and put more power in his swing. I was pushed back a little because of the surprise and jumped into the middle of the enemy's army. They created a distance from me, circling me from 2 meters away. Do you think I can't create a foothold in the sky? Ha! That old monkey had taught me about it. Asked my old man. He was really shrewd. I grinned and called Nenekarimaru's sheath. I put Nenekarimaru back to its sheath and lowered my stance. I don't know, old man. I pulled the blade at a fast speed. Tsukigiri. A flying slash was sent from my slash, decimating every devil in its way before it reached my old man. However, my old man was already in his stance too. He swung his katana from left to right and muttered. Tsukigiri. 2 flying slashes clashed, destroying each other. We looked at each other with a grin before kicking the air and meeting in the middle. It's enough. Euclid, who we ignored all this time, shouted and attacked us. We pulled our swords away and blocked his attack. We stopped fighting for a second and glared at him. He was not affected by our glare. Instead, he raised his hand and ordered. Troops. Kill them. Chapter 211, Scuffle End. The devils began to attack us from all directions, but we only focused on each other. It was always like this whenever I got into a fight with my old man. Even if the other yokai interrupted us, we never stopped until at least one of us was exhausted. So, even if there were a lot of enemies around us, we only focused on our own duel instead of them. They were not important, and they could be blasted off any time in our duel. So, we rushed at each other at the same time Euclid gave his order. Of course, we also looked at our surroundings, so we wouldn't worry about being attacked from behind. We cut the devils that were trying to hinder us. They were too annoying, I should destroy them first. HAAA. A group of devils attacked me with magic bullets barrage from my left and right side. There were at least 50 bullets shot toward me, and another 50 were shot toward my old man. He was still busy cutting the devils that tried to stop him from reaching me, but he glanced at the magic bullets that were coming at his place, so he should be okay. I should be worried about the magic bullets that were aiming at me, as well as Euclid, who secretly took some part of his troops and was about to flee from us. Old man. Is this the extent of your strength? I shouted loudly as I swung my sword, cutting 5 devils in half, killing them immediately. Of course not, you brat. Do you think I am this weak, huh? What about you? Why don't you use your sacred gear, huh? My old man shouted back. He swung his sword a few times and killed a dozen of devils that surrounded him. He then lowered his stance and sent a flying slash toward my direction. Tsukigiri. The flying slash killed the devils that were flying between us. It was stronger than before, so I killed the devils around me with one big swing of Nenakarimura before lowering my stance. I didn't send a flying slash toward it because it would only cancel each other. I knew his intention for shouting before he used Tsukigiri. Euclid had gathered around 500 devils in a distance and slowly tried to sneak away. This flying slash was indeed directed at me, but Euclid was located right behind me. So, I used Kyuka Suigetsu to make Euclid think that I was a real one. My real body had long since gone after I killed the devil around me. I had circled around the troops from below and stood near Euclid's location. The flying slash finally hit my real body after a while, and I caught sight of Euclid smiling evilly. So he can't dodge that. As expected from Nurarihyon. However, his smile quickly turned into a frown as my fake dissipated into a cloud of black smoke and the flying slash made its way toward him very quickly. What? He shouted in surprise, and at the same time, he created a barrier to block the flying slash in front of him. The barrier was surprisingly strong, as it could block the Tsukigiri. Even though it had been slicing a lot of devils, the force behind Tsukigiri that my old man sent should have been enough to break the barrier of a normal devil. The slash dissipated after a few seconds, and Euclid erased the barrier. How dare you? He shouted and pointed his hand toward my old man. Ha! Why are you getting angry? My old man answered calmly as if he wasn't afraid of the devils that surrounded him as well as Euclid whose strength was at the level of an ultimate class devil. This is a war, no. And you are our enemy because you are part of the Cow's Brigade. I am not part of that measly organization. Shouted Euclid. This is indeed war, but it doesn't concern a yokai like you. It's ours, Devil's War. Don't get involved in this any longer, Nurarihyon. Jaya Jaya Jaya, you're too loud. My old man picked his ear with his finger. He then pulled his finger from his ear and looked at the lute before blowing it away with his breath. Do you know that we have already signed the peace conference, huh? Of course, I know. But that doesn't mean you can join a civil war as it doesn't concern you. Oh, it does concern us, though. Answered my old man. At least, that's why my son thinks. Right, Riku. Yeah. I answered as I showed my real self. I was standing behind Euclid with my sword in his neck. The devils that surrounded Euclid were surprised when I showed myself, and so did Euclid. It was his fault that he forgot about me when I used Kyuka Suigetsu. Maybe he thought that I had died from my old man's attack. Surely he was jesting. He even saw my fake dissipate into a cloud of black smoke. Or did he put his guard down because of his anger? If that was the case, then my old man's quip technique had managed to even make the ultimate class devil lose his cool. I should learn more about that. When I appeared, Euclid quickly used the replica sacred gear, Night Reflection, to try to bind me. However, I wouldn't fall for the same trick. I used Incinerate Anthem and lowered the chance of me being bound by the Night Reflection with Telos Karma. Incinerate Anthem burst out of my body and burned the lower class devils around me in an instant. Even some high class ones were forced to retreat back because of the holy energy that came out of Incinerate Anthem. Euclid also suffered the burn from the Incinerate Anthem, and he screamed out in pain. Aerg. Stop it. What do you want by doing this? By stopping me. I want some peace. I answered. And in order to do that, I need your cooperation, if you are willing. If you are not willing, then I guess my sword will have a taste of your blood. I moved Nenekarimaru's blade closer to his neck, and he quickly screamed. Arg. Alright. Put it off. Put it off, and let's hear what you said. Then stop your troops first. Yes. All of you, stop moving for now. Drop your weapons. The troops followed his order and quietly lowered their weapons. They also pulled their demonic energy away. There. Are you satisfied? Yup. I erased Incinerate Anthem, and Euclid panted and grunted in pain. I grinned without moving my sword away from his neck and said. Then, I will have you tell me about your ally who attacked the underworld. Let's hear it clearly and slowly. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, Nurarihyon vs. Devil Troops, 1. I took Euclid away while leaving my old man with the 1,000 devil troops. I glanced at him and was about to tell him to destroy them all, but it seemed like I didn't need to do that as my old man had a big grin on his face. He cracked his fingers as he bit into his sword. His appearance was now like a real Yakuza, and he had already used his Kyuka Suigetsu to hide his real self. I landed on the ground while holding Euclid's neck. He was trying to shake my hand off his neck while shouting. Let me go. I have told you that I surrendered, right? Nope, you are not, I answered lazily as I tightened my grip on his neck. You only stopped your troops. Wah. Isn't that the same as surrendering? It hurts. He screamed in pain. His neck turned blue from the lack of blood that went to his head, and his breathing became rougher and rougher. One thing that I knew about devils was that they were cunning. Azazel might be smart and sly, but no one could beat the devil's cunningness in order to reach their goal. They would do whatever it took them to get what they wanted. A simple example would be Issei. He would do anything to create a harem. He was not too motivated and had nothing when he was human, but when he was reincarnated as a devil, he could even take a beating in order to save a girl, which was foolish, in my opinion. Well, I can't say something like that. I even put myself into this trouble to make yokai faction become recognized and achieve some peace on Earth. I threw Euclid to the ground. He fell on his butt and coughed to gasp for air. Cough. Cough. You are ruthless. He rubbed his neck, which turned red. The red mark was similar to a handprint, which was caused by my grip earlier. What do you want to know? Just ask and let me go. That's really an attractive offer, much more than what I thought. Ha. Euclid scoffed. The others are always like you, distrustful toward our race. I know that all of you are afraid of us, of our power. This guy, what was he saying? I didn't even say that I distrust devils, but he was speaking as if I never trusted a devil. If there was a stand-up competition, I believe this guy would win, considering how funny he was and how he could easily twist his words. Not only that, he even appeared to be angry when he spoke. He needed an Oscar for his performance. Don't say anything more. Just answer my question. I created a barrier around us imbued with my fear to prevent him from running away. He was looking around in panic. My barrier was different from the other, and fear could only be cut by fear, so he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. What is this barrier? He asked me while stammering. This. I pointed up at my barrier. This is a cage to prevent you from escaping. I grinned at him as Incinerate Anthem flared up from my body. I also pointed at his face while saying, it's interrogation time. Nurarihyon was ecstatic as he stretched his body in the sky. He was surrounded by a troop of devils, which was more than 2,000, according to his estimate. He and his son, Nurarihyon, had killed a lot of devils prior to this, so their numbers were not as much as before. Even so, it was still a troop of 2,000 devils. For a normal person, even handling 3 people at once would be difficult. But, Nurarihyon was not a normal person or a normal yokai. He was the first lord of the Nura clan, which was famous for its strength and was feared by many as well as a unique yokai that got his name known by the leader of a lot of factions. He was also confident that the devils wouldn't follow their superiors' orders. There should be another devil who commanded them aside from the leader that was taken by his son. Now, what are you trying to do? He asked the devils as he gripped the sword that he bit. He had used Kyuka Suigetsu, a technique special for Nurarihyon's yokai where he shifted the enemy's awareness, made them think that he was in that place while he actually was not in that place. Nurarihyon was actually standing behind the strongest devil that he felt in the troops. The devil's energy was around high class, and he was surrounded by 3 devils that looked strong. The devil in front of him muttered something to the one beside him. Stall for the time. Don't let him make any move before Lucifuge-sama comes back. All right. The subordinate nodded his head and flew toward Nurarihyon's fake presence. Nurarihyon was watching what happened with a grin as he crossed his arms. Something like this had happened a lot in his prime. Going to war and fooling his enemy was his daily routine when he was young. He was watching a nostalgic scene while chuckling. The devil that left earlier stopped at a distance across from his fake and started talking. We will do nothing. We have surrendered. Is that so? So we can just chill and relax? No. Why are you still here then? We are here to wait for our leader, answered the devil. Nurarihyon was amused. Not only did the devil dare to lie to him, but his lie was also actually the truth. He knew that they planned to wait for their leader from what the guy said. But he didn't tell him everything. Is that so? Nurarihyon's fake asked as he strapped his sword into his obi belt. Then, I will wait too. He smiled. The devil smiled at the answer, thinking that the second-in-command's plan worked wonderfully. However, something unexpected happened as Nurarihyon slowly melted into a cloud of black smoke and reappeared behind the second-in-command. I will wait by thining are your numbers. He swung his sword and decapitated the second-in-command easily. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Nurarihyon vs. Devil Troops, 2. In the midst of a chaotic battlefield, a man with strange long hair laughed as he cut the opponents that surrounded him while laughing. His body was covered with a strange black cloud of smoke, and his opponent seemed to not be able to touch him at all. Once, a magic bullet hit his body. His opponent cheered, thinking that he had been done for. However, his body then dissipated and gone, confusing his opponent. The next thing his opponent knew was that he reappeared behind the one who shot the magic bullet and cut him cleanly in half. If one described him, he was agile like an eel and couldn't be touched like the reflection of the moon. That man's name was Nurarihyon. Ha 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 ha. The devils this day are too weak. Your ancestor will cry in the realm of death, you know. He was laughing hard as he cut his opponent. If his son, Riku, saw this spectacle, he would surely hold his head and mutter, this damned old man. But, his son was not there. He was busy interrogating the leader of those devils. So, Nurarihyon could rampage as much as he could. Stop him. If we can't stop him, we will die. Shoot the magic bullets. Don't stop. Just shot everywhere. Don't mind us. Just find his real body. A lot of devils shouted one after another. They didn't care for each other again, focusing only on hitting Nurarihyon for one to release their stress. A barrage of magic bullets was shot everywhere, hitting even the devils, creating more chaos. They ran around frantically, attacking everywhere with their weapons, even in empty air. They had no way to find Nurarihyon in the middle of the chaos. They were devils who couldn't use fear, and they were scared of Nurarihyon's fame and power. Meanwhile, the one that they were searching for, Nurarihyon, was looking at the chaos from above. He sat in the air while resting his head on his hand. He rested his blade on his lap and was amused by the sight below. Well, it's so easy to throw them into chaos. Just a bit of shake-up, and they killed each other in order to find me. He snickered while watching the devils being killed by stray magic bullets. Some devils used fire to burn the air above and even below, but they couldn't reach Nurarihyon. The stronger devils used rays of demonic energy that they shot at random places and caused a lot of explosions. They fought with each other and forgot their real goal, finding Nurarihyon. Kukuku, it's been a long time since I pulled on a prank on an army like this. But, that little brat will underestimate me if I don't wipe them out before he comes back. He showed himself in the sky, pulling back his technique. He grinned, waved his hand, and shouted. Hey, what are you doing? I am up here, idiots. The devils below suddenly stopped and looked up. Their numbers had been reduced by more than half, leaving only around 1/4 of the troops alive. When they saw Nurarihyon in the sky waving his hand calmly with a grin on his face, they suddenly flew into mad rages. They looked at him and cursed. Nurarihyon. You son of a bitch. Come here, you coward. Fuck you. Some of them raised their middle fingers at him, but Nurarihyon didn't care about it and instead pulled out his smoke pipe. He put the pipe in his mouth and calmly blew smoke from his mouth. I heard that 1,000,000 times already. Why don't you make some new lines, huh? The enemies turned silent until one of the devils pointed at Nurarihyon. You fucking yokai with a strange head. At that moment, the battlefield heard a snap sound. They turned their head above and noticed that the pipe that Nurarihyon's held was held in half. A vein popped up from his temple, and a scary black aura appeared from his back. His hair swayed by the wind, further creating a scary atmosphere around him. Who said that earlier? His voice turned cold as ice as he gazed down without a smile. The remaining troops were scared. They involuntarily retreated when they saw Nurarihyon. Slowly, he stood up and gripped his sword while throwing away the pipe that had been snapped in half. His blade was covered with the same aura that appeared around his body. It seems you brat needs to be taught a lesson. He swung his sword, black flying slash flew toward one part of the army, cutting more than a dozen devils in half. He didn't even prepare anything for his slash, only pure power. Come here, brats. I will tell you how amazing I am. KK, kill him. Kill him now. One of the devils managed to shake off his fear toward Nurarihyon and shouted, but he was too late, as Nurarihyon had already gone from the sky. Unlike when they could see his fake earlier, he was now entirely gone. They couldn't even remember why they were here and who killed their allies that now littered the ground like trashes. The brown ground had turned red from their allies' blood. But, what happened in the next moment answered their question. A single presence suddenly appeared in the middle of the remaining troops. The presence was scary, and they couldn't move their body. It was Nurarihyon, and he was holding a big red sake cup in his hand, filled to the brim, as his left hand was holding his sword and rested its blade on his shoulder. He took a breath, and it was audible through the battlefield. Phew. The devils around him gulped, but then they snapped and dashed to him. HAAA. D. I will take your head. They were shouting a lot of different words, but the next words from Nurarihyon stopped them, literally. Secret technique, Mikio Shirsue, Sakura, he then blew into his cup, and a torrent of blue flame spread from the ripple of sake in his cup, engulfing all enemies around him. Some of the devils who had good intuitions were trying to run, but it was too late. The blue flame chased after them and burned them to ash. The flame was spread according to Nurarihyon's will, burning his enemies into ash in less than 10 seconds. As the ripple died down, the flame also disappeared, leaving ashes falling down from the sky. That's why I am the coolest person, brats. Muttered Nurarihyon in the middle of ash rain. Chapter 214, Interrogation. There was one thing that I realized after I put Euclid inside my barrier. He was more cunning than I thought. He blurted out any information that I asked without even trying to dodge it. However, he only told me a part of it, not the entirety. For example, when I asked him about his relationship with Rizavim, he answered that he was only his subordinate, nothing more. Even though he actually was his right hand and the one behind the planning of the old Satan faction. He couldn't be more cunning than he was. And so, we are going to support the army that attacks the ruin of the facility that researched about the super devil. We have nothing to do more than that. Their goal was the same as Thanatos, finding the remaining data of super devil research. If I didn't know for sure that the data was, in fact, hidden inside Chiron's hair clip, then I wouldn't care less about it. However, the research was directly involving both Kuroka and Chiron, the ones that I thought of as my family. So that meant, now or later, Euclid's group would have targeted both Kuroka and Chiron, even when they knew that Kuroka was my lover. Don't say anything more. I have heard enough. I erased Incinerate Anthem that surrounded my body and lowered my sword. Sure. I won't say anything more. He answered with a relieved smile. He must have thought that I would release him because I had done with him. Yes, you don't have to say anything. My hand moved slightly, beheading him from behind. All this time, what he had been talking to was my fake. There was no way I would stand in front of him and interrogate him like an idiot. This was not a world where someone would stay silent when they were interrogated. Even when we talked earlier, Euclid was trying to breach my barrier stealthily by using his replica sacred gear and demonic energy. He had underestimated me too much, thinking that I wouldn't realize what he did. My senjutsu was considered one of the best, and I could even feel an entire city if I concentrated. Detecting a simple energy movement from the one who sat right in front of me was simple. Even more, I knew the trick that he used against my old man earlier. Why, oh you. He glared at me with bloodshot eyes as his head flew in the sky. You don't really have to say anything, as you won't be able to say anything more when you're dead. I looked at him with cold eyes. If I was naive enough to trust him, he would surely go back to make a plan against me. That would be troublesome, that all matters that endanger us had already been done, mostly. The last thing that I needed to do was to kill all old Satan factions that tried to find the research of the super devil and talk to Great Red to give Ophis some space in the dimensional gap. Just 2 more. 2 more, and I can leave in peace. Having a fight and getting stronger was fine, but having a normal daily life was also important after all of that. I certainly wanted to have a normal date and such without being burdened by the thought of my enemies attacking me in the middle of it, like say. After Euclid's head fell to the ground, I took precautions and burned it alongside his body with Incinerate Anthem. There was nothing wrong with being careful. His corpse was burning wonderfully, leaving only ash on the ground. I got the information that I needed, and it was time to end all of this. Fortunately, I made the correct decision by going to the underworld. Maybe if Surzex was here, I wouldn't be needed. But, Surzex was now dealing with the enemy on Earth, so I should at least act as his replacement. However, because he was on Earth, I could leave like this without any worry. Having a strong ally was reassuring, truly. I erased the barrier around me and jumped away. The energies in the distance were already gone, leaving only one that belonged to my old man. He really wiped them out cleanly, huh? In such a short amount of time too. How did he do it? He couldn't even use Jiu-Jitsu and only a little bit of Senjutsu, as he was not too talented, he said so himself. When I arrived on the previous battlefield, all I saw was the ground being covered in ash. In an instant, I knew what he did. He used Maikyo Shirsue Sakura, a technique to create blue flames with fear. The flame itself was burned from the soul of the dead, a so-called will-o'-the-wisp. It was strong to the point I would still use it in case of a large-scale battle even though I had Incinerate Anthem. Meanwhile, my old man was in the sky, looking at his smoke pipe that was somehow snapped in half. His expression was sad as if he had lost something important. Did that pipe was something important to him? He didn't appear to notice my presence as he sighed and muttered. What should I do? His voice was lower than usual. He wasn't like my usual old man. I approached him and was about to cheer him up, but his next word made me change my mind. I can't even smoke when I want to. Damned devils. They don't know how hard to steal this pipe from the shogun at that time. When I heard that, I flew into rage and kicked him on his side. Don't steal the shogun's smoke pipe, old man. He was surprised and got blown away by my kick. Finally, he noticed my presence and stopped himself midair before flying into a rage. What the fuck did you do, brat? I should be the one who asks you. Why did you steal the shogun's smoke pipe? Because I like it, of course. TSK. The same as usual, You had the gall to say that. Anyway, what do you get? About that. Their target is actually Chiron. More specifically, Chiron's hairpin, which contains the research data about the super devil. My old man raised his eyebrows before grinning. That mean, no matter how we rampage in the underworld, we have the reason to do it. Yeah. I grinned back. Let's destroy them. Completely. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Two Evil Dragons. We ran to another battlefield that was still ongoing in the distance, where Serafal and Ajuka went to. Without wasting any time, we ran at our full speed. We ran through the plains, mountains, and forest until finally, the battlefield was spread in front of our eyes. In a word, it was chaos. Serafal and Ajuka seemed to be caught in a troublesome situation as I could feel energy belonging to dragons, probably Apophis and another dragon king, in the sky. The energies clashed against Serafal and Ajuka, seemingly to push each other back. Ajuka should have been able to defeat the dragon easily, but I wonder why he didn't do that. Did he afraid that he would injure his ally? Also, I couldn't distinguish between allies and enemies. Both were devils, and they wore similar clothes. Old man, can you distinguish whoever the enemies are? How can I? They look the same. This would prove to be a problem. Unlike our enemies so far that I could distinguish from their clothes and energies, the enemies this time were similar to the allies. Not only their clothes but their energies too. They were devils, came from the same fucking underworld, who wear the same fucking clothes. I didn't know how our allies managed to distinguish the enemies. Maybe they had special clothing or such. I should find out about it before I could help them. Or maybe, I shouldn't help them and just help Serafal and Ajuka. That was a more viable option. They surely knew who their subordinates were, so I could just fight the dragons instead of rampaging on the battlefield. Let's go up to meet Serafal in that case. Are you confident to take on a dragon, old man? My old man narrowed his eyes slightly at the mention of a dragon. Though he was able to destroy an army single-handedly, I knew that he wasn't confident in his attack power. The army that he destroyed earlier was also composed only of weak devils, nothing too important. They had a low defense, unlike a dragon whose scale was able to deflect blades and weak magic. Not to mention, they could also make a barrier that was stronger than the barrier made by devils. In other words, they were cheats. A bug that should have never existed in the first place. Though, some cheat like top 10 in the ranking should be able to handle dragon kings easily, like me. Who do you think I am, huh? Lend me your blade. I will slay one of that dragons easily. You have another one, right? I heard from Tsura. Which one do you want? Nenekarimaru. I asked my old man as I raised Nenekarimaru that I held in my hand. Yeah, that works. He answered as he extended his hand to me. Give it to me for a while. My blade is too weak to cut the dragon. TSK. Fine, take this. I handed over Nenekarimaru to my old man. As Nenekarimaru was a sword that he used in the past, it didn't reject him, and he took it in delight. It's been a long time since I used this baby. He raised Nenekarimaru as his sword disappeared. Next, he patted Nenekarimaru against his shoulder and looked up to the sky, where Serafal and Ajuka were fighting the dragons. Let's slay them. We jumped to the sky, and I called out Gram as it appeared in my hand. This sword was the one that could bring out my full power currently, as it could be imbued with Incinerate Anthem. The blade flared, letting out a red glow as I fed it with Senjutsu energy. Next, a purple flame appeared from my hand before encasing the blade in it. My old man watched the scene with amazement. He let out a whistle as he grinned. That's neat. Right. This sword will kill the dragon easily. More importantly, I still don't know the dragons that fought with both Satans in the sky. They must have been some strong dragons to be able to fight a Youkai for a long time. The sky was filled with clouds, so the dragons were not visible. They fought above the cloud, which was insane. That's not important, no. We take one each. Ha. That's right. I scoffed and used Tuki to enhance my physical body. I created a more solid foothold under my feet and jumped with my full strength. I will go first, old man. As we've used our fear all this time, the devils who fought in the distance didn't notice us, and neither did the ones who currently fought above the clouds. I penetrated the cloud and arrived at the above battlefield. When I looked at the situation of the battle, it was honestly more chaotic than the one below. Ice spears and a barrage of magic were shot toward an eastern black dragon with more than 100 meters in length. That dragon was Apophis, the only reasonable dragon with pride and respect among the evil dragons. The one that fought him was unsurprisingly Seraphal, although it was clear that she had some trouble fighting him. On the other side, a Youkai was fighting against 15 meters tall western dragon with black scales. Its eyes were silver, seemingly glowing in the sky. It had horns, wings, and thick limbs, a feature that often met in the dragon who walked on land. The dragon exudes an ominous aura, reminding me of Crumb Crutch and Tsuchigumo. I recognized the dragon as Grendel, the dragon with the toughest scale. I could now understand why the two Satans had yet to finish their battle. A second later, my old man finally penetrated through the cloud and stopped beside me. He looked around before having a big grin. "Oh. This is interesting," he exclaimed. "Yeah, it is." I looked at Seraphal, who fought Aphopis in the distance. "Can you take care of the eastern one?" "I will take care of the western one." "Ha. It's easy." My old man grinned. "Let's race to make things interesting. Whoever defeats the dragon last will pay the winner's meal." He hurled to the eastern dragon, Apophis, in the distance, leaving me behind. I didn't believe what my old man said and jumped toward Grendel while shouting, "Fuck that. You never paid for anything." Chapter 216, Fear Domain. This was technically the last battle that I fought before we regained our peace. So, I didn't need to hold back anymore. I looked at a chance to attack Grendel, which currently breathed fire at a Youkai. He retaliated by bringing up a big barrier. The fire was blocked by the barrier, and a Youkai retaliated more by firing a magic bullet. Although it was a basic spell, his magic bullet's force and size were way more than the normal devil, considering his immense demonic energy. Grendel was hit right on his face, and he grunted because of it. "Ha. It's not even itchy." He scoffed as his big lips curled up, seemingly laughing at a Youkai. "Is that so? Then how about this?" 3 big magic circles appeared in front of a Youkai. I could feel immense demonic energy from the magic circles that suddenly appeared. "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That will do nothing to my mighty body. It's useless." Grendel roared loudly. He raised his head as flame crackled around his mouth. He was preparing for fire breath again, probably even stronger than before. Due to his body proportions, he was said to be the only dragon that stood on 2 legs. This could be my chance. My old man had already shown himself and assisted Seraphal in fighting Apophis. A Youkai also seemed to notice that, so he stole a glance everywhere, maybe trying to find me. That was why he was preparing such large magic while knowing that he couldn't defend himself while he was at it. I smirked, thinking that there was nothing wrong with a surprise attack, so I prepared my strongest attack. My Incinerate Anthem flared, engulfing Graham as a whole, and I added Telos Karma's effect to further enhance the possibility of killing Grendel in a hit. This was what I found when I tried to explore the balance breaker. If I did this before going into my balance breaker state, the attack would be stronger than ever. However, to enter my balance breaker state, I must not use my fear. I needed all my fear to further enhance its power, so I cancelled Maikyo Shursue, announcing my presence with a purple flame dancing around my body instead of the usual black cloud of smokes. A Youkai finally noticed me and grinned. Grendel also noticed my presence as well as the sword that I had in hand, Graham, the Dragon Slayer sword. "Another fly?" he asked, his voice was loud and hoarse. "It will be your end if you think that he's a mere fly. Because Beelzebub is also a fly, and yet I am a super devil." A Youkai answered, boasting about the power of a fly. "You're true, but that doesn't matter to me." The flame in his mouth intensified. He looked like he was ready to breathe it out anytime. But I was also ready. Incinerate anthem was ready, and I announced loudly. Balance breaker, fear domain. A black cloud of smoke came out of my body and engulfed the area around us. The sky turned dark, with me being the only beacon with purple flames dancing around my body. This was the result of me combining Tellus Karma and Incinerate as well as my fear. My subspecies balance breaker created a world, a domain, so to speak. Instead of being gone in the world of darkness, it made me become the only presence in this domain. So, I felt a bit bad for a youkai, but even he wouldn't be able to do anything in this world, as he had no presence. His power, his body, everything was gone. So I walked toward Grendel, who breathed out fire. But it was useless. The fire in his mouth was gone, he couldn't even use magic in this world, only fear was allowed. What is this? Grendel panicked, looking around in confusion. Even a youkai didn't know what had happened. He looked at me with a gaze that represented confusion, curiosity, and wariness at the same time. I even erased his Kankara formula, so it was normal for him to be wary and curious while looking at me. But I wouldn't bother to explain my power to the other. I would keep this power of mine to be a secret from the others. It's useless, I smirked as I walked calmly to Grendel. I focused Incinerate Anthem in Gram, making its blade glow a purple light. What are you doing? He questioned as he took a battle stance. He was indeed confident with his body. He wasn't even afraid after he was trapped inside this domain. Maybe he thought that his scale would still protect him even in this situation. In that case, I could understand where his confidence came from. Even I was confident that I wouldn't be found if I seriously hid myself with my technique Maikyo Shursue. As he had confidence in his scale, I should show it directly. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? It's my balance breaker. Balance breaker. This. A youkai muttered, looking around the domain with curiosity. You said this is your balance breaker? Grendel shouted. You. What are you? Announcing my identity in this situation is a bit awkward, especially because my old man is just outside the domain, but well. I gripped Gram tightly as I used Tuki to enhance my body and coated Gram on it too. My name is Nurarihyon, the second lord of Pandemonium. I swung Gram to the right with all my might, and a purple crescent slash flew out of it, making its way toward Grendel at a fast speed that broke the sound barrier. It's nice to meet you. Take this gift of mine. The slash left a flame trail behind, and it reached Grendel in less than 2 seconds. He had prepared for it and extended his hands to try to block it. Ha! He shouted, maybe because he wanted to show his strength. But, he didn't know that Tellus Karma was in effect in this domain. It's useless, I muttered. Grendel's body that touched the slash was cut open, and he shouted in pain. It's impossible. The slash went through his body and beheaded him cleanly, killing him instantly. A youkai's eyes widened, and he exclaimed. That's amazing. Chapter 217, Killing Apophis. After confirming that Grendel had died, I deactivated my balance breaker and let out a tired sigh. A youkai approached me with a smile. Thank you for your help. I have a lot of strength left, thanks to you. No problem, I answered him and looked at the other fight in the distance. My old man and Seraphol were still fighting against Apophis. They seemed to have a hard time due to Apophis' sheer figure. But, Apophis' body was already riddled with wounds as my old man sent a barrage of flying slashes toward its body. A youkai followed my sight and let out a slight gasp. As expected. Nurarihyon is also strong. He's easily injured an evil dragon with his simple blade as if he cut through a normal creature. Unknown to a youkai, though, my old man had used Nenekarimaru, which was effective in cutting any supernatural being. Although the dragon was considered a mythical creature, it was still in a supernatural category. Seraphol supported my old man by binding Apophis' movement by ice. She encased it while Apophis was trying to free itself by breathing fire over the ice. When I saw the battle from the spectator's view, I just realized how absurd the power of an evil dragon that was even stronger than a dragon king. A moment later, seemingly tired from being hit repeatedly by my old man, darkness started to seep out of Apophis' body. The darkness then became black water that gushed out from its body, melting Seraphol's ice in the process. Seraphol looked panicked. She desperately turned the black water into ice, trying to stop it from falling to the ground, where two forces clashed. That is bad, a youkai muttered. We shouldn't touch that water, or else. His words trailed, and I looked at him curiously. What? Or else, what? I had not remembered Apophis' ability too much. I just knew that Apophis was one of the top 3 evil dragons that existed. It was also a dragon that controlled darkness, or so I remembered. The water will dissolve anything it came into contact with. It's powerful enough to even breach the defense of God-class being. A youkai muttered in horror. That's rather dangerous, I said as I looked at Apophis. The water still dripped from his body and fell to the ground slowly. Seraphol kept freezing the water to keep it from falling to the sky while my old man seemed to be desperate to kill Apophis. While it was true that the wound inflicted by Nurarihyon couldn't be healed, Apophis' body was still big. If Apophis was in human form, maybe my old man could be beheaded easily. Maybe that was the reason why Apophis kept attacking in his dragon form. I should help them a little. Although I was a bit tired from using Balance Breaker earlier, I could still use Telos Karma to the max power. I extended my right hand in Apophis' direction and said, "The probability the water will harm someone will be 0. Ajuka understood what I did and activated his Kankara formula. He began to change the black water into a regular one. Seraphol looked in our direction, smiled, and shouted, "Thanks." A big magic circle began to form behind her back, floating in the sky. The magic circle was colored blue, and a big ice spike made an appearance from it. Roar! Apophis roared and tried to free himself from the ice once again, but it was useless. My old man understood that Seraphol wanted to end the battle, so he went to Apophis' head and landed on it. As he landed, he poked its head with Nurarihyon while mocking it. Hey, you are a dragon, right? But why are you so weak? So weak? He then raised Nurarihyon and stabbed Apophis right between its eyes. You. Nurarihyon. Apophis, who only roared until now, shouted as it shook its body uncontrollably. The shaking destroyed the ice that encased it, and its scale began to fall one after another. Ha 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 ha, so you can talk. You even sacrifice your scales to get free from the ice. Don't you dare run. From his body, darkness started to expand quickly and formed a sphere. Riku. Let's enter the battle too. We can't let him create his barrier. Ajuka shouted at me and sent a barrage of magic toward Apophis in an attempt to stop it from creating a barrier. On it. I used Tuki and coded Gram in Senjutsu before launching myself toward Apophis. I also used Telos Karma to add more probability of Gram killing Apophis and destroyed the barrier in case I was late. In the distance, my old man cut the barrier multiple times before he stopped and looked at Seraphol. Seraphol. He shouted and was answered shortly. Here we go. Ice Spike. The massive ice spike was shot at unpreventable speed toward Apophis, who hid behind the dark barrier. The barrier had cracked all over due to my old man's attack, but it was not enough to break it. That was where I came from. I had arrived in front of the barrier and thrust Gram into it. Swoosh. A glass-breaking sound came from the barrier as soon as Gram made contact with it. Apophis was surprised when I easily destroyed its barrier and turned its head to me. That was a mistake. The ice spike that Seraphol sent earlier hit Apophis' head from the side, drilling into its skull as its blood poured out and froze at the same time. Gagawad hashtag, at $, Apophis made a shrill scream. It was not understandable, and it died almost instantly to Seraphol's attack. Yay! Seraphol exclaimed happily as she threw her hands to the sky. Ha! So an evil's dragon's strength is just like this. My old man said as he looked at Apophis' corpse that fell slowly to the ground. It's a nice experience. I approached my old man and stood beside him. Or so you said, but I killed my enemy first. So treat me to a meal later, old man. When I mentioned it, my old man sighed and crossed his arms. It can't be helped. How about a bowl of ramen later? He handed Nurarihyon back to me. I let go of Gram, and it disappeared before taking Nurarihyon back and answering. Sure. Let's end the battle quick then. Chapter 218, Cleaning Up, 1. Ajuka and Seraphol approached us with a smile. Seraphol radiated a happy aura that she couldn't hide and exclaimed. Thank you, Rikuin. I was safe because of you and your father. Truly, thank you. It's no problem, I answered with a smile. We have some feud with them too, after all. Huh? Seraphol asked, confused. She was about to open her mouth again, but my old man chimed in. Ha 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 ha. We just have a slight problem on our way here. There is just an army of ants that I destroyed. Army. So they have reinforcement. Ajuka exclaimed, surprised by what my old man said. Yup. My old man answered without bothering to hide the fact. Not that there was anything to hide. We literally gave them a favor of destroying the enemy reinforcements army, so they should thank us. Specifically, Ajuka didn't even say thanks for the second time. This guy must have thought that saying thanks to me was enough and didn't bother to say his gratitude to my old man. Not like I needed his gratitude. Our goal was aligned. Their goal was to win and survive this war. And my goal was to exterminate those who knew about Chiron's hairpin. Of course, Hades was still in the death realm, but he should be fine, I guess. He wouldn't do anything to us after this, I was confident in that. Maybe wouldn't do anything was the wrong sentence. He couldn't do anything that would be correct. He surely got a report from Thanatos about my strength and probably from the Grim Reapers that slipped into the underworld and spectated the fight too. More importantly, can you tell us the difference between the two armies that fight below us? I asked, looking at Ajuka's eyes. If they attack you, then they are the enemies, no. Seraphal answered as she tilted her head. I gawked at her. She was saying something nonsensical. If anyone who attacked me were enemies, then everyone in the field except for them was my enemy. Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? She shouted as she pointed at me. I mean, all devils would attack any suspicious yokai who suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. They would ask the others about who suddenly appeared and started attacking me to make sure I was not their enemy. The ones on the battlefield were on edge. Each side would suspect me of being on their enemy's side, as that was the safest but the worst decision. Well, worst decision because the one who planned to interfere, in this case, was me. Of course, he is. You were saying something nonsensical after all. Ajuka shook his head. If you said they could attack anyone who attacks them, then everyone below will be their enemies, as they would certainly attack them due to them being different races from us. He further explained, and Seraphal's eyes widened in understanding. My bad. I should have thought about that. I forgot about it due to the situation. I am sorry. Well, it was understanding. Seraphal should have been the busiest devil due to her position as a diplomat. All matters regarding the peace conference must be left to her. If she were tired, I wouldn't blame her for making a mistake. Exhaustion was hard. After coming to this world, exhaustion seemed to be non-existent, but in my previous world, I had always been exhausted to make money. Well, so how can I differentiate between the enemy and the ally? Surely you won't like it if I rampaged without caring down there, no. I chuckled as I strapped Nurarihyon to my waist. About that. Ajuka seemed to hesitate before he looked down on the battlefield. The could had been long gone after the battle between the evil dragon and us, and we could now look at the battlefield without being hindered. There is only a small difference between our allies and enemies. Our allies have better gear compared to the enemy. I see. I nodded my head before pointing at Ajuka. And how I can know that? Are you fucking kidding me? Tell me now that you have some identification for your army. This guy must be fucking kidding me right now. How could I know whichever the better gear was? Yokai never used armor or such, and I only held wooden swords, Nurarihyon, and Gram in my life. That's why I hesitated a bit to tell you. Unfortunately, we know at least which gear our allies use. I can tell you a little about it. Said Ajuka. How? Are they using something like metal armor, and the enemy use no armor at all? Because I only see them wearing clothes, not a freaking armor. Though I said that, I actually had already found the difference between the enemy's army and the allies. My old man even chuckled quietly behind me while holding his mouth. Trolling Satan was actually a bit fun, especially for a serious guy like Ajuka. I understood Nurarihyon's feeling of trolling his every enemy in that series now. I should have done this more often from the start. Ajuka seemed to notice my old man laughing from behind and narrowed his eyes at me. As he looked at me like that, I shrugged my shoulders and chuckled. I can't help it, you know. After all, the two of you are too stiff for a war. War should be fought with courage. I remembered such a quote from someone great, but I didn't remember his name. Maybe it was me. But, in this world, war shouldn't be fought with courage alone. You needed strength and moderate humor to keep your army's morale high. And individual strength could change the direction of the war immediately. This case was like that. The strongest person below us were only high-class devils at most. So that meant, this battle will be easy. Don't be too stiff. I exclaimed as I smiled. Chapter 219, Cleaning Up, 2. After I said that, I erased my foothold and fell from the sky, plunging straight toward the middle of the battlefield on the ground. Ajuka and Seraphal had surprised expressions when they saw me fall from the sky. Truly a good expression. I love to see more of that expressions, but I had a job to do. My old man had enough of fighting against an army by himself and defeating Apophis, and now it was my turn to show my power against many. After a bit of rest, I recovered most of my energy. I wouldn't use my balance breaker again. To be exact, I didn't need to use it again. I would only use fear and my yokai ability, such as Yujitsu and maybe Maikyo Shirsue, Sakura. My old man used the technique to deal with the reinforcement army, so I should at least show my version, which was obviously stronger due to me having the Holy Flame, Incinerate Anthem. The devils below were looking up at me, who fell at a fast speed while brandishing my sword. The allies, as well as enemies, were confused when they saw me. As I had expected earlier, they didn't know whether I was an ally or enemy. My energy was that of yokai. The devils from the old Satan faction should remember the incident concerning Kuroka, while the ones under the new Satan certainly remembered the Nikomata incident. They must have had the same thought after feeling the energy that I flared around my body. However, soon the enemies and allies realized where I stood for because Ajuka and Serafal followed me from behind. Their speed was faster because they used their wings to increase it. Hey! What are you trying to do? Serafal shouted from behind, her voice carried a bit of worry. What am I doing? I turned my body around and asked her. My lips curled into a big, wide grin from ear to ear, then I said. I am about to conduct a massacre. A massacre? I ignored Serafal and coated my blade with my fear. Next, I turned around again and sent a flying slash toward the group of enemies in the distance. The flying slash flew at an unprecedented speed, instantly killing the group of enemies. At that time, they finally realized that I was the reinforcement for Satan's army. Stop him. He's dangerous. Kill him now. The enemy's commander like devil shouted and pointed at me. Attack him. Put him down. They started to raise their voice and sent a barrage of magic bullets toward me. My old man was watching from above, sitting while laughing at me. Damn it, let me show him who is the yokai's leader right now. I frowned a little and created a barrier with Yujitsu, blocking all the magic bullets aimed at me. The magic bullets met my barrier made from Yujitsu and disappeared. They puffed like a balloon popped by a needle. Is that it? I taunted as I smirked. None of you ever think of approaching me. Then let me approach you. I fell faster than before by kicking the condensed air behind me. My kick created a small shockwave that pushed Serafal and Ajuka, who flew right behind me. Wah. sh. Serafal and Ajuka let out surprised voices. I didn't even use Tuki and just plunged right into the middle of the enemy's rank. My landing caused a small earthquake, making some devils stumble. Ha 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 ha. Let's do this, guys. I shouted as I sent a 360-degree flying slash, killing the enemies around me in one sweep. The allied army's morale was a bit low before, but after seeing my feat, they now raised their voices. Yeah. Destroy them. Destroy those ungrateful bastards. Glory to new Satans. Glory to our army. Long live the Savior. Kia. Go for it, handsome. Some shouts mixed with praise for me. They did know how to please some people. Now, I was fired up, literally. Purple flame seeped out from my body into my left hand, creating a purple bowl filled with liquid-like flame. I could move Incinerate Anthem as I pleased, so creating something like a cup-shaped flame was easy. Usually, Maikyo Shirsue, Sakura needed the best sake of yokai, Spirit Sake, to use. The reason for that was Spirit Sake could burn nicely when combined with fear. It could work like that because yokai used their energy when they made the Spirit Sake. Enough of that, Incinerate Anthem worked as the replacement. The devils around me felt something different from my fire, and Ajuka, who knew what kind of flame was on my hand, shouted at his army. Run away. Get away from that guy. Oh. I forgot to say that. Run, guys. You will be burned nice and crisp if you are close to me. The allied army started to run, as well as the enemies, of course. They heard our shout, but that could be easily taken care of. Their running directions were different, so I only needed to do one thing. That was creating a barrier to block the enemy who ran away. They were now trapped inside the barrier while the allied army managed to run away from me. I think it's the time. Ugi, Maikyo Shirsue, Sakura. I blew a short breath to the flame cup, and the fire howled, eating everyone in the area, excluding me. Their devil's bodies instantly turned to ash as purple holy flame touched them, leaving nothing behind, not even ash. Finally, the flames disappeared, and I stood on the ground while looking at the Serafal and Ajuka, who were looking back at me in disbelief. See. A massacre. Chapter 220, finally, peace. After I killed all the enemies, the allied army cheered loudly. We won. Long live Satans. Long live Savior. Finally. They are gone. The devils hugged each other, and some of them were throwing magic bullets into the sky, creating fireworks. Serafal and Ajuka approached me, their faces had a sign of gratitude and amazement. You really do kill them instantly, Serafal muttered, looking around the area. Did you use holy flames? Yeah, I used Incinerate Anthem, I answered her with a nod. The Incinerate Anthem was a holy flame, as they knew. And devils were weak against holy things, no matter what they were, and holy flames were the top holy items. The holy energy of Incinerate Anthem was only lower than the true Longinus. With just a touch of the Incinerate Anthem, the devil's body would combust into nothingness, and not even their ash would remain. Truly ridiculous, Ajuka stated, looking around the area around us, which was still filled with the purple flame burning here and there because I had yet to erase it. Even I wouldn't be able to destroy such a big army in a short time. Your magic is nothing, eh? My old man suddenly appeared beside me and chuckled at Ajuka's word, even our technique seems to be better than your magic. Only Surzek says something, I admit. His destruction can do better than our secret technique. His destruction is strong. But, in terms of magic and knowledge, I am confident that I can do a bit better than him. Ajuka said, not wanting to lose against Surzek. He had pride as someone on the top, which showed in his confident words. He was what someone expected from a Satan who had been offered Lucifer title before Surzek. However, he refused the title due to Surzek being better at being a charismatic leader than him. That was why he settled with Beelzebub title rather than Lucifer, even though he could be won because he was also a super devil, the same as Surzek. Anyway, I didn't believe him if he said he couldn't destroy an army of small fries instantly like that. With his Kankara formula, he could redirect all attacks and destroy his enemies easily. But, his formula would be useless against my Tellus karma and fear because he surely didn't understand how the fear worked. Not only that, we yokai were adept at fear. If he, by chance, redirected the fear back toward us, we could easily take care of it as fear was part of us, and there was an easy way to counter it using stronger fear. Let's just leave it at that. Finally, the war and cleanup in the underworld are over. The rest is Earth. Let me contact someone in that place. I said as I let go of Nenekarimaru. It disappeared into a mote of light, and I crossed my hands inside my kimono. While I was at it, I contacted Kuroka, who fought on Earth using telepathy. Kuroka, how is the situation there? Ah. Rikasama Naya. We are almost done here. Hagoromo Gitsun and Tsuchigumo just left to chase after the one who ran away from the battle. Also, Odin and the other had defeated Loki and sealed him Naya. Is that so? Then everything is fine. Including Chiron. Chiron. Yup. She's fine, but why did you ask about her, Rikasama? Apparently, the enemy's target this time is the hair clip in her hair. Anyway, tell me if anything happens. Naya. I am glad that they didn't even come close to Chiron then. True. Even so, please do watch out and stay beside Chiron. I am counting on you. Sure Naya. I ended the telepathy after hearing Kuroka's energetic answer. Serafal and Ajuka went to their subordinates to congratulate them on the victory and deal with the aftermath, such as the salary of those who joined the war. Although battles were common in the underworld, something like a war that forced the soldiers to join was uncommon. That was why, to keep their loyalty, the leader needed to reward them with a salary or some kind of reward. It was also one of the reasons why yokai always had parties each time they returned to battle. I also didn't mind having a party if it could make my subordinates loyal to me and maintain their high morale. But, I guess something like a salary was a small thing for devils. They were fucking rich and could build any mansion for reward anytime they wanted to, after all. My old man stood beside me and looked at Ajuka and Serafal, who dealt with their subordinates, with his arms crossed inside his kimono, much similar to me. So, we are going home now? He asked. I am expecting some big battle or something. That's why I went around the world with that monkey. However, this is honestly a bit disappointing. Just be glad that we have no big battle, old man, I answered while smirking. A part of me was also expecting a big battle, similar to my fight with Rizavim. But, there was no big battle, as I had dealt with the enemy right before they could launch their full plan. Due to me destroying all their plans and killing their supreme leader, Rizavim, the Cows Brigade was left with no other plan other than to get the Super Devil research from Chiron's hairclip. They made a mistake attacking us directly at the peace conference. Their plan was good for splitting their force. I commented on them for trying. It's time for peace, old man. I looked at the sky, remembering what I had done in the last few days. That's true. Well, I could settle down for a while, I guess. He smiled slightly. I noticed a hint of melancholy in his smile. I guess he too wanted peace, huh? Well, anyway. Almost everything is over. I guess I deserve some rest too.